Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 313 to Chapter 391. The young girl's lips were soft and cool. The two of them hugged each other. Gu Chen could feel each other's heartbeat quickening. Xianxia took the initiative to kiss him. This was her first kiss, and it was also Gu Chen's. For a moment, Gu Chen's heart surged as if dry wood had met a raging fire. Especially when the young girl said that she would leave herself to him. How could someone as smart as Gu Chen not understand what she meant? The two of them hugged each other even tighter. Gu Chen's hand instinctively explored that warm and soft body. Xianxia's body was trembling because of nervousness and shyness. She closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled. Because Gu Chen responded with an even hotter kiss, her cheeks were flushed. In the face of such a delicious and stunning beauty, Gu Chen, who was in the prime of his youth, almost had the thought of pushing Xianxia down. However, when Xianxia did not resist, Gu Chen's hand stopped in time. He took a deep breath, and his eyes regained clarity. Who said you can't fight against fate? If you can't fight against it, I'll fight for you. He was as resolute as a boulder. Xianxia was shocked, but when she recalled that she had seen Huangfu Qingming come out of the ghastly ruins alive with her own eyes, the light in her eyes dimmed again. Chenggu, there are some things that even you can't fight against. My real name is Gu Chen, Gu Chen suddenly said. My surname is Gu Chen, and my name is Chen. Remember it well. Gu Chen. Xianxia murmured, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It sounds much better than Chenggu. Lanchu, I know what you're thinking. Gu Chen gently hugged her waist. It's my, Gu Chen's, greatest honor to receive your favor. However, in this situation, if I were to cross that line, I would only be taking advantage of the situation. I like you too, but even if we love each other, I hope it will be under more suitable circumstances. There was a hint of killing intent in his voice. What's a more appropriate situation? After I've helped you solve your problem and I've taken my revenge. Xianxia fell silent. I will deal with Huangfu Qingming for you. Gu Chen thought that Xianxia didn't understand, so he explained. You can't beat him. Xianxia gritted her teeth and her eyes reddened. Why can't you understand my intentions? I just want to leave this beautiful moment for you. I don't want you to take any risks for me. She was worried that she would kill Gu Chen because of her. Are you planning to kill yourself after we leave the 10,000 Dragons secret land and before the wedding? Gu Chen said angrily. Xianxia's expression became flustered, and her eyes avoided his. If you die, not only will the imperial family and Huangfu clan not be able to unite by marriage, there will even be a rift between them. In this way, you can serve as a warning to your imperial father. To you, this is the best ending, right? Gu Chen and Xianxia had gone through life and death together, so he knew that she would rather die than marry Huangfu Qingming. She hoped to spend more time with him in the 10,000 Dragons secret land, and she hoped to leave herself to him, just like a person who was about to die wanting to leave one last beautiful moment in the world. Being exposed by Gu Chen, Xianxia's heart that was filled with grievances these few days exploded out. What can I do? Other than death, do I have any other choice? Her beautiful face revealed a look of despair, and it made one's heart ache. I said I'll help you deal with Huangfu Qingming. You can't win against him. Do you know how strong Huangfu Qingming is? Xianxia said this intentionally, wanting to make Gu Chen angry and give up on the idea of helping her. Gu Chen's eyes were indifferent. Huangfu Qingming was born with the innate Dao constitution, one of the 7 top-notch constitutions in the continent. He's a genius who stepped into the king stage at the age of 15. He's a genius in spells. He's only 19 years old, but he's already mastered more than 30 types of spells, and knows at least 1,000 spells. Xianxia clenched her teeth. Even if she hated Huangfu Qingming who had a cruel nature, she had to admit that his cultivation talent was indeed outstanding. I'll deal with him. Gu Chen still said so. No. You don't understand at all. Xianxia was anxious, and she only wanted Gu Chen to give up the idea of taking risks, even if it would hurt his pride. I know you're the Taoist of the celestial court, and you've even caused the stars in daytime, but that's not enough. You only have the great martial king battle physique, while Huangfu Qingming has the innate Dao constitution. The difference between a top-notch constitution and a top-notch constitution is far greater than you can imagine. I'll deal with him. Gu Chen was still stubborn. No. I don't want you to take the risk. You don't understand, I once plotted to kill Huangfu Qingming, and I watched him walk into the ghastly ruins with my own eyes, but in the end, he came out alive. Ji Lanchu said emotionally. This should be the reason why you gave up on resisting, right? Gu Chen said calmly. His impression of Ji Lanchu was that she was very stubborn, and she wouldn't easily admit defeat. This time, when they reunited in Luoyang, she actually had the idea of committing suicide, which had already caused him to be confused. Gu Chen, you don't know, but every time I think about the power of the Huangfu clan, I feel fear. The tears in Ji Lanchu's eyes finally flowed uncontrollably. You don't know, when I used my clone to lure Huangfu Qingming into the rumored ghastly ruins, I quickly lost contact with my clone. I thought that Huangfu Qingming would also die in there, but who would have thought that he would come back alive a few hours later? Do you know what he said after he came out and discovered my hiding spot? He said that he already knew that I wanted to harm him, but he believed that even the ghastly ruins couldn't stop his fortune, so he dared to barge in. In his complacency, he told me that Huangfu Wuji had found someone to bless him with a great fortune when he was still in his mother's womb. Since he was born, he was invincible, and with his fortune, nothing in the world could stop him. Gu Chen couldn't help but frown. Fortune is illusory, how can you believe him? No, you don't understand. Think about it, if it wasn't for the blessing of fortune, would the Huangfu clan possibly have two superb physiques? There are only 7 types of superb physiques that are known in the entire continent, and a few of them have vanished from the world a long time ago. Yet, the Huangfu clan actually has 2. How low is the probability of that? Huangfu Qingming is the type of person that could find a peerless technique even after falling off a cliff, and he possesses extremely great fortune. No matter how strong you are, how can you defeat such a person? Too many fortuitous encounters have occurred to him in these past few years. A single trip to the eastern wilderness was enough for an azure bull to take the initiative to acknowledge him as its master, and even that ominous curse was ineffective against him when he entered the ghastly ruins. Moreover, there's an even more terrifying Huangfu Wuji behind him. The strength of the Huangfu clan's fortune sometimes makes me have no choice but to wonder if the heavens have specially given birth to them for the sake of replacing our Central Territory's imperial family. Ji Lanchu cried like a pear blossom in the rain, pouring out all the fear in her heart to Gu Chen. No matter how strong she pretended to be, she was still just a young girl. At an age when she should have been naive, she had come into contact with the world of deception and deception. She had regarded the rise and fall of the royal family as her mission. Huangfu Wuji's formidable forces had already pressured her to the point she was almost unable to catch her breath, and after she witnessed Huangfu Qingming's karmic luck with her own 2 eyes, she finally gave up the thought of resisting. She was even able to come out of the ghost ruins alive, so how could she win against Huangfu Qingming? She knew very well that she could no longer resist the Huangfu clan. If she married the Huangfu clan according to the imperial family's plan, not only would she not be able to stop their ambitions, but it would also speed up the imperial family's destruction. She knew that her physique was special, and Huangfu Qingming only wanted her because of this. If she allowed him to get his way, then the threat of the imperial family would be even greater in the future. Therefore, she had to commit suicide before her wedding. This was the only way she could fight. Entering the secret land of 10,000 dragons to meet Gu Chen was her last wish. He was one of the few good and sincere things in her life. She just wanted to leave the first and last happiness to Gu Chen, but she didn't expect him to insist on fighting. His persistence made her flustered. She was afraid that something had happened to him, so she was at a loss. In the end, her emotions exploded. As he stared at the tears rolling down her beautiful face, Gu Chen now completely understood Ji Lanchu's feelings. He reached out and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. His usual cold and murderous eyes were filled with a rare gentleness. Gu Chen, promise me, okay? Don't take risks for me. Live well. Ji Lanchu's voice was choked with sobs. She was already prepared to die, so she was not afraid at all. However, when she thought that Gu Chen might die because of her, her heart was filled with fear. It turned out that liking someone would actually make one so fragile. Don't give yourself so much pressure. Leave everything to me, okay? Guchen said softly. Why don't you understand? Ji Lanchu cried. So what if he, Huangfu Qingming, is really a person with great karmic luck? He had luck, so I destroyed his luck. Since he has a Taoist physique, I'll destroy it. A cold light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He's not the only one who walked out of the ghastly ruins alive. So what if the Huangfu clan flourished for a time? We watched them build a vermilion building, we watched them entertain guests, and we watched them collapse. Every single word of Gu Chen's was sonorous and forceful, carrying with it a monstrous killing intent. Influenced by his emotions, Ji Lanchu calmed down a little. Snuggling in the arms of the person she liked gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Are you really not going to listen to me? She asked, choking with sobs. You should know that I have a blood feud with the Huangfu family. No matter what, I'll attack them when I return to Luoyang. Stop crying and give yourself another strand of hope. Allow me to sever the ill-fated relationship between you and Huangfu Qingming. Ji Lanchu was incomparably hesitant in her heart. She didn't want Gu Chen to take the risk, but Gu Chen's words clearly meant that he wanted to fight to the end with the Huangfu family. Since he had already made up his mind, rather than sullenly committing suicide, why not fight to the end with him? Even if they died, they had to die together. Then what do you plan to do? The Huangfu family is so powerful, and my imperial father is standing on their side. Even if you can use the celestial court, it's impossible for you to go against them head-on. Ji Lanchu regained her intelligence. I didn't have much of a clue about this matter, but your matter made me think it through. Gu Chen murmured, and a vein in his heart gradually became clear. Listen well, there's not much time left. We have to return before the heavenly worship ceremony ends. After we return, do as I say. In the square of the imperial city, 2 hours were almost up. The huge illusion of the Kunlun mirror was still floating in the air, and no one was seen coming out. Emperor Yanghong and the other members of the royal family were burning with anxiety, fearing that something might happen to Princess Lanchu. At this moment, in various parts of the 9 provinces, countless commoners also saw this scene through the water mirror stone. Although they didn't know what exactly happened, they were all discussing it. Did something happen to the national treasure? It won't affect the fate of Middle-earth, right? I didn't see Princess Lanchu. Will she be all right? The commoners were in fear. To them, the heavenly worship ceremony was an extremely sacred event. Now that something had happened, they were naturally worried that it might be an omen from the heavens. This is another omen. In some cities, the followers of the Desolate God sect in hemp clothes saw the situation and said excitedly. The star of misfortune, Chingu, who caused the stars in daytime, has also entered the 10,000 Dragons' secret ground. The royal family of Middle-earth invited a wolf into the house, which resulted in the punishment from the heavens. Only by killing the star of misfortune and worshipping the desolate god can the country be at peace and the weather be favorable. Such doomsday talk caused people to be even more anxious. Imperial Preceptor, Minister Huangfu, should we stop the operation of the water mirror stones array? On the square, Emperor Yanghong worriedly asked Shen Sudong and Huangfu Wuji. Today, something strange happened in the 10,000 Dragons' secret ground, and the little princess and the celestial court's Chen Gu had yet to come out. He was very worried that something might happen next. If something happened to the national treasure, the Kunlun mirror, and this matter was transmitted to all parts of the 9 provinces through real-time images, it would greatly shake the people's hearts, and at the same time, cause some illegal forces to become restless. Your Majesty, we mustn't do this. Shen Sudong immediately shook his head. Previously, all the commoners of the empire have already seen the abnormality of the Kunlun mirror. If we hastily shut off the water mirror stone now, it will cause even more panic. Huangfu Wuji's eyes flickered, and he also nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. If you shut off the water mirror stone now, outsiders will think that something big happened to the royal family, and it will inevitably be used by people with ill intentions. Hearing the 2 most trusted ministers say so, Emperor Yanghong could only let out a sigh. If we don't shut off the water mirror stone, when the time comes and Lanchu still hasn't come out, or if something strange happens to the Kunlun mirror, how am I going to explain it? Right now, he was not only worried about his daughter's life and death, but also the impact of the whole matter. Just when Shen Sudong was about to say a few words of comfort, a loud roar came from the Kunlun mirror in the void. For a moment, everyone in the square raised their heads. Buzz, amidst the raging wind and scudding clouds, 3 figures were sent out from the mirror and landed on the ground. Lan Chu. Emperor Yang Hong was pleasantly surprised, and he hurried forward. Many officials and guests also gathered around, looking curiously at Princess Lan Chu, as well as Gu Chen and the white ape who returned with her. What exactly happened in the 10,000 Dragons' secret ground? Emperor Yang Hong couldn't help but ask the moment he arrived in front of Princess Lan Chu. Imperial Father, I don't really understand what happened, but I seem to have obtained a fortuitous encounter. By now, Ji Lan Chu had completely recovered her former beauty and wisdom, and she said with a smile. Opportunity? Emperor Yang Hong was delighted to hear that. Tell me, what exactly happened? Ji Lan Chu secretly glanced at Gu Chen next to her and said according to the story she had discussed with Gu Chen previously. I had an epiphany in the 10,000 Dragons' secret place and felt some changes in my body. After that, a large number of dragons were attracted. After that, the 10,000 dragon tide broke out in advance. Countless golden dragons surrounded me, but they didn't attack me. Instead, they spat out dragon essence to help me cultivate. Princess Lan Chu's words made everyone excited. My God, the princess is indeed of the royal bloodline. The dragons in the 10,000 Dragons' secret place actually bowed to her. This is an auspicious sign, indicating that our Central Plains Empire will become more prosperous. Some of the officials who were good at flattery immediately spoke up. Emperor Yang Hong, however, was skeptical and said. He said, let me check. He put his hand on Princess Lan Chu's pulse, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the situation in her body. When he opened his eyes again, his face was full of surprise. Your physique is indeed much stronger than before. As they both had the Dragon Phoenix physique, he could clearly sense that his daughter had indeed had a great opportunity. At that moment, all his doubts were gone and turned into excitement. This is indeed an auspicious sign. You have such a fortuitous encounter, the heavens really bless our royal family. He smiled, and his eyes inadvertently fell on Gu Chen, but he couldn't help but frown. If things were really as Lan Chu said, then the 10,000 dragon tide broke out in advance could be explained. That was because of Princess Lan Chu's extraordinary talent. It was just that Princess Lan Chu was left behind by the Kunlun mirror because of her fortuitous encounter, but why did Qinggu of the Celestial Court come out only now? The Emperor's doubts were also the doubts of the officials and guests. Just now, a man and a woman came out alone, which caused some people to discuss in private. Especially the princess's fiancé, Huangfu Qingming, whose face was already extremely ugly. No matter what, this matter had to be clarified. Emperor Yang Hong then asked Princess Lan Chu. Father, young Master Chen saved me in the secret place. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had such a fortuitous encounter. He happened to be beside me when the dragons surrounded me. Perhaps that's why he came back late. Princess Lan Chu's explanation made sense. Some people couldn't help but nod, but there were others who had a strange look on their faces. They felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Emperor Yang Hong also felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, but there was no benefit in pursuing this matter further. He could only vaguely nod his head. I see. Thank you for saving my daughter. You're welcome, Your Majesty. Gu Chen smiled. Your Majesty, since the matter is clear, let's quickly inform the world of this matter. Shen Sudong hurriedly reminded. One must know that the grand sacrificial ceremony had already been delayed for some time. On the other side of the water mirror stone, countless commoners were waiting. At this moment, the Kunlun mirror had already disappeared from the void, and there were no longer any abnormalities. Since the princess had a fortuitous encounter, it was good news, and it should be announced to the world as soon as possible so that the people could be at ease. The imperial preceptor is right. Lan Chu, come with me. Emperor Yang Hong nodded and hurriedly brought Princess Lan Chu to the altar. Gu Chen stood on the spot, watching Ji Lan Chu walk to the altar, looking forward to what would happen next. He felt that many gazes were looking at him, and some of them were filled with murderous intent. However, he was expressionless and fearless. Something unexpected happened in the grand sacrificial ceremony today, but everyone need not worry. Emperor Yanghong faced the huge water mirror stone and smiled. His image appeared all over the land of the 9 prefectures, including the elegant and refined Princess Lanchu behind him. The reason why the Kunlun mirror had an abnormality today is because my youngest daughter, Lanchu, had a fortuitous encounter in the 10,000 Dragons secret ground. This is the fortune of our royal family, and also an auspicious sign. After Emperor Yanghong finished his explanation, the originally nervous commoners all over the land of the 9 prefectures heaved a sigh of relief, and their faces were filled with joy. An auspicious sign. If that was the case, the next 5 years would be peaceful and prosperous for the empire. Princess Lanchu. Princess Lanchu. For a moment, a large number of commoners in all the major cities in the land of the 9 prefectures were shouting the princess name, especially in the imperial capital, Luoyang. Under such circumstances, Emperor Yanghong was extremely gratified. Just as he was about to say a few more words to end this year's grand sacrificial ceremony, his daughter behind him spoke. "Father, I have something to say." Right now, Ji Lanchu was the center of attention. If she wanted to say something, Emperor Yanghong naturally had no reason to refuse. "Watch your words. Don't forget what kind of occasion this is." He gave up his seat to her, and at the same time, he used his divine sense to remind her. Ji Lanchu nodded and stood calmly on the high platform with a smile that could topple a nation. Other than the grand sacrificial ceremony today, there is actually another joyous event that I would like to share with everyone. Everyone should know that the engagement between me and the young master of the Huangfu clan has been set. After the ceremony, we will officially get married. Many of the guests on the square nodded. They already knew about this matter. And in various places in the land of the 9 prefectures, there were many commoners who did not know the news. Once they heard it, they all congratulated one after another. The young master of the Huangfu clan is no stranger to everyone. He is the publicly acknowledged genius of the land of the 9 prefectures, Huangfu Qingming. Ji Lanchu looked at Huangfu Qingming, who was standing on the square, and revealed a rare smile. Huangfu Qingming could not help but frown. He was not stupid. He knew very well that the little princess had never liked him. Why was she so enthusiastic about their engagement? Everyone thinks that Huangfu Qingming and I are well matched in terms of social status. I think so too. Ji Lanchu continued. Her words made Emperor Yanghong feel gratified. It seemed that his daughter had finally thought it through. The little princess must be talking nonsense. Everyone knows that she ran away from the wedding. If she really thinks that Huangfu Qingming is capable, why would she run away? Yeah, I heard that she eloped with someone. In various places in the land of the 9 prefectures, especially in Yuzhou, many commoners heard the princess' words and whispered. Everyone should know that I ran away from the marriage once some time ago. Princess Lanchu suddenly took the initiative to mention that she ran away from the marriage. This made Emperor Yanghong's heart tighten. He was afraid that she would say something out of line. The reason why I ran away from the marriage is not because I am dissatisfied with the marriage. In fact, Lanchu is still young and has too much hope for her marriage. She does not wish for it to be purely the orders of her parents. I hope that my future husband will treat me sincerely. I hope that he will be upright and use the best way to marry me. Princess Lanchu's explanation made many come to a sudden realization and expressed their understanding. After all, she was still a little girl. Of course, she would be a little rebellious and yearn for love. Lanchu has grown up. Emperor Yanghong sighed in his heart when he heard that. He was very clear that the reason why Lanchu ran away from the marriage was not because of this. But now that she said it, it was obvious that she wanted to save the royal family's face. Not only did he save the royal family's face, even Huangfu Qingming, who was maliciously ridiculed by the people for wearing a green hat, looked much better. He personally went to the eastern wilderness to look for Princess Lanchu. Apart from bringing back the princess, he also wanted to kill the rumored adulterer. But at that time, Princess Lanchu was alone, so the rumors were dispelled. Now, she explained in front of the world, which was equivalent to helping him save his face, sweeping away his previous bad mood. From the looks of it, this Ji Lanchu should be determined to marry him. She had just obtained a great fortune in the 10,000 Dragons secret ground, and after marrying him, that fortune would be equivalent to him, Huangfu Qingming. Thinking of this, he was even happier. Because of my stubbornness, it caused rumors to spread everywhere, causing Huangfu Qingming to be ridiculed by others for no reason. I hereby express my apologies to him. At this moment, through the water mirror stone, the people in the world saw Huangfu Qingming elegantly shaking his head, indicating that he didn't mind at all. But, young Master Huangfu, before the wedding, Lanchu still has a wish. I wonder if you are willing to help me fulfill it. Ji Lanchu pouted. Your Highness, what other wish do you have? At this moment, under the gazes of everyone present, Huangfu Qingming displayed a dignified and unrestrained appearance. Just like what I said before, Lanchu hopes that my future husband truly likes me and is willing to do anything for me. If he marries me so easily, Lanchu will inevitably worry that he won't cherish me in the future. Ji Lanchu was born with an outstanding beauty, and when she said such words, it was truly pitiful. Your Highness, you're exaggerating. I promise to use my life to protect you. Huangfu Qingming said seriously. Saying is always easier than doing. She replied. That's right, that's right. Even if he's a prodigy, Huangfu Qingming, it won't be that easy to marry our princess. In Luoyang City, a man said excitedly. The princess is still young, and has fantasies about love. She must be hoping to have an unforgettable memory before marriage, right? The young girls of the same age as Princess Lanchu were full of sympathy for her. They felt that she definitely didn't want to become a sacrifice for a political marriage. Then what does your Highness want me to do? Huangfu Qingming noticed that something was wrong at this moment, but Princess Lanchu had spoken in front of the entire world, so he had no choice but to express his opinion. I want to have a joust for a spouse. Princess Lanchu seemed to hesitate for a moment before she said, her voice echoing out. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Yang Hong's complexion changed. Huangfu Wuji, who was in the square, also frowned. I hope that my husband is an indomitable expert who can overcome all the difficulties and defeat all the competitors. He will come to marry me on a colorful cloud in front of the eyes of the public. Let's hold a martial arts competition for a spouse to the entire continent. If you want, give me such a romantic moment. Princess Lanchu looked towards Huangfu Qingming's direction. He thought that she was looking at him, but her gaze was actually on the white-robed youth in the corner. Huangfu Qingming's expression became frivolous. The princess had spoken like this to him in front of the entire world. If he refused, wouldn't it mean that he was timid in his heart? As the publicly acknowledged genius of the 9 continents, he had been blessed with karmic luck since a young age, and he believed that no one of the same age could compare to him. Although the joust for a spouse was troublesome and would prolong his wedding with the princess, how could he be afraid of any competitor, since she wanted a romantic moment? So what if he gave her one? Alright, I agree to the princess' request. The entire continent's joust for a spouse. Anyone of the same age can come. I, Huangfu Qingming, will surely defeat everyone and openly marry you. Huangfu Qingming spoke heroically, and as soon as he finished speaking, the entire Luoyang city went into an uproar. It wasn't just Luoyang City, all the other cities in the 9 continents were in an uproar as well, and they were extremely excited for the upcoming joust for a spouse. Fool! Huangfu Wuji's face sank, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Originally, he would be able to marry Princess Lanchu the next day, but it just so happened that Huangfu Qingming was provoked by the atmosphere and actually agreed to Princess Lanchu's request. After all, once he spoke in front of the entire world, it would be too late to go back on his word. Although he believed that his grandson wouldn't lose to anyone of the same age, it would be bad if any variables were to occur during this period of time. This matter might even affect his original plan. Princess Lanchu is truly formidable. She borrowed the might of the entire world to make it difficult for Huangfu Qingming to back down, and this joust for a spouse has been decided just like that. Under these circumstances, even if the emperor wants to object, it's impossible. She thought of this herself, and it was guided by an expert. The sickly scholar, Jiang Yu, muttered. Although he was young, he seemed to have seen through everything, and his gaze couldn't help but glance at Gu Chen, and he just happened to see the corners of Gu Chen's mouth curl up slightly. No matter how good the plan is, it still requires someone of the same age to defeat Huangfu Qingming. He has karmic luck on him. He couldn't help but sigh. Huangfu Qingming personally agreed to the joust for a spouse, and it was in front of the entire world, so when Emperor Yang Hong went on stage again, he could only helplessly announce that the wedding would be postponed and changed to a martial arts tournament. From his point of view, this was like a farce, and it was Lan Chu's final struggle before the wedding. He quickly discussed with the officials, and it was decided that all males below the age of 25 could come to the imperial capital to participate in the martial arts tournament. It would be held on the 15th of September, and the location would be the Empire's arena. And Huangfu Qingming, as the future son-in-law, only needed to appear in the finals. This was a small scheme played by Emperor Yang Hong, and he did his best to prevent any accidents from happening. Just like that, the heavenly worship ceremony came to a dramatic end, and the martial arts tournament became the hottest topic among the millions of commoners in Luoyang for the next few weeks. When the crowd dispersed, Gu Qian and Princess Lan Chu brushed past each other. "Leave the rest to me." As Gu Qian walked past, his voice was transmitted into Ji Lanchu's mind. "I believe in you." Ji Lanchu no longer had the despair from before, and she spoke gently and firmly. Gu Qian left the square, and while listening to the endless discussions about the martial arts tournament, he returned to the Shen residence with Shen Sudong. "State Preceptor, this junior still has to stay in the imperial capital for a few more days. I'm afraid that I will have to continue disturbing you," Gu Qian said politely. "Young Master Chen, you don't have to be so courteous. You can stay in my Shen residence for as long as you want." Shen Sudong smiled, and he looked at Gu Qian with a profound gaze. After he left, Gu Qian returned to his residence, and the Azure Qilin Azura walked out from the shadows. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beauty. "Are you planning to participate in the martial arts tournament?" he teased. "This is not only for Lan Chu, but also for my revenge plan. At the same time, I can complete the heavenly Thearcha's entrustment," Gu Qian said calmly. "Oh? What do you plan to do? It won't be as simple as defeating Huangfu Qingming, right?" The Azure Qilin Azura was incomparably curious. At this moment, Gu Qian's killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. "In this martial arts tournament, I will kill at every step until that Huangfu Wuji's reputation is ruined." Gu Qian's heart was like a ferocious tiger, sniffing the rose. As Princess Lan Chu's speech during the heavenly worship ceremony spread, the entire 9 provinces was in an uproar because of the martial arts tournament, 15th of September, the Empire's martial arts tournament for espouse. Since the 9th day of the 9th month, countless young male cultivators from all over the Central Plains set off on their journey to the imperial capital, Luoyang. Princess Lan Chu's beauty was unparalleled, and she was the most favored princess of the royal family. Even if her opponent was a prodigy of the generation, it still excited countless men. Who didn't want to make a name for themselves, who didn't want to become the emperor's son-in-law? With such thoughts in mind, the martial arts tournament attracted many young talents to sign up. Due to the long journey from all over the 9 provinces, the imperial court specially relaxed the deadline. The registration deadline was 2 days before the martial arts tournament, and the specific competition method was announced the day before the martial arts tournament. With such ample preparation time, it naturally attracted more competitors. It also attracted more busybodies to gather in the imperial capital, Luoyang. Every day, a large number of young cultivators would sign up for the Empire's martial arts tournament. Every day, carriages and spaceships from various forces would arrive in Luoyang to watch the martial arts tournament. Every day, the names of some geniuses would be mentioned in various restaurants and teahouses in Luoyang. It was said that they had also participated in the martial arts tournament. The lively atmosphere was even better than the heavenly worship ceremony. Topics about the martial arts tournament for espouse were constantly being discussed everywhere in the 9 provinces. The entire world was focused on Luoyang, 12th of September, True Martial Academy. Many flying ships were taking off from the academy, preparing to head to Luoyang. The martial arts tournament for espouse was already known to the world. The 2 academies had the most young geniuses, so when they heard the news, the reaction was the most intense. Many male students signed up for the martial arts tournament. Considering that the martial arts tournament would definitely be a high-level battle that was beneficial to the students' learning, the higher-ups of True Martial Academy arranged for a large number of spaceships to be led by some teachers to the imperial capital to watch the battle. Mu Ziyu was one of the teachers leading the team. At this moment, she came to Yi Qingshuang's residence, planning to persuade her to go to the imperial capital together. After the martial arts tournament, Yi Qingshuang had performed very well and was accepted as Vice Principal Qi's last disciple. As such, she became Mu Ziyu's junior sister. Naturally, Mu Ziyu was more concerned about her. Qingshuang, ever since the gathering ended, you have been training hard day and night. You should give yourself a break from time to time. Princess Lanchu is also Master's disciple in this joust for a spouse, so she can be considered as your senior sister. Master asked me to bring you along, saying that after the joust for a spouse ends, you can attend junior sister Lanchu's wedding and send your blessings. Mu Ziyu stood in front of Yi Qingshuang's door and explained the purpose of her visit. Senior sister Mu, I don't think females are allowed to participate in the groom search competition, right? After a while, Yi Qingshuang's voice came from the room. Of course not. Your senior sister Lanchu can't possibly marry a woman, right? Mu Ziyu burst into laughter. Since I can't sign up to participate, then I have no interest in this martial arts competition. Senior martial sister Mu, please bless senior martial sister Lanchu for me. Yi Qingshuang's refusal to go to the capital made Mu Ziyu feel helpless. These days, this junior sister had been training too hard. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as not enough. Master was also worried that something would happen to her, so he urged her to bring her along. If she didn't bring her along, she really couldn't be at ease. Qingshuang, although you can't participate in this competition, it is said that there are many experts there. It will be beneficial for you to go and watch the battles. Let's not talk about others. You know Demon King's son Jinming, right? He has already signed up for the competition. That Monkey King is interested in Princess Lanchu? Yi Qingshuang was immediately attracted. Of course not. The Demon King is a martial arts fanatic. When he heard that there will be a large number of experts appearing in the martial arts competition, and the final winner will be able to fight with Huangfu Qingming, he went to Luoyang without saying anything. Huangfu Qingming, in the room, Yi Qingshuang murmured and didn't reply for a while. Seeing that Yi Qingshuang still didn't relent, Mu Ziyu's heart moved and she gritted her teeth. Qingshuang, that Qinggu is also very likely to participate in the competition. As soon as this was said, Yi Qingshuang's pupils shrank. Now that we are all senior and junior sisters, there is no harm in me telling you. Back then, when Qinggu came to True Martial Academy, it was because of junior sister Lanchu's recommendation letter. Their relationship is not ordinary. Mu Ziyu said. Previously, when Qinggu was still in the academy, his relationship with Qingshuang was a little special. She believed that if she mentioned him, Qingshuang would want to go. Creak, Yi Qingshuang's door suddenly opened. Her reaction was so fast that it far exceeded Mu Ziyu's expectations. Senior sister Mu, you said that Qinggu will participate in the martial arts competition. Is this true? Her face was unprecedentedly serious. It should be, right? Didn't you pay attention to the heavenly worship ceremony? That Qinggu also entered the 10,000 Dragons secret land and came out with junior sister Lanchu. This martial arts competition came out of nowhere. I even suspect that Qinggu came up with an idea for junior sister Lanchu. He wants to have a martial arts competition to snatch the bride, Mu Ziyu said. Said Mu Ziyu. She had a deep friendship with junior sister Lanchu, so she could tell at a glance that something was amiss at the heaven-worshipping ceremony. She was looking forward to it. If things were really as she thought, how romantic it would be. Stand out from thousands of competitors, defeat a proud son of heaven, and marry a princess. This was a magnificent feat that could make a young girl's heart burst. In order to verify her conjecture, she took the initiative to lead the team to Luoyang to see if that Qinggu could really defy the heavens and reverse the marriage of the royal family. Seeing that Mu Ziyu's tone was firm, Yi Qingshuang took a deep breath. I understand, senior sister Mu. I will pack up and follow you to Luoyang. She agreed so straightforwardly that Mu Ziyu sighed in her heart. It seems that junior sister Yi really cares about that Qinggu. That Qinggu is really lucky. Both of my beautiful junior sisters have taken a fancy to him. Mu Ziyu thought in her heart, but she nodded on the surface. All right then. The flying ship will depart in an hour. She left very quickly. Yi Qingshuang raised her head and looked in the direction of the imperial capital Luoyang with an indescribably solemn expression. Martial arts competition for a spouse, against Huangfu Qingming. What exactly do you want to do? Could it be that you want to lay your cards on the table with the Huangfu clan? September 13th, at the Imperial Dueling Arena's registration office. There was only an hour left until the registration deadline. A handsome young man dressed in a black martial artist's attire arrived at this place. His black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He was tall and slender, and his temperament was profound. Once he arrived, the eyes of many young girls nearby lit up, and their hearts palpitated. "I'm here to register for the martial arts competition," he said coldly. The staff at the registration office nodded and took out a name list for him to register. The young man crossed his name on the name list and turned to leave. This person's appearance was too outstanding, and his temperament was also extraordinary. Under the curiosity of the staff, he could not help but look at his name. Gu Chen. "I've never heard of this name before," he said disapprovingly, but he did not know that this name was about to ignite the entire martial arts competition. September 14th, Imperial Palace, Political Chamber. Emperor Yanghong sat on the dragon throne. Shen Sudong, Huangfu Wuji, and the other officials were all present. In front of them, there was a mountain of names, all belonging to the cultivators who had signed up for the tournament. "Your Majesty, even though we have done a strict screening and eliminated 90% of the participants, the number of participants still far exceeds our estimates. According to this situation, if we use the usual sparring method, I'm afraid that even if we spend 3 months, it will still be difficult to end the tournament. In addition, from September 9th onwards, the number of cultivators entering the capital has increased rapidly. This has brought great pressure to the normal operations of the capital, as well as many unstable factors," the officials below reported. Emperor Yanghong frowned as he listened. The influence of this tournament had far exceeded his estimates. It had brought a lot of trouble to the imperial court. "Imperial Tutor Shen, Minister Huangfu, you've heard the problem. Do you have any good ideas?" he asked the 2 officials he valued the most. Huangfu Wuji's expression was indifferent as he spoke before Shen Sudong. "Your Majesty, there are too many cultivators entering the capital. We can strengthen the screening and prohibit a portion of them from entering the city. As for the security of the capital, if the city defense army is insufficient, the Sky Mirror Prefecture can send people to help. The most important thing is the rules of the tournament. If we use the traditional method, it will drag on for a long time. It will bring too much pressure to Luoyang. Thus, we need to simplify the rules." "Oh, what is your opinion?" "I suggest that we split all the participants into 5 large divisions. On the day of the tournament, we will use a free-for-all method. Only 1 person from each division can advance to the finals. These 5 people will then fight with my son Qingming to determine the final winner." Huangfu Wuji's eyes flickered as he explained his ideas in detail. When he finished, many of the officials revealed strange expressions. "Lord Huangfu, if we follow the rules you set, I'm afraid that many participants will feel that the tournament is unfair, right?" Shen Sudong spoke at this moment. One had to know that the number of participants had reached an astonishing number. If they were split into 5 large divisions, there would probably be more than 1,000 people in each division. If thousands of people fought in a free-for-all, and only 1 person emerged victorious, one could imagine how tragic the battle would be. No matter how talented a cultivator was, as long as his cultivation base didn't far surpass his peers, he would be covered in cuts and bruises after such a battle. Under such circumstances, even if they made it to the finals, their condition would definitely not be as good as before. On the other hand, because of Huangfu Qingming's special identity, he didn't have to participate in the preliminaries. At that time, he would be in peak condition, and the advantage he had when facing the other 5 would be too great. There is no absolute fairness in this world. In the face of Imperial Tutor Shen's doubt, Huangfu Wuji replied expressionlessly. "Your Majesty, although such a rule will lead to some rumors, it will allow the tournament to end as soon as possible and resolve the pressure Luoyang is facing. Moreover, this humble subject believes that Sun Qingming will not lose to anyone of his age. This meeting is a waste of time, and it is purely fulfilling a little girl's fantasy of Princess Lanqiu." Since that's the case, why should we waste too much energy on this? Huangfu Wuji's words caused some of the ministers to nod their heads, feeling that this matter was reasonable. The strength of the genius of heaven, Huangfu Qingming, was publicly acknowledged. Originally, this meeting was extremely unnecessary to them, and it would instead cause them endless trouble. The earlier it ended, the less worry. That's not right. Since we're holding a meeting, then it must be done fairly and openly, otherwise it'll be easy for others to gossip. Shen Sudong still wanted to refute, but he saw Emperor Yanghong waving his hand. Alright, Imperial Tutor, there's no need to say any more. Official Huangfu's words are reasonable, just do as he says. Emperor Yanghong wanted to end this meeting as soon as possible as well, so that the princess and the genius of the Huangfu clan could get married as soon as possible. Thus, he didn't consider the opinions of others. When Shen Sudong saw this, he could only helplessly not oppose anymore. On the same day, once the rules of the competition were decided, the imperial court immediately announced it to the public. At this moment, countless young cultivators had already gathered in Luoyang, and the moment they heard the rules of the competition, they instantly flared up. A battle royal among the 5 competition zones? Who set these rules? It's too unfair. Exactly. Even if one can win under these rules, it will surely be a rather miserable victory, and it's equivalent to sending Huangfu Qingming's head to the finals. Sigh, the imperial court is really biased. This meeting is completely gilding Huangfu Qingming's reputation, and we're just sacrificial lambs. All sorts of negative and dissatisfied discussions filled the contestants, but they were helpless. Tomorrow was the martial competition, and they could only quickly form alliances so that their chances of winning would be higher during the battle royal. This news also spread to the Shen estate and Gu Chen's ears at the first instant. This time, your chances of winning have greatly decreased. Huangfu Wuji is a schemer, and no matter how competent he is in his grandson, he still has to eliminate any accidents for him. Killing God Qinglin leaned against the wall and lazily looked at Gu Chen, curious as to how he was going to deal with this variable. I've long guessed that things wouldn't go as smoothly as I imagined, but to tamper with the rules, Huangfu Wuji really isn't afraid of the public's wrath. Gu Chen smiled coldly, this is even better. Very soon, I'll let him know what it means to have a fearful mouth. Oh, the people you asked me to arrange have already been scattered all over the imperial capital. The old Sky Emperor expresses his support for your plan. Killing God Qinglin's gaze turned somewhat sinister, but you brat, recently, I feel that I'm not like your Dao protector, but more like an errand boy. Gu Chen laughed involuntarily. Senior, don't take it to heart. You also know that I've been adjusting my condition to prepare for the battle. In my heart, I've always respected Senior. It's best. Killing God Qinglin snorted coldly. Huangfu clan's residence. Huangfu Wuji had just returned from the imperial palace. Why did you come to Luoyang? Just as he entered his study, his scarlet eyes glanced at the corner. It was unknown when a yellow-clothed man wearing a bamboo hat had stood there. Haha Jia, Lord God of the Underworld, Qingming is going to fight in the martial competition, how can I not come and take a look? After all, he's my proudest work. Man with a bamboo hat laughed sinisterly. Your attention shouldn't be on this now. Don't forget our plan. Huangfu Wuji's expression turned cold. Lord, don't worry. Everything has been prepared. After the martial competition ends, we can set off for that place at any time. Man with a bamboo hat said. Upon hearing his words, Huangfu Wuji's brows relaxed, and a rare smile even appeared on his face, which was usually unsmiling, appeared on his face. You've worked hard. His words would simply make people who were familiar with him feel flattered. Lord, there's no need to be so courteous. This is what this subordinate should do. However, this subordinate has just arrived at Luoyang and heard about the rules of the martial competition. I wonder what is Lord's intention. With Qingming's strength and his luck, even if he doesn't use these little tricks, he should be able to win, right? Man with a bamboo hat's pair of willow wisps flickered, filled with curiosity. Huangfu Wuji was silent for a moment before replying. There are some things that I'm very concerned about. I'm only doing this out of caution. Lord should have already seen the Chenggu who triggered the stars in daytime, right? Could it be because of him? The man with a bamboo hat guessed. I've more or less confirmed that kid's background. I admit that it's not easy for him to reach this stage, but in my eyes, all his actions are nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Huangfu Wuji sneered. Oh, from Lord's tone, it seems like it's really him. But since Lord doesn't care about him, why did you do this? The man with a bamboo hat asked. Qingming failed his body tempering in the 10,000 Dragons secret ground. Ever since he was born, he's been blessed with great luck, so his life has always been smooth. He has never encountered such a setback. Huangfu Wuji squinted his eyes. I'm a little concerned about this. Ever since he came back from the eastern wilderness, I've always felt that there's something strange about him. Oh? Is it because of this that Lord intentionally increased the difficulty of the martial competition to prevent Qingming from losing? That's right. Although Qingming isn't important in the whole plan, if he loses, it will affect our Huangfu family's prestige. Now that the difficulty of the martial competition has been increased, it's already impossible for anyone to cause trouble. Huangfu Wuji's expression was indifferent, as if everything was under his control. This subordinate understands. The man with the bamboo hat didn't ask any further. Since you've come to Luoyang, stay in the residence for a few days. Oh right, Qingming brought back a green bull from the eastern wilderness. I don't think it's simple. If there's a chance, help me take a look and see if there's anything wrong with it. Huangfu Wuji's heart moved. Understood. This subordinate will take his leave. The man with a bamboo hat laughed and disappeared from the study. Tomorrow was the martial competition. Tonight, Guchen was having dinner with his mother. After dinner, he didn't return to his room to cultivate as usual. Instead, he stayed and told his mother about his next plan. Once he decided to do it, it was bound to cause great waves and the Shen family would be affected accordingly. He needed to make sure that his mother supported him. When Guchen revealed everything, Shen Yushu only picked up the cup of tea in front of him and lightly took a sip. Chen, do you know what Huangfu Qingming means to Huangfu Wuji? Guchen pondered. He must have loved and valued his grandson a lot, right? Chen Yushu shook his head. Huangfu Wuji is a cold-blooded and emotionless person. To him, kinship isn't even worth mentioning. What does mother want to say? Guchen was puzzled. Huangfu Wuji had a total of 4 sons, namely, Yi, Ren, and Da. The reason why he named his son like that was because he had just entered the imperial court and the Huangfu clan was not powerful yet. He did so to show his humility. When Huangfu Qingming was born, his ambition had already gradually expanded, and he was named Qingming. The so-called Qingming means heaven. From the name, you can tell how much hope he had for Huangfu Qingming. When Guchen heard this, he couldn't help but nod. So it turns out that this name actually has such a deep meaning. In the current 9 provinces, everyone says that the Huangfu clan is a family of 2 heroes. The old one is Huangfu Wuji, and the young one is Huangfu Qingming. The 2 of them are actually the face of the Huangfu clan, where their prestige lies. So if you're able to defeat Huangfu Qingming in the martial competition this time, it will surely be a huge blow to the Huangfu clan's prestige. Huangfu Wuji has invested a lot of painstaking effort on Huangfu Qingming. If he fails, it will be more painful than a bunch of people from the Huangfu clan dying. Jin Yushu's eyes revealed a cold light as she spoke. Mother already knows your plan. Do whatever you want to do. Don't worry so much, mother will always support you. You just have to remember that once you start, you must defeat Huangfu Qingming and let Huangfu Wuji feel pain. At this moment, Jin Yushu was like an iron lady that killed decisively. When Guchen saw her like this, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. Truly, no one knows a son better than a mother. His mother's thoughts were exactly the same as his. Don't worry, mother. I won't let you down. Guchen promised seriously as a fierce light flashed within his eyes. What he wanted to do wasn't just to defeat Huangfu Qingming. In the martial competition tomorrow, I've been assigned to the second group and will be fighting in the afternoon. If mother has time, go watch the battle. It's getting late. I'll be going back first. The last trace of worry in Guchen's heart vanished as he stood up and spoke. Mother and little Chiu will go watch tomorrow. Jin Yushu lightly smiled as she replied. Guchen nodded and walked to the door. Right. Chen Yushu suddenly called out to him with a slightly curious expression. Did you participate in the martial competition this time purely to deal with the Huangfu clan? What's going on between you and that Princess Lanqiu? Gu Chen's expression became awkward. He didn't know why, but he recalled that unforgettable kiss in the 10,000 Dragons secret ground. Seeing Gu Chen's expression, Chen Yushu revealed an understanding look. Actually, you're not young anymore. You can consider marriage. I've seen Princess Lanqiu in the Water Mirror Stone. She is indeed an outstanding beauty. She's even more beautiful than your fiancé. My Gu clan only has one son in 3 generations. If you like, swish. Before Chen Yushu could finish her words, Gu Chen had already used the treading stars and moon steps and disappeared from the room. Gigi. White Ape was left behind and laughed heartily upon seeing this. The solemn atmosphere had been completely destroyed. Chen Yushu picked up little White Ape and rubbed its snow-white fur. Her eyes were filled with worry. Little guy, as a mother, I don't have the strength to truss a chicken. I can't help him with anything. I know that when he was most lonely and helpless, it was you who accompanied him. I will have to trouble you in the future. The martial arts competition this time is full of danger. You have to follow him closely. Chen Yushu said softly. Her words were filled with a mother's worry for her son. After White Ape heard this, he nodded his head as if he understood. Mother, really, saying such things at this time. Gu Chen returned to his residence with a wry smile at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow's martial competition could be said to be an official declaration of war against the entire Huangfu clan. His heart was actually very tense. But after being interrupted by his mother, the nervousness in his heart disappeared quite a bit. It's been more than a year. I've been fleeing from pursuit and hiding my identity for so long. I've finally reached this step. Gu Chen looked at the night sky outside the window and murmured. The sky was filled with stars. The stars only appeared at night. Just like him for the past year, he had always been hiding in the dark. However, he knew that not every star only appeared at night. There was a star called the sun. It would also shine and heat during the day, even covering all the other stars. After tomorrow, he would walk to a place of light. He would be as bright as the sun. 15th day of the 9th month. Ever since dawn, a huge crowd had gathered at the Empire's arena from all directions in Luoyang. By the time it was 7 in the morning, no less than 500,000 spectators had already flooded into the arena. The arena had a long history in Luoyang and even the Empire. It had always been the highest stage for cultivators to duel. Today was the joust for a spouse held by the imperial family of Middle-earth. Not only were there 500,000 spectators present, but there were also countless water mirror stones erected outside the arena in the imperial capital and the various cities of the 9 provinces. This event had attracted the attention of the entire world. The event was divided into 5 competition zones. As it was a free-for-all battle between 1,000 people, there would only be one match in the arena every half a day. The first competition zone would be held in the morning. At this moment, the huge circular spectator stands around the arena were already filled to the brim, and the number of people there was uncountable. The Empire's Emperor Yang Hong and a group of officials were present, and the dragon flag of the imperial family fluttered above the VIP stands. In the VIP stands, 3 beautiful figures stood out, attracting the attention of almost all the spectators. They were 3 outstanding beauties, and the one in the middle was the main character of this joust for a spouse, Princess Lanqiu. She was wearing a gorgeous palace dress, and she was like a fairy that had descended from the heavens. She made one feel ashamed of their inferiority, and they couldn't bring themselves to profane her. On her left was a young girl about the same age as her. She had fair skin and beautiful looks, but her temperament was a little cold. The girl on her right was clearly older than the other 2, but she was also a rare beauty with bright eyes and white teeth. With these 3 top-notch beauties sitting together, the hundreds of thousands of female spectators all paled in comparison. Looking at these 3 great beauties, the participants who entered the arena one after another were in high spirits, and they couldn't wait to perform well in front of these beauties. Why are Mu Ziyu and Yi Qingxuang here? In the crowd of ordinary spectator stands, Gu Chen saw the 3 girls from afar, and he was a little surprised. His match was in the afternoon, but he had come in the morning to see what his opponents were like. The match had not started yet, but he saw many familiar faces in the VIP stands, ordinary spectator stands, and even in the arena. Qi Zian, Chen Buqi, Li Wanjun, many students from the True Martial Academy and the Mystic Law Academy had come, which made Guchen feel funny. It hadn't been long since he left the True Martial Academy. He thought that it would be very difficult to see these people again. He didn't expect to meet them again in the imperial capital. Fellow Taoists from all over the world. Welcome to the imperial arena. A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out, spreading through the entire area and attracting Guchen's attention. The voice came from a tall platform at the edge of the arena. A rough man dressed in a grand red robe was agitated. His voice seemed to have a special magical power. The moment he opened his mouth, the entire audience of 500,000 went wild. It was the MC of the Empire's Colosseum, Pu Songling. He was in charge of introducing every match that took place here. The matches of the Empire's Colosseum had always been broadcast in real time through the water mirror stone. However, due to the limitation of the image, the audience in many places couldn't see the entire match clearly. Therefore, the MCs of the Colosseum came into being. They were in charge of introducing the matches. Usually, they had a very high vision and rich experience. They could explain every detail of the battle between experts clearly, which made the audience's blood boil. This Pu Songling was the top MC of the Empire's Colosseum. He had a very high reputation among the people who were passionate about the Colosseum. When he announced the official start of the tournament, it immediately attracted earth-shattering cheers. Amidst the cheers of the audience, thousands of contestants in the first division stepped into the arena from the 4 entrances. There are many experts in today's match. There are a total of 1,200 contestants in the first division. I believe everyone has heard of some of their names. Demonic Beast King Sun Jinming from the South Mountains. He has the bloodline of the Holy Ape. He just entered the 9 prefectures honor roll last year and has been advancing triumphantly. Now, he is ranked 25th. The youngest commander of the Empire's Heavenly Mirror Mansion, Yu Ping. He has been a famous king for many years. He is brave and good at fighting. Now, he is ranked 11th on the 9 prefectures honor roll. According to the betting outside the arena, these two are the most likely winners of the first division. However, the thousands of young talents who came from all over the 9 prefectures will definitely not allow them to win easily. Pu Si's high-pitched voice reverberated inside and outside the arena. He introduced the most famous contestants one by one. He even used a few simple words to provoke the audience, which made the audience's expectations for this tournament even higher. It's fine that the Demonic Beast King is here to join in the fun. I didn't expect him to have an opponent. Are the people from the Heavenly Mirror Mansion here to protect Huangfu Qingming? Guchen looked at the thousands of contestants in the arena. His purple polar eyes flickered, and he could roughly determine the strongest few people in the arena. The MC's standard was indeed very high. Under normal circumstances, the winner of the first division would definitely be one of these two. Guchen focused his attention on the two of them, and the competition soon began. Who would have thought that an unforeseen scene would appear at the very beginning? A large number of contestants gathered around the Demonic Beast King and Heavenly Mirror Mansion's Yu Ping, and all of them showed hostility towards them. Under the pressure of the 2 top rankers of the 9 prefectures honor roll, the thousands of contestants had a tacit understanding. They actually chose to face the enemy together and wanted to eliminate the strongest person first. This was the biggest drawback of a chaotic battle. There were no rules or fairness to speak of. No matter how strong one was, once he was targeted, he could still lose. Set up the formation. Heavenly Mirror Mansion's Yu Ping was surrounded, and he immediately shouted. Dozens of contestants rushed out from the crowd and quickly surrounded him, forming a triangular formation with him. Those were the elites of the Heavenly Mirror Mansion's younger generation. It was obvious that the Heavenly Mirror Mansion came prepared and wanted to send their own people to the finals. The Demonic Beast King Sun Jinming was not so lucky. He came alone and was immediately surrounded. A bunch of mobs. The Demonic Beast King was completely fearless. He brandished a long spear and charged forward. The chaotic battle that followed could be said to be intense and bloody. The Demonic Beast King killed his way in and out of a large number of opponents, his entire body covered in blood. On the other hand, although the people from the Heavenly Mirror Mansion were also under great pressure, they were much more relaxed than him. After close to 4 hours, this tragic chaotic battle finally came to an end. Only Sun Jinming and Yu Ping were left in the arena. Sun Jinming was already covered with cuts and bruises, and he was panting heavily, while Yu Ping was not much better off. The audience couldn't help but hold their breaths. The two of them were almost at the end of their ropes. It was likely that within the next 3 moves, the victor would be decided. This battle is too intense. To be able to survive a chaotic battle with thousands of cultivators and still stand, no matter who falls first, it will be an honorable defeat. Pu Si's loud voice reverberated throughout the arena, causing the audience to nod in agreement. Although they had guessed that the competition would be extremely cruel, it was still shocking to see it with their own eyes. The Demon King is ranked 25th on the 9 states reputation list. From today's battle, it is obvious that his ranking has been underestimated. He has rarely fought in the past half a year, so he is obviously much stronger than before. His opponent, Yu Ping, is ranked 11th on the reputation list. Furthermore, he has conserved most of his energy in the previous battle. His chances of winning this battle are obviously higher. As Pu Si commented, the Demon King suddenly flew into a rage and scolded in his direction. "Shut up, old son. Don't you find it annoying? I can't take it anymore." The Demon King was fully focused on the battle, but he kept hearing the voices outside the arena. He could no longer hold back his temper. With that, Pu Si fell silent awkwardly, while the audience roared with laughter. This Demon King of the Southern Mountains was a straightforward person. His strength and personality won him the support of many in the audience. A monkey will be a monkey. If you are not used to the human world, then scram back to your mountains and forests. Yu Ping sneered when he heard the Demon King's words. "What did you say?" The veins on the Demon King's forehead bulged. "Why, do you not understand human language?" Yu Ping mocked. Others might be afraid of the Southern Mountains Demon King, but he didn't care at all. He was one of the most outstanding youths in the Sky Mirror Prefecture. In this tournament, the elders of the Huangfu family had already promised that if he could help the young master eliminate some unnecessary opponents, the prefecture master's second son, Huangfu Yi, would accept him as his godson. That way, he would also be a member of the Huangfu family. As for this mere Demon King, he wouldn't take him seriously. After the intense battle just now, he could tell that this monkey was on his last legs. He was definitely no match for him. He had successfully boarded the Huangfu family's ship. He, how dare you look down on me? All of Sun Jinming's golden fur stood on end, and his eyes became bloodthirsty. His body, which was already on the brink of death, suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. His body rapidly expanded in a short period of time and finally turned into a giant golden ape, roaring at the sky. Ho! As he roared, a terrifying sound wave spread out. Countless spectators were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they covered their ears in panic. "The same divine ability as you?" In the audience, Guchen couldn't help but look at the white ape in astonishment. He didn't expect the Demon King to know the gigantification divine ability as well. Was this an ability that even the ape race possessed? The Demon King flew into a rage and transformed into a gigantic form, charging directly towards Yu Ping. The next scene was too horrible to look at. Yu Ping was sent flying with a kick, then grabbed by the Demon King's huge hand and smashed onto the ground with all his might. Bang! Bang! When the Demon King finished venting his anger, Yu Ping's body was already covered in blood. He was gasping for air and lying on the ground like a dead dog. As for the Demon King, he reverted back to his original appearance and fell from the sky, landing on the ground, unable to move. According to Gu Chen's knowledge, the gigantification divine ability consumed a lot of stamina. The Demon King was already at the end of his rope, and after using this divine ability, he would probably be in a period of weakness. The Demon King defeated Yu Ping, who was ranked 11th on the 9 provinces reputation list, causing the entire audience to cheer. Pu Si was so excited that she praised endlessly, thinking that the Demon King would definitely be able to enter the top 10 when the reputation list was released. However, even though he won, he was carried off the arena by a few demon race members. As for the other participants, their fates were also very miserable. Through the first division's competition, all the spectators deeply realized how difficult it was to walk to the end of the competition. Noon arrived, and the Grand Assembly was temporarily suspended. The arena was reorganized to prepare for the second division's competition in the afternoon. In the VIP seats, Princess Lanchu looked at the bloodstains on the arena that hadn't dried up yet, and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. I didn't expect that the battle would actually be so desperate. According to this situation, after a few matches, none of the participants would be able to advance unscathed. This is too advantageous for Huangfu Qingming, Mu Ziyu said hatefully at the side. She felt that the rules of the competition were too unfair. Princess Lanchu didn't respond. She was thinking about the competition that was coming in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Guchen was going to fight, and she was afraid that he would encounter the same situation as the Demon King. Under this kind of competition rules, even if he won the competition in the afternoon, how would he win when he encountered Huangfu Qingming in the finals? Junior Martial Sister Lanchu, is there something on your mind? Is it because that Chingu is going to participate in the competition? Are you worried about him? When Mu Ziyu saw Ji Lanchu's worried expression, she couldn't help but ask. She guessed that Chingu would participate in the competition. For this reason, she specially used her connections to find the name list of the Grand Assembly, wanting to know which match he would be fighting in. But the strange thing was that she actually didn't find his name, and there were no rumors in the imperial capital that he would participate in the competition. Otherwise, he would have become the hottest topic in this tournament, as he had recently triggered the stars in daytime and was now very famous. Although she didn't find his name, a woman's intuition told her that guy would definitely participate in the competition. When Senior Martial Sister Mu hit the nail on the head, Ji Lanchu's cheeks turned crimson. She had never told anyone about the matter that she liked Gu Chen and the agreement between them. She always felt ashamed to talk about it. Seeing that Ji Lanchu's face instantly turned red, Mu Ziyu was even more certain of her judgment. Yi Qingshuang didn't say much at the side. When she saw Ji Lanchu's reaction like a young girl yearning for love, her expression became somewhat complicated. That person used to be her fiancé. But now, he was going to fight for another woman. This time, Yi Qingshuang's mood was extremely complicated. On one hand, she was curious about what Guchen wanted to do. On the other hand, she was indescribably annoyed because he made such a big fuss for another woman. Senior Martial Sisters, I'm bored here. I'm going out to get some fresh air. She didn't want to listen to Mu Ziyu dig up gossip about the princess and Guchen anymore. She simply found an excuse to leave the VIP seats and walked out of the arena. Madam, hurry up. Young master's match is about to start. You little girl, it's still early. Don't be anxious. That won't do. We have to get a good seat. Yi Qingshuang had just walked out of the arena when she saw a man and a weird little servant girl walking in front of her. The two sides met face to face. Yi Qingshuang's expression was greatly shocked, and the two people were also surprised. Young lady Yi? Xiaoqiu's eyes widened. Xin Yushu, on the other hand, recovered after a slight shock and smiled indifferently. I didn't expect to meet you here. You also came to watch the martial arts tournament? Yi Qingshuang nodded silently. Seeing Xin Yushu again, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Once upon a time, Xin Yushu was Yi Qingshuang's future mother-in-law. In Tiannan City, when Yi Qingshuang was young, she had set this well-educated and reasonable woman as her goal. However, the world had changed, and the relationship between the Yi and Gu families was no longer harmonious. They even became like fire and water. At this point, they had already become strangers, and if they met again, it would be very awkward. We'll go in first. We'll talk later. As if seeing Yi Qingshuang's predicament, Xin Yushu smiled and pulled Xiaoqiu into the arena. Yi Qingshuang looked at the backs of the two and asked for some reason. Will he appear in the afternoon? Her voice was filled with indescribable emotions. Yes, he's coming back. Xin Yushu paused and sighed. Madam, what are you talking about? Hasn't young master been back for many days? Xiaoqiu's face was full of confusion. Xin Yushu rubbed Wu Shun's hair and walked into the arena with a smile. Yi Qingshuang stood alone in the crowd, and for some reason, she also smiled. In the afternoon, the competition in the second division began on time. fellow Taoists from all over the 9 states, welcome to the Empire's arena again. Let us give our warmest applause to the contestants in the second division. Pu Si's passionate voice sounded, and from all 4 entrances of the arena, 1,200 contestants walked into the arena. The audience was excited again. Even in the VIP seats, Emperor Yanghong and many officials were whispering to each other. I heard that many youths from the 4 sacred lands and 5 sacred sects have come for the competition in the afternoon. It's a pity that I only have one daughter. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to fight over her. Emperor Yanghong smiled proudly, proud of his daughter's charm. Beside him, Shen Sudong, Huangfu Wuji, and the crown prince were all there. Ji Lanchu turned a deaf ear to the discussion of her father and the officials. Her beautiful eyes stared nervously at the thousands of contestants entering the arena. She was looking for Gu Chen. Yi Qingxuang was the same. At this moment, she had almost forgotten everyone around her. On the contrary, Mu Ziyu, because she didn't know when Gu Chen would appear, looked around in boredom. Where is young master? Where is he? In the ordinary spectator seats, little Chou's line of sight was blocked by the people in front of him. He jumped up and down impatiently. Although Shen Yushu was much calmer, at this moment he could not help but be somewhat nervous. The second division in the afternoon is also filled with experts. Qing Zhou, ranked 45th on the 9 states reputation list. Gu Changming and Lu Xiaotao are ranked 73rd and 84th respectively. Although there aren't any experts like the Demon King and Yu Ping, there are a total of 8 geniuses on the Windcloud list. Apart from that, the most outstanding graduates of the 2 academies this year are from the 4 great holy lands and 5 great sage sects. Feng Jiuqian of the Glazed Light sect, Hong Tai of the Shantian sect, Chen Buqi of the Thousand Refinements sect. After these people were defeated by Chen Gu, the Taoist of the Celestial Court, they went to the Imperial City to participate in the martial arts tournament, intending to enter the 9 provinces reputation list. Pu Si enthusiastically introduced the famous geniuses among the participants. Just as he said, although there weren't any outstanding figures like the Demon King, there were more experts one level lower. With so many experts gathered in one place and engaged in a chaotic battle, the situation was destined to be more tragic than the previous round. Pu Si looked at the participants in the arena as he excitedly introduced them, using his glib tongue to push the atmosphere to a climax. Suddenly, he noticed a figure who had just entered the arena. It was a young man in a white robe with an extremely mediocre appearance. On his shoulder stood a snow-white monkey. Oh my God! Guess who I saw? His voice suddenly doubled in excitement, attracting everyone's attention. Who? Didn't the introduction of the experts in this round end? Could it be that Pu Si saw his long-lost father? Hundreds of thousands of spectators were discussing among themselves. Some of them were mocking his style of speaking. I saw Chen Gu, the Taoist of the Celestial Court, Chen Gu. Pu Si didn't keep them guessing. He pointed to a corner of the arena, feeling excited. He defeated 6 kings with a single palm when he just entered the king's realm, and triggered the stars in daytime when he broke through. The great king martial body, ranked on both the Dark Roll and the Windcloud Roll, the overlord of the Dark World. In the past year, he is fully deserving of being the most outstanding evildoer in 9 regions. He actually participated in the martial arts tournament. His voice was loud and sonorous, and his words were exaggerated, but the audience immediately became excited. Chen Gu? The overlord also participated in the martial arts tournament? Really? I've never heard of it before. This news came too suddenly, it was simply explosive. All the spectators looked in the direction Pu Si was pointing and saw the figure of Chen Gu. Is that the genius who triggered the stars in daytime? He actually participated in the martial arts tournament. This is going to be interesting. The spectators instantly cheered. Originally, they thought that there were no outstanding geniuses in this round, and they had bought the tickets at a loss. They didn't expect to receive such a surprise. Chen Gu, he really came. Mu Ziyu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she stared at Gu Chen in the arena. Ji Lanchu and Yi Qingxuang, who were next to her, were already staring at him. Ah, young master is so popular? Xiao Qiao, who was in the audience, was dumbfounded. She didn't expect her young master to be so famous. I didn't expect that the genius who triggered the stars in daytime would also come. Emperor Yanghong looked at Shinsudan with slight surprise. Master, why didn't I hear about this before? I'm afraid that Chingu signed up with an alias, right? Shinsudan hesitated. Huangfu Wuji, who was sitting next to him, looked a little gloomy at the moment. This battle is destined to be more exciting. Chingu the Overlord has only fought once since he stepped into the immortal level. His ability can be said to be unknown. Let us wait and see who will emerge victorious in the end. The battle begins now. As soon as Pusi finished her words, thousands of contestants moved at the same time. More than half of them directly rushed to where Guchen was. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The spectacle of stars appearing in broad daylight was so shocking that it made all the contestants regard Guchen as the most difficult enemy. They were trying to come up with the method they used to defeat the Demon King in the previous round, which was to defeat this formidable opponent first. Chengu. I didn't expect to meet you again in this arena. This time I'll definitely make you suffer. When Feng Jiuqian, Hong Tai, and the rest saw Guchen, new and old hatred surged in their hearts. They gathered hundreds of people and rushed to him together. This time, their helpers had increased by 10 or even 100 times. They wanted to see how powerful their opponent was. He had received a notice from the editor that the book would be published tomorrow. The book had been free for almost 4 months. Old Evil was under financial pressure, so it was impossible for him to keep the book free. After the book was published, he would work harder than before and strive to write a more exciting story so that he could live up to everyone's subscription support. There were a lot of suspense in the early stage of the book, such as the mystery of the ghastly ruins, the mystery of the white ape's origin, Huangfu Wuji's secret, the origin of the man with a bamboo hat. There were countless traps in Old Evil's mind, big and small. A more exciting world was about to be revealed to everyone. The enemy swept over like a torrent, but Guchen's expression did not change. When the first wave of supernatural powers and sorcery descended, he took a light step forward. He instantly disappeared on the spot, and in the next moment, he was already on the other side of the arena. Don't even think of running. Many experts spread out their divine senses and locked onto him almost instantly. They immediately chased after him again. Guchen took a mysterious step, twisting and turning in the countless encirclement and attacks. Not a single leaf touched his body, graceful and agile. Ah! The contestants in the second division are united against a common enemy, and they are all aiming their firepower at Chengu. Pusi explained excitedly. Needless to say, the audience had already noticed this scene. Whether it was the 8 experts on the honor roll or the top students of the 2 academies, they all chased after the white-robed figure. Sorcery was released, and Dharma treasures danced in the air. It was beautiful and dangerous. Guchen seemed to be walking on the tip of a knife, and he could fall at any moment under the human wave tactic. What is that kid planning to do? He's not attacking, and is just dodging everywhere. Muziu watched nervously. Every time there was a dazzling sorcery light appearing on the arena, she couldn't help but exclaim softly. Ji Lanchu's expression was already tense, and she subconsciously grabbed the hand of her female companion. According to the situation, even the genius who triggered the stars in daytime can only die under the encirclement of so many experts. Emperor Yanghong smiled and said to the officials beside him. The others nodded. For many of them, this was the first time they saw Chengu in action. They only saw him dodging everywhere, and he was not as powerful as the Demon King in the morning. Bathed in the wind, Guchen faced the omnipresent enemies like a fluttering butterfly, nimbly dodging. He gradually closed his eyes, and used his divine sense to sense all the enemies. There was an aura brewing and rising in his chest. Chaotic footsteps, the sound of sorcery tearing the sky, the shouts of enemies he knew and didn't know, all the sounds were immersed in his heart, stimulating every cell in his body. Ever since he had discussed with Lan Chu about the joust to find a spouse, he had been accumulating his aura for many days in preparation for today's battle. When Guchen felt that his aura had reached its peak under the encirclement of a large number of enemies, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Whoosh! 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 The crowd of cultivators immediately caught up to him and surrounded him in 3 layers. Chengu, you can't escape. Feng Jiuqian and the rest sneered. This mortal enemy was finally going to taste defeat under their siege. Run? I never thought of running away. Instead, I chased after it with all my might and finally arrived here. Gu Chen murmured with his eyes closed. Humph, I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. Chengu, you humiliated us last time. Today, we'll let you taste that kind of humiliation. Hong Tai said angrily. Together with a group of monarchs, they closed in on him. Last time? I'm not the same as I am now. Unfortunately, you're no longer qualified to be my opponent. Gu Chen murmured. Also, my name is not Chengu. My name is Gu Chen. Gu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. That gaze was like an overlord looking down on the common people. Kill. A large group of cultivators shouted and charged forward, but they saw Gu Chen's body suddenly erupt with an infinite amount of golden light, and a bone in his chest was dazzling. At the same time, a supreme, powerful, and peerlessly domineering aura swept through the entire arena like a storm. Boom, it was as if a violent gale had passed through. Be it the 8 experts on the wind cloud list, Hong Tai, Feng Jiuqian, or the others, who had been aggressive a moment ago, suddenly stopped moving in the next moment. The atmosphere in the arena fell into a strange silence. Then, after 3 breaths, with Gu Chen as the center, all the enemies spread out in a fan shape. Like straws, they fell down one by one. Thump, Hong Tai's eyes rolled back, and he fell down while foaming at the mouth. Thump, Feng Jiuqian fainted and fell head first to the ground. Thump. Thump. Thump, the 8 experts on the wind cloud list swayed, their eyes filled with disbelief. The next moment, they fell to the ground, unable to get up. In front of the 500,000 spectators, thousands of contestants fell down one after another mysteriously. After a short while, Gu Chen was the only one left standing in the arena. Like a king, he looked at everything coldly. The arena, which had been extremely noisy just a moment ago, had fallen into a deathly silence in the next moment. A large number of spectators were dumbfounded and looked at the arena in disbelief. What's going on? Most people did not know what had happened. They only saw a large group of contestants rushing toward Chengu from the celestial court, and then they all fell down one by one. It was as if an invisible force that they could not see had instantly defeated all the experts. That is, at this moment, countless big shots in the VIP seats stood up in unison. Emperor Yang Hong looked at the white-robed figure in the arena with a face full of shock, and then looked at Huangfu Wuji. Shin Sudong took a deep breath. Suddenly, he understood everything. Why the so-called great martial king physique could cause stars in daytime, and why that young man gave him a special feeling. At this moment, the one with the most interesting expression was none other than Huangfu Wuji. His face was extremely gloomy, and for the first time, his hands were trembling due to intense emotions. He actually dared to use that move in front of me. How dare he? Junior sister Lan Chu, that's that, right? Mu Ziyu's mouth was wide open, and her eyes were in a daze. How could it be? Gu Chen, he. Ji Lanchu covered her mouth, and her heart was inexplicably shocked. Only Yi Qingxuang had already expected this. Looking at Gu Chen in the arena, her mind recalled what happened more than a year ago. More than a year ago, in a small sect called Wuchen sect, that young man's divine ability had awakened, and he had also killed a large group of people like this, including her. However, those who were knocked unconscious at that time were, at best, small disciples of unknown third-rate sections. But now, those who had succumbed to that domineering aura were a large number of geniuses in the vast 9 regions. Yi Qingxuang remembered what she had heard in the academy. The geniuses in the words of the vast majority of people in this world were actually just ordinary geniuses. Their existence was only used to contrast those true geniuses, like green leaves decorating flowers. Being born in the same generation as those true geniuses was their greatest sorrow. Yi Qingxuang looked at the man in the arena, who had once made her hate him to the bone. She knew that it wasn't only the group of people who had been knocked unconscious, but also herself. His existence was like a bright sun, destined to cover all light. The stars weren't always hidden in the darkness, and at this moment, he had returned. He had walked out of the darkness and returned to the light. He was the brightest star, and was no longer the masked Chengu. His name was Gu Chen. The Empire's dojo fell into a dead silence for a long time. Not only the people in the dojo, but the people of the 9 prefectures who were watching the battle through the water mirror stone were also dumbfounded. In just an instant, the outcome of the battle had been decided. The geniuses who were the center of attention before the battle had been eliminated in such a tragic way. And how did the young man who was still standing in the arena do it? Compared to the tragedy in the first division, the result of the second division was more shocking. After a long silence, Pussy was the first to react. His loud voice spread across the entire arena, and through the sound transmitting array, it spread to all the major cities in the 9 prefectures. The Empire's dojo has welcomed the greatest miracle in its history today. Qinggu of the Celestial Court, no, he said his name is Gu Chen. Gu Chen has defeated thousands of heroes from all over the world in an instant and won the second division. I believe that everyone is very confused right now. What happened just now? Pussy pointed at the cultivators who were foaming at the mouth and lying on the ground in the huge dojo. The image of the water mirror stone also shifted to these people, allowing the audience to clearly see their miserable condition, and they could not help but gasp. This kind of innate aura of a king, this kind of powerful strength that can destroy thousands of soldiers and horses in an instant. That's right. I believe many people have thought of the same thing as me. This strength belongs to the innate domineering aura of Huangfu Wuji, the #1 war god of the Middle-earth Empire. The only physique that can possess such a domineering aura is the heavenly domineering bone, one of the 7 super physiques in the 9 prefectures. Overlord Qinggu, no, Overlord Gu Chen. The name of Overlord is indeed worthy of it. Pussy's speech was somewhat incoherent. It had been a long time since he hosted such a twist of the battle in the dojo. When his voice fell, many of the audience, who were still confused about the situation, burst into an uproar. Heavenly domineering bone. It turns out that Qinggu of the Celestial Court has such a physique. Is the great martial king combat physique a lie? Why does he have the same constitution as the war god? After the huge uproar, there was a huge question. The tyrannical ether bone had always been the exclusive symbol of the war god Huangfu Wuji. The entire Huangfu clan's emblem was even built on the tyrannical beast totem that was derived from the tyrannical bone. But now, another man with the tyrannical ether bone has appeared on the mainland. What's going on? At this moment, not only were countless ordinary spectators confused, but many big shots in the VIP seats were also excited. They could not help but recall some rumors. Huangfu Wuji was at the scene, and countless people were looking at him curiously. This made him, who had experienced countless storms and waves, feel extremely embarrassed for the first time. No one knew what was going on, but he knew better than anyone else. He had always buried the secret deep in his heart. That was the most disgraceful side of his life. It could be said that in the glorious life of the war god, that was a shadow that could never be dispelled, no matter how high he reached. As long as someone mentioned this disgraceful side of him, his perfect image would be challenged. But now, in front of everyone in the land of the 9 prefectures, someone displayed the innate domineering aura that only he knew. How dare he? How dare that brat be so presumptuous? Huangfu Wuji's heart was filled with anger. If he was not in front of so many people, his killing intent would have rushed out of his body. He had guessed what this brat would do after coming to the imperial capital, but he did not expect that he would take such an unconventional approach. Exposing his constitution in front of everyone would put that brat in danger, but he still did it regardless of everything. He knew that the reason why he did this was to slap himself in the face. This was just the beginning. Next, he would definitely do more earth-shattering things. Huangfu Wuji looked at the scene coldly. At this moment, the light and shadow on Gu Chen's face twisted, and he took the initiative to restore his handsome and extraordinary appearance. Seeing the face that was similar to Gu Yuan's when he was young, Huangfu Wuji's gaze became even more terrifying. Gu Chen stared at Huangfu Wuji coldly, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly as if he was provoking him. At this moment, sparks flew in all directions as their gazes met. Minister Huangfu, Emperor Yang Hong sensed the fluctuation in Huangfu Wuji's emotions and was about to speak. Your Majesty, this humble subject is not feeling well. I will take my leave first. Huangfu Wuji felt that everyone was staring at him. He did not want to answer any questions, so he left with an ice-cold expression. The competition in the second competition zone ended in an extremely short time, and the audience stood up and left the arena. Even though they did not get to see the spectacular battle of divine abilities, they still relished what they saw with their own eyes. That Qinggu, no, Gu Chen, what is his background? Is he related to the Huangfu clan? Countless questions lingered in the minds of the audience, and they gradually took root in their hearts. Gu Chen revealed his true appearance. He was tall and handsome, and he walked out of the arena unscathed. Wherever he went, he would definitely become the focus of everyone's gazes. Many big shots in the VIP seating area walked towards him, and the leaders of some major forces were also eager to make a move. They all wanted to find out the other party's background. When Gu Chen walked out of the arena, Shin Yushu and little Qiu were already waiting there. Mother, little Qiu, let's go. Gu Chen coldly glanced at the countless gazes around him and said. Wait a moment. At this moment, Shin Sudong walked over with large strides with a few members of the Shin clan. Gu Chen and the other two stopped in their tracks. Gu Chen looked coldly at his grandfather who was walking towards him. State Preceptor Shen, we have disturbed you for the past few days. From today onwards, my mother, son, and little Qiu will move out of the Shen estate. Gu Chen's tone was abnormally unfamiliar. Shin Sudong looked at that young face, and a complicated expression flashed across his brows. He called out to the other party and wanted to say something, but he forcefully swallowed his words. Old man understands. Take care of yourselves. He sighed and said. Gu Chen did not say anything else and turned to leave with his mother and little Qiu. Father, that brat is too much. No matter what, you are still his grandfather. Gu Chen's uncle, Shen Pungyuan, was somewhat angry. Even if they were not familiar with each other, they were still related by blood. That brat actually embarrassed an elder like this in public. He had previously thought that this brat was not bad and had received good food and drinks in the Shen estate. He did not expect that he was an ingrate. He has his own considerations for doing this. Shin Sudong was not angry at all. Instead, he sighed in his heart. That brat was probably drawing a clear line between himself and the Shen estate to avoid implicating them. This meant that what he was about to do next would be dangerous. Gu Chen walked to the street with his mother, followed by a large group of people, hesitating whether to go forward or not. At this time, everyone was shocked to find that wherever Gu Chen walked, there were suddenly more people around him. The white-robed assassins of the Celestial Court appeared out of nowhere, merged into the crowd, and walked on both sides of the Daoist. Many of those people wore golden masks, guarding Gu Chen and his mother, which made their expressions change. When did the assassins of the Celestial Court come? This group of people appeared and disappeared unpredictably, which made many forces afraid. Only then did they remember how extraordinary Gu Chen's identity was. The Daoist who had the heavenly tyrannical bone, most likely would be the heir of the Sky Emperor. A large group of heavenly court assassins followed Gu Chen and left as if there was no one around. Princess Lan Chu walked together with several female companions, looking at the figure of Gu Chen from afar. She did not go forward to talk to him, but just looked at him with a little infatuation, her heart full of expectation. Every time this kid makes a move, he subverts people's imagination. Mu Ziyu sighed. Originally, she thought that it was impossible for Gu Chen to defeat Huangfu Qingming in the martial arts tournament. There was a big gap between the two in terms of physique. However, the other party's physique was obviously not inferior to the born Taoism aptitude, which made the next match a little more suspenseful. She thought about it carefully. It seemed that every time she looked down on the other party, he would prove her wrong. Why does he have the heavenly tyrannical bone? What is going on? Mu Ziyu muttered. Yi Qingshuang was silent. She was one of the few people who knew the truth. On the street, two golden assassins walked beside Gu Chen, and one of them said. Gu Daoist, the residence has been arranged. According to the Sky Emperor's decree, a large number of assassins of the Celestial Court have entered the imperial capital, so there is no need to worry about safety. Brother Yang, you and I have known each other for so long, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me Gu Chen. Gu Chen said. The two gold-ranked assassins in front of him were the siblings Yang Jue and Yang Zhen. According to his request, they were transferred over by the Celestial Court. This time, the imperial capital was destined to be turbulent. He hoped that there were trustworthy people around him, so Yang Jue came over. Times are different now. The rules of the Celestial Court cannot be abolished. Yang Jue smiled, still maintaining some respect. Yang Zhen, who was next to him, had a particularly deep impression of the words "times are different from the past," especially after she personally witnessed Gu Chen's magnificent feat of instantly killing everyone present. Gu Daozi, according to your request, our people have already been scattered throughout the city. Should we start spreading the news now? Yang Zhen said proactively, wanting to perform well in front of Gu Chen. Today, after the other party displayed his top-notch tyrannical ether bone physique, there was almost no doubt that he would be the next celestial emperor. The old celestial emperor was already old, and in a few years, he might ascend to that supreme position. She had to seize this opportunity to curry favor with him. Yes, the seeds of doubt have been planted in everyone's hearts. The plan can begin now. Gu Chen smiled coldly. He quickly brought his mother to the mansion that the celestial court had arranged for him. The entire mansion was covered in tight defensive arrays, and there were also countless assassins from the celestial court around. That night, when everyone was discussing the news of another possessor of the tyrannical ether bone that had just appeared in the day, a series of shocking inside stories about the Huangfu clan were quickly spread throughout the city under the organization of some people. The Huangfu clan looks dignified, but in reality, they are extremely ugly. Huangfu Wuji betrayed his friends and stole his good friend's tyrannical bone to obtain his current status. On the surface, Huangfu Wuji is the empire's war god and a modest gentleman, but in reality, he is the notorious underworld god of the Underworld God Palace. The Underworld God Palace has been collecting extreme Taoist organs from all over the continent, committing all kinds of heinous crimes, and causing countless massacres of sects and clans. A series of shocking inside stories were quickly spread in the imperial capital Luoyang through jade scrolls and word of mouth, detailing the 9 major crimes of the Huangfu clan. The information was so detailed that it was unprecedented. It made people feel that the possibility of it being fake was extremely low. For a moment, the entire imperial capital Luoyang was boiling. How could the war god Huangfu Wuji be such a despicable and shameless person? This is purely a rumor to defame him. Some hardcore supporters of the war god said angrily. The information in the Jade Scrolls is clear and logical, so it's unlikely to be fake. Especially the matter about the tyrannical ether bone, you've seen it today, so it's very likely to be true. Because Gu Chen's tyrannical ether bone had appeared in the day, the reliability of the information at night was extremely high. For a moment, it was a huge blow to the high and mighty image of the war god Huangfu Wuji. Late that night, the Huangfu clan held an emergency clan meeting, and all the important members of the clan gathered. Damn it! The remnants of the Gu clan are here. He actually dares to go around spreading rumors to defame our Huangfu clan's image. He really deserves to die. A group of second and third generation disciples of the Huangfu clan were extremely angry. When they went out tonight, they felt that they could barely raise their heads. The Huangfu clan had painstakingly built up their reputation in the imperial capital for dozens of years, and with great difficulty, they finally had the prestige and grandeur of a large clan. But because of tonight's inside story, their image had suddenly fallen, and this was only one night. When the remnants of the Gu clan continued to appear in the martial arts competition, the topic of these secrets would become more and more popular, and the reputation of the Huangfu clan would suffer a huge blow. This made the group of people anxious. It was very difficult to build up a clan's image, but it was very easy to destroy it. The remnants of the Gu clan were too impudent. In my opinion, we should immediately send people to kill the remnants of the Gu clan and snatch back our tyrannical ether bone. Huangfu Wuji's third son, Huangfu Ren, said with a fierce expression. Can we kill them? The other party is now a Taoist of the Celestial Court, and there are countless experts in the open and in the dark where he lives, and he even has a death god protecting him. The price to pay to kill him is very high, and this is the imperial capital. If we can't kill him in one go, others will think that the rumors are all true, and it will be even more disadvantageous to our Huangfu clan. Huangfu Yi immediately refuted. Then what should we do now? Let the rumors that are disadvantageous to our Huangfu clan spread everywhere? You must know that the other party gathered information from who knows where, and those things are all true. Once someone diligently investigates, they will be able to determine the truth very quickly. A few elders of the clan were flustered and exasperated. Normally, the Huangfu clan was so mighty, and no one dared to provoke them like this. Alright, all of you shut up. Huangfu Wuji sat on the main seat, and as he listened to the group of people making a ruckus, he felt irritated and said coldly. As soon as he opened his mouth, no one dared to speak again. It's just some baseless rumors. The other party just made a move, and you guys can't sit still anymore? Huangfu Wuji was furious in his heart, and he felt that his group of descendants were all a bunch of trash. He had painstakingly fought for this territory, and if it was handed over to this group of people in the future, wouldn't it be wasted very quickly? Man with a bamboo hat, you know everything. What do you think? The hall quietened down. Huangfu Wuji looked towards the shadows and asked. Lord, in my opinion, those rumors about the Huangfu clan are insignificant. They are merely the gossip of the commoners. Is it important what the commoners think of the Huangfu clan? How much of a threat can they pose to the Huangfu clan? At most, they will just lose some of their image. At most, we will wait for the limelight to blow over and then guide the public opinion. In any case, the commoners are the easiest to deceive. Haha, Jia. Man with a bamboo hat smiled disapprovingly. Many of the Huangfu clan's disciples nodded in agreement. This was indeed the case. They only thought about how they had lost face, but after thinking about it carefully, the actual loss wasn't that great. Compared to the public opinion in the capital, Lord should be more concerned about the attitudes of the various forces. Actually, the most terrible thing that the other party exposed is the underworld god palace. Especially the matter of us hunting down the possessors of extreme organs. This matter touches on the sensitive interests of the various forces. The reason why that Guchen mobilized the Celestial Court to expose this matter isn't to disgust the Huangfu clan, but to make the Huangfu clan the enemy of the various forces. Man with a bamboo hat's analysis was extremely reasonable, causing the Huangfu clan's disciples to become nervous. The Huangfu clan now had the Sky Mirror Prefecture and the Underworld God Palace in the dark. It could be said that they were extremely powerful. But if they offended all the forces, it would still be extremely dangerous. All these years, I've built up from scratch and stepped on the blood of countless people. The various forces of the 9 provinces have always viewed me as an enemy. What's there to be afraid of? Huangfu Wuji replied indifferently. He didn't care about those people. Haha, with Lord's abilities, you naturally don't care about them. However, that Guchen obviously came prepared. I'm afraid that he won't stop here. He will make more moves later. Moreover, Lord, don't forget that our plan is about to succeed. It won't be good if any accidents happen now. Man with a bamboo hat's subtle reminder caused Huangfu Wuji's pupils to contract. Compared to everything else, the plan that was about to succeed was the most important. In that case, in order to prevent any accidents, this matter must be handled properly. Grandfather, why do you care about a mere remnant of the Gu family? Meanwhile, Huangfu Qingming walked in with large strides from outside the hall, and his eyes glowed with a ferocious light. When Huangfu Wuji saw his grandson, his expression eased up quite a bit. Compared to the others in the hall, this grandson was the one he valued the most. None of the Huangfu clan's second-generation disciples were promising, and although there were many third-generation disciples, only Huangfu Qingming made him the most satisfied. He had spent a lot of effort on him, and he was undoubtedly the next successor of the Huangfu clan. Qingming, do you have any ideas? Huangfu Wuji asked. It's very simple. Didn't that Gu clan survivor advance to the finals? When it's time for the finals, I'll kill him and be done with it. Huangfu Qingming sneered. The opponent is the Tyrant Firmament Bone. Are you confident? Huangfu Wuji asked indifferently. Humph, Grandpa, I admit that your mighty heavenly bone is indeed powerful, but my born Taoism aptitude is not bad either. I'm proficient in all kinds of spells, and I have luck on me. How can a barbarian from the eastern wilderness compare to me? I'll let him know what despair is, and I'll make him regret appearing in front of the Huangfu clan. I'll peel off his skin, cut off all the flesh on his body, take out his Tyrant Firmament Bone, and personally hand it to you, Grandpa. Huangfu Qingming said proudly, and his words were filled with confidence. Everyone in the Huangfu clan was excited when they heard this. That's right, no matter how arrogant the Gu clan survivor was, he would definitely die when he met Qingming in the finals. I understand. Prepare for the finals well. All of you can leave now. Huangfu Wuji didn't feel much joy, and he asked everyone, including Huangfu Qingming, to leave the hall. In the end, only the man with a bamboo hat was left. Qingming is young and impetuous, and he only thinks of using force to solve problems. In terms of wisdom, he's obviously inferior to that Gu clan survivor. In your opinion, how should we deal with him? Huangfu Wuji said. Haha, I'm afraid that Gu Chen's target is you. Although I don't know what he's planning, if he wants to overthrow the Huangfu clan, he can't do it alone. This should be the intention of the Arch of the Celestial Court. You mean that the old fart of the Celestial Court might make use of this opportunity to make a move? Huangfu Wuji frowned deeply. I'm afraid that's a possibility. After all, our underworld god palace has only been developing for a few decades, and we're already a threat to the Celestial Court. The man with a bamboo hat nodded. That old fart has been holed up in the Heavenly Palace for so many years. If he casually makes a move in his current state, he should be greatly injured. Why would he take such a risk? Previously, the Taoist of the Celestial Court, Xianxia, investigated us, and I suspect that the Celestial Arch already knows about our relationship with the Underworld Tower. The man with a bamboo hat's eyes flickered. If that's the case, then it's no wonder. Huangfu Wuji's pupils shrank. In your opinion, if I were to duel with that old fart now, what are the chances of me winning? The man with a bamboo hat pondered for a moment. The Celestial Arch has lived for 9,000 years, and he has mastered the Celestial Thearch's Time Fist. He also has the Time Stone and the Heavenly Scripture. With your current strength, even if you can win against him, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. Huangfu Wuji grinned coldly. You're too polite. If that old fart fights me with the determination to die, I will definitely die. But it's impossible for him to do that. He cherishes his life more than anyone else. The man with a bamboo hat laughed strangely. No matter what that Gu clan's remnant wants to do, we can't give the Celestial Arch a reason to make a move, especially at this juncture. I'm guessing that old fart's main goal is to test my strength, and not to have a life and death struggle. Think of a way to force that Gu Chen to withdraw from the conference. That way, no matter what scheme he has, it will all fail. Huangfu Wuji said. Sir, that brat is bent on kicking you off your pedestal. If you want him to withdraw from the conference, I'm afraid you can only rely on the emperor. Huangfu Wuji's heart stirred. I understand what you mean. On the second day of the tournament, the matches in the 3rd and 4th divisions were in full swing. After the shocking battle in the 2nd division, the battles in the 3rd and 4th divisions returned to normal. The battles were in a stalemate and tragic. But today, apart from watching the matches, the audience was also discussing the news that shocked the whole of Luoyang last night. Even in the VIP seats, there were many big shots discussing about the Huangfu clan. As for Huangfu Wuji, he wasn't present today. Huangfu De, why didn't your father come today? Emperor Yang Hong asked out of concern. Reporting to your majesty, my father isn't feeling well. Huangfu De said hesitantly. Oh? If that's the case, then I'll go see him later. Emperor Yang Hong immediately showed his concern for his most important official. Shen Sudong frowned slightly when he saw the scene. Huangfu Wuji was the god of war. What a joke, how could he be ill? It was even more impossible that he didn't want to be there because of the rumors yesterday. He wasn't someone with such a fragile heart. There was most likely something fishy going on. After a whole day of competition, Emperor Yang Hong went to the Huangfu clan as expected. All these years, he had always attached great importance to this god of war and viewed him as his right-hand man. Now that he was ill, he naturally had to show his benevolent side. After returning from the Huangfu residence, Emperor Yang Hong flew into a rage and immediately summoned the imperial preceptor and the crown prince. This martial arts competition is for the imperial family to choose a son-in-law, not for the Celestial Court's daozi to stir up trouble. There are rumors everywhere in the city and a large number of assassins from the Celestial Court have infiltrated Luoyang. What are they trying to do? Do they think that the 9 provinces are not my territory? Emperor Yang Hong seemed to have heard something from Huangfu Wuji that made him angry at Gu Chen. Many officials looked at each other. Before the finals, find a reason to eliminate that Gu Chen. Emperor Yang Hong quickly gave the order. Imperial father, please reconsider. Crown Prince Xiaophang's expression changed when he heard this. Your Majesty, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Eliminating that Guchen hastily isn't a good idea, right? Shen Sudong also hesitated. As for the other officials, they all maintained their silence as their eyes flickered. From this, they could smell the scent of scheming and plotting against each other. It was likely that there was an intense struggle between a few major forces in this matter. Those people weren't people that ordinary officials like them could afford to offend. The best choice was to remain silent. I've made up my mind. Imperial Preceptor Shen, the results of the 5 competition zones will be out tomorrow. I'll have to trouble you to find a suitable excuse to eliminate that Guchen. Don't let him spoil the atmosphere of a martial arts competition. Emperor Yanhong flicked his sleeves and left, leaving the Crown Prince with an ugly expression. Crown Prince Xiaophang immediately left the palace and went to Guchen's residence. For the entire day, Guchen did not go to watch the competition. Instead, he quietly cultivated in his residence, adjusting his condition and preparing for the finals. When the Crown Prince visited and informed him that the Emperor intended to eliminate him from the finals, Guchen's expression sank. The Crown Prince had the intention to cooperate with the Celestial Court, and Guchen had already told him the truth a few days ago. Both parties had officially joined hands to suppress the Huangfu family. Everything was planned by Guchen, and participating in the finals to fight against Huangfu Qingming was the most important part. Never would he have imagined that Huangfu Wuji would actually be cautious to this extent, not even giving him the chance to participate in the finals, and instigating Emperor Yanhong to eliminate him. This matter had deviated from his plan, causing him to be in a terrible mood. When he had his men expose the dark side of the Huangfu clan to the public, this joust for a spouse had already changed. It had become a game between the Celestial Court and the Huangfu clan. Now that he was defeated before the battle had even begun, it was a huge blow to him. Kid, what's wrong? Did you encounter a problem? When Guchen and the Crown Prince were discussing what to do and were at their wits' end, the green Qilin Azura appeared. Guchen nodded his head solemnly. The old Celestial Emperor had already predicted that things wouldn't go so smoothly, so he had sent external help for you. The green Qilin Azura smiled. External help? Who is it? Guchen was stunned. Come out. As soon as the green Qilin Azura finished speaking, a figure walked into the courtyard. This person was wearing a strange mask with black and white stripes on it, and he was wearing the robe of a Taoist of the Celestial Court. Xianxia? Guchen looked at the other party in shock. This person was clearly a Taoist of the Celestial Court, and he had seen the other 2 Taoists before, except for the missing Xianxia. Brother Gu, I've heard a lot about you. I heard that you spent a lot of effort to find me, and you even helped me vent my anger on the Underworld God Palace. Thank you so much. Xianxia took the initiative to extend his hand. Why are you here? Didn't you go missing? Guchen was surprised. I went missing previously because I was ambushed by the Underworld God Guard, Jialan, and needed to recuperate. After that, I found an important clue about the Underworld God Palace and followed it, which was why I lost contact. Xianxia explained. Guchen wasn't too interested in his encounter, so he went straight to the point. How are you going to help me in my current situation? Xianxia smiled. Emperor Yanhong didn't want you to participate because he was afraid that the Celestial Court and the Huangfu clan would fight, which would harm his royal family's interests. When the Crown Prince saw Xianxia being so direct, he looked slightly embarrassed. The solution is actually very simple. Brother Gu, you've already done half of it. Xianxia seemed to be implying something. Brother Jiang, what do you mean? Guchen frowned. Brother Gu, you spread the Huangfu clan's secret everywhere to isolate the Huangfu clan, right? We'll build on this foundation and get the major forces to support you in the war. Guchen pondered. The information I spread might make the major forces wary of the Huangfu clan, but it won't make them stand on my side and offend the Huangfu clan. Guchen's information came from many sources. Some came from the Celestial Court, and some came from Ji Lanchu. It was because this information was true that the Huangfu clan's image took a huge hit. However, that was all. At most, the major forces would be wary of the Huangfu clan, but they wouldn't stand on his side. If they were willing to stand on his side, it might be possible to uproot the Huangfu clan. I have even more important information here. It's enough to make the major forces want to kill the Huangfu clan. Jiang Yi's words were shocking. What kind of information? Gu Chen was shocked. The Underworld God Palace and Acheron Tower are working together in the dark. Their relationship isn't ordinary. When Jiang Yi spoke, Gu Chen and the Crown Prince's expressions changed. The Underworld God Palace and Acheron Tower were one of the three major dark forces on the continent, and their strength was about the same. If these two organizations worked together, it would be equivalent to ruling over 2/3 of the Dark World. If that was really the case, how powerful would Huangfu Wuji's forces be? This explosive news was enough to make all the major forces in the land of the 9 prefectures feel the same way. Is this true? Do you have any proof? Gu Chen took a deep breath. I've been investigating the cases of people with special physiques going missing in the land, and I discovered this during my investigation. The Underworld God Palace and Acheron Tower have been working together to capture people with special physiques. Even the elite disciples of some major sects are no exception. Because this kind of cooperation is only carried out between the higher-ups of both sides, even the middle and lower-level killers don't know about it, so we have been kept in the dark. They create all kinds of accidents so that the sects that lost their disciples don't know it was them. And after getting the target's organ, they use it to cultivate the priests, and then use these priests to infiltrate the various forces. This has seriously harmed the interests of the major forces. Do you think they won't want to kill the Huangfu family after knowing about this? Gu Chen believed Jiang Yi's words. He remembered the correspondence between Jiang Yi and Yi Qingshuang. In his letters to Yi Qingshuang, he mentioned these things intermittently, but he didn't understand it at that time, but now it was clear. Gu Chen had seen the 2 priests, He Fangjing and Yao Yufei, with his own eyes. He didn't know if the Huangfu family realized the evil nature of this matter, but it had given the major forces a reason to join forces with the Celestial Court. What should we do next? Gu Chen knew that Jiang Yi must have a specific plan to meet him. The Sky Sea Pavilion owes you a favor, right, Brother Gu? Jiang Yi asked. Sort of. Gu Chen nodded. He had exposed Zhao Yufei's true identity. If the Sky Sea Pavilion did as he said, they should be sure that their Holy Virgin was a spy from the Nether God Palace, and they would know that they owed him a favor. The pavilion master of the Sky Sea Pavilion is also in the capital. She has good personal relationships with many of the higher-ups of the 2 schools, 3 families, 4 holy lands, and 5 sacred sects. As long as she can gather the big shots of these forces, leave the rest to me. I will fight for an alliance for you, Brother Gu. You only need to focus on preparing for the battle. Jiang Yi answered calmly. Okay, I understand. The next day, the results of the competition in the 5th division were released, and the 5 people who advanced to the finals were finally confirmed. They would join forces with Huangfu Qingming to compete for the final victory, and the winner would be able to marry Princess Lan Chu. In the palace, Emperor Yang Hong saw the list of advanced contestants. State Preceptor Shen, have you thought of a reason to eliminate that Gu Chen? Emperor Yang Hong held a red brush in his hand, preparing to cross off Gu Chen's name from the promotion list. Shen Sudong hesitated. At this moment. Father, please wait. The Crown Prince strode into the palace and presented a memorial to the throne with both hands. What happened? Emperor Yang Hong frowned. He took the memorial and read it. His expression kept changing. The 4 sacred grounds of South Flower, Langia, Dubhe, and True Jade, and the 5 sacred sects of Thousand Refinements, Glazed Light, Dark Heaven, Divine Wood, and Sky Sea Pavilion. The leaders of the 9 great factions of Middle-earth have actually jointly guaranteed that Gu Chen will enter the finals? Emperor Yang Hong seriously read the memorial several times, but he still did not dare to believe the contents. The hearts of the 4 holy lands and the 5 sacred sects had never been united, but today, they were all speaking for one person, and that person had once beaten the descendants of the holy lands and sacred sects so badly that they had to search for their teeth on the ground. This matter was truly too inconceivable, causing him to be unable to digest it for a moment. After a long time, he finally accepted the truth. His gaze became complicated. The 9 great factions had jointly spoken. Even if he was the ruler of a country, he had to pay attention to their opinions. But he was somewhat unwilling to obey because of coercion. "Zai Feng, what do you think we should do about this?" he asked the crown prince weakly. "Reporting to father, I feel that we should let Guchen continue to participate." The crown prince replied decisively. "You are the future emperor. You should know that this matter is not ordinary. It is no longer a simple marriage contest." Emperor Yanghong sighed. "Father, that is the grudge between Guchen and the Huangfu clan. It has nothing to do with us." The crown prince replied. "Nothing to do with us," Emperor Yanghong murmured. In this situation, too many factions had been implicated. The best choice for the royal family was indeed to stand by and do nothing. "Let's do as you say." Emperor Yanghong compromised. Bang! Huangfu Wuji smashed the table in front of him with a palm. A terrifying aura constantly overflowed from his body. He had not been so angry for many years. But today, he was forced to lose his composure. He had an informant in the imperial palace. He had just received a shocking news from the emperor. "My lord, please calm down." The man with a bamboo hat calmly said. "How can I calm down? Other than the 2 academies and the 3 clans, who do not participate in conflicts between factions, the 4 holy lands and the 5 great saint sects are actually going against me. They have clearly joined forces with the celestial court. This time, my Huangfu clan has been isolated in the imperial capital." Huangfu Wuji had never felt so emotional before. Ever since the Gu clan's remnants appeared, he found himself in this situation more and more often. He admitted that he had underestimated him. He did not expect that he could actually join forces with the 9 great factions to deal with him. The current situation was very clear. The Huangfu clan was besieged on all sides. If they were not careful, the foundation that they had painstakingly built up for decades would be destroyed. The 9 great factions' support for the Celestial Court is indeed surprising. But the Celestial Court is, after all, an underground faction. Their alliance cannot be that firm. With Milord's strength, even if the 9 great factions wanted to do something, they would have to be cautious. Right now, they are only supporting that Guchen to participate in the tournament. They have not directly shed all pretense of cordiality with the Huangfu clan. In this subordinate's opinion, the key is still in the upcoming finals. In the upcoming finals, as long as Jingming can defeat that Guchen, then the Huangfu clan's prestige will still be there. The 9 great factions that are ready to make trouble will also stop. The man with the bamboo hat's words were reasonable. Huangfu Wuji also realized how important the upcoming finals were. After going around in a big circle, this final battle was still unavoidable. The next day, the finals of the martial arts tournament arrived. The victors of the 5 competition zones and Huangfu Qingming stood together in the arena. Today's competition would be based on drawing lots. They would fight one by one and eliminate one by one until the champion was born. Guchen was still dressed in a white robe today. However, he had revealed his true appearance. He was tall and valiant, and even when he stood beside Huangfu Qingming, who possessed a peerless beauty, he wasn't the slightest bit inferior. It was even to the extent that Huangfu Qingming's appearance leaned towards the feminine side, like a woman, whereas he had a bit more of a man's masculinity and unswerving determination. Besides the 2 of them, the Demon King and the others were present as well. The 6 great geniuses were gathered in one place. The spectators discussed incessantly, and the majority of the topics were focused on Guchen and Huangfu Qingming. During these 2 days, the rumors and slanders about the Huangfu clan had become more and more intense, and even Huangfu Qingming's proud genius image had been slightly affected. Moreover, the enmity between Guchen and the Huangfu clan was even more well known. What kind of sparks would these 2 peerless geniuses who possessed superb physiques collide in the martial arts tournament was what the spectators were looking forward to the most. The competition was still hosted by Pu Si as he solemnly announced. Today's battle will be conducted by drawing lots. In order to be fair, Princess Lanchu will be the one to draw lots. With that said, Princess Lanchu stood up from the VIP seating area. Today, her hair was like a waterfall without any makeup, and her face was flawless. She wore a noble long dress, showing off her elegant figure. With a few steps, she had already arrived at the martial arts arena and appeared in front of the 6 participants. Looking at the princess from such a close distance, her temperament was like an orchid in an empty valley, causing one to have a heart that could not be profaned. After today, this woman will be mine. Huangfu Qingming sneered in his heart. He had always thought highly of himself and believed that only a few people with beautiful looks and noble bloodlines were worthy of him in this world. And this Ji Lanchu was one of them. He was very satisfied with all aspects of her, especially her physique, which could help him improve further. Gu Chen also looked at Princess Lanchu with a faint smile on his face. Your Highness, please draw lots. Pu Si handed over the lottery box. The box was completely opaque and was even equipped with a divine sense restriction. There were a total of 6 lots with the names of the 6 participants written on them. Princess Lanchu nodded and casually drew 2 lots. First battle, Zhou Wenjue against Chu He. She drew 2 more. Second battle, Gu Chen against Mu Tianxi. Third battle, Sun Jinming against Huangfu Qingming. The order of the competition was out, and Pu Si asked Princess Lanchu in a slightly mocking tone. Your Highness, one of these 6 will become your husband. Do you have anything to say to them? Or is there one that you are especially satisfied with? This question was also what the audience was curious about, and they all started to make a ruckus. Ji Lanchu smiled without saying a word and walked towards the 6 participants. Instantly, their eyes revealed a look of anticipation. She directly walked past Zhou Wenjue, Chu He, and the Demon King, and stopped in front of the youth named Mu Tianxi. Senior brother Mu, why do you have to get involved in this mess? She said softly. Junior sister Lanchu, I've liked you since I was still in the True Martial Arts Academy. Naturally, I have to give it a try in this martial arts competition no matter what. Mu Tianxi seemed to be from the Azure Wood Manor and was related to Mu Ziyu by blood. He was speaking extremely seriously. My heart already belongs to someone. Ji Lanchu rejected him directly. Are you Huangfu Qingming? Mu Tianxi's face turned ugly for a moment. Ji Lanchu didn't reply and walked towards Huangfu Qingming and Gu Chen. A smile hung on Huangfu Qingming's face when he saw her walking over. No matter what happened between him and Ji Lanchu, it seemed that she had chosen him in the end. After all, he was the only one who was worthy of her. Under Huangfu Qingming's smiling gaze, Ji Lanchu directly passed him and actually stopped in front of Gu Chen. Then, a scene that shocked the entire audience appeared. They saw Ji Lanchu abandon the restraint of a young girl and gently hug Gu Chen. You have to win. She whispered into Gu Chen's ear as her face blushed. For a princess of a country to do such a thing in front of so many people required immense courage. Just from this point alone, it was obvious that Princess Lanchu was the one in her heart. Hua, the hundreds of thousands of spectators were in an uproar as the clamor shook the heavens. Emperor Yan Hong nearly stood up on the spot. Crown Prince Jizafeng was also dumbfounded. This Gu Chen originally believed that his participation in the martial arts competition was purely to deal with the Huangfu family. When did he end up tricking his sister away? Heavens, Princess Lanchu has made her choice. Pu Si subconsciously blurted out. She never expected that the cultured Princess Lanchu would have such courage. A large number of female spectators screamed. With their rich imagination, they quickly guessed the reason for the joust for a spouse. They were extremely excited. To challenge the prodigies of the 9 provinces for love, the tyrant actually had such a gentle side. All the males in the audience cast envious and jealous gazes at Gu Chen, while some were convinced. As for the females, they were looking forward to the beautiful future. Huangfu Qingming, who was next to Gu Chen, had the ugliest expression on his face. He had seen Princess Lanchu throw herself into another man's arms with his own eyes. His eyes had turned red and his body was trembling with extreme anger. Last night, his grandfather called him over and told him about the current situation the Huangfu family was facing. When he found out that the Huangfu family was being forced into a corner by a surviving member of the Gu family, his desire to kill Gu Chen was already extremely strong. And right before his eyes, his fiancée was actually snatched away by him openly, causing new hatred and old hatred to surge in his heart. I must kill him, I must kill him. His expression became ferocious. The members of the Huangfu family in the audience, including Huangfu Wuji himself, were all embarrassed. Princess Lanchu only gave him a light hug, then she recovered her shyness and returned to the VIP seating area. but because of this hug, the outcome of the match changed. The first match, Zhou Wenjue against Chu He. Pu Si announced the start of the first match. At this moment, the two participants revealed a bitter smile. We forfeit. In the first 2 days of the competition, they fought intensely with over 1,000 participants and only emerged victorious when they were on the verge of exhaustion. Originally, they hadn't recovered much of their condition today, and there were countless hidden injuries in their bodies. It seemed like it was impossible for them to win. Just now, they saw that Princess Lanchu already had her Mr. Right, so they felt that it was even more meaningless and decided to forfeit. All right. Pu Si looked at the two of them sympathetically. She could understand their feelings. To be honest, the majority of the audience today wasn't here to watch them. He was happy that their match would end earlier. Because even he himself was looking forward to the later matches. The withdrawal of the two participants did not cause much of a stir. When it was Gu Chen's turn, the entire audience cast looks of anticipation. Overlord Gu Chen was the victor of the second battle zone, but he had used his terrifying Khanate dominance to suppress all the experts present. Today, his opponent was a publicly recognized genius of the Azure Wood Manor. It was unknown if he could win as easily as before. Mu Tianxi's outline resembled Mu Ziyu's, and he could be considered a pretty boy. His body exuded the fragrance of plants, and as he looked at Gu Chen, his eyes burned with fighting spirit. I never expected that junior sister Lanchu would like you. He said coldly. Since you know that, why don't you fulfill her wish and forfeit this match? Gu Chen answered calmly. He was only considering his battle with Huangfu Qingming. As for the others, it was best if he could finish them quickly. How can I let you get junior sister Lanchu so easily? Mu Tianxi clearly did not admit defeat as easily as the previous participants. His body emitted a resplendent green light. Mu Tianxi's figure disappeared from where he stood. He seemed to blend into the forest, making it impossible to determine his exact location. It looks like you have expended quite a bit of energy in the battle from before. Such a defensive strategy was clearly beyond his abilities. Gu Chen determined that his opponent was likely like the previous contestants. He was not in a good state. A purple beam flashed in his eyes as he extended his perception outwards in search of his opponent's figure. If he did not find his opponent, it would be a protracted battle. It would be disadvantageous to the subsequent battles. However, it was unknown if it was because the Azure Wood Manor's techniques were powerful or if Mu Tianxi's physique was extraordinary, but even Gu Chen's purple extreme eyes could not find his opponent. Mu Tianxi had completely fused with the forest. Then, he used the rich power of wood to attack Gu Chen crazily. Gu Chen dodged using the traversing stars carrying moon steps as he pondered on how to deal with his enemy. Mu Tianxi was very strong, probably on par with a demon king at his peak. Therefore, his Khanate dominance was not very effective against such an enemy. The reason why he could instantly stun the audience in the previous match was partly because his opponent's strength was several levels weaker than the demon king's, and also because he had been preparing for the match for many days. His aura had risen to its peak. He needed to use another method to deal with Mu Tianxi. Mu Tianxi used the power of the forest and began a frenzied attack. The entire arena seemed to be stirred by a green hurricane. Many members of the audience looked at Gu Chen and could not help but break out into a cold sweat for him. How was he to win if he did not even know where his enemy was hiding? Indeed, none of the people who could enter the finals were simple. After dodging a few waves of vine attacks, Gu Chen had an idea. Fire counters wood. Since I don't know where you are, I'll burn them all. Gu Chen was expressionless as he raised his hand. It was broad daylight with the blazing sun high in the sky. Pfft. Pfft. It was as though a golden crow had spread its wings from the distant sun. It traversed the endless void and landed in Gu Chen's hand, transforming into true solar fire, blazing heaven incinerating palm. Gu Chen struck down at the arena with his palm, boom, the terrifying golden flames engulfed the entire green forest. Wherever the golden flames went, all the plants were burned to ashes. It's useless. My Mu clan's secret art is endless growth. Even if the sea of trees is burned down, it will recover in the blink of an eye. On the VIP seats, Mu Ziyu shook her head. The person on the stage was her cousin, and she knew his strength very well. That's not necessarily true. There's a type of flame that can grow without end. Ji Lanchu shook her head and dampened his enthusiasm. You mean? Mu Ziyu looked at the scene again and saw that after the sea of trees was burned down, it was indeed as she had expected. It quickly sprouted roots and was full of vitality, but the flames were even more terrifying. As soon as new trees grew, the flames immediately pounced on them and destroyed them in the blink of an eye. The flames seemed endless, and the speed of their destruction was faster than the speed at which the trees could regrow. True sun fire. Extremely high temperature. Endless. It won't stop until it burns the target. Mu Ziyu also recognized the origin of the flame and took a deep breath. That brat Guchen really had a lot of secret arts on him. That true sun fire was even more terrifying than the dragon phoenix true fire of the Middle-earth royal family. Once Gu Chen's true sun fire appeared, the area of the sea of trees shrank rapidly, and soon, Mu Tianxi's true form was revealed. His figure was in a sorry state, and he was fleeing left and right under the true sun fire. It was obvious that he did not have much room to retaliate. The might of the true sun fire caused a large number of spectators to suck in a breath of cold air. Even Huangfu Qingming's gaze turned sinister. I admit defeat. In the end, Mu Tianxi was forced into a corner by the sea of flames and could only unwillingly admit defeat. If his body was at its peak, he would even dare to fight against the true sun fire. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Seeing that he had won the match, Gu Chen flicked his sleeve, and the surging true sun fire dissipated between heaven and earth. Being able to control the power of the true fire of heaven and earth with such ease caused countless cultivators to have a higher evaluation of him. Gu Chen got off the stage and brushed past the Demon King who was about to compete. Don't force yourself. After all, they were friends, so he kindly reminded. He had personally witnessed the Demon King's battle that day. In such a short period of time, the Demon King's condition had definitely not recovered yet. Don't worry. After I, old son, deal with the Huangfu clan's grandson, I'll come and fight with you. I won't snatch your wife, you just have to accompany me to fight to my heart's content. The Demon King's fighting spirit was still high, and his belligerent nature would never change no matter what. Alright, it's a deal. Gu Chen laughed involuntarily and silently blessed the Demon King. The Demon King went up the stage, and Huangfu Qingming also walked up the stage. He looked at the other party with a cold expression. Demon King Sun Jinming, I know you. When that Gu Chen broke through to the monarch realm, you were the one who protected him, right? Huangfu Qingming's eyes were abnormally cold, and the corner of his mouth rose into a cruel smile. I protected my brother, what does it have to do with you? The Demon King raised his eyebrows and drew out the spear he carried with him. Nothing, I just want to beat you into a dead monkey. A surging and terrifying aura erupted from Huangfu Qingming's body, and all the essence energy in the world seemed to have merged with him at this moment. A moment later, the Demon King fell heavily on the ground. His entire body was covered in blood, and even his vision was blurred. On the other hand, Huangfu Qingming didn't seem to have many injuries, and he mocked coldly. A monkey will always be a monkey, too weak. Shut up. The Demon King had obviously fallen down, but he still struggled to support his body to stand up, and his eyes were still burning with a fierce battle intent. The hundreds of thousands of spectators couldn't bear to watch. In the battle earlier, the Demon King fell down 5 times, and he stood up all 5 times. He was obviously in an extremely bad state before participating in this battle, but he still refused to admit defeat. Even if he fell down again and again, he still forced himself to stand up, as if nothing could bend his spine. Gu Chen stood far away, and he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly as he watched the Demon King stubbornly stand up. That Huangfu Qingming humiliated the Demon King in the battle, and his attacks were extremely ruthless. If it wasn't for the Demon King's tyrannical physique, his life might be in danger. He was very clear that the reason why the other party treated the Demon King like this was because of him, but he couldn't make a move to help, because the Demon King was still fighting. The Demon King was arrogant by nature, and he would never admit defeat, nor would he allow others to interfere in his battle. Gu Chen wanted to make a move earlier, but he was stopped by him. Under this sort of situation, even if the judge announced that he lost, it wouldn't do. Only when he couldn't stand up, then everything would be considered to have ended. Seeing the Demon King forcefully stand up again, the corners of Huangfu Qingming's mouth revealed a sinister smile. Go to hell. He raised a hand, and a rainbow-colored light sword appeared out of thin air and shot towards the Demon King. Roar! The Demon King roared furiously, and he tried to break through his limits and enlarge again. Unfortunately, his stamina was already insufficient, and not only did he fail, he directly fainted. Seeing the Demon King faint, Huangfu Qingming's light sword didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and it shot out even faster instead. It came like the wind and was as fast as lightning. This sword was awe-inspiring. The unconscious Demon King didn't have any strength to resist, but Huangfu Qingming still wanted to kill him. Clang! In an instant, a white-robed figure blocked in front of the Demon King and blocked the attack with a sinister black saber. You finally rolled down. The killing intent on Huangfu Qingming's face intensified. He's already unconscious, but you still want to kill him. Gu Chen's voice was exceptionally cold. At this moment, a few demons from Nanling had already rushed over to check on the Demon King's injuries. At the same time, they looked at Huangfu Wuji with eyes filled with anger. He deserves to die with such weak strength. This world follows the law of the jungle. Huangfu Qingming said in disdain. You with the surname Huangfu, if it wasn't for my boss's heavy injuries, how could you be so arrogant? Nanling demon race will remember today's debt. We will definitely repay you in the future. A few demons gritted their teeth. There's no need to wait for the future. We can take revenge today. Huangfu Qingming was extremely arrogant. He casually raised his hand and dozens of ice swords whizzed out towards the few demons. The few demons' expressions changed. They were merely the Demon King's underlings. Even their boss had lost. How could they be a match for a prodigy? At the crucial moment, Gu Chen casually slashed with his whale-slaying saber. A black saber arc flashed and all the ice swords turned into ice shards. Take brother son away and let him recuperate. Gu Chen said to the few demons. He then turned to look at Huangfu Qingming with cold eyes. After the Demon King was sent away, only Gu Chen and Huangfu Qingming were left in the arena. Pussy said excitedly. It's finally here. This is the most anticipated battle. On one side is the publicly acknowledged prodigy of the 9 provinces. On the other side is the newly risen overlord. This is a fated battle. The moment his voice landed, the hundreds of thousands of spectators were excited for this battle. In the VIP seating area, Ji Lanchu's expression became very nervous. Ever since the discussion in the 10,000 Dragons secret ground, Gu Chen's plan had finally reached this step. She knew very well how much effort the other party had put into this situation, and she also knew that he himself did not have the confidence to win. Huangfu Qingming was too formidable as he'd broken through to the King realm several years earlier than Gu Chen. No one was able to accurately estimate how formidable his current strength was. Under the fervent discussion of the audience, Gu Chen and Huangfu Qingming stood in confrontation. His voice suddenly rose and spread throughout the entire arena. The grievances between my Gu clan and the Huangfu clan should be settled today. You just said that you deserve to die because your strength is too weak. Why don't we have a battle? Regardless of victory or defeat, it's all about life and death. Only life and death mattered. He seemed to have hidden these words for a long time. When he said them, a cold wind blew through the entire arena. It was a murderous aura so strong that it could distort the magnetic field. Usually, it would only appear on the body of a top-notch assassin. Gu Chen didn't intend to let Huangfu Qingming survive this battle at all. He wanted to kill his most beloved grandson in front of Huangfu Wuji. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience went silent for a moment before they burst into even louder cheers. There was no such thing as making a big deal out of it. The audience did not care about who lived or died, as long as the battle was exciting. That's exactly what I wanted. Huangfu Qingming replied very straightforwardly. This battle wasn't as simple as a groom search competition, but someone wanted to suppress his Huangfu clan. And this Gu Chen was that sharp blade. But so what? He would prove to everyone in the open and in the shadows that his Huangfu clan wouldn't weaken, and they couldn't afford to offend him. Once the sharp blade was broken, those people would stop. Seeing both sides agree to a life and death battle, Pussy couldn't help but look at Emperor Yang Hong, who was on the VIP area. After all, this was a groom search competition. It was fine if he accidentally used too much force during the battle and died, but it was unreasonable to decide on a life-and-death battle before the battle even started. Your Majesty, this matter has a great impact. You should think thrice. Shen Sudong admonished. Emperor Yang Hong had an expressionless face. This is their business. Since both sides have agreed, then let them be. Emperor Yang Hong had already decided that the imperial family would maintain a neutral position between the two sides so as to avoid attracting trouble. He nodded to Pu Si, and Pu Si knew what was going on. Alright, since both sides have decided on a life-and-death battle, then it'll be done according to the rules of the arena. Activate 10 layers of protection arrays. Only those who are alive can leave the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, rays of light soared up from all directions of the arena, enveloping Gu Chen and Huangfu Qingming within. Under the 10 layers of defensive formations, no matter how big the commotion of the battle within was, it would be difficult for it to affect the outside. At the same time, it would be extremely difficult for the people outside to interfere with the battle. The instant the defensive formations were activated, the two people within the arena moved at the same time. Gu Chen had a blood feud and had been waiting for this battle for a long time, whereas Huangfu Qingming had the hatred of stealing his wife, so he was similarly eager to make a move. Innate Unity Qi. Huangfu Qingming's hair fluttered as his Dao physique glowed, and the surrounding energy of heaven and earth seemed as if it was boiling, transforming into waves that pushed towards Gu Chen. The Dao physique was innately close to all the energy of heaven and earth, and it was able to cause the energy of heaven and earth to repel the enemy, allowing one to be at the right place at the right time. Gu Chen's face was expressionless as the ether tyrant bone in his chest emitted a dazzling golden light. Bang, innate domineering aura swept out, and it was peerlessly overbearing. So what if the entire heaven and earth repelled him? This overbearing energy was sufficient to obliterate everything. Gu Chen raised the whale-slaying blade and slashed out a blade light that was hundreds of meters long towards Huangfu Qingming. Swoosh. Huangfu Qingming instantly vanished on the spot, and in terms of speed, he wasn't much slower than Gu Chen's moon-striding steps. He was proficient in the art of wind movement, and coupled with the compatibility between the Dao physique and wind energy, he was able to achieve returning to simplicity in nature, and his speed was raised to the extreme. He'd practically fled to the edge of the arena, and he seemed as if he didn't intend to fight head-on with Gu Chen. Huangfu Qingming seemed to be arrogant and despotic, but he was actually a very meticulous person. The Dao physique had all sorts of advantages that ordinary physiques didn't have, but the strength of the body just so happened to be lacking, and he had already studied Gu Chen a long time ago, and his body was extraordinarily strong. When facing such an enemy, even if his cultivation was far above Chen Shi's, Huangfu Qingming didn't intend to give Chen Shi any chance to get close to him. Wind, rise. He stood at the edge of the arena and swung his sleeves. Instantly, gusts of astral winds blew in the arena, and they spread towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen's body emitted golden light, and he was impenetrable as he walked towards Huangfu Qingming with large strides. Rain canopy. Huangfu Qingming's words were followed by the wind and clouds above Gu Chen, and it actually started to rain heavily. Every drop of rainwater contained explosive power. Gu Chen's expression didn't change, and the indestructible golden body was impenetrable by water and fire. This couldn't injure him at all. Lightning strike. Rumble, bolts of purple lightning fiercely struck onto Gu Chen's body. Landslide. The image of a mountain suddenly appeared in the sky, and when it arrived in front of Gu Chen, it suddenly collapsed. Rumble, the terrifying force of a landslide blasted Gu Chen away. Not to mention getting close to Huangfu Qingming, he couldn't even get close to 300 meters away. Gu Clan's remnant, I have 1,000 methods to play you to death. Slowly experience it. Huangfu Qingming smiled as he spoke. Subsequently, hail blew up from time to time, dark mist surged, and numerous ferocious spikes grew out from the ground. Huangfu Qingming was worthy of being a genius in spells. He was proficient in countless spells of different attributes, and he was extremely gorgeous in the eyes of the spectators. Gu Chen was bombarded by all kinds of spells, but he was fine by relying on the unburning golden body. His physique was so powerful that it made the spectators gasp. Whoosh, after taking on another wave of spells head-on, Gu Chen used the moon-striding steps and instantly approached Huangfu Qingming. It's useless, time and space revolution. Huangfu Qingming sneered. Just as Gu Chen approached him, his figure flashed and appeared on the other side of the arena. He was actually surrounded by a spatial spell that had the power to teleport people. Once someone approached him, they would be teleported away. What a powerful spell. Gu Chen's eyes sank. Spatial spells were rare, and Huangfu Qingming's usage of it was even more impressive. It was a level higher than his whirlpool prison. Because of Huangfu Qingming's time and space revolution, even if he could instantly approach him with the moon striding steps, it would be meaningless. As expected of the innate Tao constitution, it brought him enormous pressure. He thought for a moment and took out the Black Fiend Flood Dragon Bow and the White Phoenix Infiltrating Arrow. It's useless. Whether it's you or your magic treasures, you can't get close to me. Huangfu Qingming's eyes revealed ridicule. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up, and he pulled the bow into a full moon. Swish, swish, the White Phoenix Infiltrating Arrow transformed into a giant phoenix, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed hundreds of meters and approached Huangfu Qingming. As soon as it approached him, the inexplicable power of time and space revolution appeared again. The arrow disappeared in the distortion of space, and it was indeed teleported to another place. Gu Chen was expressionless as he pulled the bow. Whoosh! 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 Arrow after arrow poured out from his hand and approached Huangfu Qingming from all directions, yet all of them were teleported to another place without exception. Stupid. Huangfu Qingming only gave a single word of evaluation towards this attempt that was like a foolish old man moving a mountain. However, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he watched as his opponent tried to put on a show like a monkey. This would allow the audience to see just how big the gap between them was. How are we supposed to fight? We can't even get close to Huangfu Qingming. In the VIP seats, Mu Ziyu frowned. These words made Ji Lanchu, who was next to her, even more nervous. Gu Chen will think of a way to break it. Yi Qingshuang said with a cold expression. In the eyes of others, today's battle was just Gu Chen's battle for revenge, but in her eyes, it had other meanings. The 100,000 souls of Feng Lin Manor were all crying, waiting for Gu Chen to take revenge for them. Father, it seems like we've been worrying too much. The surviving members of the Gu clan aren't on the same level as Qingming. In the Huangfu clan's area, Huangfu De smiled and said. Huangfu Wuji was expressionless. He was quietly observing the situation. Not far away from them, a green bull was also staring at the battlefield. Gu Chen shot out tens of arrows consecutively. He already had an idea in his heart. He suddenly took a step forward and vanished from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared not far away from Huangfu Qingming. He raised the whale-slaying blade in his hand and rushed over. There's no meaning. Huangfu Qingming's eyes revealed disdain. The void distorted again, wanting to teleport Gu Chen elsewhere. However, the situation was different this time around. In the surroundings of Gu Chen, another distortion appeared on top of the distorted space, blocking the teleportation force. Gu Chen forcefully charged in and got close to Huangfu Qingming for the first time. What? Huangfu Qingming's expression changed drastically. Looking at the big black blade in front of him, he didn't have time to think. A jade sword shot out from his sleeves. Clang, the blade and sword collided. An indescribable force transmitted from the whale-slaying blade, causing Huangfu Qingming to involuntarily curse in his heart. After that, with a boom, he was directly smashed into the ground. Whoosh. The spectators were in an uproar. A change had finally appeared in the battle. How did he break it? Mu Ziyu and the others had astonished expressions. Even Ji Lanchu, who noticed that Gu Chen had just executed the whirlwind prison, had some bewilderment in her eyes. Although the whirlwind prison could offset Huangfu Qingming's spatial magic to a certain extent, it was meaningless if one couldn't find the exact spatial position. The crux of Gu Chen's interruption earlier was that he had grasped the flaw of Huangfu Qingming's spatial magic. Damn it! Huangfu Qingming crawled up from the ground in a sorry state. Although the jade sword in his hand didn't shatter because of its superior quality, his palm was trembling non-stop. He didn't expect that Gu Chen's whale-slaying blade would actually be so heavy. Moreover, his own strength was extremely exaggerated. Thus, he was caught off guard and suffered a loss. Whoosh, Gu Chen didn't intend to give Huangfu Qingming any time to catch his breath. He raised the whale-slaying blade and charged down again. Huangfu Qingming instantly merged into the void and moved through the 9 heavens, swiftly dodging the attack. It's a pity. That kind of opportunity just now is rare. Guchen sighed in pity. This fellow's magic was varied and his speed was also first-rate. There weren't many opportunities to injure him. How did you do it? Huangfu Qingming fled to the other side of the arena and said angrily. Until now, he still didn't understand how Guchen was able to break his spatial magic. Guchen didn't reply. He sighed in his heart. Sure enough, every divine ability was useful. After stepping into the monarch realm, he awakened a divine ability called Overlord Seal. He was able to break the other party's time and space reincarnation just now by relying on it. The main ability of the Overlord Seal that could be attached to a magic treasure was to give the magic treasure a kind of tyrannical pressure. But this level of pressure had almost no effect on Huangfu Qingming. The key lay in the other ability of the Overlord Seal. As long as it was an item that was attached with the Overlord Seal, Guchen would be able to sense it if the distance wasn't far. Earlier, he'd shot out a few tens of arrows successively because he was looking for the flaw in the other party's spatial magic. Originally, this kind of flaw was very difficult to find, but he attached the Overlord Seal on the arrows. Because of the uniqueness of the Overlord Seal, he was able to break this magic after utilizing the Whirlwind Prison. At this moment, he didn't reply to Huangfu Qingming's question. Because if Huangfu Qingming knew the method, Huangfu Qingming would only have to change the degree of spatial distortion, and Xianxia would have to expend a great deal of effort to break it. Moreover, if he didn't say anything, Huangfu Qingming would think that Xianxia had completely broken this magic, and Huangfu Qingming would be cautious and not dare to use it again. In this way, Xianxia would be able to approach Huangfu Qingming fearlessly. Swoosh, Guchen executed the Moonlight Stride once more and instantly approached Huangfu Qingming. As expected, he was already traumatized. He gave up on executing spatial magic and condensed numerous ice walls before him. Bang! 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 Guchen smashed everything in his way. With his tyrannical physique, ordinary magic was utterly useless against him. However, this still slowed down his speed. Huangfu Qingming's eyes lit up, and a shapeless mental energy enveloped Guchen. For a moment, Guchen's footsteps came to a halt. Mental mystic art, Huangfu Qingming had truly learned too much. When one spell was broken, he immediately executed another. Guchen fell into the illusion, and his gaze turned ruthless as he immediately executed the mental decryption mystic art. Huangfu Qingming's cultivation was stronger than his, and his mental strength was also much denser than his. If he wanted to break his mental mystic art, he could only forcefully increase his own mental strength. Under the mental decryption mystic art, Guchen's mental strength skyrocketed by 5 times, and his purple extreme eyes lit up right after. He saw through the fabrications and swiftly broke the illusion, and all of this was merely the short time of a thought. Clang, the illusion faded, and Guchen saw Huangfu Qingming holding the jade sword and stabbing towards his chest. He broke it so quickly? Huangfu Qingming's expression changed as he didn't expect that Guchen would be able to wake up from his illusion so quickly. The sword was already within reach, and Guchen already didn't have time to execute any other methods, so he let out a strange syllable from his mouth. Pop, he executed the sound wave technique, and Huangfu Qingming instantly felt as if his entire body and soul were being assaulted. His jade sword flew out of his hand, and because the distance of this sound wave explosion was truly too close, it caused his frail body to be unable to withstand it, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Swoosh, swoosh. He immediately fled far away, and his expression was exceptionally gloomy. Damn it, his spells were actually broken one after another. He originally thought that this Guchen only had a powerful fleshly body, but how could he have imagined that Guchen actually had all sorts of divine abilities as well? Disregarding everything else, even though he was proficient in all sorts of spells, his attainments in sound waves were actually inferior to the other party. Guchen injured Huangfu Qingming with sound waves, and he had an even deeper understanding of the frailty of his fleshly body. Take his life while he's down. He raised the whale-slaying blade and flashed towards the other party with extreme speed. At the same time, the 5 internal organs in his body resonated, and sound waves surged out. The two of them started a high-speed chase battle. Huangfu Qingming's speed wasn't slower than Guchen's, so his blade repeatedly missed. However, sound waves were formless, and even though he could dodge the blade, he was helpless against the sound waves. Damn it! If I hadn't failed to consolidate my Taoist body in the 10,000 Dragons secret ground, I wouldn't be in such a situation now. Huangfu Qingming was in a sorry state, and he was furious in his heart. If he'd successfully tempered his Dao body at that time, then he'd practically have no weaknesses, and this Gu Chen would be utterly unable to act presumptuously. Contrary to Huangfu Qingming, Gu Chen had obtained an astonishing fortune in the myriad dragon secret land, which allowed his physical body to rise to another level from its original terrifying foundation. His sound wave attack was emitted by relying on his powerful organs, and the stronger the body, the more powerful the sound wave would be. Huangfu Qingming could be said to have suffered a great loss in this aspect. The situation on the battlefield became clear, and Huangfu Qingming had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Even though his magic arts emerged without end, they seemed to be restrained by Gu Chen at the critical moment, and he suffered a loss repeatedly instead. Something's not right. Many elders of the Huangfu family could no longer sit still. Huangfu looked at his son with a frown. Qingming has the protection of fate. He has always been successful in his battles with others, but today, he seems to be at a disadvantage in his battle with the remnants of the Gu clan. His cultivation is much higher than his opponents, and this kind of situation has never been seen before. Could it be that the remnants of the Gu clan's fate is stronger than his? Huangfu De couldn't help but ask. How is this possible? Don't forget how Qingming was born? Huangfu gritted his teeth and said. Huangfu Wuji's expression gradually turned gloomy, and he glanced at a certain place in the VIP seats. A group of people from the Ming family was sitting there. How can this be? He should be the son of the era in the prophecy, but now, his fate has already disappeared. The green bull stared at the battle on the battlefield, and a hint of surprise appeared in its dark red eyes. Because it was especially concerned about this battle, it wanted to know whether its master would win or lose, so it used a secret technique to pry into his fate again. However, the result of this prying made its jaw drop. Back in the eastern wilderness, the reason why it recognized Huangfu Qingming as its master was that it used a secret technique to pry into his fate was that it discovered that his fate was extremely prosperous, so it firmly believed that he was the son of the era that it had been searching for a long time. However, Huangfu Qingming's fate had disappeared at some point, as if it had been erased by someone. Thinking about it carefully, it was my mistake in the secret ground of 10,000 dragons previously, but if his fate was still there, it's impossible that he failed to temper his Taoist body. In other words, his fate had already disappeared at that time. Since we met in the eastern wilderness, I've been following him all the way. Logically speaking, if his fate suddenly disappeared, I should have sensed something unusual. The green bull's eyes flickered, and it tried to recall if there was anything unusual during this period of time. That's right, in the ghastly ruins, very soon, its pupils shrank, and it recalled the scene when it accompanied Huangfu Qingming into the ghastly ruins. At that time, it was attracted by some unusual movements, and when it returned, it found that there was a half-human half-ghost chained up in front of Huangfu Qingming. At that time, that fellow gave it an extremely strange feeling, and it thought that there would be a huge battle, but it did not expect that he would leave in the end. No matter how it thought about it, if there was a time when Huangfu Qingming's fate could have been erased, it would have been at that time. To actually be able to erase a person's fate and cause that person's fate to plummet, what's the background of that fellow in the ghastly ruins? However, if he's really the son of an era, how could his fate be erased? The green bull's gaze gradually became gloomy. It had already determined that Huangfu Qingming was probably not the son of an era that it had been searching for many years. Since Huangfu Qingming was not the son of an era, it became furious when it thought of his terrible attitude towards it recently. It subconsciously glanced at the scene again, and it was still maintaining the secret technique that could pry into fate. This kid's fate is actually even greater than Huangfu Qingming's. It stood up almost immediately and looked at Gu Chen with great excitement. He's the son of an era, he's the son of an era. Master, this old bull deserves to die. How dare I make an enemy of Master? Putting aside the green bull's turbulent heart, Huangfu Qingming, who was annoyed by Gu Chen's sound wave attack, was completely enraged. Gu clan's vile spawn, you've successfully infuriated me. Huangfu Qingming fled 150 meters away from Gu Chen, and his expression became extremely ferocious. He originally wanted to use a myriad of arts to play with and torture Huangfu Qingming, but he did not know if his luck was too bad, but Huangfu Qingming just happened to have a method to restrain him. Huangfu Qingming was unable to endure his own sorry state, and he decided to kill Huangfu Qingming in one go. 9 colored rays of light erupted from his body, and numerous mysterious doors actually appeared within his Dao body. Door of rest, door of life, door of pain, door of limit, door of view, door of death, door of shock, door of open. He muttered. The human body has 8 doors, and so does the Dao body. Once all 8 doors are opened, the Dao will be natural, and all techniques will return to the origin. His words were like spring thunder, and thunder rumbled. The next moment, the whole world changed in front of Gu Chen. The audience seats in the distance disappeared. The whole world became a colorful world with countless light spots wandering in the void. Huangfu Qingming's body also disappeared. He seemed to have merged with the world. A pair of indifferent eyes opened in the void, looking down at Gu Chen. Gu Chen inexplicably felt a strong sense of crisis. Waves of colorful power of heaven and earth surged towards him. That was the most original energy, beautiful and filled with extreme danger, at this moment, on the VIP seats in the arena. Power of law of heaven and earth? Huangfu Qingming has already come into contact with this level? Emperor Yang Hong and the many sages present looked at the arena that was flooded by the 9-colored halo and their expressions changed. This should be impossible. Huangfu Qingming is only in the late stage of immortality. His divine soul hasn't transformed into a primordial spirit. How can he come into contact with the power of law? The Skysea Pavilion's pavilion leader couldn't believe it. Qingming is recognized as the 9 states genius. Is it strange that he can do this? Huangfu Wuji glanced at the leaders of the 4 sacred lands and 5 sacred sects and sneered. This group of people dared to associate with the celestial court. When they see the surviving member of the Gu clan being killed by his grandson, what kind of expression will they have? The Taoist form is naturally close to the power of nature. The so-called power of nature is actually the various laws of heaven and earth. Perhaps because of this, Huangfu Qingming came into contact with that level in advance. But the power of law of heaven and earth is so vast. Using such a great divine power must be a great burden on him, right? Shen Sudong pondered. The imperial advisor is indeed knowledgeable. You are right. This divine power is indeed a great burden on Qingming. But since he used this move, his opponent has no chance of winning. Huangfu Wuji said indifferently. This made everyone silent. That's right. Even if his opponent had only roughly communicated with a bit of the power of law, it was already extremely difficult to win against him. This is troublesome. On the audience seats, Killing God Qing Lin was hiding in the dark. Killing God Rose was also there. It wasn't just them. The Celestial Court had dispatched a large number of people for today's finals according to the decree of the old Celestial Emperor. Seeing the place filled with 9-colored halos, those who were familiar with Gu Chen all had worried looks in their eyes. In the colorful world, Gu Chen's expression was grim. The motes of light floating in the void around him turned into swimming fish and began to attack him. The fish looked to be only a few feet in size, but when they collided with him, the force contained within them was enough to send him flying. Moreover, every fish of different colors possessed different powers. That red color was like a flame. Even with the strength of his unburning golden body, he still felt unbearably hot upon contact. That blue color was like a block of ice. The moment he touched it, his body felt as if he had fallen into an icehouse. He was already impervious to fire and water, but he still found it very strenuous to face these forces. Laws of heaven and earth. Gu Chen, who had once studied with the old Celestial Emperor for a few days, quickly realized what he was facing. Only that kind of pure source energy could have such a great effect on him. Being in a world enveloped by the vast power of laws, Gu Chen had nowhere to run. He could only fight. Looking at Huangfu Qingming's cold and indifferent eyes in the sky, Gu Chen tore through the sky. Boom! Boom! Countless motes of light surged towards him. He gritted his teeth and charged forward, smashing until he was drenched in blood and covered in cuts and bruises. Die! When he finally got close to that pair of eyes with great difficulty, Gu Chen raised his 5 fingers and slashed out with the 7 Absolutes Tyrant blade. The void was slashed into pieces. but Huangfu Qingming closed his eyes and immediately vanished on the spot. It's useless. In my world, I'm the heavens. His voice came over indistinctly, like the creator looking down on the common people. The anger and resentment he had towards Guchen earlier were all gone. Qingming was the heavens. Since he had transformed into the heavens, why would he bicker with an ant? Guchen's expression was gloomy. He wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, and his purple pupils shone brightly. He tried to find the other party's true body, but those motes of light immediately surged over. Swoosh! 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 He kept running, but no matter how he ran, the motes of light were everywhere. His body was being blasted by the power of various laws until he was drenched in blood. Roar! At this time, dragon roars came from all the major star acupoints in his body. Golden dragons surged out from them and rapidly filled up the void in his body. Even his injuries recovered rapidly. This was the harvest from the 10,000 dragons' secret ground. The huge dragon essence turned into his body's potential. When his body encountered a setback, the potential would be stimulated. The injuries on Guchen's body quickly recovered a lot. This scene made Huangfu Qingming, who had transformed into the sky, see red. Looks like you monopolized the fortune in the 10,000 dragons' secret ground. The corner of Guchen's mouth curled up into a sneer. Not just me, what about Lanqiu? We were together at that time. Shut up. Huangfu Qingming was enraged. Countless fishes crazily surged towards Guchen. Over there. Guchen's words were meant to provoke Huangfu Qingming. What did he mean by transforming into the sky? If he said a few words to provoke Huangfu Qingming, wouldn't he be exposed? He captured the source of Huangfu Qingming's emotions and forcefully broke through the siege of the power of laws. One hand held the sun, and the other held the moon. Sun embracing moon seizing hammer, boom, he unleashed a terrifying offensive battle skill, causing the surrounding light spots to be forcefully dispersed by a few hundred meters. Die. In this world of laws, Huangfu Qingming's speed increased again. He merged into the void and actually dodged Guchen's powerful attack, immediately counterattacking. Guchen was once again blasted by the power of laws. His breathing was ragged and his expression was ugly to the extreme. If this continued, the situation would be very bad, but as those motes of light began to gather, turning into multicolored swords that revealed an extreme destructive power. 1 sword, 10 swords, 100 swords, the number of swords rapidly increased. It was very clear that Huangfu Qingming no longer had the patience to play hide and seek with Guchen. Guchen took a deep breath and activated the star-scale armor and moonlight mirrored at the same time. Just like how his control over innate tyrannical aura became stronger after stepping into the monarch realm, these two abilities also improved. The defense of the star-scale armor was stronger than before, and the duration of moonlight mirrored was no longer the initial 10 breaths. If he didn't use any power, it wouldn't be a problem for him to maintain it for several days. At this moment, Guchen split his clones and stood back to back as he stared at the light swords. He didn't dare to be careless. After the number of light swords reached 1,000, Huangfu Qingming's voice came from the void, and it carried a hint of exhaustion. Extinguish. The 1,000 light swords flew towards Guchen at the same time, and it was as if they could even pierce through the sky. Guchen took a deep breath. He knew that this should be Huangfu Qingming's final attack. When he thought up to here, Guchen didn't hold back any longer, and an extremely profound aura surged out from his body. Flowers bloomed and wilted, tides rose and fell, eternity and destruction were separated by a single thought. Even the laws of heaven and earth couldn't escape the baptism of time, moment of youth. Guchen executed the ultimate technique passed down by the heavenly emperor without holding back at all. At this moment, over 1,000 light swords charged over, yet they seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life in an instant, and their strength was shaved off 10% after 10%. When they arrived before Guchen, they only had less than 30% of their strength left. Meanwhile, Guchen's clone emanated a surging domineering aura, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. No matter how many techniques you use, I'll break them all with a single spear. The clone stabbed out with the overlord spear, and monstrous energy spread out in a fan shape. Strength to defeat all techniques, strength to break all techniques. Bang! Bang! All the light swords shattered, and Huangfu Qingming's muffled groan sounded out from the sky. Guchen's eyes emitted cold lightning, and he immediately locked onto Huangfu Qingming's position, and his body smashed out with a punch. Bang! In the next moment, the entire colorful world vanished, and Guchen returned to the arena once more. On the other side, Huangfu Qingming was panting heavily, and his aura was dispirited and weak. The divine ability is over. Qingming won. At this moment, the group of people on the VIP seats immediately noticed the change in the arena, and the people from the Huangfu clan spoke happily. However, when their vision was completely clear, everyone including Huangfu Wuji's expression changed. Guchen didn't die, and he was still standing. The spectators couldn't see what happened in the arena earlier, and when they saw the two of them reappear, one covered in injuries, and the other exhausted, they couldn't help but go into an uproar. Who won? The winner hasn't been decided yet. This is a life and death duel, and only one of them dies can win. Under the gazes of the spectators, Guchen panted heavily as he walked towards Huangfu Qingming. This battle was too difficult, and he'd used all his techniques, and his stamina was practically exhausted. Fortunately, Huangfu Qingming was in a worse state than him. At this moment, Huangfu Qingming was almost unable to stand, and his vision became blurry. Seeing Guchen walking over, he tried to raise his hand, wanting to activate a spell. However, the origin energy in his body had already been completely depleted. Forcefully activating the spell only made his meridians feel like they were about to split apart. Guchen didn't have any elemental energy left, but the acupoints in his body were constantly releasing potential energy to maintain his physical strength. Bang! He walked straight to Huangfu Qingming and sent him flying with a kick. The two of them were almost at the end of their rope. Now, they were competing in pure strength. Huangfu Qingming was kicked flying without any room to resist and fell to the ground. He struggled a few times but didn't get up. Gu family's vile spawn, how dare you! Being kicked by Guchen made him feel deeply humiliated. He still wanted to say something, but Guchen was already in front of him. Pa! This time, Guchen slapped him in the face. Huangfu Qingming's handsome face instantly became swollen and bruised, and this seriously agitated him. Vile spawn, how dare you, how dare you! Your Gu family's 3 generations are merely the bone nurturers of my Huangfu family. You're lowly like ants, how dare you, because executing the 10,000 arts return to origin consumed too much of his energy. His consciousness was already slightly blurry, and he spoke instinctively at this moment. Pa! Bang! Guchen slapped repeatedly and fiercely kicked Huangfu Qingming. At this moment, he didn't have any divine abilities or spells, and he fought like a hoodlum, beating Huangfu Qingming to the point he was in a sorry state. The hundreds of thousands of spectators went silent for a moment. Huangfu Qingming was a dignified genius of his generation, but they never imagined that he would actually be beaten so miserably. On the VIP seats, the faces of the Huangfu family members practically all turned green, and even Huangfu Wuji's expression was incomparably gloomy. That fellow is obviously intentionally humiliating my Huangfu family, Huangfu Li said furiously. Every time Qianxia beat Huangfu Qingming, it was like fiercely slapping the Huangfu family in the face under the gazes of everyone present. This sort of scoundrel method of venting anger caused many people to be unable to sit still. The outcome has been decided, let go of Qingming. Huangfu Yi stood up furiously and roared towards the arena. Although he didn't want to admit that Qingming had lost, he was more afraid that his son would die. Even if Qingming didn't die from the way Qianxia fought, a serious flaw would probably be left in his Dao heart in the future. When Guchen heard this voice, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stepped on Huangfu Qingming's palm. Crack crack crack. He exerted force and twisted Huangfu Qingming's palm, causing Huangfu Qingming to let out a miserable howl. In an instant, the bones in Huangfu Qingming's palm were completely shattered. Huangfu Yi couldn't stand such blatant provocation, and he wanted to charge into the arena, but he was obstructed by the 10 layers of defensive arrays. Father, quickly stop him. Huangfu Yi was afraid that his son would become a cripple, so he hurriedly said to Huangfu Wuji. Only Huangfu Wuji could instantly destroy the arrays. Huangfu Wuji's expression was extremely ugly, but it was unknown what he was worried about as he sat there without moving. After Guchen crushed one of Huangfu Qingming's hands, he quickly crushed his other arm. In front of the Huangfu clan, in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators, he crushed all the bones in Huangfu Qingming's body one by one. Such a ruthless scene made countless spectators gasp, and their eyes revealed deep fear. How much hatred did one have to be vicious to such an extent? Huangfu Wuji, will you make a move today? Gu Chen was already exhausted, but he was silently looking forward to it in his heart. If Huangfu Wuji couldn't hold back and made a move against him because of his ruthlessness towards Huangfu Qingming, then the Celestial Court would make a move at that time. It was very likely that the old Sky Emperor would come as well. In addition, there were 9 major forces present that were secretly supporting the Celestial Court. At that time, the situation would be interesting. If things went well, the Huangfu clan would be removed from the imperial capital today. Even if they couldn't be removed, they would definitely suffer severe injuries. At this moment, Gu Chen intentionally didn't kill Huangfu Qingming directly, but used various methods to torture and humiliate him because he wanted to infuriate Huangfu Wuji. As long as Huangfu Qingming couldn't help but make a move, his objective would be achieved. Huangfu Qingming screamed repeatedly under Gu Chen's torture. The entire arena was abnormally silent, and only his screams were reverberating. Even the ordinary spectators noticed the subtle atmosphere at this moment. Countless people looked at Huangfu Wuji and were curious about how he would react. That was his own grandson. If he still didn't make a move, Huangfu Qingming would be dead for sure. Huangfu Wuji's expression was livid to the extreme, and the hands hidden in his sleeves were trembling because of his rage. "Father, I beg you, quickly save Qingming." Huangfu Yi begged. "Grandfather, save me, save me." Huangfu Qingming's limbs were crushed by Gu Chen, and the sharp pain that came from his body caused him to abandon all his pride as he muttered subconsciously. The Green Ox looked at Huangfu Qingming's miserable state below with a cold and indifferent expression. "You deserve such an outcome for daring to go against my master." Gu Chen crushed all the places on Huangfu Qingming's body that could be crushed, but he didn't see Huangfu Wuji make a move. Gu Chen's expression turned even colder. His mother said that Huangfu Wuji was indifferent to kinship, but he didn't believe it. But looking at the current situation, it seemed to be true. Gu Chen simply grabbed the already crippled Huangfu Qingming and directly crushed his head in front of everyone's eyes. No, Huangfu Yi was inconsolable, and he started to speak incoherently. "You vile spawn of the Gu clan, how dare you hurt my son? I'm going to kill you." He charged into the arena, and several Huangfu clansmen followed behind him, trying to break the array. Every one of them had reached the monarch stage, and under their joint attacks, the array was on the verge of collapse. "You want your son? Then I'll give him to you." Gu Chen raised his brows, and he tossed Huangfu Qingming's corpse towards the VIP seats like he was tossing a dead dog. His strength was so great that Huangfu Qingming's corpse directly reached the barrier of the array. Bang! The corpse was blocked by the barrier, and it fell to the ground. However, it was only a few hundred feet away from the spectator seats and 30 feet away from the VIP seats. Countless spectators gasped when they saw Huangfu Qingming's corpse. A dignified prodigy, they didn't expect him to die so miserably. Gu Chen's action was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and the Huangfu clansmen almost went crazy from anger. Everyone said that the Huangfu clansmen had 2 heroes, and Huangfu Qingming was the second face of the Huangfu clansmen. Moreover, he was the symbol of a vibrant future. But now that he was dead, it seemed to be saying that the Huangfu clansmen were in decline. Huangfu Yi and the others' eyes were red, and they wished they could tear Gu Chen into pieces as they attacked the array with all their might. Enough! At this moment, Huangfu Wuji finally stood up from his seat, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. For a moment, be it the major forces or the ordinary spectators, countless people looked at him. The #1 war god of the Middle-earth Empire suffered such a huge humiliation today, and he finally couldn't help but fight back. At this moment, in the dark of the arena, the assassins of the Celestial Court were all on high alert. If Huangfu Wuji were to make a move today, then a horrifying battle would ensue. Under the gazes of the crowd, Huangfu Wuji's expression changed from ashen to ice-cold, and finally became expressionless. "Since it's a duel to the death, you can't blame others if you die. My Huangfu clan will not go back on our word." As soon as he said this, the whole place fell silent. Huangfu Wuji was terrified. As the mighty war god of the empire, he actually chose to retreat in the face of the provocation of a junior and the death of his own grandson in front of him. At this moment, Gu Chen could not help but clench his fists. "Collect Qingming's corpse, let's leave this place," Huangfu Wuji coldly ordered. Many clansmen of Huangfu clan had faces filled with unwillingness, but they didn't dare to go against the patriarch's order. They angrily brought Huangfu Qingming's corpse away. The people from the Huangfu clan left the arena in an extremely sorry state. He was once the war god of the empire, but at this moment, the might of his body seemed to have disappeared, leaving only his aged back. Hundreds of thousands of spectators sighed as they watched this scene. They knew that from now on, the Huangfu clan's prestige was gone. On the same day, the results of the competition were announced, and it immediately spread throughout the 9 prefectures. A genius had fallen. The rise of an overlord, Gu Chen's tyrannical killing of Huangfu Qingming had thoroughly shaken the entire Middle-earth Empire. Even the various places in the Kunlun continent had received the news. That night, another shocking news spread throughout the imperial capital. War god Huangfu Wuji took the initiative to resign from the position of Heavenly Mirror Prefecture's prefecture master to Emperor Yang Hong, saying that he wanted to retire and return to his hometown. When this news spread, countless people sighed endlessly. The war god was in the prime of his life, but he wanted to retire and return to his hometown. It seemed like the death of his own grandson was a huge blow to him. For a moment, there was a rumor in Luoyang that the Huangfu clan was going to decline. That night, when Gu Chen heard the news of Huangfu Wuji's resignation from the position of Heavenly Mirror Prefecture's prefecture master, he frowned and did not look happy at all. "What's wrong? You finally killed Huangfu Qingming after much difficulty, and it can be considered as avenging your grandfather and father. Why do you look unhappy?" Xianxia came to Gu Chen's back and looked at her son with concern. "Huangfu Wuji is more terrifying than I imagined. I humiliated him so much today, and he actually endured it all." Gu Chen's gaze was deep. Given Huangfu Wuji's current status, he actually endured all the humiliation of having his grandson killed in front of him. His reaction was even surprisingly calm. This kind of person was too terrifying. Gu Chen originally thought that he was very close to Huangfu Wuji, but now, he discovered that he still could not see through him. Huangfu Wuji's resignation from the position of Heavenly Mirror Prefecture's prefecture master was even more inconceivable. One had to know that Huangfu Wuji controlled millions and millions of soldiers. Once he resigned, it would be equivalent to cutting off his own arm. Gu Chen discovered that he could no longer see through Huangfu Wuji's intentions, and he felt vaguely uneasy in his heart. "I know that you will never rest until you uproot the Huangfu clan. However, this matter can be done slowly. Don't be too anxious," Xianxia consoled. She did not wish for Gu Chen's mind to be filled with thoughts of revenge forever. "Mother, I understand your reasoning." Gu Chen nodded. "You won the martial competition, and now you can be considered to be engaged to Princess Lan Chu. Why don't you discuss with the imperial family when?" Xianxia thought about it and suggested. "Mother, I was the one who suggested it. Lan Chu did not want to participate in the martial competition at all." Gu Chen smiled bitterly. From his point of view, the martial competition was only a method to get rid of Huangfu Qingming. It did not mean that he had to marry Ji Lanchu just because he won. "Mother, that young lady seems to like you a lot." "Don't forget, my Gu clan only has 3 generations, Xianxia pouted. When Gu Chen heard this, he felt a headache coming on. To be honest, the only thing he cared about now was his deep hatred with the Huangfu clan. If he didn't kill Huangfu Wuji, he wouldn't be in the mood to care about love. Moreover, he had offended the Huangfu clan so badly today, and the underworld god palace could secretly make a move against him at any time. He did not want to implicate Ji Lanchu because of himself. This was not a question of whether he liked her or not, but he knew that he could not do it in his current situation. "Mother has to talk to you." Xianxia felt that there was a need to change his son's outdated views. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the white ape's cry and the bull's neigh came from the courtyard. "Mother, I'll go see what's going on." Gu Chen found an opportunity and immediately ran away. Xianxia could only have a helpless expression. When Gu Chen arrived at the courtyard, he saw the green bull that was by Huangfu Qingming's side with a glance, and his expression couldn't help but change. He had always felt that this green bull was extraordinary, and he did not know how strong it was. Could it be that it came here to take revenge for Huangfu Qingming? GG. The white ape bared its teeth as it stared at the green bull with a fierce gaze. "What are you doing here?" Gu Chen's gaze was vigilant as he walked forward, fearing that the white ape would suffer a loss. When the green bull saw Gu Chen, its eyes lit up, and with a thump, its two front legs actually knelt down. "This old bull greets master." The green ox bowed its head and kowtowed, calling Gu Chen its master. Gu Chen was stunned for a long time. "Your master is already dead," Gu Chen replied coldly. "Huangfu Qingming is not this old ox's master. This old ox only follows the epic sun in the prophecy. This old ox was mistaken earlier. Master is the true epic sun." The azure ox quickly explained. Without Gu Chen's permission, it did not even dare to stand up. "Epic sun? What is that?" Gu Chen frowned heavily, not understanding the azure ox at all. "The epic sun is born only once in every epic. He is born with great luck and bears the heavy responsibility of saving the universe." "Master, you are the savior of the universe." The azure ox's reply made Gu Chen even more amused. He had never heard of the so-called epic before. He did not know how many years it was. As for the universe, that was even more exaggerated. He had not even traveled through the entire Kunlun continent. This azure ox gave Xiaochen the feeling that it was seriously ill. Such words of a savior were similar to those of evil sects like the Desolate God Church. However, in the prophecy of the Desolate God Church's people, Xiaochen was a jinx. Seeing Gu Chen's distrustful expression, the azure ox quickly explained. Gu Chen saw that it was not good for it to kneel, so he got it to stand up first. After the azure ox stood up, it muttered something strange. In short, it was saying that Gu Chen was the epic sun and that it would follow him to the death. "What do you think?" Gu Chen looked at the white ape, seeking its opinion. The white ape rolled its eyes at Gu Chen. Gu Chen immediately understood what it meant. "Sorry, I cannot take you in, nor do I need you to follow me," Gu Chen said coldly. The azure ox immediately felt anxious. "Why is this so?" "Master, this old ox's magic skills are not comparable to..." The azure ox looked at the white ape. Originally, it wanted to say that the white ape was not weaker than it. However, it swallowed its words in the end. If this little white ape was the same one that it knew and was only pretending to be crazy in front of it, then it really wouldn't dare to say such words. "You first acknowledged Huangfu Qingming as your master, and now that he's just been killed by me, you've come to rely on me. Do you think I'll trust you?" Gu Chen said bluntly. The green ox fell silent for a moment. It also knew that it had made a huge mistake. It was extremely difficult to obtain Gu Chen's trust. "Let's take a step back and say that you didn't come to me with bad intentions. You can change masters at will because of your illusory luck. How do I know that you won't betray me when I meet someone with luck stronger than mine?" Gu Chen said again. In his opinion, this green ox was indeed somewhat extraordinary, but he would not place such an unstable factor by his side. The green ox was speechless, and his eyes revealed deep disappointment. "Go. All living things are equal. You don't have to recognize anyone as your master. You are your own master." Gu Chen tried to persuade him. The green ox revealed a bitter smile. It knew that this really wasn't the right time to acknowledge him as its master. "Old ox understands. Old ox will make up for my mistakes. One day, I'll make master accept me." After saying that, it left dejectedly. Gu Chen kept shaking his head as he watched. From this green ox's tone, it was clear that it hadn't given up yet. The Luoyang martial competition ended, and all sorts of forces left this bustling imperial capital one after another. For many days, Gu Chen stayed at home to accompany his mother, and at the same time, he paid attention to the Huangfu clan's movements. Although the Huangfu clan seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, a centipede would not fall down after dying. Moreover, they were far from dead. Huangfu Wuji still had a terrifying force like the underworld god palace in his hands. Gu Chen had been on guard, worried that Huangfu Wuji would send a large number of assassins to assassinate him in a rage out of humiliation. However, for a few days, surprisingly, not a single assassin from the underworld god palace appeared. Instead, they caught some madmen. Some madmen barged into the mansion he lived in, wanting to harm him, but they were promptly taken down by the assassins of the Celestial Court. Originally, Gu Chen treated them seriously and interrogated them personally. However, after the interrogation, he found out that these people were actually followers of the Desolate God sect. Because they heard the Desolate God sect's rumors that he was a jinx, they wanted to kill him and enlighten the masses. This made Guchen very speechless, and he once again experienced how crazy the teachings of the Desolate God sect were. One had to know that the strongest among these madmen was only in the Nirvana realm, and the weakest was only a mortal. Yet, they dared to assassinate him, a dignified Taoist of the celestial court. Courage could no longer be described as commendable. Other than the farce caused by the followers of the Desolate God sect, Guchen's days were very peaceful. It was as if the Huangfu clan had completely forgotten about him, their enemy. During this period, he made many new friends from various forces in the 9 prefectures. Because his reputation as the overlord was flourishing, they wanted to befriend him. Guchen didn't refuse anyone. The Huangfu clan hadn't been destroyed yet, so he needed to unite all the forces that he could use. After nearly half a month, the killing god Qinglin appeared in front of him and bade him farewell. The killing god and many of the assassins of the celestial court had been waiting in the imperial capital for a long time, guarding against the Huangfu clan. However, the Huangfu clan seemed to be dispirited and extremely quiet. According to the information that the celestial court received from various channels, the assassins of the palace of the underworld were acting as usual, and they didn't receive any abnormal news from the god of the underworld. Under such circumstances, the killing god Qinglin had his own matters to attend to, and the assassins of the celestial court couldn't stay in Luoyang all the time, so he had to leave. I'll be leaving now. Although the Huangfu clan doesn't dare to touch you easily, the imperial capital is a place of trouble after all. It's best for you to leave as soon as possible. Huangfu Wuji isn't someone who will give up easily. The more he tolerates, the more you have to be on guard. Before the killing god Qinglin left, he warned Guchen in detail, and Guchen nodded seriously. Oh right, the celestial court received news that Huangfu Wuji's 4th son, Huangfu De, left the imperial capital with a large group of people 2 days ago. This is the biggest movement of the Huangfu clan in recent days, and you might be interested in it. The killing god Qinglin recalled and casually mentioned it. Huangfu De? Guchen's eyes couldn't help but narrow, and a cold glint flashed. Alright, I'm leaving. The killing god Qinglin left immediately. He came suddenly and left in a hurry, and he was truly elusive. After he left, Guchen's mind became active. Huangfu De's departure from the imperial capital was a very good opportunity for him. 3 years ago, his father, Gu Tianming, left him and his mother, and it was this Huangfu De who led a large group of people to hunt him down. After that, his father disappeared completely, and there was no news of him until now. When Huangfu De was in the imperial capital, it was difficult for Guchen to make a move on him, but if he left, there would be a lot of possibilities. This time, there might be hope to find out the truth behind his father's disappearance. Guchen immediately decided to follow Huangfu De. It was time to leave the imperial capital. However, before leaving the imperial capital, there were some people and matters that had to be settled. Guchen decided to first send assassins to investigate Huangfu De's situation, and then delay his departure for another 2 days. Before leaving the imperial capital, the first thing Guchen needed to consider was how to settle his mother down. Now that his mother had moved out of the Shen residence, he didn't feel at ease leaving her alone in the imperial capital, and it wasn't appropriate for her to move back to the Shen residence. Since there is hope to find clues about your father, then go. Don't worry about mother. A man's ambition is to travel far and wide. Don't tell me you have to worry about mother everywhere you go. Xianxia always had a temperament that had settled down from worldly experience and could convince Guchen with just a few words. This child understands, but what about mother? Guchen was worried. I have stayed in the Shenfu for the past year and read countless books. The ancients said that reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 li. Mother plans to take Xiaoqiu to travel the world. Xianxia smiled. Isn't that too dangerous? Guchen frowned. If it was in the imperial capital, the Huangfu family would not dare to do anything brazenly, but it was different outside. One had to know that the Huangfu family did not make a move on his mother because they needed the Shen family. But now that they had suffered such a big loss in his hands, they would not have so many concerns. Don't worry about mother, mother is not without protective methods. Xianxia was calm. Guchen was very suspicious of these words and wanted to say more, but Xianxia had already made up her mind and did not allow him to interfere. Only sons listened to their mothers. Moreover, in his family, mother always had the most authority. Alright, I can promise mother, but mother must promise me one thing. After thinking for a while, Guchen took off a necklace with a bead on it from his chest. This bead was called the life-changing bead. It was a magic treasure bestowed to him by the old celestial emperor when he destroyed all the halls of the underworld deity palace in Qing province. This magic treasure could only be used once and could be used at a critical moment. It was equivalent to having an extra life. In the entire celestial court, the number of people bestowed this treasure by the celestial emperor would not exceed 10. It was considered very valuable. Guchen gave this treasure to his mother so that she could carry it with her at all times so that he could be at ease. Guchen stated his request and Xianxia readily agreed. After leaving his mother's place, Guchen summoned a celestial court assassin and had him issue a mission at the merit market. He decided to hire 1 or 2 gold-ranked assassins to protect his mother and little Qiu in secret. Only then could he be completely at ease. The value of a gold-ranked assassin was so high that it would be expensive to hire him as a bodyguard, but for his mother's safety, Guchen didn't mind. The efficiency of this task was surprisingly high. Guchen had just arranged for someone to issue it. He thought that it would take a lot of time, but he didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to accept the task in just 2 hours. Gu Daozi, leave this task to me. I will protect your mother with my life. The applicant was Yang Zhen. These days, she had followed her brother to the imperial capital to participate in missions. Seeing that Guchen was like a rising star, she had already firmed her determination to cling to his thigh. When she heard about this mission, she volunteered without hesitation. One had to know that this was Gu Daozi's mother. She might even be the mother of the future Sky Emperor. Guchen would definitely be grateful to her for maintaining a good relationship with her and protecting her safety. In exchange for Guchen's attention, she would accept this mission even if there was no reward. Guchen roughly understood Yang Zhen's inner thoughts and agreed to her accepting this mission. Although this woman was a bit of a utilitarian, because of this, she would be more dedicated to his mother's matter. In addition, he knew her inside out. No matter what, it would be more reassuring than finding a gold-ranked assassin whom he was not familiar with. With his mother's matter settled, the biggest worry in Guchen's heart was removed. There was only one person he needed to bid farewell to. In the imperial palace, the eaves of the princess' quarters were filled with stars. The night breeze blew gently, bringing with it the coolness of autumn. How long will you be gone this time? Xianxia sat next to Guchen and asked softly. The night breeze lifted her hair, revealing the side of her delicate and flawless face. Guchen didn't reply. He had always been a wanderer, so how could he explain it clearly? If he couldn't make a promise, he might as well not make one. Seeing that Guchen didn't say anything, Xianxia didn't ask any more questions. She tilted her head and gently leaned on his broad shoulder. The two of them were silent, their backs merging into one under the moonlight. After a long time, the moon gradually disappeared and the east began to brighten. Guchen knew that it was time for him to leave. He came to the imperial palace to see Xianxia, wanting to explain, but he didn't expect that she didn't ask anything, as if she already knew everything. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them were currently engaged, but Guchen had a great hatred in his heart and purposely obscured this matter. She was understanding and chose to ignore this matter. She was so calm and elegant, understanding the cold and warm. Guchen thought that this might be the reason why he cared more about her than other women. I should go, Guchen said. Xianxia was finally willing to leave Guchen's shoulder. The two of them stood up, and she helped him adjust his collar. I have something to give you, she said gently. She said gently and took out a pair of jade bracelets from her storage ring. The jade bracelets were sparkling and translucent. There was a tiny golden dragon swimming in one, and an immortal phoenix flying in the other. It was a very strange sight. This dragon phoenix heart-linking bracelet was given to me by my grandfather. It was originally a pair, and he said that when I met someone I liked in the future, I would give the dragon bracelets to that person. With this bracelet, as long as we have each other in our hearts, we will not be separated no matter how far apart we are. This jade bracelet is for you. I hope you remember that you still have me in Luoyang. Xianxia blushed and personally helped Guchen put on the dragon bracelet. This was equivalent to a token of love. Guchen understood. This girl hadn't said anything the entire night, pretending to be natural and unrestrained. But when he really had to leave, he still couldn't bear to. I'll wear it at all times. Guchen promised. Xianxia grunted softly. At this moment, the sun rose from the east, and the first ray of sunlight shone on the two of them. They hugged each other warmly and silently. Guchen finally left the bustling imperial capital on a quiet morning to track down Huang Fude. He stayed in the imperial capital for a very short time. In the long history of the capital, it was just a drop in the ocean. But when he left, the tens of millions of people in Luoyang already remembered the word overlord. Almost at the same time that Guchen left the imperial capital, Yangzhou's Jiang family welcomed an uninvited guest. Huangfu Wuji wore the underworld god robe and turned into the emperor of the dark world. He stepped into the Jiang residence. And beside him followed the man with a bamboo hat and many dark sky guards. If someone was here and saw this scene, the person would surely be extremely shocked. Because everyone in the entire imperial capital thought that Huangfu Wuji was still in his estate at this moment, and he was extremely sad and dispirited because of the death of his grandson. Welcome, fellow Daoist Huangfu. Apologies for not going out to meet you. In the Jiang residence, the number one prophet of the fated family, Jiang Zisheng, sat in his seat. He seemed to have expected Huangfu Wuji's arrival and said calmly. Huangfu Wuji stepped over the threshold, glanced at the surroundings, and said indifferently. Where did everyone go? This old man knows that a disaster is imminent. In order to avoid implicating the innocent, I have already dismissed everyone in my Jiang residence. Therefore, fellow Daoist Huangfu can be at ease. I also hope that you can let them go in the future. Huangfu Wuji snorted coldly. The old prophet is indeed a divine strategist. Today, I came here to ask you about something. He came in front of the old prophet and said. Back then, the old prophet used the forbidden divine ability of the astrology chess hand to change the fate of Qing Ming, who was still in his mother's womb. He was born with a Tao body and was enveloped by providence, flourishing forever. All these years, I have always been grateful to you for this. But why did Qing Ming's providence suddenly disappear during this martial competition? He didn't even have time to strengthen my Huangfu family before he died. Hearing Huangfu Wuji's question, Jiang Zisheng's wise eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Daoist Huangfu, there's no need to be so pretentious. I'm afraid that you feel more regret than heartache for your grandson's death. As for you coming here today, it's not to ask for an explanation from this old man. Huangfu Wuji revealed a sinister smile. The old prophet is still able to see through people's hearts as usual. This calamity is destined to be unavoidable. Since you're here, it means that your operation is about to begin. And the old man is merely the first sacrifice. Jiang Zisheng closed his eyes. It's great to talk to someone who understands. Puchi, Huangfu Wuji stretched out his hand and personally ended the life of the number one fated master. At the same time, he cut off his astrology fate hand. He had been coveting this superb organ for a long time, but the time wasn't right. Jiang Zisheng died. His head was pierced through, and his primordial spirit and physical body were destroyed at the same time. At the moment before his death, perhaps he had foreseen something as usual. He had a smile on his face when he died. Haha, smiling even when he died. This guy is really strange. Man with a bamboo hat walked forward and laughed strangely. The other brat from the Jiang family with the astrology fate hand isn't here. Send someone to find him. Huangfu Wuji picked up the astrology fate hand and said coldly. Understood. Man with a bamboo hat bowed. Let's go. It's time to head to our destination. He turned and left the Jiang manor. When he soared into the sky, a dense group of black shadows followed behind him. It seemed like more than half of the elite cultivators in the Nether God Palace had been mobilized. However, the outside forces, including the Celestial Court, knew very little about this. No one knew what kind of storm Huangfu Wuji would stir up next. Yu Prefecture, Mount Huaning. Guchen followed Huangfu De through this place and once again came to the dojo of the unfettered Samsara to see if he could meet him. Unfortunately, the unfettered samsara had been wandering for a long time and had yet to return. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few black shadows approached from behind and stopped behind Gu Chen. Fellow Daoist, according to our investigation, we can confirm that Huangfu De has already left the land of the 9 prefectures and entered Beijing Mansion. However, he is very cautious and disappeared as soon as he entered Beijing Mansion. At present, we do not know his exact location. Gu Chen could not help but narrow his eyes and murmur. White Whale Mansion? What is he doing in Beijing Prefecture? Or is he just passing by? Reporting to Daoist Child, Beijing Prefecture has been quite lively for the past month. Cultivators of unknown origins have been pouring in from all over the continent. This place is even more chaotic than usual. Due to the fact that it is a no-man's land, it is harder to gather information. At present, we are still investigating the reason behind the influx of so many cultivators. Gu Chen's interest was piqued. I understand everything. There's no need for you to gather intelligence on Beijing Prefecture. Thank you for your hard work. If you wanted to find someone in Beijing Prefecture and understand the situation, it was naturally the easiest way to go through Beijing Prefecture's forces. And Gu Chen's Beijing Mansion had its own forces. I haven't been back to the Heavenly Star sect for more than half a year. I wonder how the sect is doing now. Gu Chen recalled. When he became a prospective Daoist and entered the Heavenly Palace, he did not expect to be away for so long. The Heavenly Star sect was built by him, and he had high hopes for it. Now was the right time for him to go back and take a look. At the foot of Yunwu Mountain, a tall and handsome young man in a black martial artist's attire arrived. The young man was Gu Chen. He raised his head and looked at the mountain gate that he had not returned to for a long time. He found that Yunwu Mountain was much more majestic than before. Pavilions and terraces were faintly discernible in the clouds. It was morning. On the martial arts field at the foot of the mountain, groups of young children were facing the morning sun. They were sweating profusely and cultivating diligently. You must build your foundation well. Only then will you have the opportunity to enter the outer sect of my Heavenly Star sect. An outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Star sect stood with his hands behind his back. He was guiding a group of children in their cultivation. Once you enter the outer sect, you'll be able to obtain cultivation techniques. If you're talented enough, you might even be able to receive guidance from the 7 saintesses. The outer sect disciple revealed a look of yearning when he mentioned the 7 saintesses. The group of brats were not even fully grown yet, but when they heard the 7 saintesses' name, all of them seemed to be injected with chicken blood and cultivated even more diligently. Gu Chen looked at these children and felt that they were full of vigor. Out of curiosity, he stopped to watch them for a while. Senior brother Zhao, will I have the chance to see sect leader Chen after entering the outer sect? A dark-skinned child asked with yearning. Sect leader Chen? Senior brother Zhao shook his head hard when he heard that. Stop daydreaming. I've been in the Heavenly Star sect for half a year, and even I haven't seen what sect leader Chen looks like. How can you possibly see him? Sect leader Chen is a mysterious big shot who can destroy the blood refinement demon sect with a single word of disagreement. I heard that he's not in Yunwu Mountain most of the time. Even the upper echelons of the sect can't see him. Senior brother Zhao's words made the dark-skinned child slightly disappointed. He raised his head and looked to the side, just in time to see Gu Chen smiling at him. What are you smiling at? Are your teeth white? You also want to join the Heavenly Star sect. Why don't you hurry up and cultivate? Senior brother Zhao also noticed Gu Chen, who was idling at the side, and immediately called out. However, Gu Chen's appearance was too young, not much better than these half-grown children. That was why he thought that way. Gu Chen felt that it was interesting. He smiled and shook his head, then slowly walked up Yunwu Mountain. What a strange person. What does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to go up the mountain? Don't care about him. Continue cultivating. I'm going to cultivate hard. I hope I can see the legendary sect leader Chen soon. I don't want to see sect leader Chen. I want to see the 7 saintesses. I heard that they are all very beautiful. Amidst the children's laughter, Gu Chen took a few steps and arrived at the peak of Yunwu Mountain. Senior brother Zhao was watching him, but he was shocked when he saw him suddenly disappear. However, the mountain was too misty, so he was not sure if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Guchen arrived in front of Yunhui restaurant and extended his divine sense in all directions. With his powerful divine sense, he knew every cultivator in Yunwu Mountain like the back of his hand. This is strange. Huang Pingzhang is not here. Yu Qizhong is not here. Zhao Rou and the rest are also not here. He frowned. The 9 of them had made a vow with him. When he had just returned from the transplant of the 9 extreme Tao organs, he wanted to check their cultivation immediately. He did not expect to see nothing. Theoretically, they were the mainstays of the sect. No matter what happened, there should be a few people guarding the sect. He felt that this situation was very unusual. Whoosh, he disappeared almost immediately. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already in Xueqian's house. At this moment, he was the only one among the top management of the Heavenly Star sect. Who is it? A black shadow suddenly appeared. Xueqian panicked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. It's me. Guchen said calmly. Sect Master, you're finally back. He was extremely excited. Guchen had not returned for more than half a year. If he did not know that he had become a Taoist candidate of the Celestial Court, he would have thought that something bad had happened to him. Now that the sect master had returned, he was extremely excited. He could not wait to gather the entire sect and tell them about this great news. Why aren't the 2 deputy sect masters in the mountain? Where are Zhao Rou and the other women? Guchen asked straightforwardly. Xueqian's joyful expression quickly faded when he heard Guchen mention this. Sect Master, the 2 deputy sect masters and the 7 saintesses have gone to the Thunder Ray sect to participate in the Whale Alliance Conference. Whale Alliance Conference? It's been less than a year since the last Whale Alliance Conference. Why is it being held again? Even if it's a conference, there's no need for so many people to go, right? Could it be that Chou Feiyang is stirring up trouble? Gu Chen's eyes turned cold. He must have been under great pressure to send 9 of his subordinates to participate in the Whale Alliance Conference. No. Ever since Sect Master became a Taoist candidate of the Celestial Court, Alliance Master Cho has been giving us preferential treatment. Especially recently, for some reason, he has been even more attentive. He has been sending gifts to Mount Yunwu from time to time, making us feel embarrassed. Xueqian hurriedly explained. Oh? If that's the case, what's the reason for this Whale Alliance Conference? Xueqian's expression turned serious. Since Sect Master has just returned, I'm afraid you don't know that quite a few well-known figures have come to Baijing Mansion these days. Some are ancient clans that have been living in seclusion for many years in the eastern wastelands, some are powerful demonic clans in the southern mountains, and even people from extremely cold places like the northern plains have come from far away. Guchen recalled the information from the Celestial Court. So many people have suddenly come to my Baijing Mansion. What's going on? Sect Master, have you heard the rumor about the Armament King? Xueqian asked. Guchen nodded with surprise in his eyes. Could it be related to the rumor about the Armament King? That's right. Since about a month ago, the rumor that the armory of the King of Weapons is about to appear has been spreading in Baijing Prefecture. 800 years ago, the peerless King of Weapons, Jiang Beiming, passed away due to illness. He left behind 99 small cauldrons as a guide to the armory of the King of Weapons he left behind. It is rumored that the one who obtains the Weapon King's armory will obtain the world. For the past 800 years, countless people have chased after this legend. And now, the possessors of the 99 small cauldrons have been summoned to my Baijing Mansion. I heard that the entrance to the armament armory is in my Baijing Mansion. The news Xueqian spoke of could be said to be earth-shattering. If news of this matter were to spread out, then even the great powers of the Central Plains would be shocked by it and rush over like a flock of ducks. This information should be extremely secretive. How did my Heavenly Star sect know about it? Guchen was greatly surprised. About half a month ago, Vice-Sect Master Huang and the others killed a group of foreign bandits and found a small cauldron and a few letters on them. Only then did they find out about this matter. After that, more and more cultivators came to Baijing Mansion, and the news spread like wildfire. Now, all 36 sects of the Whale Alliance know about it. However, this matter is of great importance, so the Whale Alliance has sealed it off from the public. Xianxia said. It seems like the reason for the Whale Alliance conference to be held in a hurry is for the armament armory. Guchen understood everything. That's right. The 2 vice-sect masters and the 7 saintesses felt that the opportunity to obtain the armament armory was extremely rare, so they wanted to bring it to you, sect master. That's why all of them came. Guchen shook his head. Although he did not know how strong the forces that came to Beijing Mansion were, the Heavenly Star sect had only been established for a short period of time. The cultivation of the 9 people was not enough, so they might not be able to do it. Wait, Guchen's pupils suddenly shrank. He thought of Huang Fude who came to Beijing Mansion. Huang Fude came here sneakily, and his whereabouts were unknown. Could it be that he was also after the armament armory? If the armament armory was really as rumored, and one could conquer the world with it, then the Huangfu family's motive was obvious. Guchen shuddered. The armament armory must not fall into the Huangfu family's hands no matter what. Sect master, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Xianxia asked with concern when he saw Guchen's abnormal expression. It's nothing. How long has the Whale Alliance conference been held? If I go now, will I be able to make it? Guchen asked. The conference is tomorrow. The vice-sect masters have gone there earlier. If sect master goes there now, you might still be able to make it. Xianxia pondered. Understood. Guchen replied and disappeared from the house in the next moment. Xianxia was dumbfounded. This sect master came and left so quickly. All of them want me to stay here and guard the sect. Sigh. Xianxia sighed heavily. He was like a butler in the Heavenly Star sect. Just as Guchen was heading to the Thunder Ray sect, in a courtyard of the Thunder Ray sect, Wei Qizhong, Zhao Rou, Xiao Ke, Ji Hongying and the rest gathered together and looked at Huang Pingzhong who was sitting in front of him. Huang Pingzhong took off his eye patch, revealing a strange blue eye that was emitting a cold luster. He did not say a word as if his soul had left his body. Everyone waited patiently. After a long time, Huang Pingzhong came back to his senses and the luster in his blue eyes gradually disappeared. How is it? What did you see with your 1,000 miles divine eyes? Wei Qizhong asked immediately. Huang Pingzhong's expression turned serious. I'm afraid there will be many changes in the Whale Alliance conference tomorrow morning. What do you mean? Everyone's expression turned solemn. Many of the sect masters of the 36 Whale Alliance sects have brought outsiders with them. You all know that many sects in the Whale Alliance have external forces supporting them from behind. This time, it seems like all the forces behind them are here. Apart from these forces, some of the weaker sects have invited unknown cultivators from somewhere. I'm afraid these people are all here for the King Weapon Armory. The old man used his 1,000 miles divine eyes to spy and found that many of them have unfathomable cultivation base. I'm afraid that even Chou Feiyang won't be able to control the situation. Huang Pingzhong's words made everyone look at each other and their hearts sank. Originally, they were all here to seize the King Weapon Armory for the Heavenly Star sect. In the past half a year, they had been cultivating hard. In addition to the polar organs, their strength had improved a lot. They were confident that they could deal with any of the 36 Whale Alliance sects. Even if many sects joined forces, they would not be afraid. However, if external forces were to intervene, it would be a different story. No matter what, the King Weapon Armory is of great importance. With the small cauldron in our hands, we have a bargaining chip. We don't need to be afraid of anyone. The King Weapon Armory will be of great use to the sect master. We have to try our best to seize it. Determination flashed across Zhao Rou's eyes. Although her name was Gentle, she was valiant and heroic at this moment. The other 6 women nodded with determination in their eyes. The next day, the meeting of the Whale Alliance arrived. In the main hall of the Thunder Ray sect, many heroes gathered. Other than the usual people of the 36 Whale Alliance, there were many unfamiliar cultivators present, which made the situation extremely tense. When the leader of the Whale Alliance, Chou Feiyang, stepped into the hall, he did not walk with a majestic gait like before. Instead, he walked with caution. The group of people from the Heavenly Star sect did not bring outsiders with them. After stepping into the hall, they silently sat in their seats without saying a word. They observed the unfamiliar cultivators at the scene, and from the conversations of some of them, they roughly knew the origins of these people. Other than the Thunder Ray sect and the Heavenly Star sect, which rose like a comet in the past year, the strongest sects among the 36 Whale Alliance were the White Bone sect, the Demonization sect, and the Green Flame sect. In the past, these three sects had the support of external forces. Many times, they dared to challenge the Thunder Ray sect. Today, the forces behind them all came. In front of the group of cultivators from the Demonization sect stood a few real demons. The leader was a demon king, a honey badger demon. Everyone knew that honey badgers were fearless beasts. They dared to fight for food from the mouth of the king of the forest. They were known for their ruthlessness and cunning. And when the best of them cultivated to become demons, they were even more terrifying than ordinary demons. The honey badger demon king directly sat in the seat of the Demonization sect's leader. The killing intent emitted from his body was more than demonic aura, which made many small sect leaders tremble. The leader of the White Bone sect, Zhou Sen, was still in charge of today's meeting. However, behind him stood many gloomy cultivators. They were from the Yen family of the Eastern Wasteland. It was said that the Yen family was an ancient family that lived in seclusion. When the Eastern Wasteland ghost race was powerful, the Yen family was their servant. They inherited many remarkable techniques from the ghost race. When the ghost race gradually withered, the Yen family also lived in seclusion. However, their foundation was not to be underestimated. One of the women from the Yen family was dressed in black. Her face was hidden under a hood, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. However, when one was 10 meters away from her, one could not help but shiver. She looked unfathomable. As for the Green Flame sect, the force behind them was even more famous. It was the Thousand Smelting Holy sect from the Middle Earth. The Thousand Refinements sacred sect was the sect of the King of Weapons, Jiang Beiming. With the appearance of the King of Weapons armory, the sect that paid the most attention was none other than them. They displayed their determination to retrieve the ancestral relic. The one who had replaced the Green Flame sect master in today's negotiations was an elder of the Thousand Refinements sacred sect, a powerful veteran monarch. In addition to these three major forces, there were also a few small sects with good and bad people mixed together. It was impossible to say how many experts were hidden. In this kind of situation, when Chou Feiyang, who was usually a man of his word, sat down on the main seat, his confidence was extremely lacking. He had started from scratch, in other words, the Thunder Ray sect had no background. Today's situation was unpredictable. "Welcome to my Thunder Light sect," Chou Feiyang was about to say a few polite words when he saw the honey badger demon monarch slam the table. "Alright, cut the crap. This has nothing to do with you. You just need to listen to orders." Chou Feiyang's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to get angry, but he was really afraid of this demon king, so he could only keep his mouth shut. The honey badger demon monarch stood up in place of Chou Feiyang and swept his gaze across everyone present. "The Nalan family of the Northern Plains is here, right?" As soon as his words fell, a voice came from outside the hall. "Of course they are." Then, a middle-aged couple walked in. They did not come under the guise of any sect of the Whale Alliance, but everyone felt that their arrival was natural. "Nalan family, the news that the King of Weapons Armory is about to appear in Beijing Prefecture was first leaked by you. Now that almost everyone who has a King of Weapons cauldron has gathered here, it's time to be frank," said the honey badger demon monarch. Many other forces nodded. "I know that everyone is determined to obtain the King of Weapons Armory, but to open it, two conditions must be met at the same time. This is also the reason why we are using the territory of the Whale Alliance to hold this meeting." It was not the middle-aged man who spoke from the Nalan family, but the middle-aged woman. She walked to the huge conference table. "What are the two conditions?" The elder of the Thousand Refinements Holy Sect stroked his beard. "The first condition is naturally that all 99 King of Weapons cauldrons as a guide must be gathered. I know that several forces here have been trying to collect small cauldrons for more than half a month and have already gained a lot, but the specific number still needs to be verified. As for the second condition, we need a large number of people to accurately locate the location of the King of Weapons Armory when it appears. I can't tell you the specific method yet. We will discuss it again when the two conditions are met." the middle-aged woman finished speaking and sat down. Her husband was behind her, carefully massaging her shoulders. Obviously, she had a higher status in the Nalan family. These two conditions are easy to achieve. The honey badger demon monarch sneered and glanced at the large and small whale alliance sects present. The forces of Beijing Prefecture are all here. They are our cheapest labor. His words were too straightforward. Many people, including the 9 people from the Heavenly Star sect, had an ugly expression on their faces. Also, since we're talking about the King of Weapons cauldrons, as far as I know, many forces in the Whale Alliance also have them. Hand them over today. The King of Weapons armory is not something you can swallow. Your task should be to cooperate with us. If you perform well, we will naturally reward you with some benefits. As soon as these words came out, the Whale Alliance sects were in an uproar. Many people were angry. These words were too hypocritical. What did he mean by some benefits? He wanted to let the Whale Alliance sects help him for free and even wanted to take away the small cauldrons that they had worked so hard to obtain. After doing all this, he only promised them some benefits. This kind of promise was simply deceiving a 3-year-old child. This was too much. The Whale Alliance will never allow this kind of thing. Instantly, some sect masters protested. I think there's nothing wrong with this. At this moment, Bone Sect's Joseon spoke expressionlessly. His words made the scene fall into silence. It should be so. Seconded. The sect masters of the Green Flame sect and the Demon Transformation sect also spoke. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. The 3 powerful Whale Alliance sects were being held hostage by the forces behind them. They had already forgotten their common interests as members of the Whale Alliance. Many sects could not help but look at Alliance Master Cho and the Heavenly Star sect's Vice Sect Master Huang with hope in their eyes. Among the remaining sects, these 2 were the strongest. They could only hope that they could speak up on behalf of the Whale Alliance. Otherwise, they would become someone else's servants. Cho Feiyang's expression became uncertain. As the Whale Alliance's Alliance Master, he should speak up for justice and fight for the Whale Alliance's interests. However, looking at the few forces that he could not afford to offend, he hesitated. The Heavenly Star sect doesn't agree. At this moment, Huang Pingzhang, who represented the Heavenly Star sect, spoke. He had to speak because if they followed the actions of several foreign forces, then the Heavenly Star sect would have to hand over the King Instrument Cauldron that they had obtained with great difficulty and become a vassal of these people. He had already discussed with the others that the King Instrument Armory would be of great use to the sect master, so they had to fight for it no matter what. Therefore, at this critical juncture, even if he knew that the bird that poked its head out would be shot, he had to stand up. If he didn't stand up, the hearts of the various sects in the Whale Alliance would be broken, and they would be at the mercy of others. Swoosh. 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 As soon as Huang Pingzhang said this, several tyrannical gazes fell on him. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. The honey badger demon king's face flashed with killing intent, and he suddenly slapped out with his claw like lightning. He actually attacked without saying a word. Bang! At the critical moment, a figure rushed out and blocked the attack for Huang Pingzhang in time. Tap tap tap. The figure retreated more than 10 steps and finally smashed into the wall. Heh, you deserve it. The honey badger demon king sneered. His attack was enough to take the opponent's life. He was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. He didn't believe that anyone in the Small Whale Alliance would dare to overturn the sky. However, the figure quickly drilled out of the hole in the wall. His whole body was strangely metallized, and when he walked back, his body made the sound of iron and stone. The one who blocked the attack was Wei Qizhong. Although he was no match for the Demon King's attack, he was not seriously injured. A person with a special physique? The honey badger Demon King's face darkened. His attack couldn't kill a late-stage Nirvana cultivator. Not only did he fail to establish his prestige, but it would also make this group of people restless. Hoof, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to continue attacking, but he saw that the person who had just spoken against him had opened a strange blue eye, and behind him, 7 extraordinary-looking young girls all gave off different auras. Some had lively auras, some had thick auras, some were like fire, some were like water. Thunder, rain, fire, forest, darkness, wind, earth, these natural powers combined seemed to be formed by nature. He was not afraid even in front of his king-level aura. The honey badger demon king's expression changed. Even the elders of the Thousand Smelting Holy Sect, the Yen family of the East Wilderness, and the Nalan family of the North Plains were shocked. All people with special physiques, with their cultivation and knowledge, they were able to determine that all 9 of them had special constitutions. This was too amazing. Under normal circumstances, it was rare to see someone with a special constitution. As far as they knew, sects in places like Beijing Mansion were extremely weak. Otherwise, Chou Feiyang wouldn't have been able to become the local tyrant. But now that they suddenly found out that a sect had so many people with special constitutions, they couldn't help but wonder if this sect had some sort of background. T had Mountain Badger sect Had's clan's T. In the Eastern Baron Yin family, the woman whose face was hidden under the hood asked Zhou Sen, who was in front of her. Her voice was unexpectedly young and seemed to be quite young. They're from the Heavenly Star sect. It's been established for less than a year. The sect leader is the famous madman Chen, Zhou Sen answered. To be honest, the strength of the 9 people from the Heavenly Star sect made his expression change. He even felt his hair stand on end. He thought Chengu was the most troublesome person in the Heavenly Star sect. He didn't expect Chengu to have 9 powerful subordinates. Some of them were on par with him. Although the others were weaker, he might not be able to defeat them because of their special physiques. In other words, he didn't have the confidence to defeat any one of them. Heavenly Star sect had become so powerful without him knowing? Madman Chen? Chengu? Many of the outside forces knew about the background of the Heavenly Star sect. Some forces didn't even know this name. The elder of the Thousand Smelting Holy Sect changed his expression. If I remember correctly, the overlord's pseudonym is Chengu? He thought of the person who had been in the limelight recently. He had just killed a supreme talent and suppressed the geniuses of his sect. But he soon rejected the idea. There were so many people named Chengu in the world. Not to mention it was just a pseudonym. The overlord was a Taoist of the Celestial Court. How could he be the sect leader of a small sect in Beijing Prefecture? Many forces knew to understand the situation of the Heavenly Star sect first. However, the Honey Badger Taoist was different. The Honey Badger clan was fearless. They even dared to be rude in front of the Demon Saint bloodline. Now that they were stopped, their initial shock turned into anger. Humph. So what if you have a special physique? You're just an ant before you reach the king stage. Demonic energy surged out of his body. He showed his ferocious teeth. He was ready to kill. Boom, his palm covered the 9 people from the Heavenly Star sect. The 9 people were on guard. Stop. Chou Feiyang suddenly stood up. He turned into lightning and blocked the Honey Badger Taoist again. What? Even you want to die? The Honey Badger Taoist was really angry after being stopped again and again. I'm the leader of the Whale Alliance. Of course, I have to stand with the other sects. Chou Feiyang said while clenching his teeth. He was hesitating before because he did not dare to offend these forces. He did not expect the people from the Heavenly Star sect to speak first. He was ashamed. None of these people had reached the king stage. Some of them were just young girls. If they were not afraid, why should he, a king, be afraid? Chou Feiyang remembered his identity. He was a powerhouse on the blacklist. People called him Blue Flash. Chou Feiyang's arrogance from when he started from nothing rose. He no longer hesitated and stood up. What a great alliance leader. The Honey Badger Taoist was so angry that he laughed. The aura on his body surged again. His cultivation was higher than Chou Feiyang's. On top of that, the physique of a demon was stronger. Chou Feiyang staggered back and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His name was Blue Flash. He was best at speed. If it was a normal battle, he could dodge and fight with his opponent. That way, he would not lose immediately. However, he had to protect the people from the Heavenly Star sect. He could only fight head-on. His body was weaker than Yu Qizhong's, so he was at a disadvantage immediately. Leader Chou. The 9 people from the Heavenly Star sect wanted to help immediately. Suddenly, a few figures walked out from the Eastern Wilderness Yen family. Their aura was locked on them. This was especially true for the hooded woman in the middle, who was lowering her head. Her body released an astonishing cold air that forcibly lowered the temperature in the hall to the extreme. The sect masters of the Whale Alliance, who originally wanted to help, were so cold that their hands and feet were trembling. What Whale Alliance leader? What a joke. You're just a bunch of trash from Beijing Mansion. Do you really think you're someone important? The honey badger demon king beat Chou Feiyang to the ground in a few moves and laughed at the entire Whale Alliance without restraint. Even Zhou Sen and the others from the Bone Sect could not stand his words and attitude. They could not help but clench their fists. They had only managed to gain a foothold in Beijing Mansion because of the faction behind them. That was why they had no choice but to stand against the other sects in the Whale Alliance. However, deep down, they still had some feelings for Beijing Mansion. Now that the entire Beijing Mansion was being laughed at, they felt indignant. Beijing Mansion is not without people. Chou Feiyang's mouth was full of blood. He lay on the ground and could not even speak clearly. A man came to mind. He had heard the latest news about him just a few days ago. He had done one incredible thing after another. If he was in Beijing Mansion, he would not have allowed these foreign factions to be so arrogant. You're all a bunch of trash. The honey badger demon king kicked Chou Feiyang and swept his gaze across everyone in the Whale Alliance. I don't care if you agree or not. Hand over all your king instrument cauldrons and obediently become our slaves. If you don't agree, I'll beat you until you do. He fully displayed a demon king's contempt for humans. His smile was ferocious. Where did this beast come from? How dare you behave so atrociously here? At this moment, a cold voice came from the void. Eh? Who's speaking? The honey badger demon king's expression darkened. He hated it when people called him a beast. Bang, the next moment, he could not react at all. An inexplicable force came from his abdomen, causing him to vomit and fly backward. Boom, boom. Boom, the honey badger demon king's body flew out like a broken sack. He smashed through more than 10 walls, causing the entire hall to shake. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. When the smoke and dust dissipated, they realized that there was one more person at the conference table. This person looked young and wore a black martial artist's uniform. He was tall and handsome, cold and resolute. Beijing Mansion is not a place where you can behave atrociously. He stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. However, the words that came out of his mouth shocked the entire crowd. Master. Huang Pingzhong, Yu Qizhong, and the 7 women were surprised and excited. Crazy Chen? The sect masters of the various Whale Alliance sects were shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Meanwhile, the expressions of the outsiders present became extremely solemn. Since when did Beijing Prefecture have such an expert? The couple from Nailan family of Northern Yuan sat closest to Gu Chen. Feeling the domineering aura of a monarch exuding from him, they felt uncomfortable all over for a while. Pa. Overlord? The Thousand Refinements Saint Clan elder swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he recognized Gu Chen. Waves of shock surged in his heart. How dare you injure our monster king? Several demons traveling with the honey badger demon king were furious and questioned Gu Chen. I only know one demon king. He's an indomitable person. As for that bastard, he's nothing. Gu Chen glanced at the demons indifferently. His gaze contained a spiritual pressure that caused their expressions to change drastically, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. Bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? At this moment, the honey badger demon king, who had been sent flying by Gu Chen's casual punch, shouted in shock and anger. He rushed back through the broken wall, his demonic aura stirring as he tried to attack Gu Chen. Why did you come back? Gu Chen glanced at him without changing his expression and gave him another slap. Slap, this time, the honey badger demon king was prepared. It charged forward aggressively again, but it was sent flying again. Gu Chen's slap seemed to contain a monstrous force. This time, it pierced through the ceiling and sent him into the blue sky. The honey badger demon king's screams lingered in everyone's ears, sending chills down their spines. The first time could be considered a sneak attack, but the second time was a complete suppression. this person was on a completely different level from the honey badger demon king. Crazy Chen is already so strong? Zhou Sen and the others from the White Bone sect gasped. The last time they saw Chengu was at the Whale Alliance conference. He had used a bunch of talismans to publicly threaten the various sect leaders. At that time, he was not strong enough and could only rely on acting ruthlessly to gain benefits. That was why he was called Crazy Chen. But now, he had sent the honey badger demon king, who Chou Feiyang could not even fight back, flying with a casual slap. He was too strong. Chou Feiyang struggled to get up from the ground, a bitter smile on his face as he muttered to himself, "The rumors are true. The rumors are indeed true. He has already become an overlord that causes people to tremble in fear at the sound of his name." As soon as Gu Chen made his move, everyone present was shocked. The foreign forces, who had been arrogant, seemed to be suddenly silenced. Gu Chen glanced at his 9 generals and was about to say something. Suddenly, whoosh, the hooded woman from the eastern wilderness Yan family suddenly attacked. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in the sky above Gu Chen. Absolute ice realm. Waves of cold air emanated from her body. It was as if she had dragged the entire place into the ice age. Her arms, which were as white as lotuses, hugged the air and shrouded Gu Chen within. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Gu Chen's body was frozen and turned into a giant block of ice. All the aura on his body disappeared. It was as if his life had been extinguished in that instant. Sect leader. The expressions of Zhao Rou and the others changed drastically. The woman landed lightly on the ground and walked back to her original position as if it was only natural. You are indeed strong, but you are too careless. Once you are sealed by my power of extreme cold, your consciousness will soon fall, and the blood in your body will be frozen. Your sect leader is already dead. Perhaps there is someone really capable in Beijing Mansion, but you have no choice but to obey. The woman's voice was unusually cold, just like her ability. This voice, when Xiao Ke heard this voice, she was a little surprised. Why did this voice sound so familiar? She did not have time to think about the reason. She rushed forward with the other 8 people, wanting to save Gu Chen from the block of ice. Let me melt this block of ice. Ji Hanying, who possessed the flame bone, said anxiously. She immediately wanted to summon flames. It's useless. The ice formed by my power of extreme cold is no weaker than the 10,000-year frigid ice. He will die without a doubt. The woman said coldly. Just as she finished speaking, sunlight shone in through the hole in the roof caused by the honey badger demon king being sent flying. Pft, pft. When the sunlight shone on the block of ice that sealed Gu Chen, it suddenly turned into a golden flame. As soon as the flames appeared, the ice disintegrated at an extremely fast speed, producing cracking sounds. How can this be? That is the innate ability of the heart of extreme cold. The cultivators from the Yan family were shocked. The woman's innate ability had always been successful. This was the first time it was broken by someone. Bang! With the help of the Sun True Fire, Gu Chen successfully broke out of the ice, and his entire body surged with a monstrous blood qi. The blood qi in his body surged and quickly dispelled the extreme coldness in his body. Then, like a ghost, he dashed toward the young girl and struck out with his palm. This palm was wrapped in the Sun True Fire, which restrained the girl's power of extreme coldness. The young girl's expression changed, and she chose to meet force with force. Boom, the 2 palms collided, and 2 completely different auras of extreme coldness and extreme heat swept in all directions, causing all the cultivators to feel as if they were in a world of ice and snow, and then they felt as if they were in a copper furnace. Eh? Her physique is quite strong. Gu Chen was astonished. He judged that this was a woman, but she was not a frail woman. On the contrary, when she collided with him head-on, her bones did not break, and her physique was even stronger than that of the honey badger demon king. Although he was surprised, he only used 30% of his strength. Seeing that the other party's physique was extraordinary, he immediately increased his strength. Whoosh, another palm struck out, and the young girl was instantly defeated. She staggered backward, and the hood on her head flew up, and her snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. Her hair was extremely special, as if it was strung together by ice threads. It was crystal clear and not tainted by the aura of the mortal world at all. However, what was even more shocking was her face. Her face was the delicate and cute type, but her eyes were cold from the bones. When Guchen saw the other party's face, his expression changed instantly. "Why is it you?" he subconsciously blurted out. The face in front of him was too similar to an old friend he knew. "Senior Sister Lu?" Not far away, Xiaoke saw the young girl's appearance and was stunned at first. Then, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. Guchen stopped his attack, and the young girl also stopped retreating with great difficulty. She stared coldly at Guchen. Guchen looked at her, but there was no killing intent in him. His expression was one of pleasant surprise and confusion. Lu Yichen, he actually met Lu Yichen here. This was the daughter of the Purple Firmament sect master. She was one of the few friends he had when he was in Fenglin Manor. Because of him, the young girl who had suffered the calamity of having her entire sect annihilated had actually reunited here. Back when he had found out from Chao Xianben that Lu Yichen was in the Man with a Bamboo Hat's Divine Creation Pavilion, he had tried his best to save her. However, when he had gone there, he had not found any trace of her. He had thought that she was already dead and that he would never see her again in this life. Who would have thought that they would meet again on such an occasion? "Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu. I missed you so much." When Xiaoke saw Lu Yichen, she could no longer hold it in. Her eyes reddened as she flew over. She and Senior Sister were as close as sisters. In the past, Senior Sister had always protected her. Only God knew how much Senior Sister had missed her in the past year. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The young lady from the Yan family frowned when she saw that Guchen's murderous aura was gone, and Xiaoke was extremely excited. "Stop right there. She's a member of the Yan family. Her name is Yan Bing. She's not your senior sister." A few people from the Yan family went forward to stop Xiao Quebec. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and anxiety. "Nonsense. She's my senior sister. I've been looking for her for a long time," Xiaoke said agitatedly. The young lady from the Yan family, Yan Bing, frowned even more. She could not hide the confusion between her brows. Guchen observed the reactions of the people from the Yan family and the young lady who looked like Lu Yichen. His eyes were deep in thought as he spoke. "Xiaoke, come back. We'll talk when we get back. Now is not the right time." When Xiaoke heard his words, she also realized that it was not the right time to acknowledge her family with so many forces present. She looked at the young lady from the Yan family reluctantly and returned to stand behind Guchen. Everything had happened too suddenly. From the moment Guchen had taught the Honey Badger Demon King a lesson to the moment his people seemed to know the people from the Yan family, only a short period of time had passed. However, many forces at the scene felt that it was extremely strange. Seeing that the battle between the two sides had ended, the woman from the Nalan family of the Northern Plains stood up and said, "Both of you, please sit down and talk. You haven't even seen the shadow of the King Weapon Armory. It's meaningless for you to fight first. Talk?" Guchen glanced coldly at the woman from the Nalan family. "If I remember correctly, you don't seem to have any intention of talking to the Whale Alliance." As soon as Guchen said this, the sect masters of the Whale Alliance present seemed to be injected with chicken blood and spoke one after another. "That's right. Don't go too far. It's impossible for the Whale Alliance to help you, let alone hand over the King Weapon Cauldron that we have already obtained." Because of Guchen's strength, the sects of the Whale Alliance seemed to have found their backbone. They swept away their previous timidity and fought for their own interests. "Sect Master Chen, please take a seat." Chou Feiyang gave up his chair and said respectfully. He was completely convinced by Guchen's strength after the short fight earlier. He also knew that only he could make a decision for the Whale Alliance, so he gave up his seat for the negotiation without hesitation. Guchen did not stand on ceremony either. He sat on his seat and swept his cold gaze across the various external forces present. Many cultivators instinctively looked away when they met his gaze. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. They no longer looked down on Beijing Mansion. "I don't care what you think. Since the King Weapon Armory is in my Beijing Mansion, don't even think about bypassing my Whale Alliance. We can benefit each other, but if anyone thinks that my Whale Alliance or Heavenly Star sect can bully them as they please, they will end up like that bastard just now." Gu Chen's words were clearly threatening, but at this moment, all the forces remained silent. Bah! Sect Master Chen, you've misunderstood. The demon race acted on their own. That's not what we think. The Thousand Refinements Holy Clan's elder took the initiative to speak. He originally wanted to address Gu Chen as overlord, but when he thought that Gu Chen might not want to reveal his true identity, he immediately changed his form of address. If they knew that this Heavenly Star sect and the Whale Alliance had Overlord and the Celestial Court behind them, they would not have dared to act so tyrannically. Seeing that the Thousand Refinements Holy Clan's elder had admitted defeat, many foreign cultivators realized how extraordinary the Heavenly Star sect's sect master was. The Yan family's people returned to their seats. Yan Bing's divine ability was broken, which made them fearful. They did not dare to look down on him anymore. As for the demon race, the Honey Badger Demon King was probably heavily injured and did not return. The other demons were in charge of the discussion. Everyone sat down, and they could finally talk openly and honestly. Regarding the two conditions I mentioned earlier, one of them is that we need a large number of people to accurately locate the King Weapon Armory. Regarding this, Daoist Chen should be able to promise on behalf of the Whale Alliance, right? The Nalan family's woman looked at Gu Chen. At this moment, in her eyes, this young man was the true leader of the Whale Alliance. Gu Chen looked at Chou Feiyang respectfully, and Chou Feiyang hurriedly nodded. Gu Chen said, "Sure. As long as you can provide reliable information, the Whale Alliance can provide the manpower." This was a sensitive issue. Until now, everyone only knew that the 99 cauldrons were the guide and the key to finding the armory. As for how important the role it played, and whether the number of small cauldrons would affect the chance of obtaining the armory, no one knew. Indeed, only the Nalan family possessed the most crucial and important information. They did not say anything and asked this private question. The various forces present had different thoughts, so naturally, they were not willing to cooperate. Fellow Daoist Nalan, as the saying goes, if someone gives me a foot of respect, I will return it tenfold. Now that the Whale Alliance is willing to help, you should first tell us how to find the armory, and what's the mystery of the 99 cauldrons, right? The elder of the Thousand Refinements Holy Clan said. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded in agreement. Only by understanding the mystery would they be willing to tell the other party the number of cauldrons they had. You don't believe me? The woman from the Nalan family frowned. That's right. Gu Chen glanced at her and answered straightforwardly. Fellow Daoist Nalan, please show some sincerity. The legend of the armory had been circulating in the world for 800 years, and the rumor that it was about to appear had caused an uproar. Gu Chen had many doubts. He had never heard of the Nalan family, so he was even more suspicious. Seeing everyone staring at her, the woman from the Nalan family sighed. Fine, I can tell everyone some information about the armament armory first. Some of you should know that the ancestor of the Nalan family had a close relationship with the King of Weapons, Jiang Beiming, so we naturally know more inside information. It's not just a close relationship. Back then, the Nalan family used a honey trap. The elder of the Thousand Refinements Holy Clan immediately spoke with a hint of mockery in his tone. Logically speaking, they were the sect of the King of Weapons, so they should have the most information about the armory. However, because of some things back then, the King of Weapons had concealed a lot of information about the armory from his sect, so he was not guarded against a confidant from the Nalan family. It was precisely because they knew that the Nalan family had a close relationship with the King of Weapons that the Thousand Refinements Saint sect didn't hesitate to send an elder over when they leaked the news of the armory's appearance. Let's not mention old matters anymore. Everyone only needs to know that the armament armory is a rather peculiar place, and it's absolutely impossible to enter without a guide. I understand all of your concerns. You are worried that the number of passes is related to the success rate. In fact, the more passes you have, the higher the success rate in theory. The woman confirmed this conjecture, causing an uproar among the crowd. The eyes of the Thousand Smelting Saint sect elder revealed a look of pleasant surprise. One must know that the loss of the King Equipment Armory had always been seen as the greatest loss to the world of smithing. At the same time, it was also the biggest concern of the Thousand Smelting Saint sect. For the past 800 years, the Thousand Refinements Sacred Clan had been secretly collecting King Tool's cauldrons through their influence. Today, their harvest could be said to be quite rich. He was confident that out of all the powers present, no one had more cauldrons than the Thousand Smelting Saint clan. In contrast to the people of the Thousand Smelting Saint clan, many powers, including Gu Chen, frowned. Many of them had coincidentally obtained one or two small cauldrons during the event. Compared to the Thousand Smelting Saint clan and the Nalan clan, who had come prepared, it was extremely disadvantageous. Although having more passes is an advantage, it's actually just an advantage in numbers. The woman from the Nalan clan added, "Let me tell you clearly, according to the restrictions set by the King of Weapons, each pass can only bring 4 people into the armory. And it's hard to predict what will happen in the armory. It's not necessarily a matter of having more people. According to what the King of Weapons said, it still depends on luck and his mood." After she said this, her expression became strange. Depends on the King of Weapons' mood? He's already dead, how can he interfere with who gets the inheritance of the armory? Everyone only felt that it was funny. So it turns out that one can bring so many people into the armory. The few major powers looked at each other, somewhat regretting that they had brought too few people. Especially the Thousand Smelting Saint clan elder, he suddenly felt that his clan's advantage was not that great. Since everyone knows the mysteries of the king weapon cauldrons, we should gather them and see if there are 99 of them. If even one is missing, I can clearly tell everyone that the armory cannot be opened. The woman from the Nalan clan stood up. My Nalan clan will set an example. We have a total of 12 king weapon cauldrons here. 12, the people from the Thousand Smelting Saint clan cursed inwardly. Sure enough, the Nalan clan had been coveting the armory all these years. What about the Thousand Smelting Saint clan? You should have more, right? The woman looked at the Thousand Smelting Saint clan elder. 33. The number reported by the Thousand Smelting Saint clan made everyone secretly click their tongues. How much manpower and resources did they have to spend to gather all of them? We have 8 here. The faces of the Southern Mountains Demon clan members were somewhat ugly, feeling that they were at a great disadvantage. The various sects reported the number of small cauldrons they had. Other than a few major powers, almost every power had 1 or 2 scattered around. In the end, they had a total of 80 cauldrons. We only have 6 on our side, but our companions should have 10 on their side. The girl from the Eastern Baron Yan clan who looked very similar to Lu Yichen said. 16. The number actually exceeded the Nalan clan, causing the other major powers' expressions to change. Could it be that the Eastern Baron Yan clan had also been collecting king weapon cauldrons for so many years? If that's the case, there are 96, and the whereabouts of the remaining 3 are unknown. The woman from the Nalan clan said. My Heavenly Star sect has 1. Just then, Huang Pingzhang answered. We're still missing 2. Not everyone is here? The woman frowned tightly. This didn't match the prophet's divination. He clearly said that all 99 cauldrons would be gathered this time. I can handle the remaining 2. Just then, Gu Chen said indifferently, causing everyone to be surprised. Could it be that the Heavenly Star sect had 3? Gu Chen had gotten 1 from the Jing siblings a long time ago. Later on, when he participated in the Celestial Court's assessment, he took another 1 from the Whale Alliance's black market and gave it to the Celestial Court. With his current status, he only needed to ask the Celestial Court for that cauldron. Just like that, all 99 cauldrons were gathered. The woman from the Nalan clan was overjoyed. The prophet's divination was as accurate as always. If that's the case, everyone take out the cauldrons. She urged, wanting to see it with her own eyes. The cauldrons aren't with me. I'll need a few days to get them. Gu Chen replied indifferently. We'll need to communicate with our companions before we can give you a clear answer. The Yan clan said so too. Alright, how about 3 days? I hope everyone can bring the cauldrons here after 3 days. I'll also tell everyone how to open the armory. After the meeting ended, all the forces left with their own thoughts. Many sect leaders of small sects decided to stay in the Thunder Ray sect because they had exposed their king weapon cauldrons. In their opinion, if they stayed in the Thunder Ray sect, with Chenggu and Union Chief Chiu around, then even if outsiders coveted the treasures, they would not dare to take action against them. But if they left, only God knew whether or not some big force would kill them and snatch their treasures. With such thoughts, many sect leaders gathered around Guchen the moment the meeting ended. They all wanted to build a good relationship with the Heavenly Star sect. The situation in today's meeting couldn't be clearer. If it wasn't for Guchen intimidating those external forces, all the sects in the Whale Alliance would be in a tragedy. They realized that the Heavenly Star sect would be the most powerful sect in the Whale Alliance, and it was necessary for them to join the Heavenly Star sect as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Guchen wasn't interested in them at all. After the meeting ended, he distanced himself from these people and only stared at the Yen family of the Eastern Wilderness. The Yen family of the Eastern Wilderness and the White Bone sect left together. Yan Bing, who looked like Lui Chen, was also among them. Xiaoke couldn't wait to find Yan Bing after the meeting ended. However, that girl acted as if she didn't know her and left heartlessly. Guchen didn't stop her. He watched her leave and asked, "Xiaoke, are you sure she's your senior sister Lu? Senior sister Lu and I are like sisters. I can't be wrong. It's fine if it's just a face, but when I pulled her just now, I saw the red mole on her hand. It's exactly the same as senior sister Lu's. So, I can't be wrong," Xiaoke said with certainty. She looked sad as she couldn't understand why senior sister Lu acted as if she didn't know her. She didn't know what senior sister Lu had experienced in the past year, but she had changed a lot. When Guchen heard Xiaoke's words, he had already made a judgment in his heart. "Old Zhang, I haven't seen you for half a year. How's your clairvoyance?" Guchen suddenly asked Huang Pingzhang next to him. "Sect leader, I understand what you mean. Leave it to me." Huang Pingzhang and Guchen always had a tacit understanding, so he said straightforwardly, "Be careful. There are many experts in their team," Guchen reminded. Huang Pingzhang nodded his head and quickly left. Guchen then looked at the remaining 8 people. "Have any of you joined the Celestial Court?" "Master, we're all in." The 8 of them replied. Before Guchen left, he had been a future Dao disciple of the Celestial Court, and there were many benefits to joining the Celestial Court. Therefore, after some discussion, not long after Guchen left, they also joined the Celestial Court. Originally, he had joined the Celestial Court in order to better contact and cooperate with Guchen. However, he did not expect that Guchen would first go to the Heavenly Palace, and then to the 9 prefectures. He had completely lost contact with them for more than half a year. "Alright, old Zhong, I'll write a letter. Send it to the Celestial Court's branch immediately." Guchen then wrote a letter about the King of Weapons Armory, requesting the Celestial Court to give him the other King of Weapons cauldron as soon as possible. Yu Qizhong took the letter and left, while Guchen and the 7 women stayed at the Thunder Ray sect, waiting for Huang Pingzhang's news. In an abandoned ancient city in Beijing Prefecture, the cultivators of the Yen family and the Bone sect left the Thunder Ray sect, avoiding the eyes of others, and came all the way here. When they were not far from the city, they all changed into yellow Taoist robes and put on strange ghost masks. If Guchen were here, he would definitely be very surprised, because this kind of attire belonged to the Netherworld Tower, one of the 3 major underground forces on the continent. The Bone sect was backed by the Yen family, a hidden family in the Eastern Wilderness, and the so-called Yen family seemed to have an inextricable relationship with the Netherworld Tower. The group changed into Taoist robes and entered the ancient city, where a large group of people had been waiting for a long time. "What's the situation?" This group of people all wore long black robes embroidered with the image of a dark sparrow. They were the people of the Underworld God Palace. The leader of the group was dressed differently. Although he was slightly plump and was a middle-aged man, he looked very noble. Beside him, there was an old servant following him like a shadow. Seeing that the group of people from the Yen family had returned, the middle-aged man asked about the situation with concern. According to the Nalan family, the situation with the King of Weapons cauldron is like this. The 2 sides began to communicate, and an old man squatted on a tree 100 miles away from them, his blue eyes flashing with a cold luster. In the ancient city, 100 miles away, the old servant beside the middle-aged man seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly raised his head, and his divine sense extended wildly. His divine sense crushed the void and spread out, as if it had set off an invisible storm. 100 miles away, Huang Pingzhang's expression changed greatly. He had sensed it 1 step ahead, and with a swoosh, he fled frantically. That vast divine sense chased him to a place with a radius of 100 miles, and almost caught Huang Pingzhang spying. Fortunately, with the 1,000 miles all-seeing eyes, he managed to escape from the other party's sensing range in time. What a scary guy. I thought it was just an ordinary old man. Could it be a saint of the heaven realm? Huang Pingzhang took a few deep breaths. He no longer had the courage to spy, and hurriedly returned to the Thunder Ray sect. In the ancient city, the middle-aged man looked at the old servant. What's wrong? He felt that the old servant had released a powerful divine sense in an instant, and asked in surprise. Nothing. Maybe it was just an illusion. I just felt that someone was spying on me. The old servant shook his head. Someone was spying? The middle-aged man's expression changed. I've already checked. Within 100 miles, even if you disguise yourself as a bird, you won't be able to hide from the old man. There's no problem. The old servant's explanation made the middle-aged man heave a sigh of relief. Fellow Huangfu, don't be so suspicious. Let's first discuss how to distribute the spoils after entering the King of Weapons armory. An old man from the Yan clan said. Humph, the master of Yellow Springs and my father are already firm allies. Why bother about this? You should also know that it won't be long before the entire world will belong to my Huangfu clan. The middle-aged man said proudly. Heh, that's hard to say. Your Huangfu clan just suffered a great loss not long ago. Even blood brothers should settle accounts clearly. We suggest splitting the spoils of the King of Weapons armory 50-50. The old man from the Yan clan said. Yellow Springs Tower wants 50? Are you kidding me? We can contribute 10 King of Weapons cauldrons, but you only have 6. You should know that in order to collect these 10 cauldrons, my Huangfu clan paid a great price. The middle-aged man rejected. How much combat power can the Huangfu clan provide now? The cold girl from the Yan clan said, Huangfu de, how many people did you bring back from Beijing Mansion? Apart from the one beside you, the rest are all trash, right? Even if you provide a lot of cauldrons, won't you still have to rely on our people when entering the armory? These rude words immediately angered Huangfu de. Don't forget who saved you when you were on the brink of death, he said gloomily. Man with a bamboo hat did me a favor. I know this very well. However, this concerns the interests of my Yan clan. There's no room for discussion. She said coldly. These words caused the Yan clan members behind her to reveal strange expressions. Huangfu De's eyes even revealed disdain. He's just a test subject who doesn't even know who he is and has been fooled. Forget it, 50% it is. Huangfu knew that the situation was special this time. He was severely lacking manpower and had to rely on Acheron Tower, so he could only compromise. I wish you a happy cooperation. Yan Bing showed a rare smile on her face after achieving the desired result of the negotiation. Huang Pingzhang returned to the Thunder Ray sect at top speed and reported to Guchen the results of his spying. The Underworld God Palace and Acheron Tower are cooperating? The 7 women's expressions changed drastically when they heard the shocking news. The cooperation of 2 dark forces was enough to set off a bloodbath. Guchen, on the other hand, was not so surprised. He had long known that these 2 forces had secretly colluded with each other. This was just another cooperation. Tell me, what does the leader of the Underworld God Palace look like? I almost sensed you. What does the guy who is suspected to be a sage look like? Guchen asked for details. Huang Pingzhang told him the truth. After Guchen heard that, a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Huang Fu, I've finally caught you. He had been wondering why he did not see Huang Fu at the Whale Alliance meeting. It turned out that they were cooperating with Acheron Tower and hiding in the dark. This information was extremely important. If he entered the armory without knowing anything and was attacked by both forces, he would probably be in deep trouble. Sect Master, this matter is related to the Underworld God Palace. Are you sure that it's Senior Sister Lu now? Xiaoke said excitedly. Originally, the Yan family's identity had nothing to do with Lu Yichen. However, everything was different now that the Underworld God Palace was involved. I think I already know what's going on. Guchen told everyone what Jiang Yij had told him in the capital. The upper echelons of the Underworld God Palace and Acheron Tower have been secretly cooperating to capture people with special constitutions. After obtaining the organ, they will use it to nurture a sacrificial son. When I fought with Lu Yichen today, the extreme cold power she possesses is extraordinary. It's obvious that she has a special constitution. This proves that she has become a sacrificial son. Back then, when she was captured and brought to the God Creation Pavilion, she was chosen by the man with a bamboo hat to become a sacrifice. Then, as an ally, she was given to the Acheron Tower, right? Xiaoke was still puzzled. But why did senior sister Lu completely change into a different person? She doesn't recognize me. They probably used some kind of secret mind technique to erase her memory, or even tamper with it. Guchen speculated with a gratified look on his face. No matter what, we can now conclude that Lu Yichen is still alive, which is a good thing. As for the fact that she has lost her memory now, it doesn't matter. We will find a way to help her recover when the time comes. The most pressing matter now is how we're going to deal with the alliance of the Nether God Palace and the Netherworld Pavilion if the Armament Armory opens successfully in 3 days. Guchen's eyes flickered. This was indeed a great enemy, far more troublesome than the Thousand Smelting Saint clan and the Southern Mountains demonic race. If the Weapon King Armory fell into their hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sect Master, there are Sky Human stage experts in the enemy's camp. Should we request the Celestial Court to send reinforcements? Huang Pingzhang asked. He still had some lingering fear when he thought of that old servant's sharp senses. Guchen pondered and shook his head. I'd just separated from killing God Qing Lin not long ago. I know he's busy with his own matters and won't be able to provide reinforcements in time. As for the other killing gods, forget it. Are you sure there's only one saint present? Although there were many killing gods in the Celestial Court, the Weapon King Armory was too sensitive. Guchen didn't want too many unstable factors. It should be right. Huang Pingzhang nodded. If there's only one, then there's no need to be too cautious. Guchen pondered. There were many experts from various forces this time. He suspected that the other forces might also have saints who would intervene, but they were just hiding. In this situation, the Nether God Palace might not be able to gain much of an advantage. Of course, the premise was that he had to help. Zhao Rou, spread the news that the Yen clan is from the Netherworld Pavilion and that they're cooperating with the Nether God Palace. Guchen quickly ordered. Sect Master wants to kill with a borrowed knife? Zhao Rou thought intelligently. That's right. Once the other forces know that the two dark forces have joined forces, they'll definitely see them as their number one enemy. In this way, not only can we restrain the Nether God Palace, but we can also fish in troubled waters. Guchen said. According to the Nalan clan, each king weapon cauldron can bring 4 people into the armory. When the Celestial Court's cauldron is in place, we'll have 12 people. I plan to bring you guys in. Get ready. Everyone nodded. They knew that this trip was dangerous, but it also contained great opportunities. Guchen chose them because he trusted them and also because he was giving them a chance. Everyone quickly went to work according to Guchen's instructions. Guchen stayed in the room alone, pacing back and forth as he pondered. Little guy, if the two of us join forces, what are the chances of winning against a saint? He couldn't figure it out, so he asked White Ape, who was eating an apple next to him. White Ape touched his chin as if he couldn't figure it out either. Do I really have to ask the old Celestial Emperor for help and ask this killing god that I don't know for help? Guchen frowned. Just when he was uncertain, Wei Qizhong, who had gone to the Celestial Court's branch, came back. How's the situation? Guchen asked immediately. Reporting to Sect Master, the Celestial Court has already learned of this matter. They said that there will be reinforcements coming with King Weapon Cauldron, and you know this person. Wei Qizhong replied. Who is it? Many candidates appeared in Guchen's mind. They had 12 places to enter the armory. He, White Ape, and Wei Qizhong were 9 people, so there was only 1 place left. The person who came was very important. It would be best if it was the Green Qilin killing god. Unfortunately, his chances were too low. Guchen hoped that it would be the few gold-ranked assassins he trusted. The Celestial Court kept this a secret. They said that he alone is better than 1,000 men and horses. You'll know when the time comes. The other party will come in about 2 days. Wei Qizhong's words left Guchen in great suspense. Such a high evaluation, and someone he knew, just who could it be? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 days, the news that the Underworld God Palace and Acheron Tower had joined hands to stir up trouble in the armory spread like wildfire, causing a huge uproar among the various forces. In this dangerous situation, the forces staying in the Thunder Ray sect communicated with each other. In order to increase their chances of obtaining the armory, they decided to join hands. The various sects of the Whale League wanted to rope in Guchen as an ally, but he rejected them. In Guchen's opinion, because of the special nature of Beijing Mansion, many cultivators of the various sects of the Whale League were not trustworthy. In addition, he looked down on their strength. If they joined hands, they would only be a burden, so it was better not to have them. He had already done his best to speak up for Beijing Mansion at the meeting. He was also using them to stir up this mess. As for the others, they should just sweep the snow in front of their own doors. Unable to rope in a strong ally like the Heavenly Star sect, the various sects could only join hands. Some directly cooperated with external forces, making the situation even more chaotic. Guchen knew him. One man was better than 1,000 men. The suspense left by the Celestial Court was not small, so Guchen was very curious. When he saw who it was, he flashed a rare bright smile. The newcomer was a chubby young man. When Zhao Rou, Xiao Ke, and the others saw him, they were pleasantly surprised. Fatty Chow, why are you here? It's been half a year since you were taken away by the Celestial Court. The newcomer was Chao Xianbin. He seemed to be fatter than before, like a round ball, and he was very happy to see everyone. When he was rescued by Guchen, he was placed in the residence of Zhao Rou and the other girls. He would freeload for food and drinks every day, and after a long time, their relationship could be said to be very good. It had been half a year since he volunteered to be the experimental subject of the Celestial Court, with the intention of winning half a game. In this half a year, his life and death were unknown, and everyone was worried about him. Seeing him again, alive and kicking, they were naturally happy. Chao Xianbin smiled and greeted everyone, then walked in front of Guchen, and said excitedly, "Boss, I'm back." Ever since Guchen saved him from the Dark God Palace and gave him a chance to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly, he secretly swore to follow Guchen no matter what in this life, to repay this kindness. In the past, he was just a useless person with a useless physique, and never dared to hope that he could help Guchen in any way, so his sense of existence was extremely weak. But this time, he came back full of confidence. "It's good that you're back." Guchen smiled. He did not know what Chao Xianbin had experienced in the Celestial Court's experiments, but according to Killing God Qing Lin's description, he must have suffered a lot during the process. He was smiling in a carefree manner, but only he knew the blood and tears in it. Squeak squeak. White Ape was also very happy to see Fatty Chow, whom he had not seen for a long time. He picked up an apple from the table next to him and smashed it on his head. Fatty stood where he was without moving. His body actually turned illusory, and the apple directly pierced through his head and fell to the ground. "Humph, little monkey, I'm not the same person as before. Do you still want to throw things at me like before?" Chao Xianbin said proudly. His skill stunned the White Ape. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, wondering if there was something wrong with his eyes. Spatial magic? When Guchen saw Chao Xuanbin's illusory form, he sensed a slight fluctuation in the space and blurted out in surprise. Fatty seemed to have mastered the power of space. "Boss, to be more precise, this is my divine ability." Chao Xuanbin's body materialized again as he explained. Guchen nodded. He could see at a glance that Chao Xuanbin's cultivation had reached the Nirvana realm. Obviously, he had solved the drawbacks of the blood of gluttony physique. "The Celestial Court sent you here and said that you alone are better than thousands of soldiers and horses. It should be because your ability is very special, right? When the King of Weapons Armory opens, we will have 12 places to enter. The last place was originally intended for the reinforcements. This trip is unpredictable and dangerous. We can't have any burden. Can you prove your value?" Guchen smiled. He was looking forward to seeing Qiao Xuanbing's current ability. What kind of divine ability could make the Celestial Court give him such a high evaluation? Boss, I understand what you said. Qiao Xianben looked around at the others present. Since boss trusts you, I also trust you. I will share my ability with everyone. The 9 of them could not help but listen attentively. Qiao Xuanbing's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. My special physique is the blood of gluttony. Ever since I was young, it was like a bottomless pit. No matter how I cultivated or how much energy I absorbed, it would all be absorbed by it. This caused me to be unable to make any progress on the path of cultivation. Originally, I thought that I was done for in this life. However, I did not expect the Celestial Court to break into the God Creation Pavilion and discover records of me from the man with the bamboo hat's research. So my blood of gluttony has other secrets. Qiao Xianben recalled the period when he experienced the Celestial Court's experiments. He could not help but shiver. It was obvious that the process had been very torturous. According to the man with the bamboo hat's information, the reason why the blood of gluttony is like a bottomless pit and will absorb all my energy is because this blood contains the strange power of space. To put it simply, it is equivalent to my blood communicating with a strange space. All the energy does not disappear, but is being transferred into it. What Qiao Xianben said made everyone click their tongues in wonder. There was actually another world in the human body's blood? The man with a bamboo hat was truly terrifying. His research on the extreme Dao organs was too profound. He had far surpassed the standards of all the Dao plant masters in the entire Kunlun continent. The Celestial Court conducted an experiment for me based on the information left behind by the man with a bamboo hat. They finally solved the drawbacks of the blood of gluttony, and because of that, I have obtained 3 great innate abilities. After Qiao Xianben finished speaking, he started to demonstrate. First, like before, his body turned incorporeal and became like a soul. This is the incorporeal ability. It can instantly send my physical body into that strange space, allowing me to switch between the strange space and the real space. When I am in an incorporeal state, most of the attacks are useless against me. After hearing the incorporeal ability, everyone was astonished. What a terrifying defensive ability. This ability can not only incorporeal me, it can also incorporeal the people beside me. When Guchen heard this, he was elated. With this, the fatty support ability could be said to be terrifying. The other 2 abilities are teleportation and projection. Through teleportation, I can bring people with me in a large area of space at an extremely fast speed. It's like teleportation. And projection is actually an extension of incorporeal, similar to a mirage. After Qiao Xianben finished introducing his 3 great abilities, he scratched his head embarrassedly. However, the time is short. In this half a year, I have been familiarizing myself with these 3 great abilities. I don't know any offensive methods. So if I follow you into the Weapon King Armory, I might not be able to help you kill the enemies. When everyone heard this, their expressions froze. They didn't speak for a long time. What's wrong? The fatty asked guiltily. He thought that everyone was not satisfied with his current abilities. Damn, with such powerful 3 great abilities, what else do you need? Wei Qizhong couldn't help but curse. Compared to the 9 of them with their special physiques, Qiao Xuanbing's physique had reached the pinnacle of support. He couldn't kill the enemies, but he could trap countless of them. Very good, I'm very satisfied. Guchen smiled from ear to ear. He finally understood why the Celestial Court said that the fatty was better than an army of 1,000 men and horses. Incorporeal, teleportation, and projection. As long as they were used well, they would definitely be able to display shocking results. With the addition of Qiao Xianben, Guchen's team of 12 was officially formed. This was also the core of the Heavenly Star sect he had established. As long as the 12 of them existed, the soul of the Heavenly Star sect would exist. The next day, the Whale League's conference was held as scheduled. Also in the hall of the Thunder Ray sect, various forces gathered together. However, this time, the situation had clearly changed. The Demon Assimilation sect was still under the control of the Nanling Demon tribe, but the Honey Badger Demon King had retreated to the side. The leader was an even older Honey Badger. This was a demon saint. His body was thin and shriveled, but just by sitting there, he made people feel like a mountain, suffocating them. On the Thousand Refinements sect side, the elder from before was also behind an old man with a gray beard. This old man wore a simple blue robe, had a face full of freckles, and had a red nose. He did not look much better than the honey badger demon saint sitting opposite him. However, if any big shot from the 9 provinces saw him here, they would probably be delighted and hurried over to chat with him. Even people like Huangfu Wuji did not dare to be negligent in front of this person. There was no other reason than that this person was the Thousand Refinements sect's supreme elder, the continent's #1 blacksmith, Jiang Bourgeois. For the Armament King Armory, the Thousand Refinements sect's most respected blacksmith had come in person. This made all the small sects in Beijing Mansion tremble with fear. The Nanling Demon Saint is here, and the continent's #1 blacksmith is also here. He's also a sage. It seems that even if sect leader Chen is here today, he won't be able to control the situation. Yes, although sect leader Chen and union leader Qiu are famous in Beijing Mansion, they are unknown in the entire continent. It seems that all the local forces in Beijing Mansion will be reduced to vassals this time. The sects in the Whale League side. In the past few days, they had been trying to get a share of the loot. However, seeing such a terrifying big shot with their own eyes, they suddenly realized how ridiculous their previous thoughts were. In the presence of such a big shot, the only choice they could make was to cooperate. If they caught their eye, they might be rewarded. Not long after the 2 sages sat down, the White Bone sect arrived with the Underworld God Palace and Acheron Tower. However, Huangfu De and an old man from the Yellow Spring Pavilion didn't look too good. Originally, they had planned to hide in the dark and pretend to be the Yen clan's followers in the Armament Armory. That way, when the various forces fought each other, they would be able to reap the benefits. However, who would have thought that the secret of their identity would be leaked out somehow? The moment they arrived at the Thunder Ray sect, they discovered that everyone knew about it. They had no choice but to reveal themselves. The alliance of the 2 great powers walked into the hall. Be it the Southern Mountain sect or the Thousand Smelting Saints sect, both of them cast a strong hostility towards them. Damn it! Huangfu De cursed in his heart. Judging by how hostile they were, they would most likely become the target of everyone's attacks the moment they entered the armory. Huangfu and the old man from the Netherworld Tower took their seats. There were a lot of empty seats at the conference table. Since there were 2 sages present, the sect leaders of the major sects in White Whale Mansion did not dare to sit down for fear of offending the dignity of the sages. After Huangfu sat down, the people from the Nayland family also arrived. The woman from the Nayland family did not bring her husband this time. Instead, she held the hand of a white-haired old man and walked slowly into the hall. Jiang Bourgeois, you are not dead yet. The old man from the Nayland family said in a hoarse voice when he saw the supreme elder of the Thousand Smelting Saints sect. Nayland Su, you are not dead yet. How could the old man be dead? If I remember correctly, you are 10 years older than the old man. You should be reaching the limit of a celestial being's lifespan, right? Jiang Bourgeois snorted coldly. You, the junior brother of the King of Arms, are so useless that you want to steal the treasures left behind by your senior brother. Hey, what does the mainland call you? They call you the Weapon Sage? Even your senior brother only dared to call himself the King of Arms. You, on the other hand, are even more famous than him? I wonder if your weapon forging skills are even 1/10 of his. Nayland Su sat down on his seat and mocked Jiang Bourgeois. The title of Weapon Sage was given to me by others. The old man has never acknowledged it. Hearing this, Jiang Bourgeois blew his top and glared at Nayland Su. Also, what right do you have to say that the old man is useless? In order to seduce my senior brother, you even sent your younger sister to his bed. Nonsense. My younger sister and the King of Arms are in love. Nayland Su immediately lost his cool and retorted angrily. Then, the 2 of them began to quarrel with each other, revealing wave after wave of old news. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The various sect leaders of the Beijing Mansion were stunned. One of these 2 old men was the junior brother of the King of Arms, and the other was the elder brother of his confidant. Didn't that mean that they had lived for at least 800 or 900 years? They were indeed sages. They had lived for so long, however, as they quarreled with each other, they no longer had the sage-like demeanor of sages. Instead, they looked more like hooligans quarreling and exposing each other's shortcomings. Is this what a sage is like? He used to be the highest goal of my life. Cho Fei-yong, who was standing to the side, sighed inwardly. It turned out that sages were also just people. Ahem, alright, great-grandfather, let's not quarrel here. Let's get down to business. Master, please calm down. The lady from the Nalan family and the elder from the Thousand Refinements holy sect hurried to mediate. If they allowed the two of them to quarrel, they might even talk about how they wet their beds when they were children. Their prestige in front of a group of small sects would be completely gone. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Nalan Su glared at Jiang Bourgeois and said. Sect leader Chen from the Heavenly Star sect is not here yet. The lady from the Nalan family glanced at the crowd and frowned. The Heavenly Star sect was an extremely important part of the plan. The last 3 king instrument cauldrons were in Chenggu's hands. If he did not come, the plan would not succeed. What Heavenly Star sect? Which small sect is so influential that they want so many of us to wait for them? Nalan Su said unhappily. One should know that there were 5 sages present. Hearing this, many sect leaders of the Whale Alliance could not help but break out in a cold sweat for Gu Chen. Lunatic Chen is as crazy as ever. There are so many important people here today, but he still dares to be late. Could it be that he does not know that there are sages here? Quickly send someone to inform him. Otherwise, if he angers a sage, sect leader Chen's life will be in danger. Many sects of the Whale Alliance had just received a favor from Gu Chen and did not want anything to happen to him. They immediately whispered to each other, and some even prepared to run out to inform the sage. At this moment, Gu Chen, dressed in a white robe, stepped into the hall with a white ape on his shoulder and 10 companions behind him. This Gu is a little late. Please forgive me. A remnant of the Gu family? Huang Fuda stood up subconsciously when he saw Gu Chen. His expression changed drastically. He didn't expect to see Gu Chen here. He instantly understood why his identity was exposed. His loss of composure surprised everyone. Nalan Su looked at Gu Chen curiously. Who was this person? How could he make the representative of the Nether God Palace so emotional? He could sense that the old servant next to the representative of the Nether God Palace, who was also the sage, was suddenly full of vigilance the moment this person appeared. It was really strange that a young man who was only at the early stage of the immortality realm could make a dignified sage act as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Compared to Nalan Su's ignorance, Jiang Bourgeois of the Thousand Smelting Holy Sect and the Honey Badger Demon Saint of the South Mountains were not surprised by Huang Fuda's shock because they already knew his true identity in advance. I've long heard that Overlord is a genius. It's a pity that the old man couldn't attend the last Imperial Capital Conference and didn't get to see your elegant demeanor. Now that I've seen you today, you're indeed extraordinary. Jiang Bourgeois said politely. He actually praised Gu Chen, which stunned the sect masters of the Whale Alliance who didn't know the inside story. What Overlord? Also, Madman Chen just said that his surname was Gu. What was going on? Overlord. At this time, the Honey Badger Demon Saint also spoke. Sun Jinming is an extremely important junior of the South Mountains demon race. Thank you for saving him in time during the Imperial Capital Martial Arts competition. My grandson doesn't know who you are. I hope you can forgive him for offending you last time. After he finished speaking, the arrogant Honey Badger Demon King looked at Gu Chen and bowed to him. Overlord, please forgive me for offending you previously. I grew up with Jinming and we are like brothers. I shouldn't have offended his benefactor. The Honey Badger Demon King's sincere bow made the sect masters of the Whale Alliance even more confused. What was this? It was the Honey Badger Demon King who suffered in the previous conflict. He was obviously the one who was sent flying by Madman Chen, but now he was apologizing to him. What's so special about this crazy Chen that we don't know? The group of sect masters who were kept in the dark felt like there were 100,000 sheep howling in their hearts. Only Cho Fei-yong and a few people who knew the inside story were not too surprised by this scene. It's no big deal. There's a saying in the human race that goes no discord, no concord. Now we know each other. Gu Chen didn't expect the Honey Badger Demon King to apologize to him. He was a little surprised, but he didn't mind. He walked in front of the sages and sat down calmly under Huang Fuda's hateful gaze. So you're the overlord who triggered the stars in daytime and killed the prodigy Huangfu Qingming. Nailansu was sitting not too far away from Gu Chen. Through the conversation of a few people, he deduced Gu Chen's identity, and his eyes lit up. Tyrant, I wonder if you're married? Oh, that's not right. You have an engagement with the Central Plains royal family. That's fine. The old man has a granddaughter, she is the #1 beauty of Northern Plains. Tyrant, if there's a chance, I'll introduce you to her. Nailansu was actually trying to promote his granddaughter to Gu Chen. Gu Chen was stunned, and Jiang Bourgeois, who was sitting on the other side, exploded. You shameless old fart. How dare you use the same method you used to deal with my senior brother to deal with the overlord? Don't you have any shame? The two of them were suddenly on the verge of quarreling again. It took a lot of effort for their respective juniors to calm them down. The cultivators of Beijing Prefecture were already in a complete mess. They didn't understand the world of sages. Alright, everyone is here. Let's take out the king instrument cauldrons. The woman from the Nailan clan said helplessly. The meeting had finally entered the main topic. Huangfu De looked at Gu Chen gloomily, but he also knew that this wasn't the right time to settle scores. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Gu Chen was being followed by the Celestial Court's Grim Reaper, so he didn't dare to act rashly. As the Nailan clan had said, he and the old man from Acheron Tower took out a total of 16 king instrument cauldrons. Jiang Bourgeois took out 33, the Nailan clan took out 12, and the Nanling clan took out 8. In addition to the small cauldrons scattered on the table, there were a total of 96 cauldrons. Finally, Gu Chen flipped his hand and took out the 3 small cauldrons that he owned. In an instant, all 99 king instrument cauldrons were gathered. What a miracle! Jiang Bourgeois couldn't help but sigh. In the past 800 years, they had tried countless times to gather these 99 small cauldrons. However, because the King of Arms had thrown all 99 cauldrons all over the continent, they had never been able to gather them. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to see all the small cauldrons gathered in his lifetime. He didn't expect that his wish would finally come true. 99 cauldrons guard Kunlun. Whoever obtains the armory will obtain the world. Nailansu was also filled with emotion. He subconsciously muttered a few nursery rhymes that had been circulating everywhere when the King of Arms had passed away. All the cauldrons have been gathered. Now, let's talk about how the armory will be opened. Earlier, you said that the armory is in Beijing Prefecture, and a large number of people are needed to accurately locate the entrance. Does this mean that even with 99 cauldrons, we still have to go through a lot of trouble to enter? Then, how did the King of Arms hide this armory back then? Huangfu De inquired. His question was also what everyone wanted to ask. The Nailan clan couldn't keep them guessing anymore. According to the King of Arms, only 99 cauldrons can be gathered. At the same time, it must be at the armory in order to summon the map indicating the entrance. The Nailan clan spent countless years to confirm that the armory is in Beijing Prefecture. Now that all 99 cauldrons have been gathered, we can summon the map tonight. Nailansu glanced at everyone present and said calmly. Didn't you find this map? It can be summoned? Many cultivators looked at each other. They felt that this method was extremely strange, as if it was a scam. We'll know tonight whether we can succeed or not. Nailansu said. Soon, the day passed. Everyone followed the Nailan clan's instructions and took their respective king instrument cauldrons to a mountain peak of the Thunder Ray sect. This mountain was quite high. Standing there and looking at the night sky, one could see a sky full of stars. Take out the king instrument cauldrons. Nailansu said. Many cultivators, including Gu Chen, took out their small black cauldrons. Buzz, when the simple black cauldrons were exposed to the starlight of the night, they seemed to sense something and formed a strange connection with each other. One by one, they began to emit dazzling rays of light and soared into the sky. On top of the Thunder Ray sect's mountain peak, beams of light soared into the sky one after another. There were 99 of them in total. When all the beams of light entered the sky, the king instrument cauldrons became dim again. Around them, nothing happened. What the hell? Where's the map? The honey badger demon saint looked at Nailansu with dissatisfaction. The map has already appeared. It's in the starry sky. He raised his head. Everyone followed his line of sight and could not help but be shocked. In the vast starry sky, there were stars shining brightly one after another. Their lights intertwined and formed a strange picture. The star map of the white whale appeared in the night sky. It looked so lifelike that it seemed like it was about to collapse the sky. The King of Arms has such a magical ability? A large number of cultivators, including many sages, were shocked. Creating a star map in the starry sky could distort the weather. It seemed impossible. But now, it had really appeared in front of them. Could it be that the King of Arms had reached a level that even sages could only look up to before he died 800 years ago? As Guchen gazed at the stars, he was also stunned by this spectacular scene. However, he cultivated the nature of heavenly stars technique and was particularly sensitive to the power of the stars. He quickly sensed it and found something fishy. Although the stars in the sky have formed a map, the power of the celestial phenomenon hasn't increased. This is a smokescreen. A strange light flashed in his eyes. If the stars were really connected by the 99 King of Arms and released the celestial phenomenon power, the force field would definitely be very strong. For example, when he broke through and triggered the stars in daytime, the celestial phenomenon power had been particularly turbulent. But now, Guchen sensed through the nature of heavenly stars technique that the stars that formed the white whale map were the same as before. He understood why the King of Arms had limited the gathering of the 99 small cauldrons to the arsenal. This was a natural formation. Standing in a special place, one could see the star map. But from a distance, the starry sky was no different from usual. Even so, this was a unique design. It was obvious that the King of Arms, Jiang Beiming, was indeed very talented in the past. The map has appeared, but what does it mean? Although the White Whale Mansion is called the White Whale Mansion, its outline is not a white whale. Everyone came back to their senses from the shock, and they were all puzzled. The White Whale Mansion was sandwiched between Middle-earth, East Wilderness, and South Mountains. Its actual outline was very irregular. The reason it was called the White Whale Mansion was that in the distant ancient times, a gigantic beast called the white whale had used this place as its lair. The star map was a white whale, not a real map of the White Whale Mansion. What did the King of Arms mean? How could they deduce the location of the arsenal? Everyone looked at the white whale's star chart and carefully observed it. Just what was so mysterious about it? Everyone, have you noticed that the stars that make up the white whale image are all fine except for the fact that there are 3 extra stars in its mouth? Jiang Bourgeois said after observing for a while. Only then did everyone realize that this was indeed the case. The 3 stars were like the 3 teeth of the white whale. It opened its mouth and revealed them. The mouth of the white whale is the entrance. Could it be that the location of the 3 stars is where the armory is? Everyone's faces lit up with joy. That was probably the case. Now that the entrance has appeared, there will definitely be some signs in the corresponding geographical locations of the 3 stars. Tyrant, we'll need your manpower next. Nailan Su said. Although he could see the approximate area that the 3 stars corresponded to, the actual search area was still very large. I understand. All Whale Alliance sects, listen up. Guchen looked at the various sects of the Whale Alliance and immediately ordered them to send out their respective sects to search the relevant areas as quickly as possible. The cultivators of the various sects of the Whale Alliance were extremely excited and quickly left. The person who found the entrance first might be able to take the armory for himself. With this thought in mind, they would do their best even without Guchen's order. After the various small sects left, the cultivators of the major forces exchanged glances with each other. We'll search as well. Everyone, split up. If you find any signs, report immediately. Nanling Goblin Tribe, Thousand Refinements Holy Clan, Nailan Family, Nether God Palace, and Acheron Towers joint team all split up and hurriedly searched for the entrance. Everyone wanted to find the entrance before their opponents. That way, they would undoubtedly have an advantage. Soon, only the Heavenly Star Sects group was left. Sect Master, should we split up too? Huang Pingzhong and the rest looked at Guchen. We only have this many people. How much luck do we need to find the entrance first? Moreover, the Nailan family dared to give the mission of finding the entrance to the Whale Alliance. I'm afraid that we won't be able to enter first just because we find it first. Guchen shook his head. His gaze was locked on a figure that was getting further and further away. We have other things to do. His eyes lit up. Old Zhang, use your 1,000 miles divine eyes to locate Lu Yichen. Ever since he confirmed that the young lady from the Yan family was Lu Yichen, Gu Chen had been looking for a chance to interact with her alone. In order to search for the entrance, Lu Yichen finally split up with the two major forces teams. They must not miss this opportunity. Yes. Huang Pingzhang's 1,000 miles divine eyes lit up when he heard the order. He locked on to where Lu Yichen was from afar, 2 hours later. While the various forces were busy searching for the entrance to the armory, Yan Bing and an old man from the Yan family were surrounded by 11 cultivators from the Heavenly Star sect. It's you. The old man from the Yan family was shocked when he saw Gu Chen leading the group. I didn't expect you to be such a short-sighted person. The armory is about to open, but you didn't go there. Instead, you came to me for revenge. Yan Bing stared at Gu Chen coldly with her snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. I didn't suffer any losses when you ambushed me earlier. Why are you talking about revenge? Gu Chen smiled and shook his head. Then, why are you looking for me? Yan Bing could not help but frown. Bing-er, this person has a grudge against the Nether God Palace. He might be here for them. The old man from the Yan family said with flickering eyes. Overlord, every debt has its debtor. If you want to take revenge on Huang Fu, you should be looking for him. Why are you stopping us? Gu Chen glanced at him coldly. You're wrong. I want to take revenge on you. Gu Chen raised his hand and 3 Sevenju Tyrant sabers flew out. The flying sabers turned into 3 thin lines in the night sky and disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that both of them did not expect it. Although the old man from the Yan family was in the monarch realm, he only managed to dodge 2 of the sabers. The third saber cut off his entire thigh, causing blood to flow. Second uncle. Yan Bing could not stop Gu Chen in time. Her pretty face changed and she hurriedly said. Don't worry about me. Kill him. Kill him. The old man from the Yan family said to Yan Bing resentfully after having one of his legs crippled. Yan Bing nodded. When she looked at Gu Chen again, an icy blue radiance erupted from her body. Around her, snow suddenly began to fall from the sky. With her as the center, the ground began to freeze, 1 foot after another. The temperature within a radius of a few miles dropped rapidly under her influence, turning it into a snowy country of ice. Die. She formed hand seals with both hands and layers of snowstorms appeared around her, blocking Huang Pingzhang, Yu Qizhong and the rest outside. As for Gu Chen, one after another, extremely cold icicles appeared around him, shining with a cold luster. You know that you're no match for me, but you still want to kill me. Do you think that your second uncle dotes on you? Does he care about your safety? Gu Chen looked at Yan Bing and said calmly. Boom. 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 Yan Bing ignored him and the icicles fell from the sky. Gu Chen waved his sleeves and performed the whirlwind prison. The surrounding space was instantly distorted, and all the icicles were sucked into it. They flew out from another direction and hit an empty place. Yan Bing's face turned cold after her first attack failed, and she immediately changed her attack. Gu Chen countered them one by one as he murmured in her ear. Have you never doubted your identity? Is he really your second uncle? Gu Chen's sudden words shocked Yan Bing. It was also at this moment that Gu Chen suddenly disappeared and appeared behind the Yan family's elder in the blink of an eye. Second uncle. Yan Bing's expression changed drastically as she witnessed Gu Chen's super stress-killing punch, boom, extreme speed, sound wave attack, and Gu Chen's terrifying strength. Before the Yan family's elder could resist, his body exploded into a mist of blood. He was deader than dead. Gu Chen retracted his fist. Yan Bing was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She clawed at the void with her 5 fingers and 5 strong cold currents attacked Gu Chen. Think about it carefully. Your real name is not Yan Bing. You are Lu Yichen. Gu Chen dodged and his voice reverberated in Yan Bing's ears like a bell. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Yan Bing gritted her teeth. Her heart was in turmoil because of Gu Chen's voice. She wanted to kill him but she couldn't do it no matter what because his strength was obviously much stronger than her. Why doesn't sect leader let us attack together and take her down first? On the periphery, Wei Qizhong looked at the two people who were fiercely fighting and asked in confusion. I'm afraid sect leader is trying to break her heart and awaken her memories? Huang Pingzhang guessed. Will this method work? Xiao Kei's face was filled with anxiety. She was really afraid that senior sister Lu would never remember who she was. It's all my fault. If I had the supernatural power I have now, Fatty Chow had a face of regret. Back then, he was able to escape from the God Creation Pavilion because of Lu Yichen. He didn't expect that when they met again, she had become like this. He, who had undergone the Celestial Quartz experiments, knew very well that Lu Yichen must have gone through unimaginable suffering to become like this. Her cultivation had reached the king realm, and the more powerful she was, the crueler the experiment that the man with a bamboo hat had conducted on her. Everyone hoped that Lu Yichen would be able to recall her true identity with Gu Chen's help. Gu Chen and Yan Bing fought for more than an hour, deliberately letting her body and mind be in an extremely exhausted state. He repeatedly whispered in her ear, telling her that she was Lu Yichen and not Yan Bing. Using his stronger mental power, he tried to guide her and open up her sealed memories. In this state, Yan Bing's physical strength gradually weakened, and her head became even more painful. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense again. Her pained expression made Gu Chen happy, and he made a judgment in his heart. What he was most afraid of was that the man with a bamboo hat was so powerful that Lu Yichen's memories of the past had been completely wiped away. But it seemed like there were things that the other party couldn't do. The soul was mysterious, and in Yan Bing's heart, there was still Lu Yichen. If not, she wouldn't be in so much pain. Gu Chen's purple eyes lit up, and he took this opportunity to cast a mental secret technique on her. His powerful mental power enveloped Yan Bing like a tidal wave, causing her expression to become dazed. Gu Chen walked forward and guided her. You're not Yan Bing, and the dead guy isn't your family. You're Lu Yichen from the Fenglin Mansion, the daughter of the Purple Firmament sect leader, Lu Yonghao. Gu Chen's voice was deafening. Lu Yonghao. Hearing this name, Yan Bing's heart surged with inexplicable sadness. When second uncle died earlier, she was only angry, but just hearing this name now, she couldn't suppress the sadness in her heart. It was as if the owner of this name had an extremely close relationship with her, and there was a sad memory about him that she didn't want to recall no matter what. Some fragmented scenes started to appear in her mind. It was a night when a large number of buildings were burned to ashes, and people were crying and running everywhere. A group of assassins dressed in black was killing the people who were running away, and she was trembling all over because of it. This was not the first time she had dreamed of such a scene in the dead of night, and every time it was a nightmare. Haha Jia, you're Yan Bing, the daughter of the Yan family. Because of an accident, your life was in danger, and it wasn't easy for me to save you. Although you've been saved, you've lost your memory because of the injury to your head. You'll need to recuperate in the future. She remembered that when she first woke up from her coma, a man wearing a bamboo hat told her that her name was Yan Bing, and then she was taken away by the Yan family. Since then, she had been living as Yan Bing, and she had accepted this identity. You're Yan Bing, you're Yan Bing. At this moment, under the influence of Gu Chen's purple polar eyes, Lu Yichen's memory was trying to break out of the cocoon, and on the other side, a demonic voice kept reverberating in her mind, telling her that she was Yan Bing, and that she couldn't doubt her identity. This feeling was as if someone was tearing her apart, causing her to hug her head in incomparable pain. What's going on? Who am I? Who am I? You're Lu Yichen. Gu Chen stepped forward, and when he saw her like this, his heart ached. You're that gentle and lovely young girl, Lu Yichen, and not the assassin, Yan Bing. Do you still remember this? With a flip of his hand, he took out a sword. The patterns on this sword were like stars, faintly emitting a frightening chill. This was the Cold Star Sword. Back then, he had saved Lu Yichen in the Forbidden Forest Sea, and Lu Yichen had given this sword to him. This sword was only of the mortal grade, and it was the lowest grade weapon in Gu Chen's storage ring. But for the past year or so, he had always been carrying it with him. Lu Yichen had lost her father and sect because of him, and he had always felt guilty. He had always carried this sword with him, constantly on guard against himself. He mustn't forget the hatred of Fenglin Manor. Cold Star Sword. When Yan Bing saw the Cold Star Sword, her expression was as if she had been struck by lightning, and a scene appeared in her mind. Today is your birthday, and father is giving this sword to you. This sword is forged from 1,000-year-old cold iron, and its sharpness is unparalleled. It was the scene of a kind middle-aged man smiling as he handed the sword to her young self, and at that time, her smile was so radiant. The scene suddenly changed, and the countless nightmares she had at night were completely recalled at this moment. Father, I'm not leaving, I want to be with you. Surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, she was crying and shouting. Yichen, leave quickly. Leave quickly. These are people from the underworld god palace, and they kill without batting an eyelid. Since they are here, today, our purple heaven hall. That kind middle-aged man fought with all his might, wanting to protect her and help her leave successfully. But in the end, he was still defeated. The cruel killer stabbed a flag into his head, and he died in the end. Father, Yan Bing, no, it should be Lu Yichen, at this moment, finally remembered her identity, and unknowingly, tears were already streaming down her face. Ah, she raised her head to the sky and let out a long cry, her snow-white hair fluttering wildly. Suddenly, she stretched out a hand and grabbed the back of her head with force. Poochie, she forcefully pulled out a strange black needle from her skull. When the needle disappeared, the demonic hypnosis of the man with a bamboo hat in her mind finally disappeared. Lu Yichen finally woke up. Tears streamed down her face, and she was overwhelmed with grief. Her sect was annihilated, and she was reduced to an experimental subject. She was even used to help the enemy who killed her father. All of this caused her unbearable pain, but after she woke up, it turned into towering hatred. Guchen remained silent at the side. He felt too much guilt towards her. If it wasn't for him, perhaps Lu Yichen would still be the same as she was a year ago, a carefree young lady from Feng Lin Manor's Purple Firmament Hall. She wouldn't have to face this devastated world. Senior Sister Lu. Seeing that her senior sister had finally woken up, Xiaokai ran over. The two of them hugged each other and cried. Lu Yichen hugged her junior sister. She went from great sorrow to great enlightenment and gradually calmed down. Miss Lu, there are some things I have to tell you. Guchen spoke now. He had to tell Lu Yichen everything about the annihilation of the Purple Firmament Hall. If she vented her anger on him because of this, he was prepared to accept her punishment. It was rare for Guchen to feel so much guilt towards someone. He owed Lu Yichen too much. He told Lu Yichen everything he knew about the root cause of the calamity in Feng Lin Manor, the relationship between the Huangfu clan and the underworld god palace, and everything else. After Lu Yichen heard this, her eyes were filled with sorrow. Just because of an unexpected calamity, her life was completely ruined. Miss Lu, this matter arose because of me. However, I can't change the pain you've suffered. If there's anything I can help with, please tell me. I'll definitely do my best. Guchen said seriously. The person leading the team from the underworld god palace is from the Huangfu clan, right? Man with a bamboo hat is working for the Huangfu clan? Lu Yichen asked, her voice trembling due to extreme anger. That person's name is Huangfu De. He's the fourth son of the underworld god sovereign, Fu Wuji. This time, he came to Beijing Manor to search for the Weapon King Armory. He should be under his father's orders. Guchen replied. I'll kill him. Lu Yichen gritted her teeth. He is also my target. However, there is a heaven-tier expert known as the Dark Heaven Guard following him at all times. Killing him will be very difficult. Miss Lu, don't be rash. This matter needs to be considered at length. You follow us first, and when we enter the armament armory, I'll find a suitable opportunity to make a move against him. Guchen comforted Lu Yichen, fearing that she would do something impulsive. You can't kill him at all. Lu Yichen glanced at Guchen and the others before she let go of Xiaokai's hand. This time, the Underworld God Palace and the Netherworld Pavilion joined forces to seize the King of Weapons Armory. Not only did they send out a sage, but they also sent out many monarchs. What can you do with your measly combat strength? I'll do it myself. She seemed to be planning to work alone and was about to leave. Miss Lu, what can you do alone? Guchen's expression changed slightly. If he let Lu Yichen go in her current state, she might not be able to return. Although I've recovered my memories, that group of people doesn't know that. I have plenty of opportunities to come into contact with that Huang Food. I'll just wait for an opportunity to kill him. Lu Yichen said stubbornly and was about to get up and fly away. Gu Chen stopped her with an anxious expression. What about after that? After killing Huang Food, you'll also be killed by others. Don't you want to live anymore? As long as I can take revenge, what's the point of giving up my life? Lu Yichen said coldly. Gu Chen, move aside and let me go. Although I don't blame you for what happened to Feng Lin Manor, do you know what I've been through in the past year? You don't have the qualifications to stop me. Gu Chen's expression became complicated. Among those present, he was indeed the least qualified to stop Lu Yichen. Miss Lu, do you still remember me? At this moment, Fatty Chow quickly walked forward. It's you, that person from the God Creation Pavilion. Why are you with them? Lu Yichen's eyes were filled with shock. Back then, she was the one who helped Chao Xianbin escape from the God Creation Pavilion. Because of this, she was also cruelly punished. Not long after that, she became the experimental subject of the man with a bamboo hat. He transplanted the heart of Extreme Frost and threw her into a glass coffin. Because the heart of Extreme Frost was a special organ, she suffered great pain during the fusion process. Hence, this incident left a deep impression on her. Miss Lu, both you and Boss saved me before. Both of you are good people. I know that it's hard for you to accept reality after you just woke up. But please calm down. Boss has good intentions. You said you wanted to kill Huang Food. It doesn't matter even if you die. Alright, so what if you succeed in killing Huang Food? Even if Huang Food is dead, the saints of the Underworld God Palace and the Netherworld Manor are still around. They can still seize the Weapon King Armory. If they get the armory, their strength will be even more terrifying. There will be countless people like us in this world. Fatty's words shocked Lu Yichen. She realized that she was not the only one who suffered. Xiao Kei and the other girls, as well as Chao Xianbin, had also suffered the pain of having their families destroyed. Even Gu Chen's sect had been destroyed. The torment in his heart would not be any less. Then what should we do? Her budding desire to die wavered for a moment as she murmured. Disrupting their plan is more useful than killing Huang Food directly. I have a plan that might work. It will require Miss Lu to take some risks, but since Miss Lu is not afraid of death, I believe that this little bit of risk won't bother you. Fatty said. What plan? Lu Yichen asked. Gu Chen and the others also looked at him. Miss Lu can pretend to be unconscious and continue to blend into the Netherworld God Palace and the Underworld God Palace's teams to provide us with information. Especially in the Armament Armory, this will have an extremely important effect. At the same time, think of a way to drive a wedge between the Underworld God Palace and the Netherworld God Palace. It would be best if we can make them kill each other. Fatty chuckled. Once we enter the armory, I will not leave them even a step. What kind of information can I provide you? Lu Yichen's delicate brows furrowed. She felt that Fatty was indulging in fantasy. No one knows what's going on in the armory, but what is certain is that it must be extremely dangerous. There will definitely be opportunities for us during this period. As long as Miss Lu can provide us with the enemy's location, it will be the best information. As Fatty spoke, he bit his finger and squeezed out 7 drops of his blood. The blood was exposed to the air and quickly solidified, turning into small silver beads. It was incomparably strange. These are essence beads condensed by my blood of gluttony. They are connected to the power of a different spacetime. Within a certain range, as long as Miss Lu takes out this item, it will form coordinates in the space, and I will be able to teleport everyone there. After entering the armory, Miss Lu will secretly use this item every certain distance. We will follow your team and wait for an opportunity to strike. This way, if Underworld God Palace and the Netherworld God Palace find the treasure in advance, we will be able to stop them in time. Fatty was full of confidence. With his divine ability, they could perfectly track the Underworld God Palace's movements. So what if you come? You are just walking into a trap. You can't beat the two saints. That's why we need Miss Lu to drive a wedge between the two forces. If we can get them to kill each other, we can reap the benefits. Fatty said excitedly, feeling that his plan would definitely work. Driving a wedge between them is easier said than done. Let's not talk about driving a wedge between them. If I go back alone after you guys killed someone from the Yen family, I will definitely arouse suspicion. Who knows, before I do anything, they might have already noticed that something is wrong with me. Lu Yichen dampened his enthusiasm. Fatty was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what to do. He had only thought of it in a moment of desperation and did not think about the feasibility of the plan. I think Fatty's plan is feasible, Guchen said in a low voice. Then, he changed the topic. However, we can't let Miss Lu take such a huge risk alone. I'll go back with her. Guchen's words were shocking. Sect leader, what are you talking about? Everyone was shocked. Even Lu Yichen was surprised. Isn't the Yen family dead? I'll disguise myself as him and sneak into the Underworld God Palace's team. That way, Miss Lu will not be suspected by them. If anything happens, I can protect her and leave. Furthermore, if you really want to drive a wedge between the two forces, it will be too difficult with just Miss Lu alone. With my help, the success rate will be much higher. Guchen explained. Sect leader, you can't do that. Huang Pingzhang objected immediately. This is too dangerous. The sage of the Underworld God Palace can sense my spying from 100 miles away. Moreover, sect leader disguised as someone else and appeared in front of him. Guchen raised his brows. If Miss Lu can take the risk, why can't I? This is different. If sect leader goes missing, the Underworld God Palace will also be suspicious, won't they? Huang Pingzhang retorted. Who says that I won't be by your side if I sneak into the Underworld God Palace? After Guchen said that, he used moon reflection. Instantly, his clone walked out of his body. My clone will be by your side. It won't be a problem to maintain it for a few days. It will be enough to fool others, he said. Huang Pingzhang wanted to persuade him but he was firm. Alright, it's settled then. His words always carried enormous weight. Everyone knew that things could not be changed, so they could only discuss the specific plan. Miss Lu, you should have some understanding of this person's personality, cultivation technique, and other characteristics, right? Guchen looked at Lu Yichen. Lu Yichen looked at Guchen with a complicated expression. She knew that if Guchen followed her back, if his identity was exposed, the Underworld Deity Palace and the Yellow Spring Tower would kill him, no matter how great the price was. A large part of the reason why he did this was for her. Previously, when she had just woken up, she had some complaints about him in her heart. However, he did not care about it and only cared about her own safety. The soft corner of her heart was touched. She knew that there was someone in this world who truly cared about her. The person who died is called Yan Kuan. I know his identity and background. It's easy for me to tell you this. However, he cultivates a Yin-type cultivation technique. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to disguise it, right? She said. That's not a big problem. Guchen walked over to Yan Kuan's corpse, found his storage ring, and rummaged through many secret manuals. Many of the cultivators in the Yellow Spring Tower were ghost cultivators. Those who were not ghost cultivators also cultivated Yin-type cultivation techniques, and this person was no exception. Fortunately, Guchen cultivated the 3 revolutions phaseless technique. He could even imitate other people's essence energy attribute, so it was not a big problem. He quickly understood Yan Kuan's various aspects. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a gloomy old man. At first glance, everyone thought that the old man had come back to life. They could not see any flaws. Guchen waved his sleeve and slightly stimulated the essence energy in his body. Immediately, a chilly wind blew in all directions. What a perfect disguise technique. Even Lu Yichen was moved. After joining the Yellow Spring Tower, she believed that she had some foundation in disguise and stealth. However, compared to Guchen, there was still a big gap. Let's go and meet Huang Fuda. Guchen smiled casually. His original body followed Lu Yichen and left, while his doppelganger stayed behind. Let's find the entrance to the armory so that we don't attract suspicion, Guchen's clone said to everyone. Apart from the time limit, Guchen's clone would quickly collapse if he fought continuously. There was almost no difference between Guchen's clone and his main body. Flowers in the mirror and moon reflection were made from the same mold. The Heavenly Star Sect's team joined the mighty search for the Weapon King's armory. This search had already begun in Beijing Prefecture. When they arrived, all the forces had already found some clues. The 3 stars in Beijing Mansion's mouth corresponded to the 3 ruins in Beijing Mansion. These 3 ruins only had some ancient ruins left. They were so old that they could no longer be examined. However, they all had one thing in common. It was rumored that they were once prosperous ancient cities. Greedy wolf, broken army, 7 kills. In ancient times, before the ferocious beast Beijing made Beijing Mansion its lair, this place was called Ziwei Ancient Domain. These 3 ancient cities were the 3 most powerful civilizations in Ziwei Ancient Domain. The 3 ruins corresponding to the 3 stars on the star map are suspected to be the ruins of these 3 ancient cities. Could there be a connection between them? The Thousand Smelting Sacred Sect and Nalan family quickly concluded the abnormality. The people from the Heavenly Star Sect were shocked. The Greedy Wolf, Broken Army, and 7 kills that everyone mentioned were not the 3 cities under their command. They were the legends of the even more ancient Ziwei Ancient Domain. Their cities were named according to the legends. In fact, they had nothing to do with the real ancient cities. That's strange. That king of weapon Jiang Beiming isn't from Beijing Mansion, nor is he a cultivator from ancient times. Why does he seem to be interested in Beijing Mansion's history? Huang Pingzhong and Yu Qizhong looked at each other. Whether it was the Beijing Mansion star map or the entrance pointing to the 3 ancient city ruins, the king of weapons seemed to be trying to tell the world something. We found the 3 locations, but which one is the entrance? Our men have already searched the 3 ruins. Apart from a few broken walls, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Nalan Su frowned. He was completely stuck at this point. We need to rely on the knowledge of smithing now. Jiang Bourgeois took out the map and hooked the locations of the 3 ruins, forming a strange array. It was a basic array for smithing. When he saw the locations of the 3 ruins, he felt that they were very similar and understood what his senior brother meant. None of the 3 ruins was the entrance. The core of the array formation formed by them was the entrance. Jiang Bourgeois led the way and led everyone to the formation's eye that he had deduced. It was an unassuming little hill that didn't look special at all. However, when everyone arrived, the king of weapon tripod that every cultivator carried released a mysterious aura at the same time. The magnetic field around them twisted rapidly, and each of the cauldrons let out a metallic sound. All the cultivators were shocked. They watched as the small cauldron swelled up in the wind, becoming big enough to accommodate 4 people. The entrance is open. Let's go. The cultivators of the Nalan family were overjoyed. With Nalan Su as the leader, they all turned into streams of light and entered the cauldrons. Each cauldron could only hold 4 people, regardless of their size. The 12 cauldrons of the Nalan family rose into the sky, shining with black light. They carried the 48 cultivators and disappeared into the twisted magnetic field. Seeing that the Nalan family had successfully entered the armory, the Thousand Smelting Holy Clan, South Mountain's Demon Race, and Nether God Palace's team quickly followed suit. All the forces followed suit, but the Heavenly Star Sect's team was slower. Gu Chen watched Lui Chen and Yan Kuan enter the cauldrons with the Nether God Palace's team and disappeared into the void. Then, he took out the 3 cauldrons on his side. Including White Ape, the 12 people on Gu Chen's side were also carried by the cauldrons into an unknown timespace. Boom. Boom, the cauldrons carried countless cultivators in the chaotic airflow. Nobody knew where they were going as they stumbled along the way. There were countless storms outside the cauldrons, and it was impossible to see what was going on. All the cultivators held on to the sides of the cauldrons, trying their best not to be thrown out. After a while, all the cauldrons seemed to have been thrown into the sea from the storm. Their speed dropped drastically, and the pressure in front of them lightened. Bang! Bang! The cauldrons crashed into the ground one after another. The surroundings were pitch black, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. Are we there? Where's the treasure? Many cultivators hurriedly came out of the cauldrons and used fireball techniques to light up the surroundings. The surrounding darkness was mostly dispersed, but the space seemed to be huge, and it was still pitch black further away. The air was not fresh, and there was a pungent stench in the air, which made many people frown. "Welcome, trial takers." A cynical voice suddenly sounded. Dots of light gathered in the darkness, and finally formed into the shape of a man. The man was wearing a white robe. He looked young and dignified. Unfortunately, he was slovenly, and his hair was slightly messy. There was a strange silver vertical eye between his brows, giving him an indescribable charm. "King of Weapons. Senior brother." When Nalan-Su and Jiang Bourgeois saw this man's shadow, they were extremely excited. "Is that the King of Arms?" The crowd was in an uproar. The old servant beside Huang Fu looked around and said indifferently, "This should be a technique similar to the divine will projection." The King of Devices was originally an expert in refining, so he must have left behind a magic treasure 800 years ago. The moment we entered, we triggered the power of the magic treasure and played back the images he left behind. Just as he had said, the King of Weapons in the void only looked straight ahead and spoke to himself. "I know you're here for my armory, but I've spent the first half of my life on the treasures in the armory. Do you think it'll be so easy to obtain them? Congratulations on solving the riddle of the entrance. Next, please choose one of the countless passages ahead. No matter which one you choose, you'll have to go through the 2 trials that I left behind. The person who passes the trials the fastest will be the successor of the armory." He was concise and comprehensive. After he finished speaking, the surroundings became bright. Only then did everyone notice that there were countless holes in front of them. At first glance, it looked like a beehive. "Are there no differences in each passage?" Everyone looked at each other. The King of Weapons' shadow didn't respond. After he finished speaking, his shadow slowly dissipated. "Since we're here, let's take things as they come. The rest will depend on our own abilities." Nalan-Su's eyes flashed. He casually picked a passage and led the Nalan family's cultivators in. The South Mountains monster race and the Thousand Smelting Holy Clan also chose other passages. All the major forces had a tacit understanding to avoid the path of their competitors. "Let's go too." Huang Fu chuckled. The Nether God Palace and Acheron Towers group chose the furthest passage and stepped into it. Soon, they disappeared. Many forces left one after another, leaving only the group of people from Heavenly Star sect in the same place. Guchen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Fatty Chow. "How is it?" he asked. Fatty Chow closed his eyes and sensed carefully. "The space in this place is a little strange. It seems to be a world of its own. However, it's different from a secret realm." "Strange, strange. There won't be any problems, right?" Everyone's expression tensed up. "Fortunately, it won't affect the teleportation," he quickly judged. "All right. Let's wait here while we're exhausted." Gu Chen's clone smiled. "It's up to me and Lady Lu now." The Nether God Palace and Acheron Towers joint team had a total of 64 people. They were walking in the winding passage. After entering the passage, the road ahead was much more winding than expected. There were forks at almost every distance. Under such circumstances, even if there was a team behind them, it would be extremely difficult to follow them. Among the forces that entered the armory this time, the Thousand Smelting Holy Clan's team is the largest. However, we have 2 sages on our side. Undoubtedly, we have the biggest advantage. That Weapon King's projection just said that there are only 2 trials. It seems like we'll be able to get our hands on the armory very soon. Huang Fu walked in the middle of the team. There were cultivators scouting ahead and cultivators at the back. There were also old servants at the Dark Sky Guard level protecting them. Even in such an unknown environment, their safety was greatly guaranteed. Humph. This time, we planned to hide in the dark. However, we didn't expect to be schemed against by the Tyrant of the Celestial Court. Our identities were exposed. I was worried that we might be surrounded and attacked by a few sages. However, from the looks of it, if we're fast enough, we can definitely finish the trial before the others and avoid unnecessary trouble. A silver-haired old man who was walking with him said. He was the sage from Acheron Tower who was leading the team this time. He was also a high-ranking member of the Yan clan. His name was Yan Quan. Walking not far behind them were Guchen disguised as Yan Kuan and Lu Yichen. What tyrant? He's just a bastard. After we get the armory's treasures and leave this place, I'll kill that brat immediately. Huang Fu gritted his teeth at the mention of Guchen. I'm afraid that brat won't be able to walk out of here alive even without you doing anything. Yan Quan shook his head. We only brought 10 people with us. None of them are even in the Immortal King realm. He doesn't even have the qualifications to be our opponent. That's true. As the two spoke, the cultivator scouting ahead stopped. What's wrong? Huang Fu asked. Sir, it's nothing. It's just that a few large rocks are blocking the way. We'll clear them immediately. The cultivators in front replied. A few powerful energy waves swept out and shattered the rocks blocking the way. Buzz buzz buzz. As the cultivators screamed, their bodies turned into white bones instantly. The speed was so fast that they did not expect it at all. What terrifying goo worms. The expressions of the two sages changed. Yan Quan immediately took action while the old servant protected Huang Fu. Countless worms swarmed over, and the cultivators at the front could not resist at all. They were instantly devoured by the worms. Yan Quan used his divine ability and spent a lot of effort to kill all the goo worms. Even so, more than 10 people were killed or injured in that short period of time. It's already so dangerous at the beginning. The King of Arms is proficient in the art of mechanisms. I'm afraid it'll be even more dangerous later on. Yan Quan's expression turned ugly. Most of the people who died just now were from Netherworld Tower, and a few of them were his juniors. You, and the rest of you will be in charge of leading the way. Huang Fu was shocked by the scene just now. If he had walked in front just now, he might have been bitten to death by the worms even with the old servant's protection. Now that the people in front were all dead, he became the one at the front and said to the people behind him. These people included Gu Chen and Lu Yichen. With the previous example, how many people were willing to walk in front? They hesitated for a moment. Why are you pointing at people from Netherworld Tower? Why don't you ask people from Underworld God Palace to go up? At this moment, Gu Chen, who was disguised as Yan Kuan, said unhappily. What nonsense are you talking about? I've called my people too. It's just that there are more people from Netherworld Tower, so more people will be called. Huang Fu frowned. You mean that we should die because we have more people? Gu Chen's voice became even more displeased. We can lead the way, but many people from my Yan family died just now. Your Underworld God Palace will replace them. Lu Yichen also spoke at this moment. Sure. Huang Fu knew that they were in an alliance, and if they were to haggle over this matter, it would inevitably destroy their relationship. Thus, he agreed immediately. At the same time, he remembered Gu Chen angrily in his heart. Why was this guy picking on him? Both sides sent some people to lead the way again. Gu Chen and Lu Yichen were among them. After the attack of the swarm of insects, the road ahead began to become treacherous and changeable. After a while, the road ahead was once again covered by purple mist of unknown origin. This mist is not poisonous, but it can block the senses of divine sense. There are probably some traps inside. After you enter, you must be careful. Yan Quan glanced ahead and reminded. Gu Chen and the others nodded and carefully stepped into the mist. Stay close to me, just in case. Gu Chen reminded Lu Yichen in a low voice. Once they entered the fog, the people outside could no longer sense the situation inside. I know, but what do we do next? The visibility in this fog was too low, and everyone was afraid to move forward, afraid that they would encounter the same terrifying insect swarm as before. Just follow me. Gu Chen's purple eyes lit up, and for a moment, he could clearly see the various traps hidden in the fog. On the rock walls on both sides, on the ground, this place was full of traps. Gu Chen used his purple polarity pupils to identify the dangers of those places. He deliberately brought Lu Yichen with him as he watched the assassins from the Netherworld God Palace brace themselves and advance cautiously. Pu, one of the assassins stepped on an uneven spot on the ground, and hundreds of crossbow bolts instantly drilled out of the wall beside him, turning him into a hornet's nest. Ah, another assassin's arm accidentally touched the rock wall, and a deep blue flame burst out from inside, burning him to ashes in an instant. That was a terrifying mystical flame, and the temperature that it released was so high that even a king-level cultivator could only die. Very soon, other than Gu Chen and Lu Yichen, everyone else was dead. At this time, Gu Chen used the powerful detection ability of the purple eyes and the fog to avoid all the traps, and finally walked out of the sea of fog with Lu Yichen. This distance was less than 100 zhang, but it was extremely dangerous. At the end, there was a small formation. As long as this formation was destroyed, all the traps in this distance would lose their effect, and the people behind would be able to pass through safely. Take out the silver bead before they arrive, Gu Chen said as he examined the distance to the finish line. He didn't know how far it was. Lu Yichen nodded, and with a flick of her finger, a silver bead flew to a corner and was hidden in the dust. With this item, the people from the Heavenly Star sect could save a lot of energy, and they could teleport over easily. After that, Gu Chen destroyed the formation, and the purple fog quickly dissipated, revealing the true appearance of this distance. When their vision cleared up, Huangfu saw that all the people he brought were dead, especially his cousin from the Huangfu clan, who died after being pierced by hundreds of arrows. Huangfu's face turned ugly. Why are only you guys alive? Huangfu asked unhappily as everyone quickly passed through the traps that had lost their effect. What do you mean? We risked our lives and finally solved the traps. Are you doubting us? Gu Chen showed an angry expression. Huangfu instantly realized that his tone was wrong. Of course not. It's just that coincidentally, all the people who died this time were from my Nether God Palace. Earlier, more people from my Acheron Tower died. Why didn't you say anything? Gu Chen's tone was unfriendly, and Huangfu couldn't explain himself. He looked around and realized that many people from Acheron Tower were dissatisfied with him. Alright, let's continue. Yan Quan snorted coldly. In his opinion, Huangfu's mouth was too cheap. Their people had finally solved the traps, but Huangfu cared more about his people dying. Yan Quan didn't think much of Huangfu Wuji's son. In terms of cultivation, Huangfu Wuji wasn't qualified to be his equal. Huangfu Wuji was only relying on the protection of the Dark Sky Guard. Great uncle, we used up a lot of energy just now, so we won't continue to lead the way. Gu Chen pretended to be tired and said to Yan Quan. Previously, he was worried that if he refused, it would arouse suspicion. Now that he had done a meritorious deed, he could justifiably slack off. No matter how much danger there was ahead, he would let these people have a taste of it. You guys follow behind me. Yan Quan didn't doubt him. The traps here looked dangerous, and the two of them must have spent a lot of effort to solve them. Another group of people continued to lead the way, and the group speed gradually increased. However, the atmosphere changed imperceptibly. Because of Gu Chen's instigation and Huangfu's slip of the tongue, there was an invisible gap between the two sides. This gap gradually widened as waves of danger appeared in front of them. Even the two sages didn't realize that they were starting to have misgivings with each other. Buzz, about an hour after the Underworld God Palace and Netherworld Towers teams left the first mechanism, a silver pearl floated up from the ground and released a water-like silver splendor. Space distorted, and a door of light appeared out of nowhere. A group of people passed through it. Looks like many people died. Huang Pingzhong clicked his tongue and said, We have to maintain a suitable distance from our main body. We have to maintain a suitable distance from the main body. We can't be too far away or too close. Fatty, we'll teleport about once every hour. As for the specifics, we'll follow my instructions. Gu Chen's clone pondered. There was a spiritual connection between him and his main body. This connection was weaker the further away they were, so he could roughly judge the distance between them. They had to be prepared to support their main body at any time, and it was best not to be discovered by the Underworld God Palace and Netherworld Tower. With the enemy leading the way, all the mechanisms along the way had been destroyed. They could save a lot of time and energy. They could wait for the enemy to be exhausted and wait for an opportunity to kill. I hope Huangfu will work harder. He has to persist until the end of the trial. Fatty smiled maliciously. Everyone exchanged glances and saw the schadenfreude in each other's eyes. Immersion of water and fire, 5 deaths samsara formation, path of rolling thunder, the underworld god palace and netherworld towers teams advanced, passing through one winding passage after another. However, they found that the mechanisms here seemed to be endless and did not stop at all. Under such circumstances, even though there were 2 sages, the original team of 64 people was reduced by 2/3, causing everyone's expressions to turn ugly. What do you mean there are only 2 trials? How many mechanisms and traps have we encountered along the way? Huang Fu's eyes were gloomy. There were fewer people from the underworld god palace in this team. After the losses along the way, there were only 7 people left. On the other hand, Netherworld Tower still had more than 10 people left. This made him a little cautious. If Netherworld Tower betrayed them when they were about to obtain the King of Weapons Armory, the consequences would be very bad. Since both sides were working together, there was naturally a foundation of mutual trust. However, along the way, they had quarreled many times over who should go first. Both sides had their companions die, and it was already very unpleasant. Under such circumstances, he had to consider the possibility of Netherworld Tower betraying them. The Nether God Palace was dissatisfied, but the Yellow Spring Pavilion wasn't any better. Although they had more survivors, they had sent out more people to begin with. In reality, their losses were quite heavy. Great Uncle, we have to be on guard against the people from the Nether God Palace. Previously, when we were going through those checkpoints, that Huang Fu intentionally slacked off many times and let our people risk their lives. Gu Chen secretly sent a voice transmission to the sage of the Yen family, looking extremely worried. Our deaths aren't to be regretted, but the Nether God Palace's dark sky guards don't act often. They only protect their master. Most of the dangers we encountered along the way were thanks to Great Uncle's hard work. If this continues, it will be very disadvantageous to you in the future. Yan Quan listened to Gu Chen's voice transmission expressionlessly, as if he didn't hear it at all. However, there was a trace of haze in his eyes as he looked at Huang Fu. Keep an eye on Huang Fu for the old man no matter what happens at the checkpoint. Yan Quan pondered for a long time before his voice resounded in Gu Chen's mind. Understood. Gu Chen pretended to be serious, but he was laughing in his heart. The seeds of suspicion had been planted in the hearts of both parties. Even if he didn't do anything else, the 2 parties would sooner or later have a conflict driven by interests. After walking through countless winding passages, the front suddenly became clear. Everyone realized that they seemed to have left the interior of a mountain and arrived in the outside world. In front of them, the sky was extremely blue, and below them was a vast ocean. Is the trial of the King of Arms finally over? Huang Fu felt relieved. The scenery in front of him was picturesque, making him feel relaxed and happy. Something's wrong. Gu Chen frowned and sniffed lightly. Ever since he was sent into this strange world by the King of Arms tripod, he had always smelled some strange stench. It was fine when he smelled it in those caves, but now that he was in the vast world, the stench should have dissipated, but on the contrary, it seemed to have become stronger. Moreover, the blue sky and the sea in front of him looked beautiful, but there was something strange about it that he couldn't describe. What was wrong? Gu Chen closed his eyes and used his mind to feel it. Soon, he opened his eyes with shock. It was the wind. In such a vast world, he couldn't feel a trace of wind. I'll go wash up. A cultivator from the Netherworld Tower was covered in blood. At this moment, he had finally reached a safe place, so he wanted to change his clothes. He flew straight down to the turquoise sea below, wanting to take a good bath. Everyone finally had a break, so they didn't care about him. Some sat on the spot to rest, while others looked around curiously. The turquoise sea below was so beautiful that people couldn't guard against it at all. The cultivator from the Netherworld Tower jumped directly into it. Ah! A shrill scream instantly spread out, causing everyone's expression to change as they looked over. They saw that the cultivator who jumped into the sea was corroding at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, his skin, flesh, and bones melted away, and he completely disappeared from this world. His voice stopped. The scream only lasted for a moment, but it made everyone's hair stand on end. Is there something wrong with the seawater here? Huang Fu's face turned pale. This is not seawater at all. Only then did the 2 sages use their divine consciousness to carefully examine the turquoise sea and soon came to a conclusion. The seawater looked beautiful and clear, but in fact, it was an extremely terrifying venom. Even the flesh of an immortal level cultivator would be instantly corroded when he entered it. This is a sea. Where did the King of Arms find such a huge amount of venom? Gradually, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. They felt that the King of Arms' ability had far exceeded their expectations. Venom that could corrode a king instantly was not easy to refine, let alone a vast sea. This was no longer something that could be done by humans. What exactly is this place? Is this a secret realm that hasn't been discovered by anyone? Or is there something else? At this moment, the two sages felt cold all over. They felt that even with their cultivation level, they might lose their lives at any time. The King of Arms had passed away due to illness at the age of 31. With his cultivation level back then, it was impossible for him to create such a place. Although there were many traps along the way, they could still tell that it was the King of Arms' work. Everything in front of them had completely overturned their imagination. Leave this place as soon as possible. No longer resting, everyone rose into the air, avoiding the surface of the sea as they flew forward. Before long, the silhouettes of some cultivators appeared in front of them. The people of the Thousand Refinements sect? Huangfuda's expression changed. He had thought that they would be the fastest to clear the trial, but the Thousand Refinements sect was one step ahead. From the looks of it, there were still close to 70 cultivators in their group. Their combat strength was quite impressive. The people of the Thousand Refinements sect soon noticed the people behind them and stopped, waiting for them to approach. It seems that everyone has suffered a lot in the trial. Jiang Bourgeois glanced at the remaining people from the Underworld God Palace and Acheron Pavilion with a smile. The Thousand Refinements sect is really impressive to have preserved so much combat strength. Yan Quan's eyes flashed. Of all the forces that entered this time, our Thousand Refinements sect has the most people. Moreover, the King of Weapons is also one of us. As his junior brother, I know a thing or two about his mechanisms. Jiang Bourgeois said. Everyone suddenly realized that the latter was the key point. That's right, Jiang Bourgeois was the #1 blacksmith on the continent. His understanding of mechanisms was not bad either. He had a natural advantage. For a moment, both sides were on guard against each other. Jiang Bourgeois was wary of the two sages, and the two sages were also worried that the Thousand Refinements sect would take away the King of Weapons' armory. You two have seen the strangeness of this place. Even the old man has no idea what this place is. It's best if we don't fight. Jiang Bourgeois spoke first to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Master Jiang, do you have any clues on how to leave this place? Huangfuda asked. The people of the Thousand Refinements sect had entered this place long before them. Perhaps they had already found some clues. Of course not. Jiang Bourgeois shook his head. Huangfuda did not believe him. However, it was not a wise choice for both sides to fight. In the end, they all kept a certain distance from each other and split up. The people from the Underworld God Palace and Acheron Pavilion continued to fly forward. After a few hours, they finally reached the end of the sky. That's right, the sky should have no limit, but they had touched the edge. Guchen reached out and touched the so-called blue sky. It felt like a mirror, tangible and tangible. There's something strange about the sky and the ocean. Yan Quan's expression was gloomy as he soared into the sky. Bang! Before long, a crisp sound came from the top of the sky. He had been blocked. This sky is a painting, it's not real. He quickly descended and spat out shocking words. A painted sky, everyone looked at each other. If this sky was drawn, where the hell were they? No wonder this place is so vast, yet there's no wind at all. Guchen murmured. He finally understood why he felt strange earlier. This was not a world, but more like a big house. The team began to search along the edge of the sky, hoping to find an exit. Unfortunately, they did not find anything and wasted a lot of time. During this process, the cultivators of the Nanling demon race and Nalan family finally entered the area as well. The South Mountains demon race suffered heavy casualties. Only the Honey Badger demon sage and the Honey Badger demon king were left. There were few people from the Nalan family left. As for the cultivators of the Whale Alliance, Guchen guessed that they had either become cannon fodder or had given up on finding the King of Equipment Armory. The situation became sensitive again as the few major forces unexpectedly met here. Everyone, please come to this old man's place. Jiang Bourgeois' voice came from the distant sky. Everyone looked at each other and kept a certain distance from each other as they flew in the direction of the Thousand Refinements sacred sect. Soon, they arrived at the end of the sky. Jiang Bourgeois stood with his hands behind his back, looking there with a solemn expression. Grandmaster Jiang, did you find anything? Everyone asked curiously. There's an exit at the border between the sky and the ocean. His words were shocking. Everyone could not help but look. He could vaguely see that there was indeed a cave beneath the surface of the sea, however, the exit was filled with seawater. To pass through it, one had to withstand the corrosive power of the seawater. Everyone had already experienced the horror of the seawater. This is troublesome. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Even a sage would not be able to last long in the poisonous liquid. The exit is right there. This old man has already searched carefully. This is the only exit, there is no mistaking it. I wonder which fellow Taoist is willing to give it a try? Jiang Bourgeois asked. The reason why he told the others was that his Thousand Refinements sacred sect was not certain that they could enter. Since that was the case, he would let the others try first so that he could be prepared. Everyone immediately understood the old man's meaning. They snorted coldly, unwilling to open a path for him. However, they did not know how to break the stalemate. Is no one willing to try? The first person to go has the highest chance of obtaining the King of Equipment Armory. Jiang Bourgeois sighed. If someone was willing to go first and figure out the situation at the bottom of the sea before telling him, his success rate would increase significantly. Fellow Taoist Jiang, I can help you go down and take a look. At this moment, the honey badger demon sage suddenly spoke. Oh? Fellow Taoist, are you serious? Jiang Bourgeois' eyes lit up. That's right. However, once you obtain the King of Equipment Armory, the Southern Mountains demon tribe will want half of the treasures inside. He quickly added. There were only 2 people left on the Southern Mountains demon tribe side. Their original hope of monopolizing the King of Equipment Armory was gone, so they sought to cooperate with the Thousand Refinements sacred sect. If you can bring back useful clues, I'll give you 30%. Jiang Bourgeois haggled. The honey badger demon sage thought for a while and nodded. Deal. Then, he took out a treasured armor from his storage ring and put it on. Then, he took out several protective treasures. Splash, then, he rushed into the water and swam toward the entrance of the cave with unparalleled bravery and ferocity. It's really a honey badger that's not afraid of anything. Everyone was speechless. No one knew how corrosive the poisonous liquid at the bottom of the sea was, nor did they know if there were any other dangers. Only the honey badgers would dare to act so boldly. About a quarter of an hour later, the honey badger demon sage suddenly rushed out of the sea. His armor was completely rotten, and his skin was cracked inch by inch. He looked miserable. He was panting, and blood was dripping from his body. Everyone gathered around him immediately. What's the situation down there? Jiang Bourgeois asked expectantly. The honey badger demon sage glanced at the curious people next to him, grinned, and sent a voice transmission to Jiang Bourgeois. All right, let's go. He immediately gathered the many sage sect cultivators present and took out a silver flying shuttle from his storage ring. Wait. Grandmaster Jiang, shouldn't you share some information with everyone? Nailan Su, Yan Quan, Huang Fude, and the rest all had ugly expressions as they stopped him. From the looks of it, the Thousand Refinements sacred sect was confident they could cross the seabed. Heh, this is information that the old man paid a huge price for. Don't you think it's shameless of you to think you can get it for free? Jiang Bourgeois' expression turned cold. I'm the one who risked my life. You want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor? The honey badger demon saint's expression turned cold. He and the Thousand Refinements sacred sect were now on the same boat. When Nailan Su heard this, he felt that his old face couldn't hang on any longer, and he retreated to the side. Huang Fude's eyes flickered. He exchanged a few words with Yan Quan and stepped aside as well. Jiang Bourgeois heaved a sigh of relief. At least these people weren't completely shameless. The Thousand Refinements Sacred Sex people and the two honey badgers quickly boarded the silver shuttle and activated the defensive formations. Let's follow them. Huangfu smiled sinisterly. The old servant beside him nodded and took out a plate with a flip of his hand. The saucer expanded in the wind and soon became the size of a boat, big enough to accommodate all of them. Dao friend Yen, the old man took out the heaven-grade middle-grade world venerable disc. You must have bled too, right? This mission is so important, the Yellow Springs Lord should have given you a protective treasure, right? The old servant said to Yan Quan meaningfully. Don't worry. Since you're willing to destroy such a treasure, the old man naturally won't be stingy. As Yan Quan spoke, he took out a jet-black banner. The moment the banner appeared, a murderous aura filled the sky as if countless souls were howling inside. Gu Chen, who was standing very close to him, could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Countless mournful souls were gathered in this banner. It was likely that it was refined after committing a great sin of killing. Yellow Springs Rakshasa banner. Not bad, not bad. The old servant nodded in satisfaction when he saw the banner. Yan Quan took out his banner and let it float above the world venerable disc. With the disc as the hull and the banner as the sail, its defensive power in the water was not inferior to the 1,000 smelting St. Clan's silver flying shuttle. The Nayland family also took out a treasure from the sea, but it was obviously inferior to the others. Humph, a bunch of despicable fellows. When Jiang Bourgeois saw the group of people behind him, he immediately understood their intentions. Although they weren't clear about the situation at the bottom of the sea, they just needed to follow the 1,000 Refinements St. Clan. This was a despicable act, but Jiang Bourgeois had no other choice. He activated the shuttle and dived into the sea, trying to get rid of these people as soon as possible. The world sovereign disc rushed into the ocean immediately. Gu Chen, who was on it, had a nervous expression on his face. The terror of the seawater was still vivid in his mind. No matter how strong his unburning golden body was, he would not be able to last long in it. If the precious treasures of the Nether God Palace and the Yellow Spring Pavilion were to be damaged, he would be buried in the sea with them today. Just the thought of this situation was tragic enough. Lu Yichen's pretty face also became nervous. As soon as they entered the sea, they saw the surrounding seawater surging over. The world venerable disc released rays of light, blocking the seawater outside. However, the seawater's corrosive power was too terrifying. The light of the artifact was disappearing at a visible speed. At this time, souls came out of the Yellow Spring Rakshasa banner and proactively blocked the gap, delaying the seawater's invasion. If they jumped into the seawater, their souls would scatter and they would never be able to reincarnate. However, under the control of the banner, they had no other choice. This was an extremely evil and malicious treasure. Gu Chen instinctively felt uncomfortable looking at it. Under the protection of the two great treasures, the world venerable disc finally stabilized in the seawater and closely followed the silver flying shuttle. What a pity. Two rare heaven-grade artifacts were destroyed just like that. Although they were safe, Yan Quan and the Heaven Nether Guard still felt it was a pity. With the corrosive power of the seawater, once they passed through this place, the two treasures would definitely be damaged to the point where they could no longer be used. Fortunately, as long as they passed this stage, they would be able to obtain the King of Weapon Armory. They believed that the armory would be able to compensate for their losses. The environment at the bottom of the sea was a bit complicated. They originally thought that nothing would exist in the highly corrosive seawater, but unexpectedly, there were many submerged reefs. The honey badger demon saint had entered the water before and was now familiar with guiding the silver flying shuttle forward, saving them a lot of time. Right now, what everyone needed the most was time. They had to pass through the exit before the artifacts were completely corroded. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The three flying artifacts, one in the front, one in the middle, and one in the back, followed closely in the seawater. None of them wanted to give up on the great fortune of the King of Weapon Armory. However, the Nayland family's flying artifact quickly couldn't hold on any longer and was powerless to follow. Dark green seawater leaked in from all directions. If this continued, everyone from the Nayland family would be buried at the bottom of the sea. Damn it. All for naught. All for naught. Nayland Su stomped his feet anxiously, but he didn't dare to joke around with the lives of his clansmen. In the end, he had no choice but to leave the bottom of the sea. Just like that, only the world's honorable disk and the silver flying shuttle were left at the bottom of the sea, rushing towards the exit. Seeing that they were not far from the exit, Huang Fu stared at the flying shuttle in front of him and revealed a sinister smile. I still have an important artifact that I haven't used. As he spoke, he took out a purplish-black hammer from his storage ring. The moment this hammer appeared, Guchen felt a strong sense of danger. Huang Fu took out the hammer and it floated in midair. Its entire body was intertwined with dazzling electricity. The electricity was so strong that even the void was distorted. Is this a good idea? We will completely offend the continent's #1 blacksmith and the South Mountains demon clan. Yan Quan understood what Huang Fu wanted to do and said expressionlessly. Hee, as long as we finish them here, no one will be able to snatch the king of weapon armory from us. If they want to blame something, they can only blame their bad luck. Huang Fu shouted loudly. The purple hammer broke free from his control and flew into the sea. It broke through the seawater at an extremely fast speed. Although its power was mostly corroded by the seawater, it still quickly approached the back of the silver flying shuttle and crashed into it. Boom, a huge hole appeared on the silver flying shuttle, and the entire body shook violently. Oh no, despicable bastard! Jiang Bourgeois and the honey badger demon saint, who were on the flying shuttle, were shocked. Originally, the silver flying shuttle's defense was just enough to help them pass through the exit. However, because of the damage to the ship, they couldn't reach the exit at all. The flying shuttle suffered from the pressure of the seawater, and its light flickered. The people from the Thousand Smelting Holy Sect all exclaimed in shock. The few people who were closer to the seawater were instantly corroded into a pile of white bones when they were hit by the seawater. I can't make it to the exit. Seeing this, Jiang Bourgeois' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He knew he couldn't succeed. He could persist and ignore the holes in the flying shuttle. Perhaps he could use his cultivation to pass through the exit. But if he did that, all the people he brought would die. These people were his descendants, the pillars of the sect. He couldn't abandon them. Honey badger friend, I'm sorry. The reward I promised you is gone. Jiang Bourgeois said with a pained heart. He was unwilling to give up and urged the flying shuttle to float up to the surface. Honey Badger Demon King was with the Honey Badger Demon Saint. He didn't want his descendants to die here, so he understood Jiang Bourgeois' difficulties. However, he hated the group of people who would do anything to achieve their goals. A bunch of bastards. How dare you trick me? Do you really think my Honey Badger race is easy to bully? Demon Saint's crew cut turned red because of his extreme anger. Suddenly, he shot out of the flying shuttle like an arrow leaving the bow. Roar, he roared angrily. And extended his claws, drawing 5 black rays in the water. This attack contained almost all of his demonic power. After using it, he bounced back into the flying shuttle. His aura was dispirited and weak. The black claw ray slashed across the seawater with a destructive aura. It landed heavily on the World Supreme Disc that was flying toward him. Bang bang bang, the World Supreme Disc shook violently. The two sages' expressions changed drastically. They frantically urged the essence force in their bodies to maintain the stability of the artifact. However, the World Supreme Disc situation wasn't any better than the silver flying shuttle. Under the corrosion of the seawater, it was at the end of its tether. Now that Demon Saint's attack had hit it, it started to leak. Steady! Yan Quan shouted angrily. He urged the underworld Rakshasa banner with all his strength and used the power of souls to block the hole. The old servant gritted his teeth and tried his best to maintain the stability of the ship. This process was too dangerous. All the cultivators on the ship tried to stabilize the ship. In this state where it could collapse at any time, the World Supreme Disc continued to move forward. Finally, it was only 200 zhang away from the exit. However, this 200 zhang became a huge chasm. The speed of the World Supreme Disc was greatly reduced. It almost stopped moving. Pfft! Yan Quan bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. He activated a secret technique and forcefully increased his strength for a short period of time. The old servant also used a similar mystic art. His face instantly became as pale as paper, and he became even older. However, the strength of his body skyrocketed. The two great sages used their secret techniques at all costs and finally increased the speed of the world supreme disc. 200 zhong, 100 zhong, 500 zhong. The exit was almost within reach. Just a little more. The aura of the two sages weakened again. Under the strong pressure of the seawater, the duration of the secret technique was too short. That's the only way. Suddenly, Yanquan's expression turned vicious as he swept his gaze across the remaining cultivators on the ship. His hand turned into a gigantic palm and grabbed a total of 10 cultivators. These were 10 kings, and they were all lifted up by him. Their expressions changed drastically. "Sir, what are you doing?" "No, Senior, please don't." Their faces were filled with fear, as if they had guessed the other party's intentions. Gu Chen and Lu Yichen were not caught. They were closer to the sage of the Yan family. "Dao friend Yan, what are you doing?" Huang Fu's expression changed. Yan Quan had captured all the remaining cultivators from the palace of the underworld god other than him and the old servant. "Humph, you brat from the Huang Fu family. If you didn't provoke the shuttle of the Thousand Refinements holy sect, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. At this moment, the old man needs sacrifices. It's already good enough that he didn't capture you. You better shut up." At this moment of life and death, Yan Quan couldn't care less about fear and directly voiced out his thoughts. "Dao friend Yan, you." Huang Fu was furious, but he was stopped by the old servant beside him. "The situation is urgent. Hurry up and take action. If you continue, you will lose your life." He hinted to Huang Fu not to be rash. Seeing this, Huang Fu gritted his teeth and didn't speak anymore. Yan Quan let out a sharp whistle and clenched his gigantic palm. Bang bang bang, the 10 kings screamed and turned into blood mist, entering the underworld Rakshasa banner. Wang, after absorbing the sacrifices, the underworld Rakshasa banner's dim light lit up again. Protecting the broken world venerable disc, it finally rushed through the exit. The tide-like pressure suddenly disappeared. The world venerable disc fell heavily on the ground and broke into pieces. The group of people also fell to the ground in disarray, each of them panting from exhaustion. "We're finally saved." Gu Chen and Lu Yichen couldn't help but look at each other. The journey just now was really dangerous and unpredictable. Huang Fu sat on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. His life was really picked up. The two sages were the most miserable. They used all their treasures and secret techniques. They were almost at the point of exhaustion, but they finally made it here safely. Once they were safe, they immediately took out healing pills and sat cross-legged to meditate. The side effects of using the secret techniques earlier were not small. If they weren't treated quickly, it would affect their cultivation foundation. Everyone rested, and those who had spare energy to observe their surroundings. This place was like a giant cave. One side led to the bottom of the sea, and the other side was blocked by a dark red wall. It was unknown what kind of rock the wall was made of, but it looked strange. It seemed like it could move, and there was a foul smell coming from it. This wall completely blocked the way forward. There was only a door on the lower left side. The door was made of an unknown metal, and it was embedded into the wall. It was very eye-catching. Beside it was a stone tablet. On it, there were 2 big words, Arsenal. Other than that, there were many words at the bottom of the stone tablet. However, they were too far away, so they couldn't see what was written. Finally found the arsenal. Huang Fu saw the door of the arsenal immediately. He was surprised and wanted to go forward immediately. However, he glanced at Sage Yan Quan, who was recuperating, and his expression became gloomy. At this moment, only he and the old servant were left in the underworld god palace. There were still some people in the Acheron tower. If they waited for Yan Quan to finish healing and recover, and if he wanted to take the arsenal for himself, the situation would be very disadvantageous to them. Huang Fu's eyes flickered when he thought of this. He secretly held on to a forbidden talisman in his sleeve and walked towards Yan Quan. As long as he killed him, the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Yan family would not be a threat. The Huang Fu family would take the arsenal for themselves. As Huang Fu walked towards Yan Quan, Gu Chen also walked towards the old servant who was healing with a cold expression. The situation before him was even better than the countless situations that he had predicted. The timing, the location, and the sage was weak. Huang Fu wanted to kill Yan Quan and take the treasures for himself, but he didn't expect the mantis to stalk the cicada. Unaware of the aureole behind, Lu Yichen calmly walked to a corner and casually tossed out one of the few remaining silver beads. She wasn't sure if her companions could be teleported over with the green sea separating them. Huang Fu walked up to Yan Quan with a scheming look in his eyes. Yan Quan sensed something and opened his eyes slightly. "What's the matter?" "Fellow Taoist Yan, I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have attacked the people of the Thousand Refinements sacred sect. I almost made a huge mistake. Fortunately, we arrived at the destination safely. It's all thanks to you." Huang Fu had a grateful look on his face as he naturally moved closer to Yan Quan. "It's fine. If you know your mistake and can change." Yan Quan was halfway through his sentence when Huang Fu suddenly raised his sleeve. "Go to hell, old thing." His expression instantly became extremely ferocious. At this moment, a talisman was stuck on Yan Quan's forehead. Yan Quan's body suddenly couldn't move. He felt that his soul had lost control of his physical body and couldn't use the slightest bit of his cultivation. "God-vanquishing talisman?" he said in shock and anger. This was a terrifying heaven-grade forbidden talisman that was priceless. It could restrict the movements of a sage and gradually erase his primordial spirit. Normally, with his reaction speed, it would be impossible for him to fall for it so easily. However, he was exhausted today and was taken advantage of. He didn't expect that the people of the Huangfu family would have such a trump card in the end. That's right. It's the God-vanquishing talisman. Old thing, thank you for bringing me here." Huang Fu said coldly. "Stop. What are you trying to do to my master?" The expressions of the remaining cultivators of the Acheron Tower changed drastically. They immediately rushed forward. Huang Fu was fearless. With a shake of his sleeve, 10 gold and silver puppets appeared in front of him. "Kill them for me." He was about to order the puppets when he heard a loud rumbling sound not far away. He saw that the place where his old servant was recuperating was flooded with energy. Smoke and dust were stirred up, and a shrill cry could be heard. "Bastard! How dare you sneak attack?" His voice stopped like a broken string, causing Huang Fu's expression to change drastically. "Uncle Hua!" he shouted in shock and anger. He never expected that his Tao protector would be sneak attacked at this moment. The remaining cultivators of the Acheron Tower took advantage of the chaos and rushed forward in an attempt to save Yan Quan, who was frozen in place by the God-vanquishing talisman. The scene instantly fell into chaos. 10 puppets charged out to engage the cultivators from Netherworld Tower. Huang Fu was also forced into the battle, but he stared fixedly at the place where the smoke and dust pervaded. As his Tao protector, Uncle Hua had been by his side for dozens of years. If something happened to him, it would be even worse than his father's death. Amidst the dust, Guchen withdrew his fist. His powerful blood qi retreated into his body. When Huang Fu launched his sneak attack on Yan Quan, he happened to be 10 feet away from the old servant. Huang Fu's actions attracted the old servant's attention. He smelled the opportunity hidden in Huang Fu's actions and immediately pounced forward, striking out with the super-stressed killing punch. Guchen did not expend much energy when he crossed the green sea, but the old servant was like a lamp without oil. He had been waiting for Guchen to exhaust himself. Coupled with the fact that Guchen was fearsome in close combat, Guchen instantly destroyed the old servant's body. Now that the old servant's corpse had been reduced to a pile of bloody mud in front of him, Guchen was greatly relieved. Now that this person was dead, the outcome was set. Guchen walked out of the dust. When Huang Fu saw his figure, his eyes turned red. "Bastard! I'm going to tear you to pieces." Huang Fu killed the last king of Netherworld Tower and furiously walked towards Guchen. "Yan Kuan, beautifully done. Quickly kill him and save old man." Yan Quan was immobilized by the God-vanquishing talisman. He originally thought that he would not be able to escape death, but he never expected his family to be so quick-witted and kill the heavenly dark guard in time. He couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. Guchen flipped his hand and pulled out the whale-slaying saber. He quickened his pace towards Huang Fu. That saber, when Huang Fu saw the sinister-looking black saber, his pupils constricted. He found it extremely familiar. Before he could figure out the origins of the saber, Gu Chen had already slashed at him. He dodged in a panic and was about to take out other treasures. Bo! Gu Chen suddenly let out a strange sound that transformed into rolling sound waves that crashed into him. Huang Fude felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He staggered backwards and felt something sweet in his throat. Sound wave attack. Could it be that you? His expression became uncertain. Yan Kuan's move was extremely familiar, and he couldn't help but think of someone. Die. Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He slashed down with the whale-slaying saber in his hand. Huang Fude controlled the puppets to help him block the attacks, but those puppets couldn't stop Gu Chen at all. They were all swept away by his saber, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. He rushed in front of Huang Fude in a few steps. He raised the saber in his hand and was about to slash down. Don't even think of hurting him. Suddenly, a vast and terrifying aura rose behind Gu Chen, causing his expression to change drastically. He turned around abruptly. He saw a soul emerge from the corpse of the old servant that he had blasted apart. It looked exactly like the old servant, and its face was filled with killing intent. He revealed the suppressive aura of a saint as his aura locked onto Gu Chen. Primordial spirit has emerged. Gu Chen's expression turned ugly. He had been careless. In the past, as long as the enemy's corporeal body was destroyed, they would die, so he didn't think too much. However, it was different for Heaven Being Realm cultivators. They had already condensed their primordial spirits, and their souls wouldn't perish after leaving their corporeal bodies. They even had some of their original divine arts. Because of a small mistake, he couldn't kill the old servant. Now, he was in trouble. Ha ha ha, Uncle Hua is not dead, Uncle Hua is not dead. Huang Fude thought that he was definitely going to die, but he didn't expect to see a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. He couldn't help but be wild with joy. How dare you destroy old man's corporeal body? I'll take your life. Although the old servant wasn't dead, losing his corporeal body was a heavy blow to him. At this moment, he hated Gu Chen to the core. He stretched out his hand, and a vast amount of chi of heaven and earth gathered in his hand. Old thing, if you want to die, just die quickly. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He temporarily gave up on Huang Fude and rushed toward the old servant. So what if the old servant was still alive? His corporeal body was already destroyed, and he had used a secret technique earlier. The condition of his primordial spirit wouldn't be any better. Seeing that Gu Chen was distracted, Huang Fude's expression was uncertain. His gaze suddenly turned toward the door of the armory. As long as I can get the treasure, I can kill that guy immediately. He quickly ran toward the entrance, wanting to seize the Weapon King's armory first. Sizzle! Suddenly, a cold airflow surged in the surroundings, causing Huang Fude to shiver uncontrollably. Lu Yichen instantly blocked in front of him, her snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. Get out of the way. Have you forgotten the kindness of the man with the bamboo hat? That person from the Yen family isn't your family. You've been deceived. Huang Fude was shocked and angry. He actually forgot about the existence of this woman. Humph, I already knew about this. Lu Yichen said coldly. With a wave of her hand, countless icicles appeared in all directions around Huang Fude. How dare you use the power of the Heart of Freeze to deal with me? He had an illegitimate son. He wanted to ask the man with a bamboo hat to give him the Heart of Extreme Frost, which he had just obtained from the northern plains, so that he could return to his roots. However, he was so unlucky that he encountered a disaster when he went to the Godly Creation Pavilion and died there. The man with a bamboo hat had given the Heart of Extreme Frost to this woman. Even when the Celestial Court broke into the Godly Creation Pavilion, the man with a bamboo hat did not save his son. Instead, he took this woman away. Huang Fude was infuriated when he thought of all these things and was blocked by her at this moment. How dare Amir you block my way? He instantly used an unknown secret technique. His body doubled in size, and his muscles tore his clothes apart. The strength of his cultivation had reached the late stage of immortality realm. Lu Yichen was under great pressure and fought with Huang Fude. On the other side, the battle between Gu Chen and the old servant's primordial spirit was much more difficult than he had imagined. A sage was indeed a sage. Even if he only had his spirit left, he had already started to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth. Ordinary kings could not compare to him when he cast ordinary spells. Being held up by the old servant, Gu Chen could not support Lu Yichen for a while. Lu Yichen was gradually being suppressed by Huang Fu. She was in danger. Ha ha ha, stupid girl, do you really think I am so easy to deal with? Huang Fu was proud. If the situation continued, he would soon be able to deal with this woman and step into the armament armory. If there were really weapons of mass destruction in the armament armory, he would be able to deal with the other guys when he came out. However, things did not go according to his wishes. In the corner, the space suddenly distorted, and a door of light appeared, with Gu Chen's doppelganger in the lead. 10 people strode out from inside, 10 people who could change the situation. Once Gu Chen's clone arrived, he glanced at the sage, who was in a stalemate with the sage's spirit, and immediately rushed forward. Huang Pingzhong, Yu Qizhong, and the 7 women came to Lu Yichen's side and surrounded Huang Fu. How did you get here? Huang Fu's face was filled with disbelief when he saw a troop of soldiers suddenly descending from the sky, led by the tyrant Gu Chen. They had gone through a lot of hardships to pass through the Green Ocean. Even the sages were severely injured because of this. How did this group of people arrive here unscathed? He panicked because of this unexpected turn of events, but the 9 of them didn't answer him at all. They attacked together with Lu Yichen. 7 types of natural elemental energy rose around Huang Fu. Huang Pingzhong also took out his bow and arrows. Yu Qizhong roared. Domain of absolute ice. Lu Yichen instantly appeared above Huang Fu, and the power of extreme cold surged out. Die. On the other side, Gu Chen's true body and clone joined forces and finally forced the old servant's essence spirit into a dead end, causing it to crack inch by inch. Tyrant. It's you. It's you. The old servant was the same as Huang Fu, unable to believe everything that was happening before his eyes. When they entered the armament armory, they had never treated this kid as a strong competitor. The truth proved that they were right. If not for the sages leading the way, a mere king would have a slim chance of survival. They had surpassed the sages of various forces, even the Yan family sage was defeated by them. Who would have thought that they would be defeated by Gu Chen in the end? The other party had been hiding in their team and only came out now to reap the fruits of their labor. His actions were extremely despicable. You're despicable, the old servant said unwillingly before his essence spirit was about to collapse. Despicable? Same to you. Gu Chen sneered. A majestic sound wave was released from his body, completely destroying the old servant's remaining soul. He realized that sound waves were more effective than pure physical attacks against essence spirits. After Gu Chen defeated the sage's essence spirit, Huang Fu was already taken down, lying on the ground with his last breath. The clone disappeared, and Gu Chen returned to his original appearance. He walked towards Huang Fu calmly. At that moment, only his heavenly star sex people were still able to move. The Nether God Palace and Acheron Towers teams were all dead. Sage Yanquan's consciousness was gradually falling under the effect of the spirit-vanquishing talisman. His essence spirit would soon die even without him doing anything. Huang Fu was covered in blood. His face was filled with hatred as he watched Gu Chen walk towards him step by step. He had put in so much effort to finally get the armament armory, but he never thought that he would be defeated by this kid. He was unwilling, he hated. Thank you for working so hard to bring us here. The first sentence that Gu Chen said made Huang Fu so angry that he blacked out and spat out blood. Gu family's remnant, do you think you've won? He said while clenching his teeth. All of your men are dead, and you're in my hands. Don't you think I've won? Gu Chen stepped on Huang Fu's face. He looked down and his eyes were bone-chilling. Hee, I lost to you by accident. But why didn't you think about why my Huang Fu family sent so few people to seize the armament armory and why we had to cooperate with Acheron Tower? Huang Fu sneered. Gu Chen could not help frowning. This matter was also something that he was somewhat perplexed about from the beginning. Logically speaking, with the Huang Fu clan's influence, with such an important treasure trove like the armament armory, they could completely dispatch more people. If they cooperated with Acheron Tower, they would have to share half of the loot with them. This was not the Nether God Palace's style. Hearing Huang Fu's words, Gu Chen had an ominous premonition for no reason. What are you trying to say? Gu Chen said coldly. Hee, I won't tell you. Perhaps when you leave this place, you'll know what despair is. Huang Fude was clearly a prisoner and could lose his life at any moment, but his face was still calm. It was a kind of confidence, as if there was something that made him so arrogant that he didn't put Gu Chen in his eyes. You dog, you still dare to be so arrogant after falling into our hands. Yu Qizhong's temper was fiery to begin with. Seeing Huang Fude like this, he kicked him a few times, causing him to vomit blood. Gu Chen. You'd better keep me alive. I'll be of great use. Keep me alive and you can live a little longer. Huang Fude didn't want to die here and struggled to speak under Yu Qizhong's abuse. Gu Chen ignored his threats. I naturally have my own life to look after. I don't need to rely on you. As for you, as long as I want to, I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant. I don't want to say anything else. The reason I'm still keeping you alive is because I want to ask you a question. Gu Chen's gaze suddenly became fierce. He had left the imperial capital of the Central Plains and followed Huang Fude all the way not for the king of weapons armament armory, but to resolve the biggest concern in his heart. His father's life and death had always been a knot in Gu Chen's heart. Although his mother had always been calm and rational in front of him, he knew that she missed his father very much. Only those who were close to him could understand the torment of not knowing whether his family was alive or dead. When his father left alone, Huang Fude led a large group of people to chase after him. He was the last person to come into contact with his father. Therefore, no matter what, Gu Chen had to get the truth from Huang Fude's mouth, no matter what the truth was. Gu Tianming? When Huang Fude heard Gu Chen mention this matter, his expression became uncertain, as if he was thinking about how to answer this question. I've already heard about what happened back then. You better tell me honestly, or else I'll make you suffer. Gu Chen's expression was cold. Do you still remember how Huang Fu Qingming died in the martial arts competition? You should learn from his mistakes. Huang Fude couldn't help but shiver. Before Huang Fu Qingming died, every bone in his body was crushed by Gu Chen. Gu Chen's method was extremely cruel. With the enmity between the two families, Gu Chen would not show any mercy. Back then, I was ordered by my father to go to the eastern wilderness to capture him and retrieve my clan's overlord Firmament Bone. Ah. When Huang Fude said this, Gu Chen suddenly crushed the bones in his palm, causing him to suck in a few breaths of cold air. Your clan's overlord bone? How shameless! Gu Chen's expression was cold. The Huang Fu family was more shameless than the other. They took stealing the Gu family's overlord bone as a matter of course. It's the Gu family's overlord bone. We wanted to snatch it. Huang Fude forced a smile. He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He still wanted to keep his life. I went to capture Gu Tianming and after some twists and turns, I finally found him. With his overlord bone having just awakened, it was naturally easy to capture him. When Huang Fude said this, he couldn't help but look at Gu Chen. Speaking of the third generation of the Gu family, Gu Yuan had been harmed by his own father. He didn't know how elegant Gu Yuan had been when he was young, but that Gu Tianming was terrible. Before he awakened the overbearing Firmament Bone, he was just a small city lord of a mountain city in the eastern wilderness. He was so ordinary that the Huang Fu family didn't even take him seriously. However, even though they were enemies, he had to admit that his son was indeed a genius. He had originally thought that the Gu clan had been useless for generations, and that the tyrannical Firmament Bone would only fall into the hands of his Huang Fu clan. However, it just so happened that this Gu Chen had caused the Huang Fu clan to suffer great losses. What happened after that? Gu Chen's heart tightened. After that, I was going to bring him back to the Central Plains, but I didn't expect a mysterious person to appear and save him. Huang Fu's eyes were filled with hatred when he mentioned this matter. That person was extremely powerful, and all the people I brought with me were killed by him. I don't know why, but he spared my life and took Gu Tianming away. Gu Chen was deep in thought. Huang Fu's story coincided with what Lan Chu had said, however, who was the mysterious person who saved his father? What does that person look like, and where did he come from? Do you have any impression of him? With the strength of the Huang Fu clan, you must have investigated his identity after suffering such a great loss, right? Gu Chen asked. That person looks extremely ordinary, and he must have disguised himself. As for his unfathomable cultivation, the Dharma spells and battle skills he uses are extremely strange and unheard of. There's no way to investigate him. Huang Fu answered without hesitation. Gu Chen couldn't help but frown. If that was the case, then the trail was broken again. Although his father was saved, the identity of the person who saved him was completely unknown. How was he going to investigate? Are you lying? Gu Chen's face was gloomy. There's no need for me to hide this from you. It won't do me any good. Huang Fu gritted his teeth. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel disappointed. Father, where are you? Are you still alive? Sect leader, what he said might not be true. Let me interrogate him. Wei Qizhong said. Gu Chen nodded. All right. Thus, Wei Qizhong and the rest dragged the heavily injured Huang Fu to the side and began to torture him, trying to get more useful information from him. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, Lu Yichen, and the rest walked to the door of the armory. Is the real armory inside? I wonder how many treasures there are. Zhao Rou and the rest were a little excited, while Gu Chen's gaze fell on the stone tablet beside the door. This stone tablet was obviously quite old. It must have been left behind by the king of weapons, Jiang Beiming. Apart from the conspicuous words armory on the stone tablet, there was also a large paragraph of text that recorded a shocking matter. Gu Chen and the others carefully read the content of the text. Soon, all of them looked horrified. In ancient times, the Ziwei ancient region was glorious for a time. Unfortunately, it was destroyed for some unknown reason, and this place became the nest of the white whale. After the white whale disappeared from the world, this place gradually became an ungoverned area. People called it the White Whale Mansion. I came here in search of the lost Ziwei ancient region's ancient weapon refinement method. After many hardships, I finally found the ruins of the Greedy Wolf, 7 kills, and army destroyer cities. At the same time, I also discovered something even more shocking. It turns out that the white whale did not die. It seemed to be waiting for something and assimilated with the White Whale Mansion. It has been in a deep sleep for 30,000 years. I was bold and entered the white whale's body. I was shocked by the vastness of its inner world. I was obsessed with weapon refinement for the first half of my life. I especially liked killing weapons. When I was 30 years old, I was plagued by illness. Only then did I realize that creating killing weapons was against the harmony of the world. Unfortunately, it was too late. I don't have long to live. I knew that if these weapons were to be passed down to the world, it would cause great suffering. I should destroy them all. Unfortunately, I spent my entire life on these weapons, and I never had the courage to destroy them. My master hoped that I would leave these weapons behind, but I knew that if the 1,000 Refinements Holy Sect obtained them, it would only cause more turmoil in the world. It was not a suitable place to return to. Coincidentally, I entered the white whale's body and realized that this was the best place for the armory to be buried. Thus, I sealed the armory here. In the end, I couldn't bear to waste my life's work, so I refined 99 cauldrons and passed them down to the world, hoping that a suitable successor would appear for the armory. Gu Chen, Lu Yichen, and the rest felt their scalps go numb. Does the king of weapons mean that we are inside the white whale's body? How is that possible? Xiao Kei cried out involuntarily. Everyone felt that it was unimaginable. Such a thing was too shocking. They had been in this place for so long, yet they did not realize that they were inside a giant beast's body. I'm afraid that's true. Gu Chen took a deep breath and thought about all the strange things that had happened along the way. The strange stench that was everywhere was the natural smell of the white whale's flesh. The tunnels that they had passed through earlier were probably the white whale's blood vessels. As for why they had encountered the painted sky and the green ocean that could corrode everything, all of this could be explained. That was probably not a mystic realm, but the white whale's stomach. That green ocean was merely the white whale's gastric juice. Gu Chen continued to look at the bottom of the tablet. Sure enough, the King of Arms had done some good deeds here. He knew that the white whale had fallen into a long slumber and might never wake up, so he did his best to toss it around. He treated the body of an ancient giant beast as his own treasure trove. Willful and bold. This King of Arms is really something. Isn't he afraid of angering the white whale? No wonder the star chart formed by the 99 cauldrons is a white whale. He hinted at it from the beginning. Huang Pingzhang couldn't help but say. He didn't know whether to admire the King of Arms or think that he was crazy. Is the giant white whale really that big? It assimilated with the white whale mansion. Doesn't that mean we've been living in its body all this time? Jiao Rou couldn't help but say. She had long heard that the white whale was a giant beast, but if what the King of Arms said was true, it was even scarier than the rumors said. My whale-splitting blade can at most cut the white whale's blood vessels. Gu Chen smiled bitterly. He really had to give it to this King of Arms. Whether this is inside the white whale or not, according to what the King of Arms said, the armory he left behind is really not simple. Huang Pingzhang said excitedly. Everyone continued to look at the bottom of the tablet. I passed through the white whale's stomach and finally built the armory here. I thought this place was suitable, but I didn't expect the white whale's body to be so special. This place is close to the lungs. I didn't find anything strange when I built it, but after I finished, the white whale breathed. The muscles in its lungs contracted, and the armory got stuck in the white whale's lungs. Because of this, if someone tries to forcefully open the armory, it will be like a thorn piercing the white whale's body. It will awaken for a short time. Once the white whale awakens, even if it's just a turnaround, White Whale Mansion will be plunged into misery and suffering. Not just White Whale Mansion, but all living things within 1,000 miles of White Whale Mansion will suffer. However, this awakening will only last for a short time. According to my speculation, the white whale will fall back into a deep slumber. Whoever obtains my inheritance can use the special method recorded below to leave this place. If this door is opened, all living things will be plunged into misery and suffering. But if this door is not opened, my life's work will never see the light of day. This is a dilemma. I can't make a decision, so I'll leave this problem to future generations. Those who see this stone tablet, if you choose to open the armory, it means that you have chosen the path of slaughter. From now on, you will naturally be able to achieve great things and not weaken the prestige of my weapon. If you give up on the armory, it means that you have a benevolent heart and please push down this stone tablet. The last mechanism I left behind when I was alive. Once this monument falls, the armory will forever sink into the white whale's gastric juice. It will never be able to harm the human world, and the white whale's disaster will naturally be resolved. No matter which path you choose, you must follow your heart. Don't learn from me and be decisive. Remember, remember. Gu Chen and the others could not help but fall silent after reading the King of Weapons' torturous words. If I choose to obtain the arsenal, will Beijing Prefecture cease to exist? Jiao Rou murmured. This really leaves behind an eternal problem. Obtaining the armament armory will allow one to obtain the world, but to obtain the world, one must sacrifice the lives of millions and millions of living beings. Huang Pingzhang said with a bitter smile. The King of Weapon was really unkind. He had made them go through so much trouble to find this place, and in the end, they had to go through such a difficult decision. Everyone looked at Gu Chen. He was the only one who could make this decision. Gu Chen couldn't help but fall silent. It was said that the person who obtained the armament armory would obtain the world. If he obtained the King of Weapons' inheritance, his strength would definitely soar, and he would have more confidence in fighting against Huangfu Wuji. But if he did that, countless innocent people in Beijing Prefecture would die in vain. Not only Beijing Prefecture, but the nearby regions of Eastern Wilderness, Southern Mountains, and Central Plains would also suffer great casualties. Once the white whale woke up, the consequences would be unthinkable. Gu Chen didn't know those who might die in this disaster. Even in Beijing Prefecture, the people he truly valued were by his side. Reason told him that choosing the armament armory was the right choice. That way, he could take his revenge faster and uproot the Huangfu clan. But, Gu Chen took a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, he walked up to the stone tablet. As long as he opened the armament armory, he could obtain countless treasures. No matter how the awakened white whale wreaked havoc in the world, no one would know that it was all because of him. He had almost nothing to lose, but he still couldn't do it. Everyone, our enemies are the Huangfu clan and the underworld god palace. They are very powerful. If we can obtain the armament armory, perhaps we can save a lot of effort. I'm sure some of you are thinking this way, Guchen said. Everyone looked at him without saying a word, nervously waiting for him to continue. But if we choose to obtain the armament armory today and cause the deaths of billions of people, then what difference is there between us and the underworld god Palace, who went around searching for organs and broke up our families? Guchen's words shocked everyone. So we can't take the armament armory. We will rely on our own strength to take revenge, Guchen said resolutely. He couldn't cause the deaths of so many innocent people for his own selfishness. The 9 people who had followed Guchen for a long time nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sect leader didn't disappoint them. It was because Guchen was courageous and had a conscience that they swore to be loyal to him. Lu Yichen was deeply touched. To be honest, she had experienced too much in the past year and was already disappointed in human nature. Even though Guchen was an old acquaintance and Xiaoke was her junior sister, there was still a gap in her heart. But now that the armament armory was right in front of them, she was greatly touched that Guchen chose to give it up. It seemed that no matter how dangerous the world of cultivators was, there would always be people who upheld their own principles. She suddenly saw hope and felt that this dark world wasn't completely devoid of light. Sect leader, do what you want to do. We will support all your decisions, Jiao Rou said firmly. At this moment, the others also let go of the little bit of greed and obsession in their hearts. A bunch of idiots. They actually want to give up the armament armory. Huang Fude, who was on the verge of death after being taught a lesson by Yu Qizhong, sneered in his heart. This was also good. If the armament armory fell into the hands of the Gu family, it would be a huge problem for the Huangfu family. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Chen's hand touched the stone tablet and pushed it down according to the King of Weapons' instructions. Once the armament armory was buried in the stomach of the white whale's calamity would not appear. Buzz, the moment the stone tablet fell, the words on it suddenly lit up one by one. Like tadpoles, they swam into the void and converged into a ray of light. It was the figure of the King of Weapons that everyone saw at the beginning. He smiled brightly at Gu Chen. Congratulations, young man with courage, wisdom, and a heart of righteousness. You have passed the final trial of the heart. The projection of the King of Weapons appeared, and what he said was shocking. Wouldn't pushing down the stone tablet destroy the armory? Why did the King of Weapons say that he would grant him the armory instead? Gu Chen and the others looked at each other, not understanding the King of Weapons' plan. To inherit my armory, you must pass 2 trials. One is the trial of iron, and the other is the trial of heart. The King of Weapons' projection seemed to have expected that the latecomers would be confused, so he took the initiative to explain. The so-called trial of iron is to test the trial taker's cultivation, courage, willpower, and even wisdom. Since you can come here, you must have experienced countless traps that I left behind. Naturally, you are qualified. Those that are able to pass through the trial of iron are surely people with outstanding natural talent and great strength. Only people like this would be able to bring out the effect of the armament armory to its greatest degree. However, just having strength is not enough. The weapon's main purpose is to kill. If it falls into the hands of evil people, it will bring disaster to the world and lead to the destruction of the people. I left the armory because I don't want my inheritance to end, but I also don't want it to fall into the hands of evil people. Hence, the second trial, the trial of heart. At this point, the King of Weapons smiled sinisterly, as if he was very satisfied with his arrangements. If the trial taker finishes reading the contents of the stone tablet, or chooses to open the armory's door without reading it, then he will enter the killing formation that I left behind. 9 out of 10 will die, and the armory will never open to him. However, if the trial taker chooses to push down the stone tablet after consideration, it means that he has a benevolent heart. Only such a person will consider the people when using the armory, and I can leave the inheritance to him with peace of mind. After listening to the King of Weapons' words, Gu Chen and the others all understood and sighed. This King of Weapons was really cunning. It turned out that the words on the stone tablet were all fake. If they were greedy people, they would have lost their lives by now. A kind heart can obtain the armory. Such arrangements were really well thought out. The real door of the armory is not the one in front of you, but, the King of Weapons continued. The wall with the metal door suddenly wriggled, and soon, another door appeared beside the original door. That door was the real entrance to the armory. Follow me, my successor. The projection of the Weapon King floated in the air and flew towards the door. The door slowly opened by itself. An extremely majestic wave of heaven and earth Xianxia rushed out from the door. The air was extremely fresh, which surprised Gu Chen and the others. They immediately followed, with Yu Zhong dragging Huangfu De behind him like a dead dog. As soon as they entered, Gu Chen and the others were almost blinded by the light. In front of him, there were 9 stairways leading to heaven. Each stairway was a large area, and it was filled with all kinds of magical treasures. There were divine cannons with black muzzles, an army of puppets with intricate structures, and complex array components. Saber, spear, sword, halberd, staff, seal, mirror, any type of weapon that one could think of could be found here. At a glance, it was as vast as an ocean, covering the 9 heavens. It was a magnificent sight. This was indeed the armory. The number of weapons far exceeded Gu Chen's original estimation. Moreover, the higher the stairway to heaven, the higher the grade of the weapons. At the last step, it was likely that all the weapons were heaven-grade magic weapons. It's even bigger than the rumors. Huangfu De, who was lying on the ground, struggled to raise his head. When he saw the majesty of the armory, he was even more unwilling. This was supposed to be his fortune, but now it had helped the Gu family. The heaven and earth Xianxia here is too pure. It's probably more than 100 times denser than outside. Not only did everyone notice the sea of weapons, but they also realized that the environment was extremely special. It was an excellent place to cultivate, different from the places they had been before. Although some of the information on the stone tablet is fake, the description of the white whale is all true. The King of Weapons walked to the first stairway and looked at the world with reverence. I wonder what kind of creator could create such a great and terrifying creature like the white whale. The armory you are in now is actually located in the white whale's lungs. The white whale's lungs are far more amazing than other creatures. With one breath, it can suck up all the heaven and earth Xianxia within hundreds of miles. All the heaven and earth Xianxia enters here and is compressed, making the heaven and earth Xianxia here extremely pure. It's a unique place to cultivate. The King of Weapons revealed the mystery of the pure heaven and earth Xianxia here. Everyone was amazed. Most of the weapons I've refined in the first half of my life are gathered here. If I were to introduce them to you one by one, I'm afraid it would take me 10 days to finish. What you see is an image I left behind when I was alive. It can only last for a limited time. So, for the introduction and usage of the various weapons, you can go to the 8th stairway and find the weapon manual. It has everything you need. I'll emphasize this one last time. No matter when you use the power of the armory, I hope you will put the lives of the world first. The King of Weapons warned solemnly. Gu Chen nodded seriously, even though he knew that the King of Weapons could not see it. Finally, I'll tell you how to leave this place. It's a little troublesome to leave this place. As the King of Weapons said this, his expression became slightly awkward. You know that this is inside the white whale's body, so the situation is a little special. You can enter through the mechanism I left behind, but this mechanism is only one way. If you want to leave, you can't. According to my observation, because the white whale is in a deep sleep, to preserve its strength and extend its life, it will only breathe once every 200 days. Every time it breathes, all the organs in its body will be purified. When that happens, it will form a huge airflow. You can use the airflow to leave this place through the special blowhole on the white whale's body. Other than that, even people who are proficient in space spells cannot teleport out of this place. This is because the white whale's body is like a small world, and the space is very stable. Everyone frowned when they heard this. There was only one chance to leave this place every 200 days. This was going to be troublesome. Although you will be trapped here, the cultivation environment here is unique. It might be an opportunity for you. So, cultivate well, young man. The King of Weapons said irresponsibly, grinning. Remember, if you are a craftsman, it would be best if you can inherit the craftsmanship that I left here. But if you are not, if you meet a suitable person in the future, one who has both a talent for craftsmanship and a benevolent heart, pass on my craftsmanship to him. Goodbye, take care. After saying this, his figure dissipated and disappeared. Fatty, is what the King of Weapons said true? Huang Pingzhong looked at Chao Xianbin. he was the most proficient in space Dao here. I'm afraid it's true. I felt that the space here was strange when I entered the white whale's body. We can teleport in the white whale's body, but it's impossible for us to teleport to the outside world. That's because the strength of the space here is different. There's a space barrier, and I can't open a tunnel with my current cultivation level. Fatty said helplessly. So, we're really trapped here? Lu Yichen fell into deep thought. There's a chance to leave here every 200 days. I don't know how long it's been since the white whale breathed. Maybe we'll be able to leave soon. Zhao Rou said. It doesn't matter if we can't get out for now. This is indeed a good place for cultivation. Old Zhang, this is a great opportunity for us. Yu Qizhong looked at Huang Pingzhong with excitement. The heaven and earth yuan qi here was hundreds of times thicker than the outside world, which meant that cultivation here would improve by leaps and bounds. Although the two of them had their talents greatly improved after the organ transplant and had reached advanced stage nirvana, it was much more difficult for them to improve compared to the 7 girls due to their age. Now that they had obtained such a great place for cultivation, they might be able to peak at the threshold of immortality. Once they entered immortal level, the pressure on their lifespan would be greatly reduced, and they would have more time like the young people. Humph, who are you to call me old Zhang? Only the sect leader can call me that. Huang Pingzhong said with slight dissatisfaction. His surname was Huang, but the sect leader always called him old Zhang. Who would remember his real surname after such a long time? He was complaining about Yu Qizhong, but he was happy as he realized that there was an opportunity hidden here. Since we can't get out, just cultivate here. You guys are not far from the king's territory. Let's work harder. Guchen said in a deep voice. He did not want to stay here for too long, but since there was no other way, he could only go with the flow. Sect leader, if we have to stay here for too long, what about this guy? Should we just kill him and end it all? Yu Qizhong lifted Huang Fude up like a little chick, and Huang Fude's expression became a little flustered. Gu Chen, spare my life. I'm more valuable alive than dead. Gu Chen looked at Huang Fude coldly and pondered. To be honest, he wanted nothing more than to kill this fellow to slightly relieve the hatred in his heart. However, the other party was right. He was more valuable alive. Huang Fude was the most powerful person in the Huangfu family, so he must know a lot of the Huangfu family's secrets. This information was useful to him. Moreover, regarding what he said about his father, he might not completely believe it. He still needed to investigate further. When I was dealing with Yan Kuan from the Yan family, I found a secret manual of the soul-searching skill in his storage ring. I'll deal with this guy after I master this skill. Guchen said indifferently. Soul-searching? Huang Fude's face turned pale as he immediately understood Guchen's intentions. The other party intended to use the soul-searching technique to search his memories and obtain the information he wanted. The memories of the soul could not be deceived. The information obtained through the soul-searching technique was far more reliable than what he said verbally. However, if the person being subjected to the soul-searching technique was not skilled enough or the method was too violent, then the person would have to endure extreme pain. It might even cause damage to the soul and affect the person's cultivation. Huang Fude even had the thought of committing suicide. This Gu family remnant was too vicious. However, he did not have the courage to end his own life. With a bitter smile, he allowed Yu Qizhong to tie him up and throw him into a corner. He was afraid that the next few days would be worse than death. Gu Chan and his companions stayed in the armory for a long time. For the first few days, he familiarized himself with the various weapons out of curiosity, marveling at the power and ingenuity of these weapons. However, as time passed and he gained a sufficient understanding of these weapons, he lost interest and focused most of his energy on cultivation. This place was indeed the best place for cultivation. With Gu Chen's cultivation level, he could feel an obvious increase every time he refined his primary strength. After stepping into immortal level, it was extremely difficult to elevate one's level. It would take hundreds of years to get to celestial level. For a genius like Huangfu Qingming, he had become a king at the age of 15. He had only spent a few years on the 4 main levels of physique, divine power, nirvana, and immortal level. From the age of 15 until his death, it had been a total of 4 years. However, he had only cultivated from beginner stage immortal level to advanced stage immortal level. One could see how difficult it was to elevate each level. Guchen cultivated in the white whale's lungs for a few days and realized that the efficiency of cultivation there was extremely high. At this rate, he might only need about half a year to get to the peak of immortal level. Such an opportunity could only be found by chance. It was more effective than taking any elixirs. Moreover, the vitality here had been refined by the white whale's lungs and was extremely pure. No matter how fast he absorbed it, there would not be any adverse effects on his body. Moreover, due to the superior environment, his body would subtly refine his muscles and marrow, benefiting him a lot. Such benefits were not great for Guchen and the white ape, who had strong physiques. However, it was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the other 11 people. Deeply aware of the beauty of this place, Guchen and his companions gradually got rid of their messy emotions and devoted themselves to cultivating. Even the playful white ape became more diligent because this place was too boring, and everyone was focused on cultivation. Just as Guchen and the rest were cultivating in the white whale's body, not knowing when they could leave, the entire Kunlun continent was undergoing drastic changes at an unimaginable speed. During the Luoyang martial arts tournament, Huangfu Qingming was killed in public, and Huangfu Wuji resigned from the position of Heavenly Mirror Prefecture's master. Everyone thought that the Huangfu family would decline from then on. However, no one would have thought that just a month later, there would be rumors that Huangfu Wuji had entered the infamous Kunlun ruins and came out alive with the Kunlun, the arch sword that had been lost for 10,000 years. Everyone knew that 12,000 years ago, the founding emperor of the Middle-earth Empire had miraculously survived the Kunlun ruins. With the two supreme treasures, the Kunlun, the arch sword, and Kunlun mirror, he had successfully unified the ancient 9 provinces and established the great Middle-earth Empire. After that, for some reason, the second-generation emperor of Middle-earth disobeyed the founding emperor's will and entered the Kunlun ruins again with the Kunlun, the arch sword. The second-generation emperor did not have the former emperor's luck. He died inside, and the Kunlun, the arch sword, was lost, causing the Middle-earth royal family to suffer a great loss. In the 10,000 years that followed, countless cultivators had tried to enter the Kunlun ruins to obtain the same opportunity as the founding emperor. However, without exception, all of them died inside. After the capital's martial arts tournament ended, Huangfu Wuji actually left Luoyang without the other forces noticing and entered the Kunlun ruins with a large group of people. Not only did he return alive, he even brought back the long-lost treasure, the Kunlun, the arch sword, which was known as the most powerful treasure in the entire continent. That night, Luoyang city was ablaze, and blood flowed like a river in the imperial palace, under the leadership of Huangfu Wuji. The underworld deity palace, the netherworld pavilion, and the original Heavenly Mirror official army charged into the palace, killing a large number of dragon guards and imperial guards. The royal family of the Central Plains was caught off guard. The elites of the clan came out together and summoned the Kunlun mirror, vowing to defend the palace with their lives. However, Huangfu Wuji wielded the Kunlun, the arch sword, in his invincible war god form and shattered the imperial palace with a single slash. His irresistible force was unstoppable. Emperor Yang Hong was killed on the spot, and Crown Prince Ji Zifeng was hacked to death by the army. From the elderly to the young children of the Central Plains, all of them died in this massacre. On the night of the battle, the only one who survived was Princess Lan Chu. It was said that a green bull descended from the sky that night and rescued her at the critical moment. Since then, the whereabouts of the princess have been unknown. The battle ended the next day, and the imperial palace was directly turned into ruins. Huangfu Wuji summoned all the officials of the imperial capital to the imperial court to discuss matters. In front of all the officials of the imperial court, he falsely claimed that all the members of the imperial family of the Central Plains had been killed by a sudden plague. The night before, Luoyang had been engulfed in flames of war. The mournful cries of women and children in the imperial palace had never ceased. How could the officials not know the true situation? It was just that Huangfu Wuji was already in control of the Kunlun, the arch sword, and Kunlun mirror, the two great treasures. He also had complete control over the military forces in Luoyang. The officials felt sorrowful in their hearts, but they had no choice but to endure the humiliation. On that day, the imperial court issued an edict to the world. The Central Plains imperial family, surnamed Ji, was incompetent and virtuous, so the heavens sent down the wrath of heaven, causing a plague to run rampant in Luoyang. Fortunately, the important minister of the country, Huangfu Wuji, was favored by the heavens. He carried on the will of the founding emperor and retrieved the Kunlun emperor's sword from the Kunlun ruins, saving Luoyang from the disaster. From today onwards, the god of war, Huangfu Wuji, will temporarily be the regent of the imperial court and the grand marshal of the 9 prefectures. The moment the empire made the announcement, the entire continent was in an uproar. The Huangfu clan's ambition was clear. The major powers immediately learned of the tragedy that befell the Central Plains royal family, but they all chose to remain silent. Huangfu Wuji was originally the war god of the Middle-earth Empire, an elite at the peak of the heaven tier. Now that he had obtained the Kunlun Emperor's sword, he was unstoppable. No one knew just how powerful he was. The 2 great dark forces, the Nether God Palace and the Netherworld Pavilion, tore off their disguises and joined forces completely, causing the other great forces to hesitate and tremble with fear. On the surface, he controlled the army of the empire, and in the dark, he controlled the 2 dark forces. Huangfu Wuji swept away the dejection he showed in the imperial martial arts competition, and he was only 1 step away from the throne of the emperor and the ruler of the 9 prefectures. He's the god of war in the light and the god of the underworld in the dark. With the Kunlun imperial sword in his hand, Huangfu Wuji is invincible on the continent. For 10,000 years, no one has ever walked out of the Kunlun ruins alive, but he did it. I'm afraid he's destined to be the son of heaven protected by the heavens. Even the powerful royal family of the Central Plains has been uprooted. The only person on the mainland who can defeat Huangfu Wuji is probably the celestial emperor of the celestial court who has lived for countless years. All the forces on the continent were anxious and fearful, paying close attention to the movements of Huangfu Wuji and the celestial court. With Huangfu Wuji's ambition, he would definitely not stop expanding his territory, and the greatest enemy in front of him was the celestial court. He was temporarily the regent and refused to ascend the throne. Everyone was discussing it, saying that it was because of the celestial court. Only when the celestial court was destroyed would the Nether God Palace be able to unify the dark world and provide the greatest support to the Huangfu clan in secret. Only when the celestial emperor died could Huangfu Wuji prove that he was the #1 expert in the world. As long as these 2 conditions were met, no one in the entire continent would be able to stop the rise of the Huangfu clan. In the heavenly palace, the old heavenly emperor sat on his seat and did not say a word for a long time. The killing god Qing Lin stood below without saying a word. The atmosphere was unusually heavy. Qing Lin, pass on the old man's decree. Dismiss everyone in the heavenly palace. The old heavenly emperor pondered for a long time before sighing. Your Majesty, you mean? Qing Lin was shocked. We've all underestimated Huangfu Wuji. The old man should have killed him during the martial competition in Luoyang. The old heavenly emperor's expression was grim. If it wasn't for the old man cherishing his life too much, the Middle-earth imperial family wouldn't have encountered such a tragedy, and our celestial court wouldn't be in such a precarious situation. Your Majesty, has Huangfu Wuji already become so powerful? The killing god Qing Lin gritted his teeth. He had never seen the heavenly emperor like this. Huangfu Wuji has risen like a comet on the continent, and the old man has never been able to see through him. Even now, he still can't see through him. For 10,000 years, no one has ever entered and left the Kunlun ruins alive. However, he actually did it and even brought out the Kunlun Emperor's sword. This means that his strength has already reached an unfathomable level. He was originally a powerhouse at the peak of heaven stage, and now that he possesses 2 great treasures of Middle-earth, the only person in the entire continent who can stop him from advancing is probably the old man. The heavenly emperor's expression was unprecedentedly serious. This battle is unavoidable. Although no one knows where the 9 Heaven Palace is, he'll be able to find us very soon with the Kunlun Emperor's sword's guidance. Therefore, the old man wants you to dismiss everyone so that they won't die in vain. The killing god Qing Lin looked indignant. Your Majesty, shouldn't you gather all the killing gods everywhere and fight Huangfu Wuji to the death? Huangfu Wuji's strength is no longer something that ordinary killing gods can deal with. No matter how many ordinary heaven stage powerhouses there are, it's meaningless against him. The heavenly emperor shook his head. Qing Lin knew that the old heavenly emperor would not be an alarmist. There was probably no one in the entire Kunlun continent who was more knowledgeable than him. Since he made such an evaluation of Huangfu Wuji, it meant that his current strength had truly transcended the mortal realm. The old man wants to meet Huangfu Wuji alone in the heavenly palace to find out what exactly happened to him. It's not that easy to control the Kunlun Emperor's sword. He must have a big secret on him. The heavenly emperor smiled. Your Majesty, have you divined the result of this battle with the Book of Heaven? The killing god Qing Lin asked hesitantly. The old heavenly emperor immediately fell into silence. On the day the Middle-earth's royal family fell, he had already divined his own fate with the Book of Heaven. 7 times, all 7 times were ominous signs. He knew that this battle was fraught with grim possibilities, but this battle was unavoidable. Seeing that the heavenly emperor did not answer, the killing god Qing Lin guessed the result of the divination, and his mood became even heavier. Your Majesty, the killing god Qing Lin still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the old heavenly emperor with a wave of his hand. According to the old man, all the cultivators in the heavenly palace must be dismissed, and the truth must not be told to them. After doing this, you should also leave. If the old man's premonition is right, Huangfu Wuji will be here soon. If the old man wins this battle by a fluke, it can be considered as doing a good deed for the common people of the entire continent. If the old man loses, you have to go to Gu Chen's side and focus on being his Dao protector. He will be the last hope of the continent. Is Gu Chen that important? The green Qilin killer god murmured. Perhaps only the tyrannical ether bone can defeat the tyrannical ether bone. What the old man needs to do is to figure out Huangfu Wuji's secret. The celestial emperor murmured. At this moment, he seemed to have become much younger. Green Qilin could not help but look sad. He understood that the celestial emperor knew that his chances of winning this battle were extremely low. He was making arrangements for his funeral. I understand. I will obey your Majesty's orders. The green Qilin killer god quickly retreated. Following the celestial emperor's instructions, he found an excuse and drove all the cultivators of the celestial court out of the heavenly palace. When the entire 9th heavenly palace was empty, the green Qilin killer god returned to the celestial emperor's side. Why didn't you leave? The celestial emperor frowned. I am willing to die for the celestial emperor. The green Qilin killer god half knelt on the ground and said solemnly and firmly. Nonsense. If you die, who will take over the celestial court? Who will protect the Taoist? The celestial emperor was a little angry. I have already written to Rose and asked her to protect Gu Chen on my behalf. Your Majesty, I was raised by you. I will never leave at a time like this. Green Qilin's words were so righteous and resolute that even the celestial emperor could not do anything about it. Is it worth dying with an old man like the old man? The celestial emperor sighed. Your Majesty is the person I respect the most in my life. As long as I can fight under the celestial emperor, I will be satisfied even if it is for 1 day or 10,000 years. Even if I die in battle, I will have no regrets. Green Qilin's eyes were fanatical. He grew up listening to the legends of the celestial emperor. If the legend really came to an end, he wanted to be by his side. Fine, since you insist on doing things your own way, the old man has no reason to stop you. The celestial emperor finally could not dissuade the green Qilin killer god and sighed. Only the celestial emperor and the green Qilin killer god were left in the 9th heavenly palace. One old and one strong, talking and laughing, looking down on life and death, waiting for the enemy that was destined to come. After an unknown period of time, outside the 9-tiered heavens, the void distorted and a loud and clear sword chime reverberated through the 9 heavens. The golden sword light broke through the vast void. Huangfu Wuji, who was wearing the underworld god robe, led a large group of experts and descended into the heaven palace. Eh? Where did everyone go? The man with a bamboo hat followed the nether god, and Haha laughed weirdly. It's fine as long as the most important person is still here. Huangfu Wuji's crimson eyes were emotionless as he gazed into the depths of the heaven palace. The dragon roars of the Kunlun, the arch sword in his hand, rang out incessantly, emitting a vast and majestic mighty force. This number 1 divine weapon of the Kunlun continent was like adding wings to a tiger in his hands. Old fart, come out and die. Huangfu Wuji's cold voice reverberated. The old celestial emperor sensed it immediately. He slowly rose from his chair in the depths of the celestial palace. He took a step forward, and with every step he took, he passed through countless Taoist halls and palaces. He was one step closer to Huangfu Wuji. And his appearance constantly changed with every step he took. Originally, he had a stooped figure and white hair, as if he had one foot in the grave. However, with every step he took, his figure gradually grew taller. His white hair turned black, and the wrinkles on his face gradually disappeared. When he arrived in front of Huangfu Wuji, he had already become a tall and stalwart young man. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was as powerful as a fiend god. "You're finally willing to unseal your cultivation." Huangfu Wuji looked at the young celestial emperor with a grave expression. Behind him, the man with a bamboo hat and the group of dark sky guards all looked as if they were treading on thin ice. The lifespan of an ordinary sage was at most 1,000 years. However, the celestial emperor defied the heavens and lived for 9,000 years. He was an absolute anomaly in the Kunlun continent's human race. This had a lot to do with the celestial emperor's light fist that he cultivated. Relying on his comprehension of the law of time, he had sealed his cultivation for a very long time, greatly delaying the loss of his lifespan. However, this kind of seal was extremely taboo, so he couldn't make a move at will. Otherwise, it would accelerate the loss of his lifespan. Therefore, for so many years, the celestial emperor rarely made a move. However, now, he directly unsealed his cultivation and forcefully reversed the flow of time, allowing his body to return to its peak state when he was in his prime. He was prepared to fight to the death. "I heard that you've mastered the Kunlun Archsword. Today, let the old man see what you're capable of." The Celestial Emperor Dynasty's Huangfu Wuji smiled and said calmly. "Humph, as you wish." The archsword in Huangfu Wuji's hand let out a loud sword cry. The two peerless experts immediately tangled with each other. "Haha Jia, Qing Lin, why are you alone? Where are the other killing gods of the celestial court?" The man with a bamboo hat led the group of dark sky guards, avoiding the battle between the two experts, and stepped into the sky palace. The green Qilin killing god rode on a Qilin and glanced coldly at the man with a bamboo hat. He only said one word. "Kill." He charged forward, completely unafraid of the numerous enemies. "Your courage is commendable." "Just nice, haha Jia, last time, you destroyed my divine creation pavilion and destroyed one of my substitutes. This is a good time to settle the score with you." The man with a bamboo hat flew toward the green Qilin killing god like a strange gust of wind. Many dark sky guards followed behind and surrounded him. On this day, an unprecedented battle took place in the ninefold heavens. The two combatants were publicly recognized as the strongest experts of the Kunlun continent. As the ninefold heavens had projections in all the secret realms of the celestial court, when this unprecedented battle took place, many assassins of the celestial court were standing in the branches and watching the battle from afar. "We must rush back to the Sky Palace and support His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. Qing Lin, that bastard, how dare he trick us out of the Sky Palace?" Many killing gods, Taoists, and prospective Taoists were burning with anxiety. They wanted to teleport into the Sky Palace, but they found that the teleportation channel to the Sky Palace had been cut off. After the Celestial Emperor ordered Green Qilin killing god to drive everyone out of the Sky Palace, he personally cut off the teleportation formation between the branches and the Sky Palace. No one could enter. For a moment, all the assassins of the Celestial Court in the 300 secret realms of the Celestial Court branches located all over the continent could only watch as the ninefold heavens fought. They could not figure out the specific situation. After a few hours of intense fighting, the outcome of this unparalleled battle was finally determined. How, in the clouds of the Sky Palace, the Celestial Emperor was covered in blood. He stared at Huangfu Wuji in front of him in disbelief. After this life and death battle, he finally figured out why Huangfu Wuji could control the Kunlun the Archsword and what secrets he had. In front of him, Huangfu Wuji was shining brightly, like a god descending to the mortal world. His eyes were red, and the tyrannical firmament bone in front of his chest exuded a holy and powerful aura. Every part of his body was glowing. Born with red eyes, tyrannical firmament bone, astrology, and destiny hand. How can one person have 7 kinds of extreme Tao organs? The Celestial Emperor murmured, his heart surging. Since ancient times, every person with a special physique could only have one special physique. And Huangfu Wuji, who was forced into a desperate situation by him, actually displayed the power of 7 kinds of extreme Dao organs. Old man, I understand now. You've been searching for organs for yourself all these years. Heaven Emperor looked at Huangfu Wuji, who had 7 organs, and came to a sudden realization. He had been secretly investigating Huangfu Wuji for many years and had always been curious about why he was so persistent in searching for people with special physiques, even daring to make a move on the successors of some major factions. He originally thought that Huangfu Wuji wanted to nurture a large number of sacrifices to increase his strength, but now that he saw his secret, he completely understood. Be it sacrifices or man with a bamboo hat's large number of experiments, they were probably all to serve Huangfu Wuji. He did not know what mysteries there were in Huangfu Wuji's body that defied the common sense of the natural law and gathered 7 organs in one body. It was because he had such a special physique that he was far above other sages when Kunlun continent was restricted by the rules and could only reach the peak of the heaven tier at most. He was very sure that Huangfu Wuji hadn't broken through for long. At least, he hadn't been able to do this during the martial arts competition. No wonder he could control the Kunlun the Arch Sword. No wonder he acted out of character and used an extremely bloody and barbaric method to usurp the throne. Because he had prepared and endured for so many years, he finally became an anomaly. No one in Kunlun continent is a match for me anymore. Old thing, after you die, the dark world of the continent will be unified, and my control over the Middle-earth Empire will be completely stabilized. Huangfu Wuji said in high spirits, after that, I will sweep through the eastern wastelands, southern mountains, western desert, and northern plains, unify the various races, and accomplish what the first Dragon Emperor couldn't. The so-called First Dragon Emperor referred to the founding emperor of the Middle-earth Empire. He was publicly recognized as the greatest hero of Kunlun continent since the end of the ancient era. Huangfu Wuji was now comparing himself to the First Dragon Emperor and wanted to unify the entire continent with his foundation. His ambition was shocking. You've already gone mad. The 5 major races of the continent are too different. If you really want to unify the continent as you said, it will cause the people to have no way to live. Heaven Emperor said weakly. You're the leader of the assassins of the Celestial Court. Why? You're bemoaning the state of the universe when you're at death's door? Huangfu Wuji sneered, poor old thing like you. You're destined to never see the new era I'll create. The Celestial the Arch fell silent and felt a wave of weakness in his body. He couldn't hold on for much longer. At this moment, Huangfu Wuji possessed the one and only hybrid physique in the world, and he also possessed the Kunlun the Arch Sword and Kunlun Mirror. He wasn't a match for Huangfu Wuji. In the current world, there was probably no one who could defeat Huangfu Wuji. However, no one could win now, but that didn't mean there wouldn't be one in the future. The Celestial the Arch closed his eyes, and the face of a young man appeared in his mind. After thinking for a long time, he made a solemn decision. When he opened his eyes again, he looked down. Down below, the Azure Qilin killing god and the man with a bamboo hat were fighting a group of dark sky guards. In the end, they were outnumbered and on the verge of death. Haha Jia, Qing Lin, the Celestial Emperor is definitely going to die. The Celestial Court is also destined to be destroyed. Why do you still have to hold on? The man with a bamboo hat mocked. The gaze of the green Qilin Azure god had already started to slacken. He had also noticed the battle in the air. Huangfu Wuji's strength had already surpassed the level of ordinary living beings. It was likely that the Celestial the Arch would not be able to escape death today. He would also die in battle with the Celestial the Arch, and it could be said that he had gotten what he wanted. However, even if they died, it didn't mean that the Celestial Court was truly destroyed. The green Qilin Azure god revealed a dying smile. His body was covered with saber marks and sword holes, and blood was dripping from them. However, a hint of anticipation appeared in his gradually slackening eyes. As long as the tyrant doesn't die, the Celestial Court will still exist, he murmured. After he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. At the moment when he collapsed and his physical body died, the Celestial the Arch made a grabbing motion with his hand. An ancient, oddly shaped, colorful stone appeared in the air, releasing an ancient and desolate aura. Stone of Time? Huangfu Wuji's eyes revealed a look of greed when he saw the stone. Just like how the Central Plains royal family had the Kunlun the Arch Sword and the Kunlun Mirror, the Celestial Court also had two great treasures. They were the Heavenly Scripture and this Stone of Time. He came here today not only to destroy the Celestial Court and sweep away the biggest obstacle, but also for these two great treasures. The Celestial the Arch took out the Stone of Time, and in the next instant, a dazzling seven-colored flame erupted from his body, sweeping through the surroundings. His physical body was burning, and so was his Yuan Shen. The vast and boundless power of time instantly sent Huangfu Wuji, who was holding the Kunlun the Arch Sword, flying. Huangfu Wuji felt a sweet taste in his throat. Under the counterattack of the Celestial the Arch before his death, he had suffered heavy injuries. The seven great organs in his body even revealed a hint of disharmonious aura. The Celestial the Arch saw this scene and murmured to himself. The old man is a remnant of the old era, and there is no place for the old man in the new era. But Huangfu Wuji, you won't be the new era either. The aura of time drowned the entire heavenly palace, and Huangfu Wuji was sent flying again and again, vomiting blood. Even the man with a bamboo hat and the others who were further away were swept away by this force. Qing Lin's corpse. The man with a bamboo hat tried to grab the corpse of the dead Qing Lin killing god. The other party's corpse was extremely powerful and could be refined into a powerful substitute, so he couldn't miss it. However, the Celestial the Arch burned his essence, qi, and spirit, and the vast power of time drowned the Qing Lin killing god's corpse, engulfing it and burying it in the river of time. The Celestial the Arch forced all the outsiders out of the heavenly palace, and he looked up at the sky. Book of Heaven, cut off this invisible connection of fate Tao, and exchange for a chance of survival for the Celestial Court. He took out another great treasure, and the Book of Heaven shone brightly and flew into the sky. It disappeared into the void, and Huangfu Wuji, who had just been sent flying, suddenly had the light of the astrology life hand on his left hand dim. How could this be? My Fate Dao's divination ability has disappeared. He exclaimed in shock and anger. He had taken this astrology life hand from Prophet Jiang, so he could turn misfortunes into blessings and become invincible. No one could plot against him. As long as he had the Fate Dao's divination ability, coupled with his own strength as the world's #1, he was invincible. However, a variable had appeared in this perfect chess game. In the name of the Celestial the Arch, nine-tiered heavenly palace, escape into the vast space and wait. Wait for the phoenix's nirvana, wait for the new Celestial the Arch to be born. As long as you never give up, no matter how hopeless the world is, there will always be a chance of survival. When the second Celestial the Arch is born, it will also be the day of the Celestial Court's rebirth. When the Celestial the Arch finished speaking, his body and primordial spirit were completely incinerated, completely assimilating with the nine-tiered heavenly palace. At this moment, the nine-tiered heavenly palace was drowned in the power of time. The time inside seemed to be frozen forever, and even Huangfu Wuji's Qi Tong couldn't see through it. The heavenly palace disappeared from where it was, completely disappearing from this world. Be it the Time Stone or the Book of Heaven, they all disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Damn it! Huangfu Wuji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't expect that the Celestial the Arch would still play tricks on him even in death. What second Celestial the Arch? You old fart, once you die, I will destroy the Celestial Court in the shortest time possible. This world is destined to belong to me, Huangfu Wuji. He raised his head and let out a long roar, his killing intent soaring into the sky. In the history books of the Kunlun continent, it was recorded that on this day, the Celestial the Arch and the god of the underworld engaged in an unprecedented battle. This battle affected the situation of the entire continent, and it was also a huge turning point between the old and the new eras of the Kunlun calendar. From this day onward, a new era had arrived. It was as if someone had thrown him into the cold sea and he gradually sank until he was completely suffocated. Swoosh, Guchen suddenly opened his eyes and was shocked to find that he was covered in cold sweat. It's a nightmare. He looked around and was relieved when he saw that the armory was the same as usual. He did not know why, but he had been having nightmares for the past few days. In his dreams, blood flowed like rivers, and many familiar faces died ferociously, causing him to wake up in extreme depression. Fortunately, dreams were just dreams. The scenery in the armory was still monotonous, and his companions were practicing hard in the distance as usual. They had been trapped in the white whale's body for 2 months. In these 2 months, thanks to the special nature of the white whale's lungs, everyone's cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds. Huang Pingzhong, Yu Qizhong, and the 7 women had reached the peak of nirvana. They were now in closed-door cultivation all day long, trying to break through to monarch level. Chao Xianbin started later than the other 9, but his progress was not slow at all. As for Gu Chen and Lu Yichen, because they had reached immortal level, their cultivation speed was much slower. Gu Chen had just entered the middle stage of immortal level a few days ago. Gu Chen was not satisfied with this, but if the cultivators outside heard about it, their jaws would definitely drop. In less than 2 months, he had entered the middle stage from the early stage of immortal level. This speed was absolutely shocking in the Kunlun continent. When Huangfu Qingming was 15 years old, it took him 1.5 years to enter the middle stage from the early stage, and another 2.5 years to enter the late stage. This speed was already at the level of a genius. It was not rare for a genius to spend 10 or even 100 years to enter a small stage, but now, Gu Chen only used a few months. This was thanks to the unique environment of the white whale's lungs. If they left this place, it would be difficult to find such an excellent cultivation place in the Kunlun continent. Buzz, while Gu Chen was recalling the content of the nightmare, there was suddenly a huge movement in the distance. The vitality of heaven and earth seemed to be boiling, and at this moment, they all gathered in one direction. Breakthrough? Who was the first to break through? Gu Chen was pleasantly surprised. He immediately rushed towards the source of the commotion, only to discover that Zhao Rou was bathed in a blue mist. The bone of rain within her body was emitting an extraordinary splendor, and the torrential vital energy was constantly pouring into her body. Zhao Rou is the first to break through. The others also sensed it and looked over. When they saw that it was Zhao Rou who had broken through, their hearts couldn't help but tighten. Especially the 2 old generals Huang Pingzhong and Yu Qizhong, for a moment they felt even more pressure. They had reached the peak of the nirvana realm earlier than the little girl, but now she was about to step into the king realm ahead of them. All sorts of strange phenomena appeared on Zhao Rou's body. A torrential downpour surrounded her body, and every raindrop shone with a blue luster. The moment she broke through to become a king, she was reborn. The bones of rain in her body also glowed with a stronger vitality than before. The breakthrough process lasted for a long time before her condition gradually stabilized. Gu Chen stood guard beside her. He felt that her aura was far stronger than before, and he was extremely satisfied in his heart. Zhao Rou was also from the Wuchen sect like him, and she could be considered as his true junior sister. Now that she was the first to break through to the king realm, he felt gratified. When he recalled her weak appearance when he first saved her, the current her was like a completely different person. Big brother Gu. Zhao Rou successfully broke through, and the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Chen and couldn't help but call out in joy. Normally, she would call Gu Chen sect master in front of others, but in private, she preferred to call him Big Brother Gu. She, who had just broken through, had become even more beautiful than before. Just like her name, she gave off a gentle and kind feeling. Perhaps it was because of the bones of rain, but now her skin was even more white and flawless. Congratulations. Gu Chen praised with a smile, and Zhao Rou's heart instantly felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. No, Zhao Rou has already broken through, we also have to hurry. The 6 girls, Xiao Ke, Ji Hongying, Lu Ruoxin, Yin Ting, Mu Shishir, and Song Jia, felt a sense of urgency for a moment, unwilling to fall behind others. As for Yu Qizhong and Huang Pingzhong, they looked at each other. Old Zhang, we have to hurry. If the 7 girls break through before us, we will lose a lot of face. Huang Pingzhong nodded solemnly, as if this was a matter of life and death, and didn't refute the way Yu Qizhong addressed him. The 2 old generals worked hard and completely immersed themselves in cultivation. This group of people is really going all out. Fatty muttered a few words. In the celestial quartz experiment, he had already suffered a lot. He originally thought that after following Gu Chen, he could be a little lazy, but he didn't expect that the cultivation atmosphere here was so enthusiastic that it affected him unconsciously, so he could only follow and cultivate hard. In the next few months, good news came from everyone again and again. First, Yu Qizhong was the second to break through and step into the king realm, followed by Lu Ruoxin, and then Ji Hongying. As if it was a chain effect, everyone smoothly broke through and brought exciting news. On the other hand, Gu Chen, White Ape, and Lu Yichen's cultivation base was steadily improving. Gu Chen had successfully stepped into the late stage of longevity realm, reaching the same level as Huangfu Qingming. Although he had only risen by 2 small realms, his strength had increased tremendously. Now, even if he were to fight a sage one-on-one, he would have the confidence to do so. It has been a whole 6 months. It should not be long before the white will breathe again. On this day, Gu Chen looked up at the white sky and murmured. No one expected that they would be trapped here for a whole 6 months. The King of Weapons said that the white whale breathed once every 200 days, and they didn't know when they first entered. Under normal circumstances, they could leave at any time. However, they could only say that they were unlucky. Perhaps the white whale had just breathed once when they entered last time, so it had been more than 180 days, and there was still no opportunity to leave until now. Although the King of Weapons said that there was a way to leave, without seeing it with their own eyes, they were still worried that they would be trapped here forever. Only Fatty hasn't broken through yet. I hope that when the opportunity comes, he will have successfully broken through. Otherwise, it will be a little tricky. Lu Yichen stood beside Gu Chen and said softly. According to the King of Weapons, when the time comes, the white whale's body will form a huge airflow that will take us away. We don't know how dangerous it will be, so let's get ready. Gu Chen said thoughtfully. The people who had already advanced to the King realm nodded. Under Gu Chen's command, they began to empty the entire arsenal. The King of Weapons left behind countless types of Dharma treasures. Everyone chose a Dharma treasure that was suitable for them, which greatly increased their strength. At the same time, they each chose some forbidden weapons and talismans as trump cards to protect themselves. With these powerful weapons to rely on, even if they encountered someone with a higher realm than them, they would have the confidence to fight back. After everyone had chosen their weapons, there were still a large number of standard weapons left, as well as some powerful siege cannons and array tools that required many cultivators to use together. Gu Chen put away all the remaining weapons. These weapons were strong enough to create more than one tiger wolf-like army. They would be of great use in the future. A few more days passed, and Fatty finally broke through. When he broke through, the space around him was distorted, and hundreds of projections appeared around the armory. Each of them seemed to be in a different time and space. They could be seen, but they could not be touched. Other people would absorb a huge amount of heaven and earth yuan qi when they broke through, but he absorbed the power of time and space from the space. Wherever he was, the blood of gluttony in his body flowed like the yellow river, making loud noises. Anything, including light, that came close to him would be silently swallowed. This process lasted for a long time. When he had completely stabilized his king's realm, his body had lost a lot of weight. He was only slightly fatter than an ordinary person. At this time, he opened his eyes and smiled embarrassedly because everyone was looking at him. Finally caught up with the group. He felt relieved. He stood up and wanted to share his breakthrough experience, but the world around him suddenly shook violently, even the space was unstable. A huge amount of heaven and earth yuan qi whistled wildly, creating a beautiful aurora in the space. Oh my God, could it be that I'm a genius, and my breakthrough has triggered a natural phenomenon? What should I do? What if the phenomenon is even more amazing than Boss's stars in daytime? That would be too embarrassing. Fatty was startled, and then he thought happily. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and get ready. We're leaving. Gu Chen laughed and scolded. He looked around and saw that there was a stream of air rising from the edge of the white whale's lungs. The time to leave was probably here. After hearing Gu Chen's words, everyone's faces lit up. Although this was the best place to cultivate, they were still in the body of a ferocious beast. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Just as the King of Weapon had said, a huge stream of air was forming. Gu Chen flipped his hand and took out a miniature battleship from his storage ring. With his origin energy, the battleship quickly expanded, and finally became 5,000 feet in size. It turned into a domineering battleship that shone with a cold black light. This treasure was called the Sky Patrol Battleship, and it was one of the King of Weapons' proudest works. This ship was a combination of transportation, offense, and defense. There were over 100,000 types of formations of all sizes on this ship, and its structure was so complicated that no flying treasured ship in the entire continent could compare to it. The Equipment King had left 10 types of flying treasured ships in his arsenal, and the Sky Patrol battleship was the one that Guchen liked the most, be it in terms of appearance or practicality. Let's go. Guchen took the white ape and took the lead to board the warship, followed by the others. Looking at the countless cannons on both sides of the battleship, everyone was full of praise. At that moment, Guchen flicked his sleeves and the defensive arrays on the Sky Patrol battleship were activated. Layer by layer, they lit up. The battleship was protected by a dense light shield. At that moment, a huge updraft had formed in the white whale's lungs. Guchen commanded the battleship to fly into the updraft, floating and sinking within it. At that moment, not only Guchen's group, but the remaining people who had entered the King of Weapons arsenal also noticed the appearance of the updraft. Everyone from the Thousand Smelting Sacred Sect, the South Mountains Demon Race, and the Nalan family was terrified when they saw the updraft. They had been trapped in the white whale's body for half a year, and they had tried everything they could to escape. Their hearts were gradually filled with despair. Now that they saw the shocking phenomenon, they did not know that the opportunity to escape had come, and they all tried to avoid the updraft. However, every time the white whale breathed, all the organs in its body would be baptized. During this process, there was no place for them to hide. Therefore, a large number of cultivators were quickly swept away by the updraft, and they were helplessly thrown into the air. The unlucky ones were directly smashed to death in the process, or they were completely corroded by the churning gastric juices. As for the lucky ones or the strong ones, they quickly sensed the direction of the updraft and huddled together, trying their best to move forward in the updraft. This process was extremely arduous, and Jiang Bourgeois, Nalan Su, the honey badger demon sage, and the others were struggling. Hold on. The old man saw the exit. I saw the exit. A large group of cultivators tumbled forward in the updraft, and soon, they could vaguely see the exit in the distance. Everyone was extremely excited, and they swam toward the exit like small fish. Fortunately, the updraft was originally flowing outward, so they did not expend too much energy. At most, they would suffer a little. Rumble. Rumble, as the cultivators from the various forces were struggling to swim out, an extraordinary-looking warship suddenly appeared behind them. It was impregnable in the updraft, and it passed them at an extremely fast speed. No one knew who was on it. What is that? A large number of cultivators were dumbfounded. Hey, help us! Help us! Soon, many people came to their senses and called out to the warship, even though they did not know who was on it. Guchen stood at the bow of the warship, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and he looked forward coldly. Big Brother Gu, many people are asking us for help. Should we save them? Jiao Ro went forward and asked. She could not bear to see the group of cultivators desperately trying to survive. With their cultivation levels, they won't die. Guchen shook his head. If they board the warship, we will be the ones dying. Guchen knew human nature too well. If these cultivators boarded the warship and saw the luxurious warship, they would definitely guess that he and his group had obtained the armament of the King of Armament. By then, they would probably be in trouble. This updraft could not take their lives, but it would at most make these cultivators suffer a little. Guchen was not interested in being a saint. The best outcome would be that these people would not know who had obtained the armament of the King of Armament in the end. Under Guchen's command, the sky patrolling warship did not slow down or stop to take in the cultivators. Instead, it sped up and left this place. Seeing this, countless cultivators cursed out loud. Bastard, which force is so heartless? That warship is too extraordinary. Did the people on it obtain the armament of the King of Armament? Many cultivators speculated, while Jiang Bourgeois, Demon Sage Honey Badger, and Nalan Su were furious. Damn Huang Food. He really obtained the armament of the King of Armament. Despicable guy, how dare he plot against us? We will settle this score sooner or later. The sages who had suffered a great loss in the fight for the armament of the King of Armament were still brooding. They did not see who was on the warship, but they hated the Nether God Palace and Acheron Tower, especially Huang Food, who had plotted against them. The sky patrolling warship took the lead and left the cultivators far behind. Finally, with the help of the updraft, it rushed out of the blowhole with a boom. The surrounding scenery changed rapidly. When the sky patrolling warship finally stopped, it was already above the clouds. The sky was filled with stars, and the night below was quiet. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking white whale manor was actually one with a strange white whale? When they finally left that strange place, everyone felt as if everything that had happened in the past half a year was like a dream. To prevent the various forces in the white whale's body from being tossed here by the airflow and causing trouble, Guchen steered the Sky Patrol warship for another few hundred kilometers before they landed in the forest. We're finally back. When everything was settled, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Guchen took off a beast-rearing bag and poured it on the ground. Immediately, a disheveled figure fell out. It was Huang Food. For the past half a year, Guchen had kept him in the beast-rearing bag like he was raising an animal. However, spirit beasts still had food to eat, while Huang Food had been living a life worse than death for the past half a year. No one had treated his injuries, and they had flared up again and again, tormenting him so much that he had lost a lot of weight. However, he had managed to hang on with his King Realm cultivation. Now that he had been released by Guchen, he realized that everyone had returned to the modern realm when he saw the green mountains and clear waters around him. Guchen walked toward Huang Food. He couldn't be bothered with him when he was in the white whale's body for the past half a year. Now that he was out, it was time to deal with him. He had long since learned the soul-searching technique. Ignoring Huang Food's struggles, he pressed down on the top of his head. Boom, Guchen roughly searched Huang Food's soul memories. Huang Food's expression twisted, and his entire body trembled in pain. Guchen closed his eyes and used the soul-searching technique to form a connection with Huang Food's memories. Images appeared in his mind. First, he was most concerned about his father. After searching through Huang Food's hidden memories, he quickly found the scene when he had captured his father. Huang Food had said that his father had been rescued, and he hadn't lied. His father had indeed been rescued by an extremely ordinary-looking man. There was nothing special about the man's appearance, and he was the kind of person that no one would take a second look at if he was thrown into a crowd. He was extremely powerful, and none of the men that Huang Food brought could last more than 3 moves against him. They were all killed in one blow. The combat skills and spells he used were also somewhat special. They did not seem like any force that Guchen had seen before. In fact, they did not seem like ordinary cultivators of the Kunlun continent. Guchen looked at the scene over and over again. He frowned, unable to find any useful clues. After that, he started to search through Huang Fu's memories about the Huangfu family. As a powerful member of the Huangfu family, they must have many secrets that no one knew about. This time, he had just probed for a moment when his eyes suddenly opened in shock and bewilderment. Kunlun ruins. A sudden mobilization of personnel, he murmured, his emotions becoming very turbulent. Master, what happened? Huang Pingzhang and the others asked in surprise when they saw Guchen's expression. Return to the Celestial Quartz branch immediately, Guchen said without hesitation. He did not care that the Sky Patrol battleship was very eye-catching. He directly urged it to fly toward the heavenly gate that was closest to the Celestial Quartz by Jing Mansion's branch. His serious expression made everyone realize what might have happened, and they asked one after another. In Huangfu's memory, when he set off to search for the Armament King's armory, Huangfu Wuji was preparing to do something big. Guchen explained with an ugly expression. Huangfu Wuji mobilized most of the troops that the Huangfu family could control. Because of this, the number of people that could be sent to Huangfude to search for the Armament King's armory decreased. That's why he had no choice but to cooperate with the Acheron Tower. Everyone was shocked when they heard Guchen's words. What's more important than the Armament King's armory? Lu Yichen could not help but frown. They had personally experienced the value of the Armament King's armory. Although it was a little exaggerated to say that one could obtain the world with it, possessing this Armament King's armory could indeed greatly increase a force's strength. With Huangfu Wuji's ambition, it was hard to imagine anything that was more important to him than the Armament King's armory. The Kunlun Emperor's sword. He wants to enter the Kunlun ruins to retrieve the Kunlun Emperor's sword that has been lost for 10,000 years. Guchen could not help but clench his fists. Huangfu's memories were from half a year ago. He wondered if Huangfu Wuji had obtained the Kunlun Emperor's sword within half a year. If he really succeeded, it was hard to imagine what would happen in the outside world. After all, compared to the Armament King's armory, the legend of the Kunlun Emperor's sword was even more shocking. It was the #1 divine weapon in the hands of the founding emperor of the Middle-earth Empire. With anxiety about the unknown, Guchen arrived at the heavenly gate of the Beijing Mansion's branch as fast as he could and stepped in with a group of people. After a burst of strong light, Guchen and the others appeared on the white marble square of the secret realm. When they saw it, their expressions changed. The surroundings were desolate. There was not a single person, whether it was the falling jade pavilion in the distance, the Merit Square, or the information pool, they all looked abandoned. What happened? Everyone was in an uproar. Other than Lu Yichen, all of them had joined the Celestial Court and had been to the Beijing Mansion's branch many times. They knew very well that this place was not like this usually. At this time, there should be many assassins coming and going, but now, it was like an abandoned mystic realm. The signboard of the Merit and Virtue Square in the distance was covered in dust. A strong ominous feeling rose in Guchen's heart. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. Usually, he could see the shadow of the Nine-Heaven Palace the moment he raised his head. However, when he looked up today, he saw nothing. The palace has disappeared. Guchen's face turned pale. The Nine-Heaven Palace was the holy land of the Celestial Court. It was the true center, but now it had disappeared. He had only left for half a year. What exactly had happened in this half a year? What did the Huangfu family do? Guchen's heart was surging with anger. He grabbed Huangfu De beside him and questioned him. The Celestial Court is finished. The Celestial Court is finished. Huangfu De's consciousness was a little muddled because of Guchen's brutal soul-searching. When he saw the state of the Celestial Court's secret realm, he clapped his hands happily. He was already in a half-crazy state. He turned a blind eye to Guchen's questioning. You're finally back. Just when everyone was confused by what they had seen and heard, a tall and slender woman wearing a strange flower mask slowly walked out of the dilapidated falling jade pavilion in the distance. Rose-killing god? Guchen was delighted. He did not expect to see her here. He had a lot of questions to ask. Guchen, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Half a year ago, you went missing in Beijing Prefecture. I guessed that you would appear here again. I didn't expect you to make me wait for half a year. Rose-killing god looked at Guchen with sadness in her eyes. Senior, what happened to the Celestial Court? Why did the palace disappear? Guchen immediately went forward and asked anxiously. Rose-killing god looked at him and said something that almost made Guchen despair. The Celestial Court had been destroyed, the Celestial Emperor had died in battle, the Green Qilin killing god had died in battle. The Rose-killing god's words were like a sharp knife, stabbing into Guchen's heart inch by inch, suffocating him. Senior, you're joking, right? Guchen forced a smile, hoping that the Rose-killing god was joking with him. He had only left for half a year. How could the Celestial Court have undergone such a huge change? One had to know that the Celestial Court was almost the oldest force on the mainland. How could such a force be destroyed just like that? The Nine-Heaven Palace has already disappeared. Whether I'm telling the truth or not, you should be able to judge for yourself. The Rose-killing god's face was filled with sorrow. Seeing Guchen again brought back endless memories. Guchen fell silent, as if he had lost his soul. The others also looked in disbelief. How did it happen? Guchen finally opened his mouth to ask. His voice was hoarse and suppressed. About half a year ago, Huangfu Wuji found the Kunlun Emperor's sword that had been lost for 10,000 years from the Kunlun ruins. He launched a coup at lightning speed and massacred Luoyang. The Rose-killing god said, causing Guchen's heart to tremble. A beautiful smiling face appeared in his mind involuntarily. After that coup, the entire Ji family of Middle-earth was destroyed. Huangfu Wuji became the regent of the empire, commanding the 9 provinces, and no one dared to disobey him. Guchen's fingernails could not help but dig into his palm, causing blood to flow. What about Lanqiu? Is she still alive? Is the Shen residence safe and sound? He raised his head, his eyes red, and his breathing became heavy like a wild beast. That night, the palace was in chaos. The descendants of the royal family, even those who were still in swaddling clothes, were all dead. Although no one saw Princess Lanchu's corpse with their own eyes, rumors said that she was buried in the Sea of Fire. As for the Shen residents, they've already led the various Confucian sects to surrender to Huangfu Wuji, so they're safe and sound. The rose-killing god sneered at this point. Your grandfather's bones are softer than I thought. Gu Chen did not refute. At this time, his heart was in a complete mess. Lanchu was dead, killing god Qing Lin was dead, and Celestial Emperor was also dead. Several months ago, after Huangfu Wuji became the regent, he had an unprecedented battle with the old Heavenly Emperor. The old Celestial Emperor had already expected this and sent everyone out of the Celestial Palace. Only Qing Lin insisted on staying. At that time I was out of the country and had no idea what had happened. By the time I heard about it, the old Celestial Emperor and Qing Lin had already died in battle. The nine-tiered heavens had also disappeared. Killing God Rosette's eyes revealed extreme sorrow and regret. After the disappearance of the Heavenly Palace, the Skynet connecting the 300 branches of the Celestial Court also disappeared. The Merit Square and the Intelligence Pool are all unusable. At this time, the Underworld God Palace and Acheron Tower launched attacks on the various branches of the Celestial Court. In just a few short months, the Celestial Court had already fallen apart. Before the incident, Qing Lin wrote to me and asked me to protect your safety. That's why I came to Beijing Palace to wait for you. I didn't expect to wait for so long. Killing God Rosette explained the ins and outs of this matter. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Almost everyone present had a deep grudge against Huangfu Wuji directly or indirectly. However, that enemy was now so powerful that they could not even imagine it. The Celestial Court was already destroyed. Huangfu Wuji controlled the Underworld God Palace and Acheron Tower. It was equivalent to unifying the dark world of the continent. The Middle-earth Empire was the most prosperous and affluent place on the continent, but it had also fallen into Huangfu Wuji's hands. As for him, he had already defeated the Celestial Emperor. With the Kunlun the Archsword in hand, he was most likely the most powerful person on the continent. The various grievous news that they received today was enough to make a tough man break down in an instant. Gu Chen stood where he was, dazed. Various scenes appeared in his mind. This Dragon Phoenix heart-linking bracelet was given to me by my grandfather. It was originally a pair. He said that when I met someone I liked in the future, I would give the bracelet to him. On the eaves of the palace, a young girl was 70% shy and 30% courageous. Her face was redder than a peach blossom. From today onwards, I, Qing Lin, will be Chenggu's guardian. Whoever wants to touch him will have to ask me first. On the day of the stars and daytime, under the covetous eyes of various forces, Senior Qing Lin, whom he respected a lot, stood up for him. Gu Chen, from today onwards, you and your little monkey don't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. Under the flag of the old man, you can use your own name and live openly. In the depths of the Celestial Palace, the Celestial Emperor lent his name to him to shield him from the wind and rain. Gu Chen thought of all his old friends. They were his important friends, teachers, and lovers, but in a way that he didn't expect, he would never see them again in this life. Gu Chen's eyes were moist. He, who had always had a strong will, had the urge to cry for the first time, but he forcefully held it back. He mustn't cry. If he cried, it would only be for the sake of his enemies and his loved ones. The Celestial Court hasn't perished yet. Senior Rose, you're still here, and so are many other killers of the Celestial Court, Gu Chen murmured, and he suddenly stared at the killer god Rose. Senior, I've obtained the King of Weapons Armory. We can take revenge, we can rebuild the Celestial Court. Gu Chen. The killer god Rose's face was filled with sorrow, and he raised his voice. It's already too late, wake up. The current Huangfu Wuji has not only unified the Dark World, even the One House, 2 Academy, 3 clans, 4 sacred lands, and 5 sacred sects of the Middle-earth Empire have all submitted to him. He has already changed the name of the imperial capital Luoyang to Badu, and proclaimed himself as the great virtue and mighty God Emperor. In 10 days, he will hold the coronation ceremony, and officially become the ruler of the 9 provinces. There is no longer any force or anyone in this continent that can stop him. Even the complete Celestial Court can't do it, let alone now that it has already fallen apart. The only fortunate thing for you is that in the past 6 months, the rumor that the Tyrant is dead, and Huangfu Wuji didn't put much effort into hunting you down. Run as far as you can. I promised Qing Lin to be your path protector, so I must ensure your safety. The killer god rose choked with sobs. This once powerful killer god, under the situation where Huangfu Wuji could cover the sky with one hand, had her pride shattered. Run? Where can I run to? How long do I have to run for? Guchen raised his head, and his eyes were filled with confusion. His companions were also filled with sorrow. The current situation was too terrible. You have to endure humiliation. Until you are strong enough to deal with Huangfu Wuji. Qing Lin and the Celestial Emperor believe that only you can defeat Huangfu Wuji in this continent, so you can't die so easily. The killer god Rose said. Guchen fell silent and lowered his head. Due to extreme anger and pain, all 10 of his fingernails were broken in his palms, and they were stained with blood. Ha ha ha, my Huangfu clan will rule the world. All of you deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. The half-crazy Huangfu De clapped his hands and laughed. His voice was unusually discordant. After a long silence, Guchen slowly walked towards him, and his eyes were like a bloodthirsty beast. I'm sorry, Senior Rose. I've already escaped once, and this time I have nowhere to run. Guchen walked forward, and like plucking a peach, he forcefully pulled Huangfu De's head out from his neck. In an instant, blood gushed out, drenching Guchen's face and body. What are you going to do? Huangfu Wuji is invincible. He is equivalent to the entire world now. Whoever goes against him will be going against the entire world. The killer god Rose said anxiously. Guchen's gaze was too terrifying. If he is the world, then I'll declare war on the entire world. Guchen grabbed Huangfu De's head and walked towards the gate of heaven with a crazy and determined look. The people of Heavenly Star sect looked at Guchen's back as he left, and they looked at each other before following him. Wherever the sect leader went, they would follow, even if they had to go against the entire world. What are you going to do? Are you crazy? The killer god Rose shouted angrily. Isn't Huangfu Wuji going to ascend to the throne? I'm going to give him a gift. In the imperial capital Luoyang, a new city was being built 100 li to the north. In order to match the new emperor who would ascend to the throne in 3 days, the Central Plains Empire had undergone a complete restructuring. Luoyang was also renamed Ba Du. The Huangfu clan had used a large amount of manpower and resources to build a magnificent palace to the north of Luoyang in an extremely short period of time. This would be the new palace, and it would officially be used when the new emperor ascended to the throne in 3 days. Although the palace would only be unsealed in 3 days, the new members of the royal family had already moved here in large numbers. In the past few days, carriages from all over the continent had arrived outside the new palace in an endless stream. Almost every member of the Huangfu clan had an endless stream of visitors. There was no other reason than the fact that the new emperor had ascended to the throne and the situation had changed greatly. Everyone was in danger and tried to understand the new emperor's policies by contacting the royal family to ensure their own safety. At this moment, outside Huangfu Li's temporary residence in the new city, a group of tall stone men were particularly eye-catching. They had already been waiting here for a long time. Young master, we've already waited outside for 6 hours. Several groups of people from the human race arrived later than us, but they entered the palace earlier than us. They're clearly deliberately neglecting our clan. Several stone men said angrily. The new emperor has ascended to the throne. As Huangfu Wuji's eldest son and the future crown prince, Huangfu Li will naturally have more guests. Wait patiently. As envoys from the western desert, he will eventually meet us. The young master of the stone clan, Shi Jian, said calmly, calming the emotions of his clansmen. However, he couldn't hide the worry in the depths of his eyes. The situation in the Central Plains Empire had changed greatly. Huangfu Wuji had ascended to the throne and had invited all the clans of the continent to attend the ceremony. As the young master of the Western Desert Stone clan, he had a noble bloodline and happened to be studying in the 9 states. Thus, he had been sent here by the clan. On the surface, it was to attend the ceremony, but in reality, he had come to inquire about the Huangfu clan's next move. Everyone was saying that Huangfu Wuji had just unified the 9 states and the Dark World, and his next move was to sweep through all the clans and unify the continent. He had probably invited all the clans of the continent for the ceremony because he had an ulterior motive, perhaps to demonstrate his might. The upper echelons of the Stone Clan had been worried about the powerful Huangfu clan. As an important member of the clan, he naturally wanted to share the burden of the clan. Shi Jian had already thought of what he wanted to do when he saw Huangfu Li. He hoped to become an envoy of friendship between the two clans, to improve mutual understanding and maintain the hard-won peace. However, he did not expect that Huangfu Li would not see him even though he had been waiting here for a long time. Instead, the guests that came later were all received to be of the Huangfu Li Palace, the Huangfu Palace, Li clan, of palace, and had guests. Huangfu clan, Li of clan, to clan, Shuri had palace, the Li of the palace was clan of, to clan, to, the palace. The Li clan, Huang kingdom, Chen clan, Luo, the palace, to. The Huangfu clan had only been in power for a short period of time, yet not only had they built a new palace, but they had also decorated it so magnificently. The amount of manpower and resources they had expended was unimaginable. He couldn't help but think of the refugees he had seen on his way from True Martial Academy to Luoyang. Wine and meat stink at the gates, while bones of the frozen dead lay on the streets. The new emperor had ascended to the throne, but he didn't understand how to sympathize with the common people. On the contrary, he had gone on a large scale, making life difficult for them. He didn't dare to comment on whether this method was wise or not. After entering the palace, he finally saw the new crown prince, Huangfu Li. Huangfu Li was already middle-aged. At this moment, his face was glowing with health and vigor. His eyebrows were dancing, but he appeared to be a bit fat and greasy. Shi Jian couldn't help but compare him to the previous crown prince, Ji Zifeng. Whether it was in terms of temperament or appearance, the two were worlds apart. "You are the Stone Clan's young lord, Shi Jian?" Huangfu Li was sitting in his seat, eating. When he saw Shi Jian, he asked carelessly. He didn't stand up, seeming extremely disrespectful. Shi Jian recalled the time he had met Ji Zifeng at True Martial Academy. The other had been like a modest gentleman. Comparing the two, even their etiquette was lacking. Huangfu Li's name had the word Li in it, but it gave him an arrogant feeling. He felt great regret for Crown Prince Ji Zifeng's passing. Shi Jian greeted Huangfu Li with human etiquette and introduced himself. Huangfu Li saw his polite manner and couldn't help but laugh. "I've long heard that the Stone Clan's young lord isn't as barbaric and rude as other Stone Clan members. Sit anywhere, we can eat together." Hearing this, Shi Jian sat down. The Stone Clan member behind him hid his anger. The others' words seemed to be praising their young lord, but they were actually mocking the entire Stone Clan. "I heard that young Lord Shi has been working hard to have exchanges between our two races. You even said that you want to open up a large oasis in the Western Desert, allowing humans to have a place to live in the Western Desert. Is that true?" Exquisite dishes were served on the dining table as Huangfu Li asked with a smile. "It's true. We have already reached a preliminary agreement with the Azurewood Manor. We hope to use the next 5 to 10 years to change the Western Desert's harsh environment, allowing all races to have a better living space in the Western Desert." Shi Jian hurriedly nodded as he said, "There is indeed such a thing. When the time comes for the coronation of the new emperor, we will need the full support of the Central Plains imperial government. I hope that your highness can put in a good word for the new emperor to facilitate this matter." "Yes, young Lord Shi's ideals are very noble," Huangfu Li said with a smile, but there was mockery deep in his eyes. From his point of view, Huangfu Li's thoughts were completely whimsical. Those who weren't of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Who would be willing to live with the vulgar and lowly Stone Clan? He already knew of his father's thoughts on the Western Desert Stone Clan. The Western Desert had extremely rich mineral resources that had to be taken. As for the Western Desert Stone Clan, his father had never thought much of it. As he understood his father's attitude towards the Stone Clan, Huangfu Li also felt contempt for them. Especially since Shi Jian was young and adorable in his foolishness, he could not help but have thoughts of teasing him. Although young Lord Shi's ideals are good, different races need to understand each other. It cannot just be spoken of verbally. It needs to be expressed through action. Let me give you an example. There is a saying in the human race that goes when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since young Lord Sure has come to my place, you should drink and eat with me. That way, we can understand each other, right? Huang Fuli smiled as he swept his gaze across the delicacies in front of Shi, indicating for him to start eating. This, Shi understood what he meant, but he could not help but reveal a look of hesitation. Everyone knew that the Western Desert Stone clan could not eat human food. They lived off ores, and if they ate human food, they would either have diarrhea or lose their lives. Shi had a powerful cultivation base, so he would not lose his life if he ate human food. But to him, eating human food was no different from eating rancid water. What's wrong, young Lord Shi? You keep saying that you want to improve the friendship between our races, but you're not even willing to eat human food? I'm very disappointed. Huang Fuli shook his head and sighed. Hearing this, Shi gritted his teeth and forced a smile. I'll eat. Today, I'll taste human food. Young master, you can't eat that. Did you forget that you ate human food by mistake when you were young and almost lost your life? The stone tribesman wanted to stop him, but Shi waved his hand and resolutely swallowed the food. This mouthful tasted terrible and made his stomach churn, but he forced himself to endure it. This time, he had to establish a good relationship with the new royal family. This was related to the peace between the two races, so this little grievance was nothing. Young Master Shi is indeed amazing. Come, eat more. Huang Fuli found it funny and purposely tried to persuade Shi to eat more. Shi Jianqiang smiled happily and ate a lot of the human's oil. By the time dinner was over, Shi face was extremely pale. He was about to talk to Huang Fuli about the two races when Huang Fuli said apologetically, I'm sorry, young Master Shi. I'm sorry, young Master Shi, I still have something to do. How about we chat another day? What is it that your highness is busy with? Just give me an hour. Shi voice was weak as he begged. Another day, I can't do it today. Huang Fuli firmly refused. Then, all right. Shi smiled bitterly and left helplessly. That night, Huang Fuli only urged him to eat. They didn't talk about anything important. He left dejectedly. Just as he left the palace and went to a secluded place, he vomited nonstop. Huang Fuli is too much. He's just toying with you, young master. No, we have to get even with him. The stone tribesmen's eyes were all red, they wanted to kill their way into the palace. It's fine, don't be rash. Shi hurriedly stopped his tribesmen, Huangfu family is powerful now. We are in the 9 provinces, so no matter what we do, we have to consider our fellow tribesmen in West Desert. We can't be reckless like before. But young master, they're obviously discriminating against us. The tribesmen were furious and felt sorry for their young master's grievance. It's just Huang Fuli. There are still some good people in the human race. Shi explained, we'll visit Huang Fuli tomorrow, I believe the situation will be different. I hope so. The clansmen mumbled as they supported Shi and left. After the stone clansmen left, Huang Fuli couldn't help but laugh out loud. This stone clan's young master really is too amusing, naive to the point of being cute. I heard that human food tastes like rancid water to the stone race. I didn't think that this Shi would even eat shit. Not far from him, the dark sky guard hidden in the shadows smiled when he heard this. He really is top quality. He actually wants to be on equal footing with us. Lord Underworld God has long since wanted to eradicate the lowly stone clan. How could he still coexist with them? Transforming the Western Desert? Establishing a bridge between the two races? That's just a child's fantasy. Yes. When I heard him say this with a straight face, I almost laughed out loud. Huang Fuli laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. After chatting with the Dark Heaven Guard for a while, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, where's my son, Xianxia? How come I haven't seen him for a few days? The Dark Heaven Guard had a strange expression. The Minister of Revenue that Lord Underworld God has just appointed has a pair of twin daughters. They are as beautiful as flowers and jade. Young Master has taken a liking to them. I'm afraid they've been in the Minister of Revenue's residence these past few days. His words were vague, but Huang Fuli understood what he meant. What nonsense. I'm the future emperor and he's the future crown prince. He doesn't care about the consequences. Will the Minister of Revenue have any objections? Will there be any problems with his safety? Your Highness, don't worry. The Minister of Revenue is a spineless coward. He won't dare have any objections. As for safety, in Luoyang, or perhaps in all of the 9 provinces, who would dare touch a hair of the Huangfu family? The Dark Heaven Guard smiled. That's true. Even the Celestial Court has been destroyed. The world has fallen into the hands of my Huangfu family. Whatever, if he wants to play, let him play. Huangfu Li proudly smiled. Late at night, within the residence of the new Minister of Revenue. Ah. Please let us go. Father. Hurry and save us. Save us. In a loft, the desperate and shrill screams of 2 young girls echoed. Stop shouting. It's useless even if you shout yourself hoarse. Your father has already given up on you and told you to serve me well. Huangfu Qingshuan's saliva almost flowed out. The twins were extremely beautiful and their bodies had just grown. He had coveted them for a long time. Originally, he had wanted to deceive them into bed properly, but he had wasted a few days trying to do so. However, they were too uncooperative. He couldn't wait any longer and decided to force himself on them. At this moment, he was in the residence of the Minister of Revenue. He was going to make a move on their daughters while the other party was aware of it. This made Huangfu Qingxian feel exceptionally delighted. In his life, these few months were probably the happiest. As a 3rd-generation descendant of the Huangfu family, he had been completely suppressed by his cousin Huangfu Qingming since he was young. The other party was the most important descendant of the entire Huangfu family. However, ever since his cousin died, his status in the family suddenly rose. In addition, the Huangfu family had already become a royal family. According to the system of the eldest son of the first wife, he might become the emperor in the future. Thinking of this, he became even more complacent. What was a mere pair of twins? In the future, the whole world would be his. Haha, all the women in the world are mine. Huangfu Qingxian imitated the emperor's tone and was about to tear the clothes of the pitiful twin sisters. Your father's father hasn't even ascended the throne and become the emperor, but you're already addicted to being the emperor. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice was heard. Who? Huangfu Qingxian was shocked. He felt the temperature in the entire room suddenly drop as if it had entered the winter. He felt a chill on his back. He hurriedly turned around and saw a figure standing in the darkness. Pa. Overlord? When he saw the figure's appearance clearly, his voice became hoarse. You, didn't the rumors say that you're already dead? Gu Chen slowly walked out of the darkness with an expressionless face. You also said that it's a rumor. Someone. Quickly come and save me. Huangfu Qingxian was afraid and shouted loudly. Back at the martial arts competition, he saw with his own eyes that Gu Chen tortured and killed his cousin who thought highly of himself. It really left a heavy shadow in his heart. In order not to be disturbed, you purposely sent away all the guards. Have you forgotten? Gu Chen mocked. When Huangfu Qingxian heard this, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Damn it, for the sake of this momentary desire, he made a huge mistake. What do you want to do? Overlord, I've never offended you before. Huangfu Qingxian trembled all over and said with a pleading tone. Nothing much, I'm just borrowing your identity. Today was the day of the new emperor's coronation. Since morning, the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture's army had surrounded the square of the imperial city. The Tyrant flag, which symbolized the Huangfu clan, was fluttering around the square. Half a year ago, the Ji royal family had held the heavenly worship ceremony here. But now, the country had changed owners. When the ceremony was about to begin, the civil and military officials of the imperial court, the troops of the major forces of the 9 states, and the envoys of the various regions and clans of the continent entered the venue from the 4 entrances of the imperial city. Around the square, huge water mirror stones had already been erected. At the same time, they connected the major cities of the 9 states and broadcast the entire process of Huangfu Wuji's coronation to the tens of billions of people in the Central Earth Empire. At this time, countless people were gathered in front of the huge water mirror stones all over the 9 states, paying attention to the grand occasion of the new emperor's coronation. The royal family has been annihilated, and the late emperor's corpse hasn't even turned cold, but Huangfu Wuji is already impatient to ascend to the throne? Usurping the throne is intolerable. Sooner or later, the heavens will punish him. Some people who loved the Ji royal family were indignant at this moment, but they could only speak quietly. These kinds of whispers filled the cities of all sizes. Huangfu Wuji had obtained the position of emperor through improper means and was condemned by everyone. Unfortunately, he was too powerful, and the common people couldn't do anything. Almost every important city was guarded by the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture's soldiers, and they showed no mercy to anyone who dared to discuss politics. Therefore, today's coronation was abnormally peaceful in the 9 states, and there weren't many bloody conflicts. In the past few months, most of those who were dissatisfied with the new royal family were either dead or locked up in prison. Huangfu Wuji eliminated a large number of dissidents, and today, he officially ascended to the throne. At least on the surface, the 9 states was already at peace, and everyone expected him to be the new emperor. Since ancient times, it's normal for dynasties to change. Under the wise leadership of the great and mighty emperor, the 9 states will usher in a new era of prosperity. In every major city, there were believers of the god of war and soldiers of the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture shouting loudly, supporting the birth of the new emperor. There were only a few who responded. Most of the commoners watching the ceremony were expressionless. The atmosphere was gloomy. When the imperial family of the Ji family was still around, the 9 states was considered rich and prosperous. The common people remembered the grace of the late emperor and were filled with anxiety and fear towards the new dynasty. What great virtue, great mighty deity emperor. He's just a regicide. Occasionally, there would be some indignant commoners who raised their voices and were heard by the sharp-eared soldiers of the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture. Then, they would be stabbed to death on the spot. Today was the day of the coronation ceremony. The imperial court had already given the order that no chaos was allowed in any place. The Heavenly Mirror Constabulary was loyal to their duty, using terror and threats to maintain order in the various cities. Such a scene was the norm all over the 9 prefectures. Meanwhile, in the capital, Huangfu Wuji was leading a group of royal family members onto a high platform in the Royal City Plaza. He would receive the imperial jade seal left behind by the royal family of the Central Plains on the high platform and officially announce the change of dynasty. At the same time, the new imperial palace located north of Luoyang would be officially opened. From then on, Luoyang Center would shift to the north. Some people said that Huangfu Wuji built a new palace because too much blood of the imperial family of the Ji family had flowed in the original imperial palace. Every night, there would be cries of dead souls, which was too inauspicious. This saying couldn't be verified. It was only known that the new imperial palace was being built in full swing with the new imperial palace as the center. On the high platform, Huangfu Wuji wore a yellow robe with 9 dragons. He looked into the distance and could see his magnificent new imperial palace in the distance. He lowered his head and looked down. He saw all the civil and military officials trembling in fear and the big shots of the various forces being careful. A hint of delight even appeared in their crimson eyes. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. For this day, he had schemed and plotted. He had even endured the death of his own grandson in front of him. He had endured the humiliation and endured the hardships. Finally, he was going to be crowned as the emperor today. His grand ambitions would start from today. He would leave his name in the annals of history and become an emperor that everyone would sing praises for. Long live the emperor! In the public square below, the state preceptor, Shen Sudong, was expressionless. He led the officials and saluted Huangfu Wuji when he ascended the high platform. Not only the officials of the imperial court, but also the leaders of the 2 academies, 3 clans, 4 holy lands, and 5 sacred sects, all saluted him in unprecedented fashion. Strangely, among these big shots, they didn't see the leaders of the prestigious sects, such as the Buddhist school's Puji Holy Monk, the true martial academy's Ding Ge, and the 1,000 smelting sacred sect's Master Jiang. Apart from Shen Sudong, the head of the Confucian school, who was present, the other forces sent their second-in-command. For some reason, the first-in-command was nowhere to be seen. Even one of the three clans, the Ming clan, had sent an unknown figure. He didn't seem to be from the Jiang clan, which had the prophetic ability. Even so, the big shots present were enough to represent the various forces. The etiquette they showed to the new emperor was far better than in the past. Master has entered Luoyang. I wonder if she'll be in danger. If she's like Ding Ge and my grandfather. At this moment, in the true martial academy, Mu Ziyu was looking at the real-time image transmitted by the water mirror stone. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. In the image, Vice Principal Qi and the leaders of the other forces could be seen greeting the new emperor. From what she said, the real leaders of the various forces weren't at the scene of the coronation ceremony in the imperial capital. There seemed to be other secrets. Next to her stood Yi Qingxuang. She bit her lips tightly. Because of the intense emotional fluctuations, she bit her lips so hard that they bled. Huangfu Wuji has already reached the pinnacle. Gu Chen, where are you? Are you really dead like the rumors say? Yi Qingxuang muttered to herself. Deep sorrow appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. In the past few months, the 9 regions had undergone great changes. No one had expected Huangfu Wuji to be so powerful. After he destroyed the Ji family, he destroyed the celestial court one after another. It was said that he killed the celestial emperor on the spot. And in that battle, it was said that the 9-tiered heavens was destroyed by the underworld god palace. The important figures of the celestial court, such as the green unicorn killing god and the overlord Gu Chen, had all died in battle. When she heard this news, she didn't believe it at first. Later, when the news of the celestial court's destruction was confirmed by various parties, her heart completely sank to the bottom. The arrogant youth who had once killed the Huangfu clan's heavens chosen in front of Huangfu Wuji had fallen in the end. Every time she thought of this, especially when Huangfu Wuji officially ascended the throne and no one in the world could stop him, Yi Qingxuang felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. Qingxuang, don't think about him anymore. Lanchu is already dead. He is also dead. Many people are dead. The situation is stronger than the person. It's already a great fortune that we're still alive. You must not let anyone know about your relationship with Gu Chen. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. In the past, True Martial Academy was considered an otherworldly place. The students inside were protected by the academy, but it was no longer the same from now on. The new royal family was too domineering. They had already begun to strengthen their control over the various factions in the 9 states and had already achieved remarkable results. Mu Ziyu was Vice Principal Qi's disciple and a direct descendant of the Azure Wood Manor. She knew how sensitive the situation was. Huangfu Wuji's domineering might had already suppressed the various factions to the point of no resistance. In the next 5 to 10 years, the ruling power of the new royal family would become even more terrifying as time passed. Under such circumstances, they had no other choice but to swallow the insult. In the Kunlun continent, with the demise of the 2 behemoths, the Heartland royal family and the celestial court, there was no one that dared to directly oppose the Huangfu family. The entire world gathered in the royal palace square as Huangfu Wuji accepted the tributes and kowtows from all directions. He revealed a satisfied smile. Haha Jia, we have finally reached this step. What a pity, is there nothing fun to do? The man with a bamboo hat stood in a corner of the square in the shadows. His eyes were filled with disappointment. He was Huangfu Wuji's right-hand man, but at this most glorious moment, he chose to hide in the shadows. Huangfu Wuji was giving a speech as the new emperor on the platform, announcing a brand new national policy. Behind him, Crown Prince Huangfu Li was the closest, followed by a few of his brothers. Behind Huangfu Li was his eldest grandson, Huangfu Qingxian. Huangfu Qingxian followed closely behind his father. Like the other members of the Huangfu family, his face was filled with pride and excitement. From this moment onwards, they were officially members of the royal family. The entire world was theirs. Your Majesty, please receive the kingdom guarding seal and issue the first imperial edict. An old eunuch stepped forward. Behind him, 2 eunuchs held a silver tray as they solemnly came to Huangfu Wuji's side. On the silver tray was an exquisite jade box, and in the box was the kingdom guarding seal. It was said that the kingdom guarding seal was carved from beautiful jade that the first dragon emperor chanced upon in the endless ocean. It had been passed down for 10,000 years. Every edict issued by an emperor had to be stamped with the seal to take effect. To the cultivators of the Kunlun continent, the symbol of the Middle-earth royal family was the Kunlun, the arch sword, and the Kunlun mirror. In the eyes of ordinary people, the country-guarding jade seal, which was carved from the world's most beautiful jade, represented the noble royal power. Huangfu Wuji took down the jade box from the silver plate. According to the ceremony of a new emperor ascending to the throne, he was going to issue his first imperial edict, and the first imperial edict was usually a general amnesty. To him, the imperial seal was nothing more than a beautiful piece of jade. He didn't care about it at all. At this moment, he casually opened the box and was about to take out the imperial seal. Through the water mirror stone, countless people in the 9 states were paying close attention to the new emperor's action of taking out the national jade seal. The jade box was opened in an instant. Huangfu Wuji looked inside and his expression suddenly changed. He was so shocked that the jade box fell to the ground and the imperial jade seal rolled out. What happened? What happened? Regardless of whether it was in the square of the imperial city or all over the land of the 9 prefectures, everyone who was paying attention to the actions of the new emperor was shocked. What did the new emperor see? He actually dropped the imperial seal on the ground. This was not an auspicious sign. Soon, through the image transmitted by the water mirror stone, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the imperial seal on the ground. It turned out to be a head with disheveled hair and a hideous face. It wasn't the imperial seal at all. Countless people were in an uproar at this moment. The faces of the civil and military officials in the square also changed at this moment. Fourth brother. Father. Behind Huangfu Wuji, a group of people from the Huangfu family recognized the appearance of the head. When they realized that it was the head of Huangfu De, who had been missing for half a year, they couldn't help but cry out. Especially Huangfu De's children, their eyes instantly popped out of their sockets. What's going on? Who's joking with me? Huangfu Wuji was originally in a good mood, but when he saw his son's head, his expression instantly became extremely ugly and he shouted angrily. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. Several eunuchs who were responsible for transporting the imperial seal were so scared that their faces turned pale. They knelt on the ground and kowed out repeatedly. In the entire square of the imperial city, the sound of cultivators gasping resounded one after another. Who did this? To actually use Huangfu De's head as an imperial seal and give it to Huangfu Wuji, which force is so crazy? Is there still anyone in the mainland who dares to go against the Huangfu family? All the big shots from the various forces were shocked. For the past few months, everyone had been suppressed by the strength of the Huangfu family to the point that they couldn't breathe and were trembling with fear. They didn't expect that someone would actually dare to do such a crazy thing. Huangfu Wuji, are you satisfied with the first big gift I've given you? Just as the square fell into a strange silence, a cold and ethereal voice rang out, echoing throughout the entire capital. Who? Who is it? Everyone raised their heads and looked around, wanting to know which crazy fellow did such a thing. This voice, Shen Sudong, who was the leader of the officials, was shocked, and his face revealed a deep worry. Since you're here, then get out. Huangfu Wuji's red eyes shone brightly, and a peerlessly overbearing pressure swept out. Boom, 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 the winds and clouds in the sky changed color. Above the square, the void suddenly distorted, and a group of people appeared. There were a total of 12 people in this group, and all of them were wearing white robes of the celestial court. 11 of them were wearing masks, and only the leader of the group showed his real face. That person was tall and handsome, and on his shoulder stood a snow-white monkey. His eyes were dark and cold. Standing there, he was like a god that had descended to the mortal world, and he instantly became the focus of the entire square. Overlord? At this moment, the hundreds of millions of people in the 9 continents witnessed this shocking scene through the water mirror stone. Gu Chen had once killed a genius in the martial arts competition, and his name had shaken the entire 9 continents. His appearance was also known by everyone. Now that he had returned in front of everyone, he directly shattered the rumor that the Overlord was no longer in this world. Is the Celestial Court still around? All the big shots in the square were shocked when they saw the group of assassins from the Celestial Court. Are they crazy? Just a dozen people, why would they come here to die? A trace of pain flashed in the depths of Shen Sudong's eyes. Countless cultivators were shocked. What kind of madness and courage did the overlord have to have dared to appear at Huangfu Wuji's ascension ceremony? Gu clan's evil spawn, so it was you who did this. Huangfu Wuji looked at Gu Chen in the sky with a gloomy expression, and a monstrous killing intent gushed out from his body. Today was supposed to be a big day for him to leave his name in history, but it had been ruined by someone. In the future history books, what kind of words would be used to describe how he looked when he took out his son's head? Thinking of this, he couldn't be bothered to say another word. Only by killing the other party on the spot could he vent the hatred in his heart. Whoosh, even through the water mirror stone, one could sense the monstrous might of the new emperor's heaven-striking palm. He was publicly recognized as the strongest person in the continent. When he attacked in a fit of rage, Gu Chen and company, who had just appeared, were like a tiny boat in the midst of a raging storm. Everyone could almost imagine the next scene of the overlord's death, and many people exclaimed. However, Huangfu Wuji's gigantic palm tore through the void, but when it landed on Gu Chen and company, it seemed to brush past the air, passing right through them. The palm had missed. Mirage? Is it just a phantom image? The cultivators in the square were alarmed. Huangfu Wuji's expression turned even more gloomy. With his level of insight, he instantly determined that it was a spatial projection when his attack missed. It wouldn't be surprising if Gu Chen's true body was thousands of miles away. Huangfu Wuji, this is only the first gift. Are you in such a hurry to thank me? Gu Chen's projection was still present, but the smile that curled his lips was extremely sinister. And his words immediately caused an uproar. This is only the first gift? What else does the overlord want? For him to insult the new emperor, he deserves death. Countless people in Overlord City broke out into a flurry of discussion. Huangfu Wuji had an ominous feeling, but a sneer suffused on his face. He's just a stray dog. The celestial court has already perished, so how long can he last? A stray dog. His evaluation of the overlord made everyone suddenly realize that he was right. No matter how crazy the overlord's actions were, they could not change the fact that the celestial court had already perished despite their amazement. The victor was the Huangfu family. What the overlord was doing was futile. He could not change anything. Everyone is saying that the overlord is dead. This is a great opportunity for him to conceal his strength and bide his time. With his talent, he might be able to surpass Huangfu Wuji if he were to bide his time for a few decades. But by acting in such a high-profile manner, he will only accelerate his own demise. On the square, the sect master of the Azure Wood Manor sighed. Many of the powerhouses from the various factions nodded. Back when Huangfu Wuji threatened them, they had all stood on the overlord's side. Back then, when Huangfu Wuji killed the heaven's chosen Huangfu Qingming, they were even more shocked. There was no doubt that the other party was a genius, but when almost all the forces on the continent had submitted to Huangfu Wuji, it was extremely unwise for him to stand out and court death. The celestial court is still here. Faced with Huangfu Wuji's ridicule, Gu Chen's thunderous voice reverberated throughout the entire city and the entire world. At this moment, the remnants of the celestial court in various places, including several killing gods, former Taoist Sun Shi, Zhong Ziyu, Jian Yaij, as well as future Taoist Cui Jing and Hua Jingfei, all saw this scene through the water mirror stone. They heard the deafening sound and were greatly shocked. In front of the whole world, Gu Chen's voice was resolute and decisive, and his eyes were even sharper. Huangfu Wuji, do you think that no one in the world can touch your Huangfu family now that you have unified the world? Huangfu Wuji looked coldly at Gu Chen as his eyes revealed a look of contempt. At the very least, you can't do it. You speak such nonsense here, but you don't even dare to show your face. If you don't even dare to show your face, what can you do? Huangfu Wuji's words hit the nail on the head. Although the overlord's slogan was loud and clear, all of it appeared pale in comparison. The Huangfu family was too powerful now. There was nothing he could do. Faced with Huangfu Wuji's contempt, Gu Chen flicked his sleeves as a cruel smile suffused across his lips. Today, I will prove to the entire continent that your Huangfu family is nothing more than a paper tiger. If I, Gu Chen, want to kill someone from your Huangfu family, even you, Huangfu Wuji, will not be able to stop me. After Gu Chen said that, there was a loud boom from the north of Baidiu. An earth-shattering explosion occurred where the new palace was located. Countless new palaces were destroyed and turned into ashes, flames surged and illuminated half the sky of Beidiu in a fiery red color. The resulting noise was so loud that it suppressed all the other sounds in the city. It also caused Huangfu Wuji and the members of the Huangfu family behind him to change their expressions. The palace has been destroyed? How can this be? Where are the guards we arranged? Not good, the ancestral shrine has also been burned down. The members of the Huangfu family panicked. The new palace represented the face of the royal family. At the same time, the ancestral shrine of the Huangfu family had just been moved there. This explosion was so shocking that even the ancestral tablets of the ancestors would not be able to be preserved. This is the second gift I've given you. Are you satisfied? Gu Chen's cold voice reverberated. Huangfu Wuji looked at the palace that he was extremely fond of. The palace that represented the supreme royal power in the future had been turned into a sea of fire. He even had the thought of killing Gu Chen 10,000 times in his heart. At this moment, the new palace was turned into a sea of fire. It was as if the prestige of the Huangfu family had been destroyed. The ashes that filled the sky drifted into Beidiu and drifted into the sky above the square. Some of the ashes happened to come into contact with the overlord flags that were fluttering around the square, burning the flags that represented the Huangfu family into ashes. It was supposed to be a joyous coronation ceremony. However, his son was gone, and the ancestral shrine that enshrined the ancestral tablets had been burned down. Swoosh, Huangfu Wuji suddenly disappeared from the high platform in the square. The next moment, he appeared high up in the sky. He waved his sleeves and a gentle force swept out. Gu Chen's phantom image immediately disappeared. This time, he used a spatial spell to directly erase Gu Chen's spatial projection. He didn't know what other plans the other party had, but he couldn't let the other party continue to do whatever he wanted. Otherwise, the new royal family would lose all face today. After he destroyed Gu Chen's phantom in an instant, he instantly appeared in the burning new imperial palace like a flickering light and passing shadow. He hoped that there was a way to make up for it. At the very least, it would be good to save the ancestral shrine. However, when he got closer, he realized that the new palace had been destroyed more thoroughly than he had imagined. That bastard Gu family had used some unknown method to completely destroy the entire new palace, including its foundation. He couldn't imagine what kind of artifact or weapon could destroy the heavily guarded new palace in an instant without anyone noticing. With Huangfu Wuji's speed, it only took a moment for him to travel from the square of the imperial city to the new imperial palace. Just as he saw the tragic state of the imperial palace, Gu Chen's voice, which he thought had disappeared from Baidu, suddenly reverberated. Huangfu Wuji, there's still the third gift. Swoosh, Huangfu Wuji suddenly turned his head and looked into Beidiu with his scarlet eyes. Gu Chen. It was just 2 words, but they contained a monstrous murderous aura and extreme anger. At this moment, on the high platform in the royal city square, Huangfu Qingxian, who was standing behind Huangfu Li, suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Huangfu Li with both hands. Almost as soon as Huangfu Wuji was attracted by the movement in the palace, Huangfu Qingxian, who was on the high platform, suddenly launched an attack. Under the gaze of countless cultivators on the plaza and the astonished gazes of the entire world, Huangfu Qingxuan's appearance rapidly changed into Gu Chen's. Whoosh. The surrounding members of the Huangfu clan were overwhelmed with shock, and they subconsciously tried to retreat. However, it was too late. I just said that if I, Gu Chen, want to kill the people of your Huangfu clan, not even you, Huangfu Wuji, can stop me. Gu Chen grabbed Huangfu Li, and his face was filled with madness. One forbidden talisman after another appeared on his body, emitting a destructive aura. No. No. Let me go. Huangfu Li screamed and tried to break free from Gu Chen's grasp. However, Gu Chen exploded in the next moment. Boom, a violent energy swiftly swept across the plaza and the platform, engulfing all the members of the Huangfu clan. Scorching flames soared into the sky, and the entire platform was instantly turned into ashes. The miserable cries of countless members of the Huangfu clan echoed. Some of them were covered in flames and fell from the platform, while others were crushed into pieces on the spot. Although the range of the explosion was strictly controlled, with most of it limited to the platform, the cultivators on the plaza still felt their hair stand on end, and they subconsciously dropped to the ground. Bastard! Huangfu Wuji almost went crazy. He instantly returned to the sky above the plaza, but he could only watch as a large number of his clansmen died in the explosion. Huangfu Li, the crown prince, was the closest to the explosion, and he died on the spot. Huangfu Wuji's second son, Huangfu Yi, had a profound cultivation base and a protective artifact, so he didn't die. However, both of his legs were blown off, leaving only his upper body dripping with blood. He was thrown onto the square, howling in pain. His third son, Huangfu Ren, was covered in serious injuries, and his entire face was disfigured. It took him a lot of effort to escape from the platform. They could be considered lucky because, as a prince, they had extremely powerful protective treasures bestowed upon them. As for the other members of the Huangfu family, such as their cousins and many of the third-generation disciples, they weren't able to escape from the explosion. There were originally more than 300 members of the Huangfu clan on the platform, but at least 3/4 of them died in the explosion. As for those who were still alive, those who were heavily injured and those who were crippled, none of them were unscathed. Looking at this tragic scene, countless cultivators in the square gasped and felt their scalps go numb. The people on the other side of the water mirror stone were even more shocked. The so-called new imperial family was almost uprooted on the first day of its establishment. Such an incident had never happened before in the history of the Kunlun continent. If I, Gu Chen, want to kill someone, not even you, Huangfu Wuji, can stop me. The tyrant's previous words were so arrogant, but he actually did it. In front of the new emperor, Huangfu Wuji, he massacred a large number of his flesh and blood relatives. Come out. Get out here right now. Huangfu Wuji had never been so furious in his entire life, and his voice surged like thunder as it spread throughout the world. He knew that Gu Chen definitely did not kill himself to ambush a member of the Huangfu clan. It was most likely a clone. The other party was too treacherous. He didn't know when he had killed the imperial grandson, but he also pretended to be him, meticulously planning today's scene. He admitted that he had underestimated the other party. Not only was the other party audacious, but his thoughts were also extremely vicious. Huangfu Wuji. At this moment, phantoms appeared in the void around the square again. The phantoms of Gu Chen, White Ape, and his 11 companions were projected in the sky. From today onwards, we officially declare war on the Huangfu clan. Everyone said in unison, and their voices reverberated in the sky. Gu Chen was like the moon surrounded by stars, standing in the center. He flung his sleeves, and his cold voice spread in all directions. I, Gu Chen, in the name of the Taoist of the Celestial Court, issue the heavenly execution order to the Huangfu clan. From today onwards, all assassins of the Celestial Court shall kill the Huangfu clan without mercy. At this moment, on the other side of the water mirror stone, countless remaining assassins of the Celestial Court across the continent were greatly shocked. The heavenly execution order was the highest order to kill when the Celestial Court was still around. It had always been issued by the Celestial Emperor, and it meant that the Celestial Court had to use all its power to completely destroy the enemy. Now that the Celestial Court was destroyed and the Celestial Emperor was dead, this order only existed in name. There must be a deeper meaning behind the tyrant's words. Kill me? With just you? Huangfu Wuji had already gone crazy, and he couldn't care less about losing his composure in front of the world. His strong killing intent shocked countless people in Badu, and they almost couldn't breathe. Goodbye, Huangfu Wuji. I wish you a happy coronation. The giant projection of Gu Chen in the sky sneered, and it was filled with mockery. After that, he and his phantoms dissipated, and they disappeared from the sight of the world. Don't run. Come out if you have the guts. Come out now. Huangfu Wuji had completely lost his usual shrewdness, and he roared furiously at the sky. Today was supposed to be his coronation, but his crown prince, eldest grandson, and a large number of members of the royal family were killed, and the new palace was burned to the ground. Today was supposed to be a day that would go down in history, and the history books would record this as the glorious moment of an emperor. But now, everything was destroyed. In the future, the history books would only record him as the most laughable and pitiful emperor. On the first day of his coronation, he lost all his face in front of the entire continent. He worked hard for dozens of years, and it wasn't for this scene. Standing in front of everyone, he didn't feel like an emperor, but a clown. Bang! 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 He casually shot out streams of energy, and all the water mirror stones around the square were shattered. He wanted to stop this embarrassing scene from spreading, but it was too late. The whole process of the coronation was already known by everyone. Haha, Jia, this is the first time Huangfu Wuji has lost his rationality. That Guchen is interesting. The bamboo hat man hid in the shadows of the plaza and watched the show from beginning to end. He did not seem angry for his superior in the slightest. On the contrary, he seemed to be rejoicing in his superior's misfortune, as if he had found some new amusement. As for the various forces in the square, they all lowered their heads and tried their best to control their facial expressions. They were afraid that if their expressions were inappropriate, they would offend Huangfu Wuji. This coronation ceremony ended with the tragic loss of the Huangfu family, but because of the return of the overlord, there were rapid changes in the continent. The Huangfu family isn't scary. Overthrow them and take revenge for the royal family. Some loyal supporters of the Ji royal family were influenced by the overlord, and revolted all over the 9 prefectures, trying to overthrow the illegitimate throne. The invincible legend of the Huangfu family was shattered on the first day of Huangfu Wuji's coronation, and what followed was a raging fire. In a certain small city where people were shouting the slogan of the uprising, a sickly scholar and a few companions watched the entire process of the ceremony, then turned around and left. Ghost King, Ego, we've waited for so long. The overlord is finally back. It was already late at night in the mansion of the Huangfu clan in Luoyang, but soldiers from all directions were still coming and going in an endless stream. Ever since the incident at the coronation ceremony, the imperial court had sent out 18 armies to search for traces of the tyrant and his gang with the imperial city as the center for hundreds of miles. At the same time, the damage to the new palace was still being checked and salvaged. Inside the Huangfu clan's mansion, there was even more wailing. A group of royal relatives were either weeping around the corpses of their dead relatives, or weeping bitterly because of serious injuries or disabilities, cursing that damned villain. Huangfu Wuji was wearing a dragon robe and sitting on a chair, listening to the reports from the people he had sent out. His expression was extremely gloomy, and he didn't say a word. Your Majesty, our heavenly mirror mansion has divided our forces to search everywhere, and we've captured all suspicious people near the palace, but we still haven't found any traces of the villain, Gu Chen. A commander of the heavenly mirror mansion said in a trembling voice. Lord God of the underworld, our spies from all over the underworld god palace have sent urgent secret reports. Ever since the white tyrant caused havoc in the 9 prefectures, there have been rebellions of varying degrees. An underworld god guard of the underworld god palace had a tense expression. Huangfu Wuji listened quietly, his fists subconsciously clenched. The entire hall was filled with a gloomy murderous aura, causing everyone to feel as if they were walking on thin ice, fearing that the new emperor would vent his anger on them in a fit of rage. At this time, the man with a bamboo hat strode in from outside the hall. Huangfu Wuji raised his head and looked at him, his face expressionless. How's the investigation? He asked. The man with a bamboo hat's pair of will-o-wisps flickered, and his tone was stern. Reporting to Lord God of the Underworld, this subordinate has already carefully investigated the cause of the explosion in the palace, and has also examined the corpses of many members of the royal family. It can be clearly determined that Gu Chen has a large number of powerful weapons in his hands. The palace was heavily guarded, and the reason why it was instantly destroyed was because the enemy had placed powerful forbidden weapons in different parts of the palace. The lethality of these forbidden artifacts is extremely rare, and their concealment ability is also extremely high. According to the 1,000 smelting Saint Sex refiners, even if they were to investigate the palace beforehand, it would still be difficult to discover the existence of these forbidden artifacts. As for the forbidden talisman that killed a large number of the imperial family's disciples in the imperial city square, its craftsmanship is also extremely exquisite and complicated. This kind of forbidden talisman controls the power of the explosion to an extremely small area, bringing about perfect lethality, but not too wide. The man with a bamboo hat paused for a moment. Considering the rare lethality of these weapons and the death of your 4th son, Huangfu Da, I'm afraid that bastard obtained the armament armory. Huangfu Wuji gritted his teeth and said. He had already guessed the truth of the matter. That's right. It's rumored that the one who possesses the armament armory of the King of Implements can rule the world. Now that the armament armory has fallen into the hands of the tyrant, things are not looking good. The man with a bamboo hat analyzed. today, the overlord appeared by means of spatial projection. As far as I know, he is not proficient in spatial magic. This means that he has an expert in this field around him. With this kind of person around, the difficulty of capturing him has greatly increased. Apart from this, we know nothing about the companions around him today. He is not fighting alone. Who knows, there might already be some remnants of the celestial court gathered under him. Right now, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. The overlord has nothing to fear. We need to be careful of the heavenly execution order that he mentioned. Furthermore, today's matter will definitely cause some very bad effects. Various forces might become restless because of this. My lord, you need to make preparations early. The man with the bamboo hat's long speech clearly analyzed the current situation, causing Huangfu Wuji's anger to subside slightly and calm down. Looks like we need to get rid of this kid as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will spoil our plans. His intelligence once again took the upper hand, and his eyes flickered. Pass down my orders. Summon all of the famous divination masters in the 9 provinces. I want to use the fastest speed to divine the location of this Guqin. My lord, have you forgotten? The heavenly tyrannical bone physique is special. Not only you, even that Guqin cannot be deduced by others using divination arts. The man with a bamboo hat reminded Huangfu Wuji. Of course I know this. Even if I can't divine his location, I can divine the location of others, right? For example, his mother, Xianxia. As long as we find his mother, capturing him is only a matter of time. Huangfu Wuji laughed sinisterly. Originally, because he had a need for the various Confucian sects, and that Xianxia was just a weak woman, he had never paid attention to her. But now, that surviving member of the Gu clan had completely infuriated him. Even if he had to resort to any means, he had to drag him out. And this Xianxia would be a breakthrough point. Haha, Jia, my lord is brilliant. This is indeed a good idea. However, ever since the Jiang clan was exterminated, those divination masters have been disobedient, and the divination masters that are obedient aren't very good. I'm afraid that it will take a lot of time. The man with a bamboo hat laughed weirdly. At the mention of this matter, the haze on Huangfu Wuji's face gathered once more. He had seized the astrology game fate hand from the Jiang clan's old prophet. Originally, he already possessed the ability to predict the future and turn misfortunes into blessings. However, this ability had been sealed by the Heavenly Emperor using the Heavenly Scripture. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't need to borrow the power of the other divination masters. Even if he still had the divination master's ability, Guqian's trick today wouldn't have succeeded, and he would have been captured long ago. Speed up as much as possible. I want to capture that brat as soon as possible. Huangfu Wuji's mind was in a mess. He waved his hand and dismissed the man with a bamboo hat. He then ordered his subordinates to call Shen Sudong in. When Shen Sudong stepped into the Huangfu clan's main hall, the eyes of many Huangfu clan members present turned red. Father, Shen Sudong is the grandfather of that surviving member of the Gu clan. We should capture him. Use him to force that bastard to show himself. Huangfu Ren gnashed his teeth and said. His entire body was heavily injured, and his face had been completely destroyed. When he spoke, his appearance was shocking. However, his situation could be considered good. Those who were unlucky had already died. His words caused many of the clansmen to feel a common hatred for a common enemy. They all urged to capture Shen Sudong. Your Highness, the third prince, is too serious. Although that Guqin is related to the old man by blood, your majesty knows that he has never had any connection with our Shen clan since he was young. Our Shen clan is loyal and will wholeheartedly support the new emperor. I hope that your majesty can see through the minutest details. Shen Sudong bowed deeply to Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji looked at this old fellow with a gloomy and uncertain expression. Honestly speaking, even if the entire Shen clan was annihilated, it wouldn't be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. However, he had just stabilized his position and was in urgent need of help from the various factions of the Confucian faction. Shen Sudong's prestige in the imperial court was very heavy. It was because of his presence that he, the new emperor, was able to quickly stabilize his position from the central government to the local governments. He was very clear that this old man wasn't satisfied with him, but because he cared more about the peace and tranquility of the common people, he was willing to cooperate with him. Because of today's chaos, the situation in the 9 prefectures had become even more unstable. At this time, it was even more important for the Confucian school to support the Huangfu clan. They could pacify the hearts of the people. At this time, it was even more inappropriate for him to touch Shen Sudong. Imperial Preceptor Shen, we believe in your loyalty and patriotism. You should also know that if you have any dangerous thoughts, it might lead to the consequences. Huangfu Wuji said expressionlessly. His words were filled with threat. Shen Sudong's eyes turned cold. He thought of what Huangfu Wuji had said to him after destroying the previous imperial family. Thinking that if he didn't do everything well, the people of the world would suffer, he clenched his teeth. Your Majesty, rest assured. This humble subject will do his best to assist you and maintain the stability of the court. Huangfu Wuji didn't feel any joy because of these words. He only ordered. We have something for you to do. We want to issue a bounty for that Guchen's head. Anyone who can bring his head to us will be rewarded with 100 cities in the 9 prefectures and be conferred the title of Marquis. We want this bounty to be spread to every corner of the Middle Plains, Eastern Desolate, Western Desert, Southern Mountains, and Northern Plains. No matter where he is, he won't be able to escape. As long as he is still alive, we will let him spend the rest of his life in pain and regret. Huangfu Wuji's face revealed a ferocious expression when he finished. Shen Sudong was greatly shocked. Rewarding 100 cities and conferring the title of Marquis. Such a huge bounty was unprecedented in the Kunlun continent. Once this bounty was issued, Guchen would definitely become the most wanted criminal in the entire continent, causing a huge uproar. It seemed like Huangfu Wuji was truly enraged this time. He was going to use all means to kill Guchen. What? Do you have a problem? Huangfu Wuji asked coldly when he saw that Shen Sudong didn't reply. No problem. This subordinate will quickly gather the officials and spread this news to the world. Shen Sudong lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He was very clear that this was Huangfu Wuji testing him. Whether it was for the Shen clan or the common people, he had to do this. Shen Sudong quickly left, and the Huangfu clan's members couldn't help but feel excited when they saw the patriarch passing down orders that were aimed at Guchen's vitals. With such an inescapable net, no matter how powerful the overlord was, he would not be able to be arrogant for long. Things would become even more interesting when the fortune masters deduced the location of his mother. His Huangfu family would prove to the world that the imperial family couldn't be provoked. Huangfu Wuji had been under great pressure for the entire day, and when he finally got some rest, he went to his study room in the depths of the mansion. His expression was grave and stern. After entering the study, he pressed down on a hidden spot. There was actually a mechanism in the study. The floor moved, revealing a staircase that led to the mysterious underground palace. Huangfu Wuji slowly walked down the stairs. This underground space was extremely complicated. Every wall was protected by restrictions that prevented anyone from spying on this place and also prevented the people inside from leaving. This place was covered in dust. It was obvious that no one had come here for a long time. Huangfu Wuji arrived at the deepest part of the underground palace with an indifferent expression. There was a dark and damp cell here. In the cell, there was a person with disheveled hair. His sternum was locked down by 2 purplish gold shackles, making it hard for him to move. He seemed to have been here for a very long time. The color of his robes was already indistinguishable, and one could only vaguely see dried blood stains. It was obvious that he had suffered extreme torture. He sat there motionless and looked like a statue at first glance. However, Huangfu Wuji knew that he wouldn't die so easily. You haven't been here for a long time. What's wrong? Why do you look so tired? The person in the cell sensed Huangfu Wuji's arrival. He didn't raise his head and spoke with an aged and hoarse voice. We didn't say anything, but you can see that we aren't in a good state. Huangfu Wuji looked at the person in the cell. His eyes were filled with anger, jealousy, and all sorts of other emotions. This kind of complicated gaze was something that he had never seen in front of others. We? It seems like you have already ascended to the throne. The person in the cell muttered and suddenly let out a disdainful smile. He's just a mortal emperor, yet you took such a long time. When Huangfu Wuji heard this, he was like a child being mocked by a giant. He couldn't control his anger. What do you know? In order to obtain all of this, we have put in so much effort. The person in the cell suddenly raised his head. From his messy hair, a pair of old eyes could be seen, and they were bright like candlelight. Since you have already realized the dream of your youth, why are you still so depressed? It seems like there is someone in the outside world that you are afraid of. Whenever you are weak, this is your attitude. After the old man finished speaking, he suddenly burst into laughter. This laughter affected the injury on his chest, causing him to cough repeatedly. Gu Yuan, you have been a cripple for a long time. You haven't improved in anything else over the past few decades, except for your sharp tongue. Huangfu Wuji sneered and retorted. You want to see me? Is the person that you are afraid of related to me? After the person in the cell finished coughing, he pondered deeply. Huangfu Wuji didn't reply. The old man in the cell instantly understood. Is it my child? He muttered, and his expression was slightly agitated. Huangfu Wuji snorted coldly. You better not try to infuriate us. Don't forget the only reason why we allowed you to live. We came here to tell you that the remnants of your Gu clan will be completely wiped out by us in an extremely short period of time. After that, we will unify the entire continent very soon. You don't have much time left. The next time we come here, you better be prepared to tell us about the matter outside the sea. After he finished speaking, Huangfu Wuji turned around and flicked his sleeves. He was originally burdened with worries and wanted to come here to talk to the other party. He didn't expect that the other party would see through him with a single glance. This caused his mood to be extremely bad, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. That won't happen. Dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. You can't deal with him. A true dragon is destined to soar above the 9 heavens. These won't have a good ending. The person in the cell watched Huangfu Wuji leave and spoke loudly. Ridicule me all you want. You are but a failure. You can only rot in this gloomy underground palace until you die. It's impossible for us to lose. We are destined to rule the world and break through the limits of a celestial being. Huangfu Wuji's mocking voice came from afar, and he completely vanished from the underground palace. After he left, the old man in the cell trembled. His hands grabbed the 2 chains that locked his chest. His emotions were surging because of the news that Huangfu Wuji had leaked. What exactly happened in the outside world? My child, wait a little longer, wait a little longer. It's about to grow out again. During the coronation ceremony, the overlord appeared and massacred the members of the new royal family. This caused a huge discussion in the 9 prefectures and even the entire continent. The next day, the Central Plains Imperial Court issued a wanted order, pushing him into the teeth of the storm. He was rewarded with 100 cities and conferred the title of Marquis. The Kunlun continent had never seen such a huge bounty. Once it was issued, it attracted a wave of people to hunt the overlord down. The Central Plains Imperial Court issued a wanted order. Influenced by the huge bounty, many assassins from the underworld also moved to search for the overlord. In just a few days, the overlord Guchen became a piece of delicious meat. Countless forces wanted to find and kill him in exchange for the huge bounty and preferential treatment from the royal family. The overlord became the most wanted criminal in the entire continent. In the Central Plains Imperial Court's propaganda, he was the most ruthless criminal, and everyone had the right to kill him. The Huangfu clan's heaven-encompassing revenge was extremely disadvantageous to Guchen, who was alone and powerless. At this moment, on the 4th day after the coronation ceremony, in a remote mountain less than 100 miles away from Luoyang, Guchen's group gathered together. In front of them, weapons were piled up like a mountain. Everyone picked a suitable weapon. In front of them, the rose-killing god was furious. The wanted order has been spread all over the world. Great, now the whole world knows that you, the overlord, are still alive. You could have laid low and lived peacefully, but you had to get involved in this mess. Huangfu Wuji offered a sky-high bounty. From now on, you won't be able to move an inch. And what are you doing? You're actually still so close to Luoyang. If you don't escape as soon as possible, how many more crazy things do you want to do? The rose-killing god's eyes were filled with anger as she spoke one sentence after another. Back at the Beijing Prefecture branch, Gu Chen did not listen to her advice. She could not stop him by force, so she could only follow him all the way to the 9 prefectures. Originally, she thought that he was just upset after hearing the bad news from the Celestial Court and needed to vent. She did not expect that his way of venting would be so extreme, although what happened at the coronation made her very happy, and Gu Chen's battle prowess was far beyond her imagination. No matter how she looked at it, they were playing with fire. Especially after causing such a huge commotion, Gu Chen didn't flee far away. He still stayed less than 50 kilometers away from Luoyang. This made her even angrier and more helpless. Senior Rose, if you don't want to help, just leave. I don't want to be a burden to you. The rose-killing god was burning with rage, but Gu Chen answered calmly. Looking at his fearless attitude, Rosette's killer god was furious. She pointed at Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the others and said, "You don't want to drag me down, so you can drag them down with you? All of them have extraordinary aptitudes, and their futures are limitless. But now, they have to follow you and become fugitives? Are you crazy enough to bring a group of people with you?" We volunteered. Zhao Rou hurriedly explained. Senior, if you're afraid of death, you'd better stay away from us. Lu Yichen did not hold back. She was not familiar with Killing God Rose to begin with. I'm afraid of death? Killing God Rose's eyes widened. She had been in the Celestial Court for so many years, but no one had ever said that about her. What a cold, stupid girl. They've already made their choice. They're one with me. As for you, Senior, it's time for you to enjoy your old age. Gu Chen said casually. He had good intentions. After all, it was very difficult for the rose-killing god to accept what he was doing now. But if she continued to stay by his side with such an attitude, sooner or later, she would get into trouble. I'm already in my old age? You brat, don't you know how to respect your elders? The corner of Killing God Rosette's mouth twitched. She suddenly felt exhausted when she saw the group of people agreeing with Gu Chen. Forget it, I won't persuade you anymore. I give up. Since you want to die, I'll accompany you. Qing Lin asked me to protect you. This was the last promise he made with me before he died. I'll definitely keep it. Tell me, what are you planning to do next if you don't leave Luoyang? Killing God Rosette said weakly. She felt that what Gu Chen was doing now would make Huangfu Wuji feel pain, but it would not affect the situation much. The other party was already the ruler of the 9 states. Countless forces under him obeyed his orders. This was something that could not be changed. Although Gu Chen's actions during the ceremony had stirred up some waves in various places, none of the major forces dared to take the risk and overthrow the Huangfu clan. As the heat of this matter died down, Gu Chen's efforts would only turn into bubbles. The Huangfu clan's empire would eventually be stabilized. I plan to strike while the iron is hot. There's a military camp of the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture not far from Luoyang. I plan to uproot them. A cold light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he revealed his next step. It's too risky, you shouldn't. Killing God Rose subconsciously wanted to persuade him, but when she thought of her promise, she changed her words. What happens after I destroy the military camp? What else do you want to do? Do you think it's meaningful to do all this? Gu Chen fell silent. In reality, he was very clear that what he was doing now was just playing with fire. There was no way he could overthrow Huangfu Wuji's rule. It was just that the enemy was too powerful, and he was alone. What he could do was too limited. He made a move during the Ascension ceremony to destroy Huangfu Wuji's invincible image and incite the major forces to rebel. He publicly announced the Heavenly Execution Order, hoping to regroup the assassins of the Celestial Court and form the backbone of the resistance against Huangfu Wuji. But he was actually not confident about all of this. It could even be said that he was at a loss. The next step was to destroy the military camp of the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture. He wanted to destroy Huangfu Wuji's image on the foundation of the Ascension ceremony, and at the same time, damage their forces. But this was far from enough to shake the foundation of the other party's rule. All Gu Chen could do was to take one step at a time. I will continue fighting. As long as I am here, I will make sure Huangfu Wuji will never be able to sit on his throne. Gu Chen finally replied. It seems like you are also clear how powerful Huangfu Wuji is now, and how weak we are. You just don't want to compromise. Killing God. Rosette sighed. As long as we continue fighting, there will definitely be more people joining us. Zhao Rou said. The others nodded. They were very clear about how dangerous what they were doing was, and how slim the hope of overthrowing Huangfu Wuji was. But if they chose to give up, their lives would be meaningless. I understand. No matter how far I can go, I will accompany you in your madness. Killing God. Rose said seriously. Since they didn't care about their lives, they should continue to cause trouble. They would kill as many enemies as they could. The Overlord's bravery is unparalleled, but you should do something really big. I have a plan. Is the Overlord willing to listen? At this moment, a clear voice sounded outside the cave that everyone was hiding in. Gu Chen and the others looked at the entrance of the cave as if they were facing a formidable enemy. At such a critical juncture, it was very likely that the newcomer was an enemy. Tyrant, can we come in for a chat? The voice from before sounded again. The other party did not enter rashly and appeared very polite. Everyone could not help but look at each other. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and Killer God Rose's divine sense had already extended outside the cave. It's one of us. Killer God Rose's expression immediately relaxed when she saw who it was. Why are they together? Gu Chen frowned. There were a total of 3 people outside. He did not know one of them, but he was surprised to see the other 2 together. Please come in. Gu Chen thought for a while and said. The 3 people outside the cave slowly walked in. One of them was a sickly scholar, and the other 2 beside him were wearing the robes of a celestial court disciple. The other was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a gloomy aura. Ghost King, Yaij, long time no see. Killer God Rose looked at the 2 beside the sickly scholar and sighed. Greetings, Senior. The 2 greeted respectfully. He's the Ghost King? Gu Chen looked at the gloomy middle-aged man in surprise. Naturally, he knew Jiang Yaij. Although the person in the middle was a surprise, he had also seen him before. It was Jiang Yu of the Ming family, who had participated in the philosopher's banquet with him. As for the Ghost King, he was very famous among the golden assassins of the celestial court. When the leader of the Whale Alliance, Chou Feiyang, wanted to cause trouble for him, it was he who led people to warn him, which helped Gu Chen. Gu Chen had only heard of the Ghost King before, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. Gu Daozi, although I've seen you in secret before, this is the first time we've met. Hello. The Ghost King took the initiative to say to Gu Chen. The Ghost King, who has always been cold to others, actually took the initiative to talk to Gu Chen. The Rose Killer God was shocked when she saw this. She was not familiar with the Ghost King, but she knew that he was a loner in the celestial court and had always been a loner. The only person he had a close relationship with was Qing Lin. Qing Lin had helped him before. Gu Chen nodded as a form of greeting to the Ghost King. Then, his gaze fell on Jiang Yu. Why is Brother Jiang here? Come with the people of the celestial court. Jiang Yu's appearance here was too unexpected. Gu Chen was even more concerned about what he had said at the cave entrance. Ever since we witnessed Brother Gu's splendor during the ceremony, we've been rushing over to look for Brother Gu. As for where Brother Gu and the others are hiding, it was naturally calculated. Jiang Yu smiled. You can calculate my position? Gu Chen's eyes flickered. According to his own understanding, for some unknown reason, the fortune masters of the fated school had never been able to calculate anything about him. Even the old celestial emperor couldn't calculate anything about him using the Book of Heaven, let alone other people. Although this Jiang Yu had a superb physique, the astrology chess fate hand, Gu Chen didn't think he was stronger than the celestial emperor. He was suspicious at first. Brother Gu's physique is special, I can't calculate it. But with Yaij's help, I know who's around Brother Gu. After calculating their positions, I naturally know where Brother Gu is, Jiang Yu explained. Gu Chen's expression froze. If this Jiang Yu could use this method to calculate his position, didn't it mean that other fated masters could do it too? What's your relationship with Yaij? Rose Killer God asked curiously. Both of them had the surname Jiang. In the past, due to the huge difference in their statuses, it was impossible to connect them together. but now that they were here together, their identities were worth pondering. I'm also from the fated Jiang family. At this moment, Xianxia spoke and took off his mask. His appearance was somewhat similar to Jiang Yu, but his complexion was much better than Jiang Yu's. I was born in the Jiang family, but I wasn't interested in fated arts ever since I was young. I left home a long time ago, so very few people know about this. Jiang Yu and I are cousins, so everyone can trust him. Xianxia revealed his true appearance. His explanation made everyone come to a realization, and their wariness was greatly reduced. Gu Chen had an extremely good impression of Xianxia. Back in the imperial capital, if it wasn't for his help, Gu Chen might have been eliminated from the martial tournament by Huangfu Wuji. He wouldn't have had the chance to exchange blows with Huangfu Qingming. Xianxia's standpoint was the same as his. The Huangfu family also had a grudge against him. His words were worth believing. Brother Gu, this time, we're here to rely on you. In order to win your trust, I prepared 3 greeting gifts. Jiang Yu smiled when he saw that Gu Chen's wariness was gone. Brother Jiang, you're too polite. May I know what greeting gifts you have? Gu Chen asked casually. Brother Gu, you probably don't know that the imperial court is currently gathering a large number of diviners to deduce your mother's location, right? Jiang Yu's words caused Gu Chen's expression to change drastically. My mother, his emotions were momentarily disturbed. If they were targeting him, he was fearless, but if his mother was implicated because of him, it would be too late for regrets. Brother Gu, don't worry. I've already deceived Heaven's will. No matter how many diviners Huangfu Wuji finds, they won't be able to deduce your mother's location. In fact, they definitely won't be able to deduce anything related to you. This is the first greeting gift I'm giving you. Jiang Yu said confidently. Gu Chen's expression was shaken. Xianxia added, Little Yu is now the fated family's new prophet. Xiao Yu is now the new prophet of the family of fated fate. His mastery of fate arts is unparalleled in the continent. Why are you helping me? Gu Chen took a deep breath. He wasn't familiar with Jiang Yu. As far as he knew, the fated family and the celestial court didn't have any relations. Brother Gu, you probably don't know, but half a year ago, just a few days after the Luoyang martial tournament ended, my grandfather died. He was killed by Huangfu Wuji himself. He even took away his astrology fated hand. Jiang Yu's expression turned gloomy. Old Prophet Jiang predicted the Jiang family's calamity in advance and asked Jiang Yu and the Jiang family's bloodline to retreat first. Only then did they avoid being killed by the Nether God Palace, and they also brought a strong ally to the heavenly court. The Ghost King sighed and interrupted. Gu Chen understood why Jiang Yu was helping him. He didn't expect Huangfu Wuji to dare offend the fated family. This first greeting gift means a lot to me. Thank you, Brother Jiang. With the feelings of a son, Gu Chen bowed to Jiang Yu, his face full of gratitude. Brother Gu, there's no need to thank me so quickly. I still have 2 greeting gifts to give. Jiang Yu waved his hand. Since Prophet Jiang is so powerful, the second greeting gift should also be a surprise, right? Killing God Rose looked at Jiang Yu expectantly. This person's talent in fated arts was probably as monstrous as Gu Chen's talent in cultivation. The second greeting gift is more accurately, the Celestial Emperor's last words. How did you know about His Majesty's last words? Were you there when he fought with Huangfu Wuji? Killing God Rose asked excitedly. Jiang Yu shook his head. I was not fortunate enough to witness Heavenly Emperor's heroism. It was only a few months ago when I was doing astrology that I chanced upon the secret words Heavenly Emperor left behind. Jiang Yu's words made everyone look at each other. Fate arts had always been mysterious and complicated. They did not understand what Jiang Yu meant. Heavenly Emperor fought with the god of the underworld. Before he died, he used the power of the heavenly scripture to leave behind the secret he discovered about Huangfu Wuji. I guess it was due to the urgency of the situation that Heavenly Emperor did not have the strength to leave behind any true last words. He could only leave his discovery in the heavenly scripture. The heavenly scripture is connected to fate. A few months ago, when I was calculating the future of the continent, I intercepted the message he left behind. Jiang Yu's explanation was unbelievable. This kind of thing was unheard of. What kind of secret was it that His Majesty left behind even in death? Killing God, Rose murmured. Heavenly Emperor has lived for 9,000 years. He is the longest-lived human in the Kunlun continent. His strength is unfathomable. Do you know why he lost to Huangfu Wuji? Xianxia said meaningfully. It should be because Huangfu Wuji grasped the Kunlun the Arch Sword? The Kunlun the Arch Sword is indeed a major factor, but the fundamental reason is that Huangfu Wuji's physique has surpassed the common understanding of the continent's cultivators. He has 7 types of extreme organs. Other than the Tyrant ether bone, his scarlet eye is also an extreme organ. He even seized my grandfather's astrology hand and transplanted it into his body. The continent we live in is very special. Cultivators can only cultivate to the peak of the heaven realm. If they want to advance further, they will encounter the celestial decay, and it is impossible for them to advance further. And Huangfu Wuji relied on the 7 extreme organs to surpass many saints since ancient times. Although it is impossible for him to advance further, he is already an uncrowned king. That is why Heavenly Emperor lost. Xianxia revealed the true reason for Heavenly Emperor's defeat. Everyone's expression changed. 7 extreme organs? This is completely against common sense. How could Huangfu Wuji do it? Killing God, Rose cried out. Gu Chen's mind was also violently shaken. At the same time, he recalled what Lan Chu had said to him. One of the biggest reasons why Lan Chu ran away from her marriage and went to Yuzhou to look for Samsara cultivator was to investigate Huangfu Wuji's secret. Back then, Lan Chu had said that Huangfu Wuji was born with a pair of scarlet eyes. That was a type of trash physique, and the Tyrant ether bone was transplanted later on. Because at that time, Lan Chu wasn't sure if Huangfu Wuji's scarlet eyes were really organs of extreme Tao, and many things happened after that. Gu Chen didn't take this matter to heart. However, when he heard Xianxia say that Huangfu Wuji possessed 7 types of extreme Tao organs, he suddenly recalled this matter. It was likely that Huangfu Wuji's abnormality had already appeared a long time ago, but it wasn't discovered by everyone. After all, this matter was too illogical, and no one would believe it. Having so many extreme Tao organs does sound terrifying. Even the Heavenly Emperor wasn't sure how Huangfu Wuji did it until his death. Xianxia revealed a bitter smile. However, according to the information left behind by the Heavenly Emperor, this matter might be related to the human experiments conducted by the man with a bamboo hat. The Underworld God Palace has been searching for extreme Tao organs for so many years and capturing people for research. Perhaps the main reason was because of Huangfu Wuji. They wanted to accumulate experience for successfully transplanting 7 types of extreme Tao organs. And half a year ago, they finally succeeded. That's why they launched a thunderous operation, resulting in the current situation. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. What Xianxia said was closely related to everyone present. Lu Yichen and Chao Xianbin were the victims of the man with the bamboo hat's human experiments, and Zhao Rou and the other girls were also victims of the Underworld God Palace's desire to obtain the Tyrant ether bone. Now that the truth was out, everyone was furious, but at the same time, they felt a sense of helplessness. Huangfu Wuji has both the Tyrant ether bone and astrology life hand. These are 2 superb physiques. And according to the standards of the Underworld God Palace's sacrificial son, his other 5 extreme Tao organs are probably not simple either. Prophet Jiang, the second greeting gift you brought me doesn't make me feel good. Killing God, Rose smiled bitterly. Xianxia shook his head. Although this news is heavy, we can only think of a way to deal with Huangfu Wuji if we know about it in advance. Moreover, although Huangfu Wuji is invincible now, the Heavenly Emperor left us a chance of survival before his death. He is no longer perfect. What did the Heavenly Emperor do? Xianxia then told them about how the Heavenly Emperor used the Heavenly Scripture to seal Huangfu Wuji's fate Tao divination ability. If the Heavenly Emperor didn't seal Huangfu Wuji's ability, Brother Gu's operation during the Ascension ceremony would not have succeeded. Even in death, the Heavenly Emperor was still thinking for the future generations. His foresight is truly admirable. Xianxia said sincerely. Thank you. This is information that the Heavenly Emperor exchanged his life for. It's very important to me. Gu Chen said, appreciating Xianxu's kindness for the second greeting gift. Where's the third greeting gift? The gift this time should make people happy, right? Huang Pingzhang asked. The third gift is Princess Lanchu. As soon as Jiang Yu spoke, Gu Chen's expression changed. When the Middle-earth royal family was destroyed, Princess Lanchu didn't die in the Sea of Fire as rumored. According to my divination, she should have been saved by a mutated beast. And according to the investigation, a green bull descended from the sky that night. It should have saved Princess Lanchu. Princess Lanchu didn't die. She's currently wandering outside, hiding from the pursuit of the Huangfu clan. I've already divined her approximate location and ordered my Jiang clan to bring her back. It's a pity that I'm in a rush to meet Brother Gu. This greeting gift will probably arrive a little later. Jiang Yu told Gu Chen the ins and outs of the matter. After listening to him, Gu Chen could not help but smile. Lanchu didn't die, she didn't die. Gu Chen thought that he would never be able to see her again in this life. He didn't expect fate to play a joke on him. Brother Jiang is truly a prodigy in the Fate Dao. These 3 greeting gifts are truly amazing. Gu Chen said sincerely. If Brother Gu is satisfied with my 3 gifts, can we discuss Brother Gu's next plan now? Jiang Yu said. Brother Jiang, please. Only then did Gu Chen realize that the 3 guests were still standing. He invited them in. Everyone sat on the ground and started chatting with Gu Chen and Jiang Yu in the center. Brother Gu's performance during Huangfu Wuji's ascension ceremony was indeed stunning. It's also a good start for us to overthrow his rule. But if we continue to find trouble with him and destroy his army, I'm afraid it won't be meaningful. Jiang Yu sat down and spoke bluntly. What is Brother Zhang's opinion? I would like to hear the details. Brother Gu, what do you think of the world situation now? Jiang Yu didn't say it directly, but asked first. Huangfu Wuji has already unified the 9 states. 1 house, 2 halls, 3 clans, 4 holy lands, and 5 sacred sects are all under his command. The Underworld God Palace and Acheron Tower have also joined forces to rule the Dark World. Gu Chen was expressionless as he objectively stated the facts. Huangfu Wuji's power is so high that it far surpasses that of the Middle-earth's royal family. That's right. The world situation is like this, and we're alone. At first glance, it's like throwing an egg against a rock if we want to become enemies with Huangfu Wuji. Jiang Yu echoed, then changed the topic. But it doesn't mean that we don't have a chance. Where will the chance come from? Gu Chen pondered. Huangfu Wuji's ambition is great, and he definitely won't stop at unifying the 9 states. Next, he will wage war everywhere and threaten all the clans of the continent. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Jiang Yu's words made Gu Chen's eyes flicker. You want me to unite all the clans? That's right. Jiang Yu coughed lightly. The East Wasteland Ghost Race, the South Mountains Demon Race, the North Plains Demon Race, and the West Desert Stone Race. If we can unite these 4 clans, the gap between us and Huangfu Wuji will be greatly reduced. At the same time, this is only the first step. What about the second step? The crowd didn't express their opinions and listened attentively. The second step is naturally to rebuild the Celestial Court and find the 9-fold palace that disappeared. Although the Celestial Court is destroyed, most of its combat power is still preserved. Right now, it's just a pile of loose sand without a leader. Besides, there's still the third step. I sent people to bring back Princess Lanchu. Apart from giving Brother Gu a gift, it's also for this step. Princess Lanchu is the only surviving bloodline of the Ji royal family. She's the legitimate heir of the world, and she still has followers in the 9 states. If we fight against Huangfu Wuji, with Princess Lanchu around, we can try our best to gain allies in the 9 states. If the first 3 steps are successful, then the balance of forces between us and Huangfu Wuji will completely change. At that time, as long as we resolve the 4th step, which is to find the weakness of Huangfu Wuji's physique, then Huangfu Wuji's doomsday will arrive. This 4-step plan is what Brother Gu should be doing. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he started coughing and almost coughed up blood. Jiang Yij hurried forward and patted his back. Only then did he recover. Gu Chen and the others were silent for a while, seriously thinking about Jiang Yu's proposal. What Jiang Yu said made sense. In a situation where Huangfu Wuji was so powerful, they could only try their best to find allies. However, could things be as simple as he thought? Jiang, Xiao, but I say, Jiang, Chen, Emperor, Saint, I master you, and you, Chen, and God. Is. The first step of your plan feels like a fantasy. As for the second step, rebuilding the celestial court is what we want to do. However, the nine-tiered heavens has already disappeared. Where are we going to find it? The third step is possible, but it has to be built on the success of the first two steps. So, it's meaningless to talk about it now. As for the fourth step, I have no idea how to defeat Huangfu Wuji, who is 7 extreme Dao organs. Killer God Rosette had always been a straightforward person. Her words were basically saying that Jiang Yu's plan had no chance of being realized. It was just an armchair strategy. Jiang Yu didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. Senior, in the past, it was indeed impossible to form an alliance with the 4 foreign races. But now, the situation is different. All the foreign races are facing the threat of Huangfu Wuji. As long as a suitable person appears, they might be able to unite. As for this candidate, I believe that no one is more suitable than Brother Gu. He is the only person in the entire continent who can unite the 5 tribes. Jiang Yu said with certainty. His confidence in Guchen was surprising. Brother Jiang, you think too highly of me. Guchen frowned. He rarely interacted with the 4 great races. Where did Jiang Yu get his confidence from? Even the reincarnated first Dragon Emperor of the Middle Earth Empire couldn't do it. Brother Gu, you have a good relationship with the Stone Race's young master, Shi Jian, right? Jiang Yu said meaningfully. As far as I know, Shi Jian has a noble bloodline and a high status in the Stone Race. He came to Badu a few days ago, trying to get on good terms with the new royal family and improve the relationship between the 2 races. But he ran into a wall. If we use him as a starting point, we might be able to form an alliance with the Western Desert Stone Race. As for the Southern Mountains Demon Race, Brother Gu is indebted to Demon King Sun Jinming. Especially this white ape beside you. His relationship with the Southern Ape Demon Race is even more unusual, right? Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but look at the white ape. The white ape shrugged, looking innocent as if he didn't know what relationship he had with the Southern Mountains Demon Race. Although the actual process won't be easy, with Brother Gu's connections with these 2 races, you already have the possibility of success. Jiang Yu was all smiles. Now that he said that, everyone felt that it might actually be possible. What about the Eastern Barren Ghost Race and the Northern Plains Demon Race? As far as I know, Guchen has never had any contact with the Demon Race. As for the Eastern Barren Ghost Race, they haven't appeared in the world for many years. It's said that because of their small population, they went extinct long ago. Killing God Rose asked. If Brother Gu can convince the 3 foreign races, then I believe it won't be difficult to convince the Demon Race. The most important thing is actually the Eastern Barren Ghost Race. They are the first and most important step of the entire plan. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. That's why the Ghost King came with me today. Everyone looked at the Ghost King. What did Jiang Yu mean by that? I'm actually from the Ghost Race. The Ghost King's first sentence shocked everyone. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the Ghost King's long hair danced in the wind. 2 sharp horns appeared on his head, the symbol of the Ghost Race. The Eastern Barren Ghost Race didn't go extinct. Instead, they survived through a special method. The Ghost King spat out the shocking truth. The Underworld Tower, one of the 3 great dark forces of the continent, was actually founded by us Ghost Race. The Lord of Underworld Tower is the Ghost Emperor of our Ghost Race. Everyone's expression changed. Killing God Rose's expression turned gloomy. The Lord of Underworld Tower has already allied with the Underworld God Palace. If that's the case, the Ghost Race belongs to Huangfu Wuji. How can we form an alliance? Ghost King, your identity is also worth considering. Who can guarantee that you're not a spy from the Underworld Tower? The Ghost King shook his head. Senior, the Lord of Underworld Tower I'm talking about is not the current one. The current one is from the Yen clan. The Ghost Emperor of our Ghost Race is the first Lord of Underworld Tower. Senior Qing Lin also knows about this. As long as we can invite the Ghost Emperor, with his rallying power, the Underworld Tower will quickly leave the Underworld God Palace and work with the Celestial Court. As long as the Celestial Court and the Underworld Tower work together, the situation in the Dark World will be completely reversed. It's not an exaggeration to say that our plan has succeeded halfway. Killing God Rose was skeptical. You've said so much. Where is the First Lord of Underworld Tower? I've never heard of him. A rare smile appeared on the Ghost King's cold face. He's currently in the Ghastly Ruins. Brother Gu should have already met him. Ghastly Ruins? Due to some reasons, the Ghost Emperor sealed himself in the Ghastly Ruins for countless years. Ever since he left the Underworld Tower that he built, the Yen family, which used to be the slaves of the Ghost race, seized the opportunity to grow rapidly. The current master of Underworld is from the Yen family. Ghost King told the whole story. This was the absolute secret of the Underworld Tower. It was difficult for outsiders to know. Gu Chen couldn't help but look at Lu Yichen. The Yen family did rise from the Ghost race, but I know nothing about the Underworld Tower being built by the Ghost race. Lu Yichen knew what Gu Chen wanted to ask and answered. She had been deceived into becoming a member of the Yen family for a long time. She only knew that the relationship between the Underworld Tower and the Yen family wasn't ordinary, but she couldn't know such a secret. Ever since the Yen family rose, they have been trying to play down the fact that they were once slaves of the Ghost race. The Ghost Emperor has left for many years and the Yen family has developed for countless generations. Gradually, the descendants lost their respect for the Ghost Emperor. Especially after the Master of Underworld appeared in the Yen family, they hated the fact that they were slaves of the Ghost race. They have been trying to build a glorious image in the Underworld Tower. Only a few people know about the relationship between the Ghost race and the Underworld Tower. The Ghost King explained that this matter evolved too long ago. Since the Ghost Emperor has been gone for so long, the Yen family is already very powerful in the Underworld Tower. Why do you say that the Underworld Tower will change sides when the Ghost Emperor appears? After all, so much time has passed. The Ghost Emperor's influence shouldn't exist anymore, right? Killer Rose said thoughtfully. Ghost King smiled. The reason why the Underworld Tower can become one of the 3 dark forces on the continent is because of the Yen family's development and strength. The Ghost Emperor controls this source. The Yen family has just forgotten the fear of being controlled by the Ghost Emperor. They can rely on Huangfu Wuji now, but when the Ghost Emperor appears, they have no choice but to surrender. The Ghost King spoke with such certainty, causing everyone to have more confidence in the Ghost Emperor. If the Underworld Tower really betrayed the Underworld God Palace and cooperated with the Celestial Court, it would indeed change the power structure of the Dark World and affect the entire continent. However, everyone recalled that the Ghost Emperor was in the Ghastly Ruins, which was rumored to be a place with no chance of survival. They immediately calmed down. One can only enter the Ghastly Ruins, but there's no way out. Don't tell me you want my sect master to risk his life to invite the Ghost Emperor? Huang Pingzhong voiced out his worries. Since the Ghost Emperor has sealed himself in the Ghastly Ruins for so many years and allowed the Underworld Tower to be controlled by the Yen family, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to ask him to come out, right? Wei Qizhong also said. It's indeed extremely difficult to invite the Ghost Emperor. It's almost impossible. Jiang Yu calmly replied, but as I said before, Brother Gu is the only one who can unite the 5 great tribes of the continent. Only he can ask the Ghost Emperor to come out of seclusion. Shouldn't the Ghost King be able to do this? Is there any special connection between Gu Chen and the Ghost Emperor? Everyone looked at Gu Chen in shock. Even Gu Chen himself was confused as to where Jiang Yu's judgment came from. Although the Ghost Emperor and I are both from the Ghost race, the Ghost race is different from the human race. We've never been bound by blood. As for the Ghost Emperor, his personality is even more unfathomable. If not for that, no matter how bad the Eastern Baron Ghost race's reproductive abilities are, they wouldn't have fallen to the point where they're on the verge of extinction. The Ghost King sighed. Compared to the Ghost race, the Southern Mountains Demon race and the Western Desert Stone race were much more united. That was why they'd been prosperous all these years and firmly controlled a region. Even you can't ask the Ghost Emperor to come out of seclusion. How can my sect master do it? Zhao Rou and the other girls were even more worried. They didn't want Gu Chen to risk his life. The Ghost Emperor treats Brother Gu differently. Everyone, don't worry too much. Jiangyu looked at Gu Chen. Brother Gu should know this the best, right? Gu Chen shook his head. I don't know at all. This, Jiangyu and the Ghost King couldn't help but look at each other. Had their judgment been wrong? Daozi Gu, do you remember when you gave Senior Qinglin the Nining Stone? The Ghost King hurriedly asked. Gu Chen nodded. Beside him, Huang Pingzhong was even more emotional. It was because of the Nining Stone that he had the chance to get to know Gu Chen. Gu Chen also had a connection with the Celestial Court. It could be said that it played a very strange role in the cause and effect of the entire matter. The Nining Stone is an item of extreme mean. It doesn't have much use for Senior Qinglin. Back then, he bought it mainly for me. When Daozi Gu and Senior Qinglin met for the first time, I was actually observing them from the shadows. The Ghost King opened his mouth. Very few people in this world can walk out of the ghastly ruins alive. Back then, Daozi Gu was only at the Transcendent Realm, but he actually walked out alive. That's why Senior Qinglin and I deduced that you have some special connection with the Ghost Emperor. Gu Chen suddenly understood. No wonder killing God Qinglin paid so much attention to him. So there was this layer of reason. However, the Ghost King was probably wrong. Although he walked out of the ghastly ruins alive, he actually didn't see the Ghost Emperor. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you too. I didn't have any communication with the Ghost Emperor. Gu Chen shook his head and answered honestly. That shouldn't be possible. Jiangyu frowned. Brother Gu, you should know that there's no way out of the ghastly ruins. Even those who are lucky enough to come out will meet with misfortune soon after and die a strange death. None of that happened to you. Then I can only say that I'm lucky. It doesn't prove that I have any connection with the Ghost Emperor. Gu Chen replied. Once is luck, but twice can't be luck, right? Jiangyu couldn't help but laugh. Twice? What do you mean? Gu Chen didn't understand. Half a year ago, when Brother Gu fought with Huangfu Qingming, the Ghost Emperor actually secretly helped you. Jiangyu said something shocking. Gu Chen was moved. What do you mean? Since I'm going to follow Brother Gu, I have to be honest about this. Otherwise, if Brother Gu finds out about this in the future, you'll inevitably be wary of the Jiang family. Jiangyu spoke slowly. The reason Huangfu Qingming was born with a natural Dao physique and karmic luck was because my grandfather had defied the heavens and changed his fate under the assistance of the man in the bamboo hat. So the Jiang family worked with the Huangfu family? Everyone's expression changed slightly. They were just suspecting the relationship between the Ghost King and Acheron Tower, but they didn't expect the Jiang family's identity to be unclear as well. It's a long story. My grandfather was confused for a moment. Jiangyu couldn't help but feel sad when he thought of his grandfather. Back then, my grandfather was wholeheartedly pursuing the peak of fate arts. Man with a bamboo hat saw through the flaw in his heart and said that with his understanding of the human body and my grandfather's fate arts, he could artificially create a superb constitution. That's how Huangfu Qingming, the genius of the 9 states, came into being. With his luck, the Huangfu clan became stronger and stronger. My grandfather has always regretted this. I originally thought that Huangfu Qingming's rise was destined to be unstoppable. Who would have thought that Brother Gu would defeat Huangfu Qingming in the Imperial Martial Arts competition? At that time, my grandfather observed the disappearance of Huangfu Qingming's luck. After investigation, he determined that it was because he entered the ghastly ruins and his luck was destroyed by the Ghost Emperor. That's why he lost so miserably. In this matter, Brother Gu indirectly received help from the Ghost Emperor. Do you think this is interesting? After Jiangyu finished speaking, many people were dumbfounded. So there was such a hidden story. Didn't they say that even if one was lucky enough to leave the ghastly ruins, he would still encounter misfortune? Perhaps Huangfu Qingming was just like the others, just that he didn't die mysteriously and was killed by my sect leader. Huang Pingzhong pondered. That's indeed possible. But why did Huangfu Qingming's luck disappear after entering the ghastly ruins, while Brother Gu's luck is endless? All the signs show that the Ghost Emperor indeed treats Brother Gu differently. Brother Gu might not know the reason, but the Ghost Emperor definitely knows. He helped you twice, so he might help you a third time. So I think Brother Gu is the only one who can ask him to help. Everyone was speechless. They had to admit that what Xianxia said was very reasonable. Originally, everyone thought that uniting the four major foreign races was a fantasy. But after his analysis, they realized that it was really possible. Although Guchen was still confused by the Ghost Emperor's behavior, he couldn't help but think about it. Originally, he couldn't think of a way to go against Huangfu Wuji's powerful forces, so he could only use extreme methods to take revenge. But with Xiangyu's guidance, he finally saw the hope of overthrowing Huangfu Wuji. Uniting the four major foreign races was very difficult, but it was indeed possible. "Brother Jiang, please tell me the whole plan again," Guchen said seriously. Xiangyue nodded and his eyes lit up. "The first step of the four-step plan is to unite the four foreign races. This matter can only be carried out by Brother Gu. This matter cannot be delayed. After all, if Huangfu Wuji is given the time to break through the various regions one by one, then the opportunity will never return. The second step is to rebuild the celestial court. The nine-tiered heavens has already disappeared, and I have no idea how to find it. However, it disappeared because of the celestial emperor, and not because it was destroyed by the underworld god palace. Perhaps when the time is right, it will return to the human world by itself. But where there's a will, there's a way. We can still work hard. Send someone to contact the old party of the celestial court and gather people as soon as possible. The third step of the plan is to use Princess Lanchu's name to unite the forces of the 9 states and suppress Huangfu Wuji together. We are already looking for Princess Lanchu. I believe we will be able to bring her back soon. If the first 3 steps of the plan succeed, then we will encircle and annihilate Huangfu Wuji from the outside to the inside, from the light to the dark. Jiangyu's impassioned speech caused everyone's blood to boil. They were about to do something big, something that no one in the Kunlun continent had ever done before. However, I still don't have a clue about the 4th step of the plan. The 7 extreme organs are too shocking. After Xiangyue finished explaining the first 3 steps of the plan, he was somewhat speechless at the 4th step. No matter how wise and far-sighted he was, no matter how proficient he was in divination, he still felt helpless when facing Huangfu Wuji who he could not divine. This 4th step was mainly to deal with Huangfu Wuji himself. After destroying all of his forces, Huangfu Wuji was still a peak expert of the continent. If they could not find the weakness of his constitution, even if they had a lot of allies to help them, there would still be heavy casualties. I might have a way to deal with this 4th step. Guchen thought for a while and suddenly said. Brother Gu has a way? Xiangyue was shocked. Yes, but first we have to find the unfettered samsara. He might be able to point us in the right direction. Guchen said. The unfettered samsara was a famous Tao plant master in the 9 states. He might be able to explain the profoundness of Huangfu Wuji's constitution. I have heard of the unfettered samsara before. Although he is a famous Tao plant master, I'm afraid he cannot compare to the man with a bamboo hat. Xiangyue said hesitantly. He has something on him that might be the key. Guchen murmured. He thought of the unique book of incomplete heaven and incomplete earth that old monster Duan mentioned. Huangfu Wuji became rich after he obtained the tyrannical ether bone. If it was as Lanchu said, that he really had a trash constitution before, then the key to him possessing so many organs at the same time might be related to the tyrannical ether bone. And old monster Duan had said that incomplete heaven and incomplete earth might be able to uncover the secret of the tyrannical ether bone. Guchen had a feeling that all of this had a cause and effect connection. Perhaps finding the unfettered samsara would be the breakthrough of the 4th step of the plan. Guchen said his thoughts, and Jiangyu's eyes gradually lit up. If that's the case, then the unfettered samsara is indeed the key. Guchen shook his head. Unfortunately, the unfettered samsara roamed the world. I couldn't find him even after searching for him twice. That was before. Now that I am here, it shouldn't be hard to find him. Xiangyue smiled confidently. If that's the case, the 4th step of the plan is clear. But these things need to be done by people, so I'm afraid we'll have to act separately. Xiangyue suggested. The matter of uniting the 4 clans can only be left to Brother Gu, and the Ghost King has to accompany him to the ghastly ruins. So I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Senior Rose and you to contact the old subordinates of the Celestial Court. Xiangyue said after some consideration. I understand. I'll think of a way to contact Vermilion Bird, Curly Sickle, and the other killing gods. With them around, it'll be much easier to gather the old subordinates. Killing God Rose nodded. I'll think of a way to contact the other two Taoists and the many prospective Taoists. They should have a large number of subordinates under them. Xianxia added. Princess Lan Chu is already on her way. Then, the only thing left is to find the unfettered samsara. I'll handle this personally. Jiang Yu smiled. Gu Chen looked at the positive attitude of the group and felt warmth in his heart. The day before, he was still at a loss. But when he suddenly turned around, he found that he had unknowingly gathered such a group of reliable companions. With them by his side, he felt as if his body was filled with endless power. Gu Chen looked at the group and took a deep breath. His eyes became deep and bright. Brother Jiang, although you're proficient in fate arts, your body is a bit weak. Old Zhong, you two accompany Brother Jiang to find the unfettered samsara and protect him. He looked at Jiang Yu first and said considerately. Then I'll do as you say. Daoist Yuqi, Daoist Zhong, I'll be troubling you in the future. Jiang Yu didn't stand on ceremony and greeted the two of them. Yuqi Zhong and Huang Pingzhong naturally had no objections to Gu Chen's arrangement. Only Huang Pingzhong's mouth twitched as he emphasized. The old man's surname is Huang. Senior Rose, Yaij, if you want to contact the old subordinates of the Celestial Court, you'll need to have the ability to move quickly. Fatty, you'll accompany the two of them. Gu Chen said. With Fatty's teleportation ability, the two of them could save a lot of time. Got it. Chao Xianbin readily agreed. The rest of you, follow me to the ghastly ruins to pay a visit to the Ghost Emperor. As for Lan Chu, let me know as soon as there's any news. Gu Chen made all the arrangements. The group nodded. This arrangement was very reasonable and showed his ability to command the whole situation. Just as Gu Chen's group split into 3 groups and began to move, a carriage had just stopped outside the True Martial Academy. An elegant woman got off the carriage with the help of a pretty servant girl. Beside her was an average-looking female guard with a slightly cold expression on her face. The 3 of them entered the academy together. On the way, the female guard was vigilant of her surroundings. Miss Yang, this is the academy. Don't be too nervous, or it will easily arouse suspicion. The woman said calmly. Hearing this, Yang Zhen realized that she had overreacted and shook her head with a bitter smile. Madam is right. I've been a little paranoid these past few days. As a former golden assassin of the Celestial Court, Yang Zhen was originally very good at disguising herself. However, ever since the Tyrant made a scene at the coronation ceremony of the new emperor and was wanted by the entire continent, she had become particularly nervous. The situation had changed. With the return of the Tyrant, the situation had become more difficult than when the Celestial Court had just been destroyed. Her task as a guard had become even more important. Thank you, Miss Yang, for the past 6 months. The Celestial Court is gone, but you've always been by my side and little Chio's side. Xianxia sighed. Madam, you don't have to be so courteous. I've benefited a lot from following you. Yang Zhen quickly said. In the beginning, she only acted as a guard by his mother's side to befriend Gu Daozi. However, after getting along with her for the past 6 months, she gradually respected her. This woman was a legend in her eyes. Although she was unarmed, she was knowledgeable. In the past, she thought that the scholarly Confucian scholars were useless and that they would be doomed if they encountered an enemy. However, ever since she saw Madame Gu subduing a terrifying demon beast with the sage's words in a certain mountain, she was shocked and changed her view. Now, she followed Xianxia not only because of the Tyrant's request, but also because of her subconscious decision. Madam, why did we come to the True Martial Academy? There are so many people here. It would be bad if we were discovered. Little Chio said softly from the side with a worried expression. Ever since she saw her young master's wanted order in the city where they stayed yesterday, she had lost her former innocence. Little Chio, didn't you say yesterday that you were afraid that young master would be alone and helpless and wanted to go find him? Xianxia smiled. That's right. Young master is now wanted by the whole world. The whole world wants to bully him. He must be having a hard time. Little Chio is so worried about him. Little Chiu murmured with reddened eyes. It's just that little Chiu doesn't know anything and can't help young master at all. We came to the True Martial Academy to find a helper for the young master. Xianxia gently rubbed little Chiu's head. Yi Qingshuang stayed in her room, trying to get rid of all the distracting thoughts and cultivate. But no matter how she tried, a man's face would constantly appear in her mind, causing her to feel uneasy and greatly reducing the efficiency of her cultivation. This situation had been going on for many days, ever since she saw Huangfu Wuji's ascension ceremony through the water mirror stone. During the enthronement ceremony, the young man declared war on the new emperor, declared war on the entire world. His courage was deeply imprinted in her heart. She thought he was already dead, and her heart was slowly accepting this reality. But she didn't expect that he would unexpectedly return, just like the most indomitable hero in her dreams. What's going on? Yi Qingshuang was distraught. Since that day, she couldn't cultivate seriously anymore. In the past 6 months, she had finally stepped into the Qing realm after painstakingly cultivating. Now, she was second to none in the True Martial Academy. But this didn't bring her any sense of accomplishment. She knew that compared to him, these halos were insignificant. Rewarding 100 cities and conferring the title of Marquis. Such a huge reward will definitely attract a large number of experts. He's alone now, I wonder if he can handle it? What am I thinking about? I no longer have any relationship with him. I'm just a stranger. Yi Qingshuang gritted her teeth. She realized that she had become abnormally conflicted. It was because of this contradiction that she was distraught these days, as if she was about to go berserk. Qingshuang, you have a visitor. At this time, Mu Ziyu suddenly knocked on the door of Yi Qingshuang's room. Who is it? I don't want to see him. Yi Qingshuang snapped out of her messy thoughts. Oh, it's a woman with an extraordinary way of talking. She said her surname is Shen. After Mu Ziyu answered, Yi Qingshuang was shocked. In her own courtyard, Yi Qingshuang saw Shen Yushu with a complicated expression. Everyone else had been sent away. At this moment, only the two of them were talking alone. Madame Gu, I didn't expect you to come find me. Yi Qingshuang said softly. Seeing this woman who almost became her mother-in-law again, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Do you have any news about Gu Chen? After a while, she mustered up the courage to take the initiative to ask about Gu Chen. Right now, the whole world is trying to capture my son. Miss Yi should know about this, right? Shen Yushu looked at Yi Qingshuang with deep meaning in his eyes. Yi Qingshuang nodded. I came here today for nothing else but to ask Miss Yi to fulfill the agreement we made in the past. Shen Yushu went straight to the point. Yi Qingshuang's expression turned cold. Back then in Wuchen sect, you and I agreed that if Chen Er won against you in the Rising Dragon ceremony, you would be his maid. I wonder if this still counts. Now that Chen Er is alone and needs help, I have something I need you to do. Are you willing to help me? After Shen Yushu finished, he silently looked at Yi Qingshuang. Yi Qingshuang was stunned on the spot and did not speak for a long time. Madame Gu, don't you dislike me? Yi Qingshuang raised her head after a long time, her eyes were a little moist. When Shen Yushu asked her to fulfill the agreement, she suddenly understood the reason why she had been feeling uneasy these days. She did not want to continue to stay in True Martial Academy. She wanted to rush to that man's side, even if she had to go to hell with him. However, her pride did not allow her to do so. She was also afraid that the man would reject her and dislike her. Because of this contradiction, she was suffering. After Shen Yushu opened his mouth and made a request, all of this suddenly became natural. She seemed to have found an excuse for herself and finally let down her guard. Back then, you and Chen Er were just a fight between a young man and a young woman. Now that you have all grown up. I still remember that when you were young, you also followed behind Chen Er and called him Big Brother Chen. Shen Yushu looked at Yi Qingshuang gently. Yi Qingshuang's tears could no longer be stopped at this moment. They rolled down and her voice was choked with sobs. Madame Gu, I am willing to abide by our agreement. Even if I have to go to hell, I want to follow by his side. Eastern Wilderness, outside the ghastly ruins. Gu Chen, the Ghost King, and the 8 women had finally arrived at their destination after many days of traveling. The deserted ancient city came into view. Even though it was noon, they could still feel the eeriness of the place as soon as they approached. The Ghost Emperor's temperament is hard to understand. Too many people entering the ghastly ruins might annoy him. He might not kill Gudaozi, but he won't treat the others well. It's safest for you all to stay outside. The Ghost King looked at Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the others. The 8 women looked at each other, worried that Guchen would enter alone. Don't worry with the Ghost King accompanying me. You guys stay on guard around the ghastly ruins until we come out. Guchen said with a calm look on his face. The 8 women could only nod their heads at his words. So Guchen and the Ghost King walked into the ghastly ruins side by side, accompanied by White Ape. The city walls were old and mottled, and many buildings looked as if they were soaked in black blood. Guchen stepped into the ghastly ruins again, but he still felt an indescribable eeriness. He didn't relax. Although Jiangyu speculated that the Ghost Emperor treated him differently, this was a dangerous place after all. Any mistake could lead to disaster. I haven't been here for a long time. The Ghost King looked at the deathly silent city and sighed. According to the legends left behind by our ancestors, the ghastly ruins is the birthplace of the ghost race. However, since the Ghost Emperor sealed himself here, it's not easy for us to come here. The last time I came here, I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and urgently needed the help of the Nining Stone. That time, I encountered the Ghost Emperor and was warned not to come here again. Since then, I haven't come back. From the Ghost King's words, Guchen learned about the Ghost Emperor. The ghost race was indeed unkind. Logically speaking, there were very few ghost race on the continent now. The Ghost Emperor should have treated the Ghost King differently, but he didn't expect that the Ghost Emperor would forbid him from entering as he pleased. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that he had to deal with a great enemy like Huangfu Wuji and that he had Guchen by his side, the Ghost King wouldn't have dared to enter rashly, fearing that he would be killed by the Ghost Emperor who didn't even care about his own kin. The Ghost Emperor described by the Ghost King had an eccentric personality and was extremely difficult to get along with. Guchen realized that it would not be easy to convince him to leave the mountain. The two of them slowly walked into the city. From time to time, they could see shadows flashing past the abandoned buildings. There were wandering ghosts spying on them. Let's stay here. I don't know where the Ghost Emperor is, but if he's willing to see us, he'll come out. The Ghost King stopped and said. Guchen nodded, looked at the empty street, and said in a clear voice. Junior Guchen requests an audience with Senior Ghost Emperor. I beg to see. Senior Ghost Emperor, I beg to see Senior Ghost Emperor. His voice spread far and wide, producing an echo in this desolate ancient city. The ghost shadows in the surrounding buildings moved slightly, as if they had been disturbed by Guchen. There was no response for a long time, so Guchen repeated his call a few more times. The only answer he got was the dead silence of the city. This isn't good. The Ghost King's expression was grim. They were betting that the Ghost Emperor would treat Guchen differently. That was why they dared to come here. However, the Ghost Emperor did not respond. It was not because he was not around or that he did not sense it. If he did not respond, it meant that he did not want to care. Guchen did not give up. He continued to repeat his words over and over again. Unfortunately, the entire ghastly ruins was filled with his echo. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The Ghost King opened his mouth. He wanted to say that they were going to fail, but the words were stuck in his throat. Contacting the Ghost Emperor was the most important first step of the plan. If they returned in failure without even meeting the other party, it would be a huge blow to the entire plan. It's daytime now. Maybe Senior Ghost Emperor is not willing to show himself. Guchen said. He then sat down and decided to ask for an audience when it was dark. This time, he had to meet the Ghost Emperor no matter what. This was related to the overall situation. Soon, the sky turned dark. The moon rose high up in the sky. Looking at it from the ghastly ruins, there was a hint of green. The ghosts and monsters in the city, wandering corpses, and lonely souls also began to move. Junior Guchen requests an audience with Senior Ghost Emperor. Guchen spoke loudly again. His voice spread throughout the city. His voice was like thunder. It immediately alerted a large number of wandering ghosts in the city. Woo, a chilly wind blew and whimpering sounds could be heard. In the darkness, green-armored skeletons, winged wandering corpses, and other unknown existences gathered in the direction where Guchen was. There was even the neighing of war horses in the distance. A large number of ghost soldiers passed through the streets, as if to punish the intruders who had broken the peace. Scram! The Ghost King showed a murderous expression when he saw the many dark creatures. The sharp horn on his head faintly emitted a blood-red glow. He was originally a king of the ghost race. He did not fear these dark existences at all. Once he was angry, a large number of ghosts showed fear in their eyes. They all retreated into the darkness. The ghost race was good at manipulating souls and refining corpses. The Ghost King suppressed the wandering ghosts that tried to get close. Meanwhile, Guchen repeatedly requested to see the Ghost Emperor. His voice became louder and louder. Countless ghosts in the ghastly ruins were awakened. Energy rushed into the sky and turned into dark clouds. However, the Ghost Emperor did not respond. Gudaozi, it seems that the Ghost Emperor does not want to see us. The Ghost King sighed. Although he was unwilling, he still said, "Let's leave this place." Since the Ghost Emperor does not want to show himself, if we continue to force him, we will make him unhappy. When that time comes, it will be difficult for us to leave. The Ghost Emperor was not someone that could be seen easily. Once he became disgusted with people who kept pestering him, it would not be strange for him to kill them in the next moment. If he died here because of this, it would be too unjust. Guchen shook his head. His eyes were filled with determination. We have to see the Ghost Emperor no matter what. If we leave without even seeing him, will the 3 foreign races still have the confidence to persuade him? His words caused the Ghost King to smile bitterly. If the Ghost Emperor does not want to see us, we will not be able to see him no matter what. Then let's go find him. When we see him, he will have to respond to us. Guchen said calmly. Newborn cows are really not afraid of tigers. The Ghost King clicked his tongue. You said that the Ghost Emperor treats me differently. If that is the case, we have to try. Guchen smiled confidently, and his pupils quickly turned purple in the darkness. At the same time, his divine sense spread out in all directions. He did what he said. He really wanted to find the Ghost Emperor. Brother Ghost King, since you have been to the ghastly ruins, do you know what secret place there is? After a while, Guchen did not find anything. The ghastly ruins looked like an empty city. He could not see where the Ghost Emperor was hiding. According to the ancestors' last words, the ghastly ruins is the birthplace of my race. However, I have only been here a few times. I do not know much about it. The Ghost Emperor has lived the longest in my race. He has been operating here for a long time. If he really wants to hide, no one can find him. Guchen frowned. If that was the case, there was really nothing he could do. The Ghost Emperor did not want to see them. They could not find him either. They were in a deadlock. He. At the corner of the street, a strange girl's laughter suddenly came. Guchen and the Ghost King could not help but be vigilant. White Ape's eyes widened as if he was recalling something. Big brother, do you want to buy candied hawthorn? It was a little girl in red. She smiled innocently and raised the candied hawthorn in her hand. When Guchen saw her, it was as if he had seen a snake or scorpion. He subconsciously took a few steps back. He had a deep impression of this little girl. The last time he returned to the ghastly ruins, he had been scared quite a bit by her. She was different from the other souls. She would take the initiative to talk to him. When he first met her in the ghastly ruins, Guchen chased her away, thinking that she had disappeared. Later on, his shoulder was sore all the way. When he turned around, he realized that she had been sitting on his shoulder the whole time, and he had not noticed it at all. This little girl was too strange. She left a deep impression on Guchen, and he instinctively retreated. Even White Ape had been scared quite a bit by her last time. He bared his teeth. Get lost. The Ghost King scolded the little girl with a murderous look. Previously, when the souls were scolded by the Ghost King, they would immediately flee in panic. However, this little girl was different. He, this uncle is so scary, she actually flew toward the Ghost King. Her lower body had no legs, and she was like a wisp of smoke. Get lost. Get lost. The Ghost King was shocked. He tried to teach her a lesson, but he could not touch her at all. She is indeed not simple. Guchen took a deep breath. Even the Ghost King could not do anything to her. Where did this little girl come from? Big brother, do you want to buy candied hawthorn? After teasing the Ghost King for a while, the little girl in red seemed to be bored. She floated in front of Guchen and raised the candied hawthorn in her hand. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, but when she raised her head, it suddenly rotted. Maggots were moving in and out of her eye sockets. Guchen suppressed the shock in his heart and said calmly, "Big brother can buy candied hawthorn. You can buy as many as you have, but can you bring me to see the Ghost Emperor?" This little girl was very extraordinary. She seemed to have existed in the ghastly ruins for a very long time. Guchen was desperate. He hoped that she could help him find the Ghost Emperor. It's not fun. The little girl saw that Guchen was not shocked when he saw her face change. She actually recovered her delicate face and looked disappointed. Not fun at all. She floated away in the blink of an eye and disappeared around the corner. Can't I? Guchen was slightly disappointed. He thought that the little girl could understand him. It's useless. Although that female ghost is a bit special, the souls in the ghastly ruins have been around for too long. Their self-consciousness has long since died. They have no intelligence, so they can't help you. When the little girl left, the Ghost King actually heaved a sigh of relief. He was a member of the ghost race, yet there were times when he was afraid of ghosts just like the human race. Guchen's heart was heavy. He really didn't know how he could meet the Ghost Emperor. Gigi. White Ape suddenly shouted and pointed to the corner of the street. There, the red-clothed girl who had left earlier poked her head out and glanced at Guchen. Guchen's face lit up and he hurriedly followed. Hey, wait. The Ghost King hurriedly followed behind. He saw the little girl flashing around several street corners in front of him. Guchen followed closely behind her all the way to the tallest Buddha tower in the city. It's here. Guchen looked at the dilapidated tower in surprise. When he first entered the ghastly ruins, he had cultivated here for a period of time. It was here that he broke through to the transcendent realm and became a cultivator, so he had a deep impression of this place. The little girl entered the tower like a ghost. However, she did not go upstairs like Guchen did in the past. Instead, she flashed and disappeared into a corner of the first floor. Guchen and the Ghost King looked at each other. When they reached the place, they felt a slight fluctuation in the space. There's something special about this place. The two of them took a deep breath. Without thinking too much, they stepped inside. After a moment of dizziness, they disappeared from the tower. When they reappeared, they were already underground. And in front of them, there seemed to be an underground river. Monster Xianxia surged towards them. The sound of water splashing could be heard clearly from far away. However, when they were in the ghastly ruins, they did not notice it at all. There's actually such a place in the ghastly ruins. The Ghost King felt that the Xianxia here was 10 times, maybe even 100 times thicker than in the ghastly ruins. He was extremely shocked. Guchen walked forward and saw the little girl walking towards the edge of the underground river. When they reached the underground river and saw the appearance of the river, Guchen's expression suddenly changed. Even the Ghost King could not help but gasp a few times. The river was a muddy yellow, and there were countless corpses floating in it, flowing endlessly. The clothes of the corpses were very simple, as if they had been soaked in the river for countless years. Guchen's pupils suddenly shrank. He recalled the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood when he first came to the ghastly ruins through the copper door of the blood pool. The illusion he saw when he came into contact with the copper door was actually quite similar to this place. What is this place? Guchen and the Ghost King walked along the underground river. There were too many corpses in the river. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. Some of these corpses were humans wearing ancient clothes. Some of them looked strange. They did not seem to belong to any of the 5 major tribes of the continent. Regardless of which tribe they belonged to, they seemed to have experienced a tragic war before they died. Their bodies were covered with countless knife marks and arrow holes. Not only were there corpses and bones floating in the river, but there were also a large number of broken weapons. Out of curiosity, White Ape tried to get close to the river and carefully picked up a broken weapon floating in the river. This weapon did not look like any weapon in the Kunlun continent. When White Ape took it out, it immediately rusted and turned into ashes. White Ape tried a few times, but it was the same every time. These weapons seemed to be too ancient. They only existed because of the special nature of the river. Once they left the river, they would be completely destroyed. A long time ago, was there a war here? Who were the two sides of the war? Gu Chen's heart trembled. The scene here was too tragic. The origin of these corpses was too strange. It made one's imagination run wild. Could this place be the legendary Yellow Spring? Ghost King pondered for a long time. He took a deep breath and said, "Rumor has it that when the Ghost Emperor founded the Dark Force, he named it Yellow Spring Tower because there was a real yellow spring. It is said that this yellow spring is the entrance to hell. Our ghost race has heard of it for generations, but no one has ever seen it. It actually exists." Ghost King's heart was in turmoil. He recalled all kinds of rumors about the Yellow Spring. Gu Chen did not say anything. He knew nothing about the ghost race's myths. Soon, they arrived near the middle of the river and found an ancient stone tablet. The stone tablet was engraved with a language that neither of them could understand. It was different from the human language that was commonly used in the Kunlun continent. It was also different from the language of the major tribes. After looking at the words on the stone tablet for a long time, even with their human king realm cultivation, they still felt a little dizzy. Roar, he he he. Suddenly, strange roars came from the dark upstream of the Yellow Spring, accompanied by the laughter of a little girl. It seemed that the little girl had run into this place to play and alarmed some special existence. Splash. A chilly wind blew, and the wailing of ghosts drowned out the area. "It's the Ghost Emperor." The Ghost King's eyes turned cold as he listened to the rattling of the chains. "He's finally willing to meet us? But this method..." Gu Chen glanced at the dark corners of the wilderness. Ghost fires appeared one after another, emitting a treacherous and gloomy green light. Following that strange roar, it seemed that a large number of dead creatures were summoned. There were many black shadows in the surroundings, and there were probably thousands or even tens of thousands of them. "There are some underground too." The Ghost King's expression was solemn. Ten Zhang in front of him and Gu Chen, a ghost hand covered in red hair broke out of the ground, and ferocious zombies crawled out with difficulty. "Ji." The White Ape pointed at the muddy water of the Yellow Spring. The two looked over and felt their scalps go numb. The corpses floating in the Yellow Spring were actually moving, and they were trying to wade ashore. Some of the corpses were only skeletons left, and soul flames suddenly lit up in their empty eye sockets. Some of the flesh was still intact, but the skulls were only left with thin skin and bones, and they were twisting in a strange manner. "Looks like the Ghost Emperor doesn't welcome us." The Ghost King smiled bitterly. They were surrounded by a sea of dead creatures, and even he felt the danger of death. Especially those corpses crawling out of the Yellow Spring. Some of them seemed to be extremely powerful when they were alive, and they made his heart tremble. Gu Chen took a deep breath. Listening to the rattling of the chains in the distance, he knew that they were most likely summoned by the Ghost Emperor. "Senior, please listen to me," he said politely. The Ghost Emperor didn't respond. The sea of dead creatures around them let out sharp screeches and surged toward Gu Chen and the woman with the force of a broken dam. "Don't get in the way." The Ghost King was about to attack, but Gu Chen's eyes turned cold, and his innate aura swept out, boom, domineering pressure spread out, and it was so powerful that no one could resist. For a moment, the zombies crawling out of the ground went back into the ground, and the ghostly shadows screamed and fled, some of them turned into wisps of smoke. The reaction of the corpses crawling out of the Yellow Spring was even more intense. They roared and turned into ashes as if their bodies had spontaneously combusted. "Amazing." The Ghost King looked at Gu Chen in shock. In just an instant, 90% of the dead creatures that had surrounded them had escaped. Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The innate chi of chi originally had the effect of intimidating evil spirits and malicious spirits. When he had just broken through to the realm of divinity, the chi of chi had a strange restraining effect on the dead things in the ghost ruins. Now that he had entered the realm of King, the deterrent effect was indeed stronger. Seeing that the ghost tide had receded, Guchen quickly followed the sound of the chains and soon arrived at the upper reaches of the netherworld. "Uncle, do you want to eat Tonghulu?" The little girl from before was now squatting beside the yellow spring, speaking innocently to a dried corpse. The corpse's flesh and blood were completely shriveled, and its appearance was horrifyingly ugly. His hands and feet were shackled. The chains of the shackles were extremely long and extended into the yellow springs. They were tied to a vermilion coffin that was bobbing up and down. "That's the Ghost Emperor?" Guchen looked at the Ghost King in shock and surprise. When I first saw the Ghost Emperor, he was indeed shackled, but he didn't look like this. The Ghost King was also very surprised. Looking at the two horns on the dried corpse's head, it was indeed the symbol of the ghost race. The other party was most likely the Ghost Emperor. To think that the Ghost Emperor has become like this. He took a deep breath. This turn of events was truly unexpected. He didn't know if the Ghost Emperor in this state would be able to help them. The Ghost Emperor ignored the little girl's words and raised his head to look at the two that had just appeared. To be more precise, he was looking at Guchen. This aura again, a hoarse voice came from his throat, as if he was in a delirious state. "Senior, what are you talking about?" Guchen braced himself and stepped forward. Regardless of whether the Ghost Emperor was in a normal state or not, since he had seen him, he had to try and talk to him. 30,000 years ago, I met you." He stared at Guchen and said something that made Guchen feel puzzled. Could it be that the Ghost Emperor has gone mad? The Ghost King could not believe that the strongest expert of his race had become a lunatic after so many years. "Senior, you met me? May I ask what I looked like back then?" Guchen slowly stepped forward. He wanted to confirm just how muddled the Ghost Emperor's mind had become. "Back then, when the Ghost Emperor heard the question, he suddenly grabbed his head. His face was filled with pain, and a scarlet light burst out from his turbid eyes. "It's you. You destroyed my home." All of a sudden, he was overcome with grief and rushed toward Guchen. Clatter clatter, the chains were quickly stretched, and a monstrous baleful energy surged from the Ghost Emperor's body, causing Guchen to feel as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. The Ghost Emperor was a top expert of this continent, on the same level as the old Celestial Arch. At this moment, he suddenly attacked, and Guchen had no time to react. Boom, extreme colding energy instantly invaded Guchen's body. The golden tyrant heavenly bone was instinctively activated, and a domineering aura overflowed. The Ghost Emperor arrived in front of Guchen, and a shriveled hand was already reaching between his brows. However, when it sensed the domineering aura, it suddenly stopped. The red light in his eyes gradually receded as if he had regained his rationality. He slowly retracted his hand that was less than 3 inches away from Guchen. Guchen's heart rate sped up. Just a little bit more, and he might have died at the hands of the Ghost Emperor. A peak heaven tier expert was truly terrifying. The Ghost Emperor retracted his hand, and his shriveled body became plump again at a speed visible to the naked eye. His hair grew out again, and the flesh on his face also became more substantial, finally transforming into a cold face that was as sharp as a knife. "You shouldn't have come here. You almost died at my hands just now." The Ghost Emperor's voice became much clearer than before, and it was clear that he had regained his rationality. "This is the true Ghost Emperor." The Ghost King heaved a sigh of relief. The Ghost Emperor had finally recovered to the appearance he had seen all those years ago. "Little kid, I should have told you that you are not allowed to step into the ghastly ruins again, right?" The Ghost Emperor coldly glanced at the Ghost King. "The ghastly ruins is the ancestral land of my ghost race. I have the right to come here." The Ghost King gritted his teeth. "Ancestral land?" When the Ghost Emperor heard this, it was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "This is just a cursed and ominous land." He turned around and walked back. "Senior, may I know what happened just now?" Guchen hurriedly followed and tried to strike up a conversation. "It's the Deva's 5 decrements. Every once in a while, my primordial spirit will weaken, and my consciousness will become hazy. If you approach me at this time, you will definitely die. If it wasn't for your aura that woke me up, you would already be a dead man." The Ghost Emperor explained coldly. "So it's the Deva's 5 decrements." The Ghost King suddenly understood. It was said that if a peak heaven-tier cultivator of the Kunlun continent wanted to advance further, they would definitely encounter the catastrophe of the Davis 5 decrements. One of the 5 decrements was the primordial spirit decrements. If one encountered this tribulation, they would easily lose their consciousness. However, the Ghost Emperor's state just now was simply from death to life. It didn't seem to be as simple as the Davis 5 decrements. Just now, Senior said that you saw me when your consciousness was hazy. May I know what happened? End of chapter 391. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.